Chapter 1, Temporary Workers. Open the door. Open the door. Don't hide inside without making a sound. I know you're home. You have the ability to rent an apartment. You have the ability to pay the rent. The landlady's anti-Schwelike hypnotic voice gave Du Chun an abnormal headache. A week had passed this month and he hadn't paid the rent yet, but it couldn't be blamed on him. It was the landlord who temporarily raised the rent at the beginning of this month, and it was a $500 increase. Do not say that recently Du Chun really economic tension, is not in a hurry to use the money, but also do not have this as a wrongdoer. After waiting for a while, there was no movement outside. As if the landlady was tired of scolding and went to rest, Du Chen sighed in relief, lying on the bed worried. He has just been fired by the company. The reason is that when he went to work this morning, he stepped into the company with his left foot first. This reason is very bold ********. The general manager is almost plainly telling Du Chun, I just want to screw you. Who let Du Chun inadvertently crash the general manager in the office and female subordinates cheating? Although Du Chun swore that he would never say anything, he was still fired for a reason. And his salary for the month was deducted. There's no more money in the bank card. He must find a new job. Otherwise this bit of rice and noodles at home won't be enough to eat this month. Zzz. Du Chen's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a chainsaw. He looked back and found that the landlady had cut the lock of the rental house with a chainsaw, intending to force her way in. Should it be so absolute? Du Chen was devastated and hurriedly got up from the bed and went straight to the window. He knew that he was blocked by the landlord. He did not have a good ending, and would even be robbed of the only $200 left on his body, so he could only jump out of the window to escape. Good thing that although this side is the second floor, but the first floor is a fruit store, usually always support an awning on the second floor under the windowsill. Jumping down can be caught. Bam! The landlady broke the door. At the same time, Du Chen violently jumped out the window, but tragically, the fruit store on the first floor was closed for the day and the awning was not open. Du Chen directly from the second floor fell down, face on the ground. Hum did not hum fainted. Hey, wake up, don't sleep. An impatient voice came. Du Chen always worked overtime during this period of time, has not slept well for a long time, at this moment sleeping sweetly, was disturbed by someone. Suddenly some impatient. Stop it, do you still want to work or not? Do you know how many people want to apply for temporary labor in our place? That voice was very dissatisfied. I'll do it. Boss, don't fire me. Du Chen jolted awake, forgetting that he had been fired. But when Du Chen jerked up, he realized that this was not the company he worked for. And hadn't he already been fired by that grandson of the general manager? Du Chen suspiciously scanned left and right, only to see a white foggy patch around him, unable to see anything. Where is this? Where are you looking? I'm here. The impatient voice from before sounded from behind Du Chen. Du Chen turned around and was startled, only to see a tall and mighty man standing not far away. He was wearing the kind of armor of an ancient soldier. His eyes were huge, and his body was even emitting a faint golden light, looking like a god. Next to this powerful man, there was another man who was dressed exactly the same as him, and even looked exactly the same. They looked like twins. The only difference was that one of the two had exceptionally large eyes and the other had exceptionally large ears. Only to see the man with the big eyes, he proudly said to Du Chen, I'm clairvoyant I, and this is my brother Shunfeng Ear. From today onwards you'll be the little brother of the two of us, and the first temporary worker of the heavenly court. Du Chen was surprised. What the hell? You two are clairvoyant and wind ear? Immortals? I'm not dreaming, am I? Shunfeng Ear was a bit upset. I say, clairvoyant, where did you find such a load? Why do you like to make such a fuss? Clairvoyant sighed helplessly. Make do. Our side of the task piled up too much. Can only find a random person to come up and help. I say that kid. You're not dreaming. We're immortals. Don't believe you see that I can still fly. Saying this, Clairvoyant and Shunfeng Ear flew up into the mid-air. Their bodies were filled with golden light. The overbearing aura of that heavenly god made Du Chen shiver and couldn't help but kneel down and bow down. He now finally believed that these two were really gods. Seeing the shocked and excited look on Du Chen's face, Clairvoyant reveals a satisfied look. Listen carefully to what I say next. Miss a word. If you make a mistake in the future, you will be killed by heavenly thunderbolts. Du Chen nodded his head hurriedly, fearing that if he didn't pay attention, he would make a mistake and be screwed to death. Seeing that he was so cooperative, Clairvoyant I was even happier and introduced himself. We are the Clairvoyant I and Shunfeng Ear of the heavenly court, and usually, we just run errands and do small jobs for the various gods and goddesses. Running errands and doing work for people? You two have such a low status in the heavenly court? Du Chen was stunned and couldn't help but interject. Shunfeng Ear was a bit embarrassed, but chided. Shut up. Who told you to talk casually? Listen well. Thousand Mile Eye is also a bit upset. If we weren't so busy with our official duties and neglected our cultivation, could we be this bad? So after discussion between the two of us, we intend to promote you to be our little brother. Instead of us, in the future, you will help all the gods to work. Do you understand? That's being a temporary laborer. I get it. But what kind of jobs do these gods have? Chen was very receptive and had already accepted his status as a temporary worker in heaven. Not to mention Chen, even if a different billionaire came to work as a temp, he would definitely die of joy. Working for a god. This is not something an ordinary person can do. So at least it would be considered half a god. 1,000 miles I saw Chen's excited face. Somewhat speechless. Look at you happy. In fact, your job is also simple. Is which god vary a little what work you have to go, such as sweeping the floor, running errands to send things. Occasionally there may be for the gods to raise pets of work. Anyway, it is all kinds of miscellaneous work. But the work, although lowly, you have to be serious about it. Of course. Chen seriously agreed. Clairvoyant and Shun Feng'er were quite satisfied with Chen's attitude, and immediately threw out an ancient token. That token was 4 square, palm-sized, and had the word pro written on it. Whoosh! The token flew in front of Chen, then drilled into his forehead and appeared in his mind. In an instant, a huge amount of information flooded into Chen's mind. He understood that this token was used to prove his temporary worker status, as well as a tool for him to enter and exit the heavenly court, or a tool for those immortals to issue tasks to him. If those gods had something that needed Chen to do, it would automatically appear in this token and then be perceived by Chen's brain. When Chen perceived the task, he needed to do it immediately or he would be punished. Of course, if the matter was beyond his ability, as long as he found clairvoyance and Shun Feng'er to explain it clearly, then it would not be a big problem. It seems that this temp is still considered humane. Chen breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled apologetically and said, 2 big brothers, this magic power of mine is really low. Can you teach me some spells or something like that? Otherwise, not to mention that the task will not be completed well. The key is that if people know that I am so bad, I am afraid that the 2 of you who are my big brothers would not be able to honor their faces either. These words were recognized by the 2 clairvoyant brothers, and they both threw out one thing each. This is the divine walking charm. After eating it you can learn the divine walking technique, which can make something faster, but you can only use it 3 times a day. Shun Feng'er threw out a talisman. This is the Qiankuan bag. It can be used to hold things. Don't look at this little bag which is smaller than your hand, but it can hold a big house inside. Clairvoyant also threw over the same thing. Chen looked at the divine traveling talisman as well as the Qiankuan bag with a joyful look on his face. Although these 2 goods looked like they didn't have a high status in the immortal world, they were quite generous. He was now also an immortal with magic treasures. Chapter 2 Spells Show Power. Chen is still a bit greedy, smiling and asking, 2 big brothers, I just have spells useless. Can you give me a gongfa or something? I also want to cultivate into an immortal. Who would have thought that after Clairvoyant Eye and Shun Feng'er looked at each other, they simultaneously revealed a disdainful look. Don't be delusional. We're only taking you as a junior brother. We didn't say we'd let you be a disciple. Clairvoyant skimmed his lips. Right, your natural talent is too poor. At best you're just a bit lucky to have become our junior brother. So stop making demands, or don't blame us for being impolite. Shun Feng'er chided. When Chen heard this, he hurriedly shut up. Having the divine walking technique and the Qiankuan bag was also okay, only to see Chen couldn't wait and ate the divine walking talisman. It melted in his mouth. There was no flavor, and he didn't even feel a thing when he ate it. This is even learning the divine walking technique? How come it feels like nothing has changed? Should I give myself a speed boost and try running a lap here? As soon as this thought appeared, an incantation appeared in Chen's mind. It was the divine walking incantation. It seems that this is the effect of eating the divine walking talisman. As long as one wants to use it, the incantation will automatically appear. Chen subconsciously choked and recited the incantation, just like an old god. Just as the divine walking incantation had just reached the halfway point, the clairvoyant suddenly chided. This is the immortal realm. Don't run around here. Be careful of trespassing into some great immortal's place, and directly exterminate you. You won't even have a place to cry. Chen broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly interrupted the incantation. He almost forgot what place this was, but if you're not allowed to use the divine walking incantation, it's always okay to look at the Qiankuan bag, right? Only to see Chen carefully open the Qiankuan bag and probed inside. Good guy. From the outside, the bag is only the size of the palm of his hand, but inside, there is actually a cave, more than 200 cubic meters of space. It's much bigger than the house Chen is renting right now. This is really a good thing. It's definitely easy to move. Nima, it's true that the poor are rich at first sight. The emperor also uses a golden hoe. All have magic treasures and still think of doing the hard work of moving for people. But maybe the gods will also have this business? Chen thought in his mind, turning the Qiankuan bag over and over to study it. And when his interest waned a little, He felt that he should not go to find a place to live. He will be a temporary laborer for the gods in the future. Will he live in the heavenly court, or on earth? As a result, Du Chen raised his head and was about to ask, but he realized that Clairvoyant and Shun Feng had disappeared at some point. You two don't go where should I go now? Du Chen anxiously shouted out, and then he only saw white light shining brightly in front of him, which was blinding. He couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Du Chen realized that he was lying in a white room, surrounded by an instrument and a beautiful female nurse in a white coat. When he took a closer look, he realized that it was written on the pillow beside him, the First People's Hospital of Jiangdong City. This is a hospital on Earth? Oh right. He fell down from the upper floor himself. He should have been sent by some kind person. A simple fall injury himself into the hospital. It seems that he is not a god? Could it be that everything just now was a dream? Du Chen immediately let out a bitter smile, not realizing that he had such a wonderful dream. But the next moment he realized he was clutching something in his hand. A small blackened pouch with the word Qinkuan embroidered in gold thread. The Qinkuan bag given by Shun Feng. It turned out that he was not dreaming, but had really become a temporary worker in the heavenly court. Du Chen was excited, but suddenly felt a coldness on his buttocks, and looked down, only to see that the beautiful female nurse just now was holding a syringe in one hand and pickpocketing his pants with the other. Feeling the cold alcohol swab wiping on his body and the leaping female nurse, Du Chen hurriedly shouted, *********, stay under the needle. The nurse was startled, her hand shivered violently, and she almost stuck the syringe in Du Chen's thigh. What are you screaming nonsense, causing me to almost sap off? Ha, you woke up? The little nurse looked at Du Chen with surprise, then quickly ran out to call the doctor. Du Chen felt a bit wrong. How long have I been unconscious? Do I need to be so excited? In fact, how would he know? It's not how long he's been unconscious, but he obviously has no external injuries and his body is healthy as hell. But no matter what method of stimulation is used, he doesn't wake up. The doctors were very headache and curious. They used all kinds of instruments and invited medical experts from all disciplines, but they couldn't find out what was wrong. Now the hospital crowd was deliberating and planning to declare Du Chen brain dead. It was estimated that if Du Chen woke up a little later, he should be on the morgue at this moment, being autopsied to study the cause of death. Soon, the doctors were called over by the little nurse, and everyone was surprised to see Du Chen awake. They quickly gave Du Chen a thorough examination and found that he was surprisingly problem-free, which made it even more headache-inducing. The hospital people now had two suspicions. First, their own instruments were broken. Second, this grandson Du Chen must have mutated. While many doctors were wondering, a long-legged female doctor, even more so, hurried over. Du Chen was lying on the hospital bed, looking at the amplitude of her chest tremor when she was walking. He couldn't help but gulp and asked, "Beautiful doctor, your husband must be very happy, right?" Lu Moer, who had just walked over, froze and subconsciously asked, "Why do you say that?" The surrounding male doctors, however, all subconsciously made the same movement as Du Chen, looking towards Lu Moer's chest. Lu Moa noticed these men's line of sight and instantly reacted to what Du Chen meant, and was instantly infuriated. "Bastard, serves you right for being dropped half dead. I shouldn't have saved you. You saved me? Thanks a lot." Du Chen stood in awe. "I apologize for flirting with you just now. If you need it, I can even repay your saving grace with my body. That's pretty much the same attitude. Bah, shameless, who wants you to give your body in return?" Lu Moer stared at Du Chen in annoyance. She had planned to give him a check, but now she's not in the mood. "You're a real asshole. Sign this and get the hell out of here." Du Chen looked at the folder Lu Moer handed over and realized that it was a medical expense notice. The figure written on it was surprisingly $3,000. This figure made Du Chen almost spit out blood. He hurriedly checked it and found that it was for his various examination costs, as well as the expert consultation fee. "Who's the expert?" Du Chen asked suspiciously. "Me," Lu Moer proudly said. "I'm the chief physician of internal medicine department of Jishur Hospital, and my teacher as well as several medical experts have examined you, and the person who sent you here didn't pay the fee, so you can only pay for it yourself." Du Chen smiled bitterly. He wanted to ask if he could delay it for 2 days, but looking at the male doctors gawking at him next to him, he could only force himself to take out his credit card and overdraw $3,000. Seeing Du Chen give the money, Lu Moer turned around and left, not willing to stay with this smooth-talking guy for a moment. She was most annoyed with this kind of immodest man. As for Du Chen, he didn't care about Lu Moer's attitude. This woman is beautiful like a fairy, and so young is an expert. It's not an ordinary man who can get close to and climb up. What's more, it's a poor man like him. Du Chen is just distressed about his wallet, which just became a temporary worker in the court of heaven. "I thought I could make a big show, become immortal and become a Buddha. Who would have thought that this did not do anything, but first owed $3,000. Alas, life is bitter. Du Chen changed out of the hospital gown and left the hospital directly. Bored wandering in the street, Du Chen thought about whether to find a job first, at least to solve the problem of food and clothing. But suddenly, he heard someone asking for help. Robbery! Help! Not far away on the sidewalk, a tall woman was shouting at the top of her lungs while tugging at a handbag with a death grip, and there was a man across from her who was tearing at her. Asterisk 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 Q. The man saw a lot of passers-by have noticed their own, afraid of someone meddling with their own. Suddenly angry and anxious, but also a vicious kick in the woman's stomach. The woman ate the pain, screamed and let go. Lying on the ground, the bag was also snatched away. Du Chen and the woman lying on the ground, only to realize that the other party is actually the hospital that breasts forced people's medical experts. Lu Moer, even the beautiful woman hit, simply unconscionable. Chapter 3, Coming to the Mission. Lu Moer sat on the ground and cried loudly for help, while the people around her were indifferent bystanders, which made Du Chen unable to watch. He wanted to go forward to help snatch it back, but he realized that the man had snatched the bag and then jumped onto a motorcycle waiting by the side of the road and fled at speed. Surprisingly, it was still a gang crime? Du Chen did not even think too much, casually grabbed a bike from the hands of the next passerby, yelled "Don't run," and chased after him. When the onlookers saw it, they were first stunned, then they shook their heads in mockery. This guy is crazy. Heroes did not do this, even pedal bike to chase motorcycles? Seeing a beautiful woman, he lost his mind. I don't know how many hundreds of lifetimes have never seen a woman. Too stupid. How can a bicycle catch up with a motorcycle? Listening to the taunts of the passers-by, Lu Moer was a little angry. She recognized that the one who helped her chase the robber was the patient who molested her, and couldn't help but feel touched in her heart that he wasn't that bad. But in fact, deep down, she also felt that how could she catch up with a motorcycle on a bicycle? Coincidentally, the two robbers on the motorcycle thought the same thing, especially the robber on the back seat of the motorcycle, but also turned back to Du Chen to gesture a middle finger. Full of sarcasm and provocation, asterisk 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 asterisk, you still chase it? You ride a broken bike if you can catch up with the old man. I'll call you grandpa. Du Chen looked at the rapidly disappearing motorcycle, a burst of annoyance in his heart. In fact, he is also a moment of feverish head, only to use the bike to chase the motorcycle. Originally cannot catch up, already have the intention to give up, but when he saw these two guys provoking himself, he was a bit unconvinced. This is a typical take the beanbag is not dry food. Take the temporary laborer is not a fairy. Let me tell you, I also have spells. Du Chen immediately recited the divine walking spell given by Shun Feng'er and used it on the bicycle. A golden light suddenly flashed on the bike, and then Du Chen casually pedaled twice, and the speed of the bike skyrocketed, speeding towards the motorcycle, at least more than 200 meters. Ha 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 ha, this spell is really awesome. Du Chen was so excited that he soon caught up with the two robbers, and waved his hand at them. Hey, two grandsons, Grandpa, I'm coming. Ride faster, you guys, this speed is not too good, The motorcyclist is concentrating on riding the bike. A turn of the head to see Du Chen pedal bike speed faster than their own. Cannot help but be dumbfounded. Is this a bike or a wind turbine? The robber who provoked Du Chen was also dumbfounded, and urged his young partner, hurry up and ride, aren't you usually very fast? How come you can't even overtake a bicycle at this moment? I want to know too. I'm already running at 120 miles per hour, okay? What kind of bike is this? The motorcyclist was in tears. Du Chen revealed a smug look, a fairy brand bike. Hurry up and give the bag back to me, or I'll run you over. Don't. Big brother, we know it's wrong. We'll go back now. The two robbers panicked and apologized, begging for mercy. Are you kidding me? If they crashed into the car at this speed of more than 100 miles per hour, there would be no way to survive. Just to grab a bag, not to put their lives on the line. So, two people gray ride motorcycle back to the place just robbed. At this time, Lu Moer and those onlookers have not dispersed, to see the two robbers and speed back, followed by the speed is not slower than their Du Chen. This is a human being, pedaling a bicycle faster than a motorcycle? Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded, only to see the two robbers obediently return to Lu Moer and return the bag. Still not apologizing? Du Chen chided. Sorry. The two hurriedly apologized. They had been terrified by Du Chen and thought that he might be some kind of supreme expert. Lu Moer was pleasantly surprised as she took the bag, wiped her tears, and quickly examined the contents, especially the posthumous photo of her mother. She didn't lack money. If it was usual, it would be fine if the bag was lost. But inside there was the only posthumous photo left by her mother before she was born. That's why she desperately snatched it. At this time to see things are still there. Lu Moer suddenly relieved, and then again furious swung up his own bag, ruthlessly whipped the two robbers. You two bastards. I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death. Where did the two robbers expect such a beautiful girl to be so violent and scary? Before they had time to resist, they were hit in the face by the bag, and blood flowed out. These two people were afraid of Du Chen next to them. They didn't dare to fight back and didn't dare to run. They could only hold their heads and scurry away in a mess, begging for mercy and begging for mercy. Du Chen and the sight of the onlookers were dumbfounded. This is too tough it. Especially Du Chen was even more nervous. Just now he had molested this tigress. It is better to leave. But Du Chen wanted to go. Those unknown onlookers, but he was surrounded by stars, constantly praising. Big brother, you're too fierce. I was wrong to look down on you just now. You ride a bicycle so fast. Are you practicing kung fu? Like kung fu? Warrior, can you teach me? Brother, you are simply 666. I just gave you a small video to put on the internet. You may be on fire. A group of people surrounded Du Chen and kept praising and praising, making Du Chen feel very dignified, but he couldn't leave anymore. Right at this moment, Lu Moer also finally finished her anger, felt out her own cell phone from her handbag, and reported to the police in a dashing manner. Subsequently, Lu Moer squeezed into the crowd and looked at Du Chen sincerely said, "Thank you for helping me retrieve the bag. As for the things you molested me before," sure enough, she still remembers it. Du Chen couldn't help but feel panicked, then suddenly pointed up to the sky. "Look, there's a flying saucer." The crowd looked up. While taking this opportunity, Du Chen flew out of the crowd and ran away. "Hey, don't you run I haven't finished my words. I have $20,000 here to thank you." Lu Moer was so angry that she stomped her feet, and the onlookers see Du Chen fleeing back, but also emotional. What a good person do good things without leaving a name, but also refuse to collect the thanks fee. So, the crowd spontaneously applauded, thus praising Du Chen's heroic behavior. Hearing the praise from the people around her, Lu Moer also felt that Du Chen might have been joking when he molested herself earlier, and that he was definitely a good man. Moreover, he is actually quite good looking, Lu Moer thought with a blush, while looking at Du Chen's back in fascination. A hero saving a woman's life is always easy for a woman to be touched. But soon, Lu Moer reacted to one thing. She seems to have forgotten to ask him his name. Forget it, there is his contact information in the hospital's file anyway. People help themselves certainly want to repay a good, just also feel that 20,000 thanks too little. How to give 100,000 80,000. Lu Moer turned her head and went to the hospital file room. At this time Du Chen has returned to the rented low-cost housing, but found that all their luggage was thrown out by the landlord. Poor pile in the corner. Du Chen annoyed beyond measure. This landlord forced the rent increase even if their own this are injured hospitalized. She has no sympathy, but also threw out their own things. Du Chen was immediately about to go looking for trouble, but suddenly felt the temporary worker token in his mind shake. There's a mission from the Heavenly Court. Task content, go fertilize the peach garden. Chapter 4 I'm at a disadvantage. When Du Chen received the mission, he had thought of using the Qiankuan bag to put away his luggage first. Who would have thought that as soon as this quest was accepted, he would immediately be forcefully teleported to the Heavenly Court. Du Chen only felt a flash before his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in a peach garden. All my belongings Du Chen was heartbroken. He was worried that if he left his things there, they would be gotten away by the garbage collectors, but there was no way out. The task had already been taken. Not doing it would be penalized. He could only sigh and go to work. Queen Mother's peach garden. When Du Chen came to this side, he wasn't received by any gods. It was him alone, and the temporary labor token floating in front of him. The token issued an order. The content of the order was very specific, and it would even point out what he should do step by step in detail. After carefully checking the content, Du Chen realized that it wasn't very difficult, so he relaxed and curiously began to look around. He found that this peach garden was no different from the mortal peach gardens except for the fresher air. It was also all about those curved peach trees, those fresh peaches, and at most some exotic flowers and plants that were not found in the mortal world. Du Chen remembered from the journey to the west that the peaches here were actually quite different from the mortal world. There are 3,000 years ripe. People eat the body fitness light, cultivation success. There are 6,000 years ripe. People can eat it to become immortal. Immortality. There are 9,000 years of maturity. People can eat in heaven and earth the same life. Back then, the Monkey King did not know how many of them to eat. Directly immortal. But Du Chen didn't have the guts to eat it. He was afraid that there were immortals secretly staring at him, and after looking at it for a while, he quickly started to work. The mission said that he should fertilize the peach tree, and the fertilizer used in the immortal world is similar to that on Earth, also using dung, but the dung used was the dung of divine beasts. The so-called divine beasts are those that have blocked the longevity monk in the journey to the west. What golden-winged rock? What Manjushri Bodhisattva's green-furred lion? Puxian Bodhisattva's white elephant? And roaring dogs even have a share. I really did not think that the gods also eat these manure fertilizer catalytic things. Du Chen was a bit disgusted and pinched his nose to get ready. But who would have thought? Those beasts are not mortal. Pull out of the feces actually does not stink. And even for many ordinary people, that can be regarded as a cure for all diseases and also strengthen the body panacea. Of course, Du Chen didn't have that disgusting idea of eating. Even if it's a temporary job, I'm still a god, and it doesn't smell good to eat elixir in the future? Du Chen diligently spread those divine beast droppings evenly under each peach tree. The work was huge. He was exhausted, but after he sat on the ground and took a few deep breaths, he actually felt as if he had recovered and was a little stronger than before. This, by the way, this is the heavenly court. That's not ordinary air. It's all the aura breathed by the immortals. Ordinary people absorbed it. Naturally it could strengthen their bodies. Du Chen was very happy, and hurriedly exercised here, playing a set of military boxing that he learned in school, and obviously felt that his body was much stronger. When he finished boxing, Du Chen found an extra immortal coin in his token. This was his reward for this work. It was explained in the token that immortal coins were the currency of the heavenly court, and could be used to buy things from other gods, and could even be used to buy cultivation spells. Du Chen was instantly excited and hurriedly checked if there were any other quests. He wanted to do more work and save up more immortal coins, and if he could, it would be best if he could buy the Monkey King's 72 changes. This had been his dream since he was a child. Don't say it. There was really a new task in the token. It asked Du Chen to take away the extra fertilizer. Du Chen had a headache, giving himself a pile of manure. Where to get it? Forget it, the task has been accepted. If he doesn't do it, he'll easily be punished. The good thing is that this stuff doesn't have any flavor either. Only the heart doesn't mess up. Just treat these things as a pile of dirt bumps. Du Chen took out the Qiankuan bag. He realized why the clairvoyant had to give himself this treasure, helplessly loaded the rest of the divine beast dung into it, and then was teleported away, back to the mortal world. Nima, called to come and go. This is a typical errand boy. The token, to put it bluntly, is the role of the cell phone, can be used to release the task, can also be used to receive the task. Du Chen sighed and looked around. It was noon when he left, but now it's already evening, and also back to the street before he disappeared. But when he looked toward the corner, the luggage that was stacked there before had disappeared. Where is the old man's stuff? Du Chen was furious, rushed over and knocked hard on the landlord's door. Get the hell out of here. At this time it is already 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. The landlord is sleeping. Impatiently opened the door, yawning and asked, who the screaming souls in the middle of the night nah? Mama ghost The landlady saw that what was standing in front of her was Du Chen, and immediately her legs went soft with fear. When she sent Du Chen to the hospital today, she heard the doctor say that he might be brain dead, and ran away in fear at that time, not knowing at all about Du Chen's subsequent sobriety. So at this time, when she saw Du Chen come to the door and came back in the middle of the night, she thought that the ghost had come back to claim his life. Du Chen sneered, I'm the ghost, I'm here to find you to collect your debt. You not only withheld my rent deposit, but also threw out my luggage. I gave you face, didn't I? Don't. I know I'm wrong. I'll definitely burn the money to you. Please let me go. The landlord elder sister plopped down on her knees and begged bitterly. Burn what burn? Transfer the deposit to me now, and 3,000 medical bills, in addition to my luggage guys? Du Chen said impatiently. The landlady didn't dare to talk nonsense. Crying, she took out her cell phone and transferred the 5,000 deposit and 3,000 medical bills to Du Chen. Then explained, I didn't touch your luggage. It was a pretty woman who got rid of it. She said she was your girlfriend. Du Chen received the money and paid back the overdrawn credit card at the first time, while wondering, girlfriend? Yes, she said her name is Lu Moer. Please go find her. Don't come to me. The landlord's elder sister cried with snot and tears. Du Chen didn't make things difficult for the landlord. He got the money and left. Only in his heart there were some doubts. Lu Moer, how is the matter? They are not just a couple of jokes, well, and how they say also help her favor. How to get their luggage away. Besides, their luggage is not worth a lot of money. When Du Chen was worried about what to do, he suddenly saw two bright car headlights lighting up at the far end of the street, illuminating his face. Du Chen frowned and squinted to see a slender, long-legged girl coming down from the car. Only when the woman got closer did Du Chen realize that it was actually Lu Moer. Unlike the long skirt she wore in the morning, at this time, Lu Moer was wearing a hotter dress. On top was a shirt. Because of the amazing plumpness, can't even fasten the chest buttons. Below was a black leather skirt, a pair of beautiful legs white, reflecting luster under the light of the car. Lu Moer walked over with a smile on her face and said to Du Chen, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you here for a day. I'll just flirt with you for a couple of sentences. It's not that bad, right? Du Chen laughed bitterly. No, I want to thank you. At that time, in that bag I was snatched. There was the only photo my mother left me before she passed away. It means a lot to me, so I want to thank you for helping me snatch the bag back. Lu Amor very sincerely bent down to say thank you. Du Chen saw her bending down and tensed her shirt even more. He couldn't help but worry that she would hold it open, and hurriedly assisted. Don't be polite. Who are we with who? You're my girlfriend. He. Knowing that Lu Mor is not here to pick a fight, Du Chen resumed his nature. After all, a man's nature. When Lu Mor heard this, she immediately blushed and explained, don't think too much. Before I was afraid that the landlord wouldn't let me take the stuff away, so I deliberately said that I'm your girlfriend. That's so. That's such a pity. I thought you discovered my true identity and wanted to take the initiative to pursue me. Du Chen regretted. What real identity? Lu Amor was curious. Of course it's the identity of the world's #1 handsome man. Du Chen was very confident with a flip of his hair. Lu Amor was speechless at that time and said helplessly, Alright, the place to live is gone. So don't be stinky. I know you don't have a place to live. Why don't you go to my house for a night first tonight? Du Chen reveals a hesitant look. A lone man and a woman, sharing a room at night. I'm afraid it's not a good influence if people see it, right? Don't worry, I won't care about the gossip. Lu Amor is very gentle to Du Chen, saying that this guy is very good, and still worrying about affecting his reputation. Du Chen, however, shook his head. I mean, what if people see me living with you and misunderstand that I'm a casual man? Will it affect those girls from pursuing me? Taking a step back, even if no one sees us together, in case you become a thief in the middle of the night and plot against me, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Lu Amor? Chapter 5. Never seen such a shameless person before. Lu Amor looked at Du Chen with a shocked face. She had never seen such a shameless person in her life. I'm a genius female schoolmaster. Extremely beautiful. Behind the pursuit of men can have a reinforced company of people so much. I will plot against you? How did you say that? It's too shameless. Lu Amor was so angry that she gritted her teeth and stared at Du Chen. You love to go or not? Seeing her turn around and leave, Du Chen still chased after her inside. Then I'd better go. After all my luggage is at your place. I've thrown away all those luggage of yours. It's just a pile of garbage. I'll buy you some new ones later. Of course you can choose to go buy them yourself. Here's $100,000. For you. Lu Mor skillfully drove with one hand while throwing over a bag of cash. Du Chen was a bit confused and subconsciously asked, Big sister, you want to bag me? Lu Mor was so irritated by this that she almost drove the car into the moat on the side of the road. She could kind of see that she just couldn't chat with this guy. Otherwise he has 10,000 ways to piss you off. This is the reward for helping me snatch my bag back. You love it or not, don't talk to me or get off the car. Lu Mor forced Du Chen to shut up. Du Chen hemmed and hawed and didn't say much, returning the $100,000 back. Lu Mor was surprised. Do you really treat money like dirt? Don't even give money? I want to ask, can you transfer money to me directly? Du Chen hemmed and hawed. Lu Mor was speechless, but still picked up her cell phone and transferred the money. In fact, the reason why Du Chen was so brazen to take the money was because he saw the car that Lu Mor drove, which turned out to be a Bentley. The cheapest car would cost more than $2 million, and the direction this woman drove to seemed to be the villa area in Jiangdong City. That is a famous rich area. Those who can live there start with an annual income of $10 million. From this, it can be seen that this $100,000 is just a sprinkle for someone like Lu Mor. Soon, the money arrived in the account. Du Chen received the money, immediately began to operate to transfer money to others. Lu Mor saw Du Chen's operation from the rearview mirror in the car and frowned. Who are you giving money to? My mom. Du Chen faintly said. My dad is in the hospital for treatment. Oh, what kind of illness? Do you need help? Lu Mor asked casually. Du Chen shook his head and didn't say anything. He was short of money, but not insatiable. Helping someone snatch back a bag and people giving $100,000 was already a heavenly thank you fee. They couldn't ask for anything else. Although Du Chen did have a difficult family situation. Previously, when his father was working at a construction site, he was injured in a fall due to a scaffolder's mishandling, and the hospital said that if he wanted to be cured, he would need at least $800,000. Naturally, Du Chen's family didn't have that kind of money, so he tried to say that it was a work-related injury and that the construction site should pay for it. But who wants the contractor that bastard even non-said Du Chen's father is his own fall? Cannot be counted as a work injury, dead rely on not give money. So now, Du Chen's family can only empty out the family's capital and even go around borrowing money to cure the disease. Originally Du Chen can still rely on work to earn money. This morning, he was fired. The last source of income is gone. Originally Du Chen was desperate, not expecting that he would have a series of strange encounters. In the midst of contemplation, Du Chen was brought to an upscale neighborhood. This neighborhood was sandwiched between villa areas, and was one of the top residential areas in Jiangdong City. It was said that a square meter would cost more than 30,000 yuan, which was not affordable to the general public. Such an expensive place. The scenery is naturally also very good, not to mention the large area of greening projects in the district. Here there is even a winding artificial river, as well as a small artificial lake. The water is full of colorful koi, and the water's edge is full of all kinds of beautiful birds. It's like a big forest, and it's so relaxing to look at. This is still the night. It looks so beautiful. If it's daytime, it will probably be even more beautiful. Du Chen sighed. Being rich is good. Lu Amour was scared by Du Chen's flirting. She didn't dare to say more to him, quickly drove the car to the garage, took Du Chen back to her own home, then sent the person to an empty room, and went back to her own room to sleep. She even forgot to tell Du Chen that she had a live-in female roommate. It was the first time that Du Chen lived in such a high-end house. The various decorations inside the house were not cheap at first glance, and although it was a guest bedroom, it was more than double the size of the low-cost room he rented. After lamenting once again about how nice it is to be rich, Du Chen laid down on his bed and began to study the token in his mind that represented his temporary worker status. After possessing the token, because of various things, Du Chen didn't even have time to study this thing carefully. At this moment, he summoned the token and rubbed it with his hand, realizing that the material was very strange. Not gold or silver, not copper or iron, and it also gave people a very hard feeling. The shape of the token was also very simple. Apart from the word pro written on the front to prove his status as a temporary worker, there were no other decorations. Could it be that this thing could only be used to accept tasks? Du Chen tried to grab the token and sensed it carefully, and found that in the token's function introduction, there was another special function. It was that this thing could be used to contact other immortals and trade with them across the sky. So magical? Du Chen excitedly tried to use the token to contact the immortals, but realized that he could not contact anyone. That's right, he's just a temporary worker. How could any immortal be willing to take care of him? Not to mention he doesn't know many immortals. At most, they were the clairvoyant and the Shun Feng heir. These two would definitely not make a deal with Du Chen, and if they knew that Du Chen had immortal coins, they would directly snatch them away. As Du Chen thought about it, he fell asleep without realizing it. The next day, when Du Chen woke up, he realized that his stomach was rumbling with hunger. Then he remembered that he had been so busy yesterday that he didn't even bother to eat. He shook his head and went to the living room to try to find something to eat, but found that the refrigerator and kitchen were empty. What's wrong with this Lu Amour? Doesn't she usually eat? Du Chen was speechless and could only go downstairs to buy breakfast. But he also didn't know what this rich area usually eats. But there wasn't even a soybean milk and donut seller. He could only run a few miles away to buy it. And when he returned to Lu Amour's house, he heard the sound of clattering water coming from the bathroom. Yo, where is Lu Amour bathing? Du Chen didn't make any noise and put the breakfast he brought for Lu Amour on the table, then ate it himself. While eating, Du Chen also looked at the house. He saw that the living room was big and bright, and the decoration was also very beautiful, obviously European style, and there were a lot of beautiful and expensive-looking furniture. The only thing that was lacking was a pot of yellow leaves on the balcony, which had already died. Du Chen quickly ate a full meal. The past will be the orchid up to go to throw away, to save space and eyesore. But on second thought, this is someone else's house. It's not good to throw away someone's things without authorization. Besides, this orchid doesn't look dead. It would be good if it can be saved. As Du Chen was thinking, he inadvertently saw the Qinkuan bag hanging on his waist. That's right, divine beast dung. The divine beast dung that was brought down from the peach garden before. Du Chen has not found a place to deal with it. That stuff can even nourish the peaches, let alone the product of this mortal world. Du Chen used a shovel to carefully get out a little bit of divine beast dung and sprinkled it in the flower pot of the orchid. He saw the yellowed leaves of the orchid turn green at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was resurrected very quickly. This divine beast dung was too good to be true. It was more powerful than any fertilizer Du Chen had ever heard of. Du Chen revealed an excited look. Now he had a way to deal with these divine beast dung. Sell it to those farmers or people who like to raise plants. It would definitely be snapped up. It wouldn't be a problem to sell such a good divine beast dung for $1 million to $800,000, right? Not only would my father's illness be solved, but I would also be able to make a huge profit. But at this moment, the bathroom door behind Du Chen opened, and a nice voice came. More. What kind of breakfast did you buy? It smells so good. I can smell it from the bathroom. Du Chen turned around and realized that the one who came out from the bathroom was not Lu Amour, but a strange and beautiful girl. This girl's looks are not worse than Lu Amour's. She is also a superb beauty with eyebrows of spring mountains, eyes of love, and a hot and incomparable body. She was wearing a sexy low-cut dress nightgown, striding out of the bathroom with a pair of big bright white legs. Du Chen couldn't help but look twice more. The girl was wiping her hair, and when she looked up, she also saw Du Chen. The two of them looked at each other and all froze. Ah! The strange girl suddenly screamed. Foamy! There's a thief! Du Chen watched as the girl rushed into the room, the hem of her skirt flying up, revealing the scenery underneath. He couldn't help but scan around with a bewildered look. Thief? Who? Me? This makes one very upset. Has anyone ever seen a thief running into someone's house to water flowers for them? Du Chen stood there in displeasure. Not a moment later, Lu Moer came out of the house with sleepy eyes, still dragging the strange girl just now. Yeah, you mean this guy, right? He is not a thief. He is one of my, well, count friends. Chen Yaya's face was slightly eased, but still looked at Du Chen with suspicion and asked in a low voice, Foamy, this is your friend or boyfriend? Ah, how do you lead the family to come? Although he is indeed quite handsome, but just now looked at me. How embarrassing. It's really just a friend. Last night I saw that he had no place to go, so I got him home and forgot to tell you. Lu Moer helplessly explained. Then when will he leave? Chen Yaya seems to be very repulsed by Du Chen's existence. Asked nonchalantly. This. Lu Moer looked at Du Chen with difficulty. Du Chen understood, and immediately said, I'm leaving, it just so happens that I have to look for a job in a while. Thanks for your hospitality. Chen Yaya didn't respond, and also coldly twisted her head away to ignore Du Chen. Just now Du Chen had been staring at her legs and breasts, which made her very upset, thinking that this was a pervert. She had never been so exposed in front of a man. This time she really suffered a big loss. As for Lu Moer, when she heard Du Chen's answer, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. She didn't want to fall out with her good best friend, so she immediately sent Du Chen out the door, and politely said, if you need help, you can call for me. Don't worry, I won't bother you. We are not in the same world. No need to contact again. Du Chen could see that people were just being polite and didn't take it seriously, and directly left. Lu Moer didn't say much either, because she agreed with Du Chen's words. The two of them were people of two worlds. It was impossible for them to have any more interactions. Waiting for Du Chen to go downstairs, Chen Yaya then said with dissatisfaction, this man can be really colorful. Just now he kept staring at my legs, annoying the hell out of me. Egu, my big beautiful girl. You are a big beautiful girl ranked in the top 3 in our Jiangdong city. I don't know how many tycoons and gentlemen are pursuing you. It's normal for Du Chen, an ordinary man, to look at you twice, right? Lu Moer hurriedly coaxed Chen Yaya. Humph, just you can coax people. Not messing with you. I'm going to see if my Junzi orchid is alive. Chen Yaya gave Lu Moer a nice blank look and went to look at her own flower. That was the Buddha Light Monarch orchid that she had spent $500,000 on. A valuable variety of monarch orchid. Originally, she had planned to give it to her flower-loving grandfather as a birthday gift, but a few days ago, I do not know why, maybe the reason of soil and water, the orchid wilted, left her very heartbroken and anxious. Chen Yaya also thought of all kinds of ways, but still failed to save it, and could only hope for a miracle. Lu Moer was very helpless and skimmed her lips, sitting on the table eating the breakfast bought by Du Chen, said, the plant experts have said that your orchid can't be saved. It's already dead. How can it be? Oh my god. Alive! Chen Yaya suddenly exclaimed. What's alive? Lu Moer turned around, only to see that the originally withered monarch orchid unexpectedly came to life, and became even more beautiful and noble than when it was first bought back. With its current state, it can be sold for at least $700,000 or $800,000. Lu Moer was surprised. Yeah, how did you do it? I was going to ask if you did something. I haven't even bothered with it in the past 2 days. Chen Yaya inherited her grandfather's love of flowers. At this time, when she saw her beloved thing resurrected, don't mention how happy she was. Lu Moer was bewildered. What's going on here? You didn't manage it, and I'm even closer. Could it be that there's a third person on our side who silently cured it? A third person? Chen Yaya froze, then revealed an unbelievable look. It seems like the one called Du Chen fiddled with it here before. Could it be him? Maybe it's really him. Lu Moer had a serious face. I'm telling you, this person is magical. Before he fell and was hospitalized, I gave him all kinds of tests and found that his body was normal, but he just didn't wake up. But just when I was about to give up on him, he woke up without any signs. And you know what? He was able to catch up with a motorcycle on a bicycle before. I suspect that he might be the kind of what's his name in the Jianghu that your grandpa was talking about. It can't be. I wasn't very nice to Du Chen just now. I must have offended him. How could I have offended such a strange person? It's over. It's over. If grandpa finds out, he'll definitely scold me to death. Chen Yaya immediately panicked a bit, while her mind was full of thoughts on how to remedy the situation. Give $10 million? No, this kind of capable person would not care about money. One still needs to think of other ways. How about giving your body in return? After all, he is quite young and handsome. If grandpa knows that he has found a capable person as a boyfriend, he should be very happy. Chen Yaya's pretty face was slightly red. She didn't mind that Du Chen had just looked at her but instead she kind of wanted to marry. Lu Amour's eyes also flickered, full of thoughts. If Du Chen was really some kind of powerful character, then wasn't it possible to let him pretend to be her boyfriend to deal with that bastard rich second-generation Guy Matua? That Guy Matua has been getting more and more excessive lately. He even started to ask people to follow and secretly film her. And he even called it protecting his fiancée in the name of protecting his fiancée. Who the hell is your fiancé? Lu Amour and Chen Yaya were both full of thoughts about how to approach and please Du Chen, but completely forgot that just now. Both of them felt that it was impossible for Du Chen to have any more interactions. And at this moment, Du Chen left the rich district completely unaware of the fact that he was planning to find a place to stay. Du Chen checked the rental information on his cell phone, but most of them were shared. He might have to regularly and suddenly disappear to do quests in the heavenly court in the future. And he can't be found out about his abnormality. So it's definitely not possible to share a room with someone, and it's best to have a place that is independently rented and out of the way. Du Chen entered his requirements on the rental software, searched in detail, and surprisingly, there really was a suitable place. In a remote corner of the old city, there is a single house. From the photo looks good. The price is also particularly cheap. Absolutely value for money kind. Just do not know why no one rent. Du Chen, who was afraid that others would take the lead, hurriedly rushed over. After rushing to the place, Du Chen looked from the door, found that this compound is hidden in a very deep alley, far away from a look is full of historical atmosphere. When he walked in, looking at the mottled green walls, it was at least 100 years old. The main door is the ancient kind of heavy wooden door used by big families, more than 2 meters high, also studded with huge copper nails. Looks very grand. Strange, who would rent this kind of place out? This house is already called an old antique, right? Du Chen was surprised, but also immediately found the landlord's phone number from the rental information, and called over. Hey, landlord, I want to rent a room. It's right in front of your house. Is it convenient to come over to take a look? You want to rent a room? There was some surprise on the other side of the phone. Then after a moment of silence, the landlord let out a sigh. You're from out of town? Ha? Du Chen was a bit confused. Yes, I came to Jiangdong to work. What's the problem? You don't rent to outsiders? No, I rent. The rent is $500 a month, prepaid for half a year. The rent is not refundable if you back out midterm. The landlord was a little excited on the phone, but seemed to be deliberately suppressing it. Hearing that the landlord is happy to rent a room as if he married a starlet in his second marriage, Du Chen is somewhat speechless. And this is asking for money before even looking at the room? No, I want to go in and take a look, okay? Du Chen tried. You've seen the photos. What else do you want to go in and look at? The landlord's voice was wary. I'm telling you, the photos are exactly the same as in the house. If there's the slightest mistake, I'll refund your rent tenfold. So if you want to go in and look, you have to pay the rent first. I'll sign the rental contract and send it to you. Du Chen was helpless. It was also the first time he saw a landlord who didn't even come over to sign the contract, but he also really paid the rent, because this rental software is very reliable. The landlords are real name authentication, so do not need to be afraid of the landlord to take the money and run away. As for this house, if it is very bad, that is not better. Once they're in rental information on the different places, Du Chen immediately asked the landlord 10 times back. It just so happens that he's short of money lately. Du Chen came to the front door, directly pushed the door into, immediately a bone-chilling cold wind blowing in his face, so that he could not help but hit a jolt. Why is the courtyard so cool in this trivial June day? Du Chen scratched his head and walked into the courtyard in doubt, and found that this place seems to be often cleaned, and the green stone tile floor and furniture are spotless. Strange, the landlord is too lazy to come over to sign the contract. How could he come to clean often? Du Chen circled around the small courtyard and found that there were 3 houses over here, all of which were very large and grandiose, and the furnishings were all very old-fashioned and made of solid wood, like the kind of old landlord's house from 100 years ago. Quaint atmosphere. The only strange thing is that, Du Chen, no matter where you go, the old feeling of the back of the whoosh of cool air, with the opening of the air conditioning seems to be. Maybe this is the characteristics of the old yard. All in all, this time a few months of rent payment is quite appropriate. Du Chen didn't think too much about it, identified the master bedroom where he was about to live, walked over and wanted to simply clean up, but didn't realize that the courtyard gate behind him, which he forgot to close, slowly closed on its own. At the same time, the courtyard got even colder. Chapter 6 Revenge on the Landlord. Du Chen was still completely unaware of the changes in the yard, and after cleaning up his room, he sat on the ancient wooden bed. Coincidentally, at this time, his mom came to the phone. On the phone, Sun Yufan was very excited. Son, your father, that site contractor, gave money. Du Chen also very surprised. Really? How did that grandson figure it out? I don't know. As soon as I woke up this morning, I found a message on my cell phone prompting me to arrive at $100,000. It must be from the contractor. Sun Yufan was very excited. Your father is saved. Du Chen sniffed. His smile instantly disappeared inside. Mom, that's the money I gave you. What? Sun Yufan instantly tensed up and asked urgently. Son, don't do anything illegal. Your father is indeed in a serious situation. But you're the only college student that our family has worked so hard to cultivate, so you can't go down a crooked path. Obviously, Sun Yufan didn't believe Du Chen could get $100,000 at once. Du Chen was speechless. Mom, what are you thinking about? It's me who saved a person, and they gave me a thank you fee, which I actually don't want, but you also know my father's situation. Sun Yufan was silent. Not long after came the sound of her crying. I'm sorry son, it's all because my parents are no good. Dragged you down. Say what? You gave birth to me and raised me. Now it's time for me to repay the favor. Do not say such things. Du Chen was full of unhappiness. I'm going to work. Recently my boss can value me, but also gave me a promotion and a raise. Du Chen didn't dare to tell his mom that he had been fired. Even the place where he lived was just found. And on the other side of the phone, Sun Yufan's voice suddenly panicked a bit. Okay, I know son. You hurry up and get busy. Snapped. The phone was hung up by Sun Yufan on her own accord. But before hanging up, Du Chen vaguely heard a nurse's urging sound on the other side of the phone, seemingly urging Sun Yufan to hand over the money. It seemed that the $100,000 he had called over was not of much use. Mom obviously didn't want to let herself know, so there was no point in asking her. The most important thing is to make money. Du Chen immediately picked up the Qiankuan bag and wanted to go out and find a flower and bird market to sell the divine beast dung in it. But when he came to the entrance of the courtyard, he frowned. How do I remember that the door was not closed just now? Forget it, it might be windblown. Du Chen reached out to pull the door, but found that he couldn't open it. At the same time, an oozing voice that made one's scalp numb came from behind. Since you're here, play with me, don't go away. The air around them instantly became ice cold. In the middle of summer, it unexpectedly made people feel like falling into an ice cellar. Du Chen's face changed, and he turned around violently, but he saw a young woman in a dead man's birthday suit floating in the distance, floating in mid-air, staring at him grimly. Is this a ghost? Who are you? Du Chen panicked and tried to hide, but behind him was the door, so he couldn't run away. The woman, on the other hand, slowly floated over, revealing a sinister smile. Who am I? Of course I'm the owner of this place. You are the landlord? Du Chen exclaimed in surprise, feeling that he had been duped. Landlord? The female ghost suddenly had a hideous expression. That bastard even claimed to be the landlord here? Then what am I? A tenant. Looking at the ghost who suddenly went crazy, Du Chen, although scared, but also knew that this was his best chance to escape, immediately ran to the side and wanted to climb over the wall to get out. The door couldn't be opened, so he could only try the wall, but he had just climbed halfway to the wall, when he suddenly felt that his calf was grabbed by a cold hand, and he looked down, only to see that the female ghost was smiling eerily at him. Don't leave. Since you rented this place on the cheap, you have to play with me. Don't worry, you won't be alone. I've already played a dozen people to death before. You can go with them for company. Du Chen was even more fearful, finally understood why the landlord, that bastard, rented so cheaply and had to ask if he was an outsider. It turns out that there have been a dozen dead people over here. Surely no locals are willing to come, and any cheaper can only fool the outsiders. The landlord's a son of a. Du Chen desperately struggled, trying to break free from this female ghost. Although this woman looks good-looking and has a flavorful figure, if she were alive, I don't know how many men she would have charmed to death, but she was a dead ghost after all. Du Chen wanted to escape, but the woman's strength was so great that she actually dragged Du Chen down from the wall alive, then came up to him and smiled grimly. Scared, right? Angry? Big sister, let me go. I'll burn paper money for you on New Year's holidays, okay? Du Chen quickly said, while hating the landlord in his heart. As long as he can escape, he will definitely take revenge on that bastard ruthlessly. Humph, I don't need paper money, what I want is you. The woman violently burrowed into Du Chen's body. She deliberately scared and irritated Du Chen just now to make him fearful and angry, and then took the opportunity to possess him in his body, because fear could make Du Chen lessen his resistance to her. Anger, on the other hand, could make Du Chen's brain defenseless. The woman had already succeeded a dozen times and possessed many people. At this point, she also felt that she was bound to succeed. There was not much time left for her to stay in the Yang world, so she was now going to let go and possess Du Chen, then run out to seek revenge on that enemy. When Du Chen saw the woman burrowing into his body stiffened and he couldn't move. It was over. He had just become a temporary worker in the heavenly court, but he was about to be killed by a female ghost? But just then, a golden light was suddenly released from Du Chen's body. Then, the female ghost screamed miserably and flew off from Du Chen's body, drifting into the distance in shock. What are you? You. Du Chen was also stunned. And then he saw his temp token fly out, releasing a rich golden light, scaring the female ghost into even more hasty hiding. Ha ha ha, old me is at least a half immortal. Want to possess me? Dream on. Du Chen got excited and immediately grabbed the token and went after the female ghost. The female ghost flew into the distance in terror. Don't run! Du Chen waved the token and rushed forward, golden light shooting out. This light seemed to be inherently restraining the female ghost, and it was clear that Du Chen and her were still a few meters away from each other, and it was able to make the female ghost scream in terror continuously. As the two of them chased each other, Du Chen gradually dispersed the coldness in the courtyard, and also left the female ghost in a sorry state with nowhere to hide, because no matter where the female ghost hid, even if it was the deep well in the courtyard, the token could fly over and chase her. Seeing that there was no way up to heaven, no way down, no way to hide, there was no way to hide. This female ghost is very good at things, even directly kneeling in front of Du Chen, bawling, "Immortal, spare your life. I am also eager to take revenge to make this kind of confusion, as long as you are willing to leave me, and to help the little girl to take revenge. In the future, I will give you to serve you in the bed, and to give you as a cow as a horse can be. In addition, I know you are short of money, I can also give you this house." Du Chen was about to slap this female ghost to death with the temporary labor token. At this moment, when he heard the words, his heart stirred and he stared at the female ghost dead on, to make sure that she wasn't lying to him. Not to mention, after this woman didn't have that eerie resentful expression, she looked beautiful beyond words, and also had a hint of pity, which made people love her. But this was not important. The key was the house. This house was so big and had a history of hundreds of years. If it was sold, how could it be worth millions of dollars? If the female ghost was sincere in what she said, then his old man would definitely be saved. Du Chen's heart was moved, but he didn't dare to take it lightly. Holding the token, he asked, "What kind of person are you, the landlord? Why can you give me the house just because you say so? And who are your enemies?" I am the landlord, his mom. This house is actually in my name, and my enemy is actually your landlord. The female ghost seemed to recall the painful experience she once had, and said rather through gritted teeth. Du Chen was a bit embarrassed. This female ghost had just said that she would give herself betting, although the landlord had lied to himself and almost made himself the ghost's double, but it seemed like he didn't need to take revenge by sleeping with someone's mom, right? Chapter 7, I can help you make money, but being a ghost is indeed cool. The landlord sounded at least a few dozen years old, but this female ghost, who called herself his mom, still looked so young and pretty, and her figure was also forward and backward. Du Chen thought about it. He really wanted to get this house, but looking at the female ghost's appearance, it seemed that he had to kill the landlord. Killing someone is against the law. Seeing that Du Chen hesitated, the female ghost actually floated over and took the initiative to kneel on the ground with a pleasing look on her face. "Great immortal, if you doubt my determination, I can go to the bedroom with you now and offer myself to you first. As for this house, when I married into the family, it was already transferred to my name, so I'm perfectly capable of doing the honors and giving it to you, as long as you are willing to help me take revenge. Women and money are at your fingertips." Probably to convince Du Chen of her determination, the female ghost grabbed Du Chen's hand with a red face and placed it on her face. That little face was smooth and tender, just a bit cold. Du Chen was surprised that he could even touch a ghost. It seems that the matter of serving the bed is feasible, but even though he had just been betrayed by his girlfriend, he wasn't going to find a female ghost to get back at life. Du Chen pondered for a moment and asked, "Let's put it this way. First of all, what kind of enmity can you pro-mother and son have? Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Actually, I'm not his real mother, I'm the stepmother." The female ghost's face was filled with resentment. At that time, he didn't agree with his father marrying me into his family, so he falsely accused me of cheating on him with someone else, causing me to be thrown into a well and drowned by his father in a fit of rage. It's okay for me to die, but I mustn't die in vain. So this blood revenge, I must avenge. Decades ago, women did pay more attention to the reputation of chastity than they do now. Being falsely accused of stealing and getting killed, it was understandable that they would turn into resentful ghosts. Unlike many women nowadays, they knew how to date all day long and couldn't stop smiling when they saw a handsome man. Du Chen could understand this female ghost's thoughts, but couldn't do anything about it. In that case, I really can't help you take revenge. After all, I can't go and kill someone, right? Besides, this matter should be blamed on your husband, right? Why does he hate you so much? Just because of a few words from his own son, he screwed you over? The female ghost sighed. In fact, I was forced to marry my husband at that time. Originally I was not willing to follow him, and the days of marriage were just in time to catch up with my physiological period, so I didn't let him touch me. My husband, this person is suspicious by nature, because a few days didn't touch me, was already a little angry. Plus his son said I steal people. It is even more angry, pushed me into the well. Du Chen raised his eyebrows. With all due respect, this matter really has little to do with the landlord, and I think the landlord falsely accused you. Should just want to let you two divorce, but I didn't expect his father to be so ruthless. This female ghost is a little hesitant. Still do not believe? Then let me ask you, how old was the landlord at that time? Du Chen asked. 13 years old, the female ghost said softly. This courtyard looks like a big family. A 13-year-old boy growing up in this kind of family eats and drinks well. He should already be quite strong. If he really wanted to kill you, couldn't he do it himself? Du Chen shrugged his shoulders. The female ghost was enlightened. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Yes, his father was often not at home at that time. There were only the two of us. If he really wanted to kill me, he could just do it himself. There was no need to do more than that and then make false accusations. After all, I'm just a stepmother. Even if his father found out about his murderous behavior, he couldn't possibly be too punished. After all, this is the only child in their family. Du Chen saw that the female ghost figured it out and revealed a happy look. Right, so in the end, the landlord is indeed at fault, but the crime is not to death. The one who deserves to die is that husband of yours. The female ghost heard, could not help but look hesitant. De Xian said quite reasonable. Is it all these years? I really find the wrong revenge object? Well, the landlord does have a responsibility anyway. Just that the crime is not to death. Your existence has made him fearful for so many years. It should be enough for this. Du Chen pacified. Alas, it's a pity that I'm not destined to get my revenge. My husband has been dead for years. I guess he's all reincarnated by now. The female ghost sighed. Du Chen was happy in his heart. It's good that his enemy is dead. He won't have to help kill people. I also want to thank De Xian for enlightening me and letting me unravel my heart. I'm willing to gift this house to De Xian, but please also ask De Xian to give my stepson a call. The title deed of the house is in his hands. As long as I say a word, he'll send it back. The female ghost said in a hurry. Without saying a word, Du Chen took out his cell phone and called the landlord. The landlord was quick to answer and asked in surprise, "You haven't gotten into my house yet, or have you come out? Want to return the rent? The rent is not refundable." Hearing this, Du Chen was furious. The landlord must have known that he couldn't get out of this courtyard after he entered it, but he still didn't tell himself the truth until now, and he was still thinking of pitting his rent? Originally, Du Chen was a bit embarrassed to take this house, but now he felt that he deserved it, and if it wasn't for the fact that he got this house through a blessing, he would have cursed the landlord. And at this moment, the female ghost was beside Du Chen's phone and spoke quietly. "Ah, Tian, I've decided to let you go, but you have to promise me that you'll give this house to De Xian, or else I'll haunt you for the rest of your life." The landlord over the phone was suddenly quiet. It was probably several minutes before the landlord's trembling voice could be heard from over there. Little mother, you're willing to let me go? Finally, the landlord, who was dozens of years old, suddenly began to cry. He could finally get out of this horror. This female ghost had terrorized him for half his life, even though she couldn't leave that house. Over the years, the landlord had not been able to sleep well for a single day, and would have collapsed long ago if it weren't for the fact that he had often sought guidance from a psychiatrist. When the female ghost heard the landlord's cries, she couldn't help but sigh. "Although it's true that you didn't kill me with your own hands, I ultimately died because of you, so what you've suffered all these years isn't unjust. I'm sorry, I really didn't want to kill you. The reason why I framed you in the first place was because I wanted you to divorce my father. I didn't expect him to." The landlord apologized, full of fear and guilt. Things were really as Du Chen guessed. The female ghost couldn't help but admire and worship him even more. This was truly a great immortal who could predict things like God. Du Chen, however, couldn't care less about this. As he saw the landlord crying endlessly, he urged, "Don't be too busy to admit your faults first. What about the house? I am abroad at this time. I will sign the contract and send it to you along with the real estate license, but this process may take half a month," the landlord said in a hurry. Half a month? Du Chen's face became steeply ugly. His own old man can still be lying in the hospital. Delayed one more day is a little more dangerous. This half a month still do not know cannot survive it. Fortunately, he still has the divine beast dung, which is the most important part of his life. Luckily, he still has the divine beast dung road to choose from. Du Chen explains that the landlord will transfer the house as soon as possible, then hangs up the phone and says to the female ghost next to him, "Actually, I don't need you to be a cow. You can go to reincarnation." The female ghost admired Du Chen even more. At the same time, she also blushed a little bit and was ashamed. De Xian really has a high moral character. In fact, I lied to you just now. I can stay in the young world for not much time. Even if I follow you, I can't follow you for 2 days. Just now, I saw that you seem to be in urgent need of money. In order to make up for it, why don't I show you a clear path? Du Chen's face darkened. No wonder the book said that the more beautiful a woman is the more she will cheat. I didn't realize that this woman had become a ghost and was still cheating herself. But it would be fine if she could really provide a way to make money. Give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Say it, Du Chen said irritably. There was a man who came to this house before. I wanted to possess him, but I realized that his body was so weak that I couldn't manipulate it even if I possessed him, so I had to give up. But when I left that man's body, I accidentally left a yin qi behind. At this time, if there is no accident, that man should have already been eroded by the yin qi in his internal organs and is about to die. I see that man seems to be very rich. If Taishang can save the man, he should be able to obtain a considerable amount of money, the female ghost said in a well-behaved manner. Chapter 8, Selling Dung. Du Chen was a bit hesitant, but I don't know how to heal. Don't worry, Grand Immortal. Your token can completely force that yin qi out. As long as the yin qi leaves his body, he should be able to recover, the female ghost hurriedly explained. In that case, do you have that patient's contact information? Du Chen was a little moved. You call and ask Tian for it. He has it. I'm going to reincarnate at the time. The female ghost glanced at the time with some regret. Leaving so soon? I said I'd be a cow and a horse, but looking at you, you're not going to let me take advantage of it at all. Du Chen was even more upset. The female ghost hurriedly explained. No, I didn't expect it to be so fast. It may be that my heart's desire has been fulfilled and I must go. But don't be angry. I'm not lying when I say that I want to serve the bed. After all, I've lived this life and haven't tasted what it's like to be a woman. If you don't mind, why don't we go into the bedroom now? Looking at the female ghost looking at herself expectantly, Du Chen hurriedly waved his hand. Forget it, I'm just angry that you lied to me. I'm not so horny that I won't even let go of the ghost. Alright, then the little woman will go first. The female ghost was still a bit lost. Du Chen watched the female ghost float away, but just as the female ghost was about to leave, she suddenly flew back, hugged Du Chen and kissed him. If you don't let me taste what it's like to be a woman, you have to let me leave my first kiss, right? The female ghost unwillingly rubbed around in Du Chen's arms and kept on kissing, until a light took her away forcibly, supposedly to go to hell to reincarnate. Du Chen looked at the female ghost that disappeared into the light and was a bit dumbfounded. Old me was actually forcibly kissed by a female ghost? Luckily she was taken away quickly, or else brother would have really lost his virginity. After the female ghost left, the eerie and cold atmosphere of the entire courtyard disappeared all of a sudden. But it wasn't much hotter, because when this old courtyard was built, it was specially designed to have the effect of avoiding the heat. Du Chen walked over and pulled the courtyard gate, and realized that the gate that he couldn't yank open just now was easily opened at this moment. He left this courtyard and called the landlord to get the phone number of the tenant that the ghost said. However, Du Chen didn't hold much hope as he felt that the other party might just be a small rich family. Rich for sure, but shouldn't have too much money. Otherwise why would he come to a place like this to rent a house? So even if he was cured, he probably wouldn't get paid much, but now he was out of ideas. A little opportunity should be grasped, so he also made a phone call. Du Chen called the other party and asked directly, "May I ask if this is Su Shenghua?" "It's me. Which one are you? Looking for me for something?" The man on the other side of the phone was full of vigor, not like he was sick. "I'm a doctor. I want to ask if you're sick?" Du Chen simply asked. Su Shenghua instantly became furious. "Where the hell are you a psychopath from? Saying I'm sick? You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick." Du Chen was a bit helpless and hurriedly explained, "I'm not a psycho. Have you rented Hao Tian's house? Did you feel more uncomfortable after you left here? I know how to fix it. I can treat you." "What Hao Tian? Don't recognize. Dead liar. Dare to call me again. Don't blame me for calling the police to arrest you." Su Shenghua coldly hung up the phone. Du Chen was confused. What's the situation here? Forget it. I guess people have already recovered from their illnesses, so I'd better stop bothering them and go sell divine beast feces. Du Chen originally did not hold much hope, stopped a cab at the roadside and went straight to the flower and bird market. Because this side of the flower and bird market is the city's largest, things are also the most complete, so the flow of people is not small. Many people came here to buy some rare and exotic flowers and plants, or to buy some interesting small animals. Of course, there were also people who came here to seek medical treatment with their favorite flowers and plants or small animals in their arms. Du Chen found a flower and plant store with a large frontage and walked in. A young male sales clerk immediately came over to greet him with a smile on his face. "This gentleman, may I ask what you want to buy? We have a wide variety of flowers and plants here, as well as many rare varieties. We'll make sure you're satisfied." Du Chen hurriedly explained, "I'm not here to buy. I'm here to sell. Do you want fertilizer?" The kind that can bring flowers and plants back to life. The clerk's face immediately turned ugly, chiding like a fly. Go go go, we don't need your crap, and let the flowers and plants come back to life. Why don't you say that people eat it to cure all diseases? Maybe it really does have this function. You take a look at it first. Chen took out a bit of divine beast dung from his chinkuan bag. Roll roll roll. The clerk didn't even look at it, feeling that the more he talked, the more outrageous he became, and with a black face, he pushed Chen hard, constantly driving him outwards. Chen was a bit dissatisfied, saying my stuff is garbage without even trying it? Besides, if you don't need it, you don't need it, can't you say it properly? While the two were pushing and shoving, a woman in a cheongsam came down from the second floor of the store. What's going on? What's all the noise about? The woman frowned and slowly walked downstairs, looking at the sales clerk with dissatisfaction. However, the woman was pretty, so even though she was angry, she had a different flavor, making Chen unable to resist looking at her more. The clerk hurriedly pointed at Chen and said, "Boss, he's here to cause trouble. I'm shooing him away, but this guy is dead set on not leaving." The woman frowned at Chen and looked him up and down. As for Chen, since he had obtained the temporary worker token, the token had been nourishing his body with aura. Not only did it make him physically fit, his temperament also became different. Even his face was affected, becoming much more handsome and stylish than he looked before. At this moment, the woman's eyes lit up as she looked at him, thinking that he didn't look like a troublemaker. She couldn't help but ask, "Handsome guy, what's the matter with you?" Chen coldly glared at the clerk before saying, "You're the owner, right? I'm here to sell fertilizers that can nourish any flowers and plants, and even bring them back from the dead." The clerk hurriedly said, "Boss, what are you listening to this grandson say? It can bring flowers and plants back to life. Where is this kind of fertilizer? It's just fart. Keep your mouth clean. Always saying I fart. Are you eating it?" Chen chided. "You." The clerk was too angry to speak. The female boss, however, couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking that Chen was quite funny, and immediately said, "Alright, don't argue. Whether it's real or fake will be known once you try it." Chen revealed a smile. In the end, he was the boss. Just smart. The clerk, however, anxiously said, "Boss, what if he is sent by other stores to cause trouble? I'm giving you fertilizer for your flowers, not fertilizer for you. How does that make it a mess?" Chen disliked back. You can. If your fertilizer doesn't work then say so. I'll beat you out then." The clerk was furious. The woman boss next to him, however, felt that Chen looked confident, and let him pick the flowers in her store to show the fertilizer, even deciding that even if he picked the expensive flowers and plants in her store, she would let him try them out. It's not just men who are horny and easy to be licking dogs. Women are tolerant of handsome men too. While Chen scanned around, he happened to see a withered fugu bamboo at the entrance and immediately walked over. Seeing that Chen wanted to use that fugu bamboo to treat, the female boss couldn't help but be stunned, and then shook her head. "Handsome, why don't you change a pot? This fugu bamboo was gnawed by bugs and rotted its roots. It can't be saved. It can't show the effect of your fertilizer." The clerk also snorted. "You can't even tell that this fugu bamboo was already dead, and you still dare to brag about your fertilizer's magic. You're simply brain dead." Chapter 9 I'm a Pilgrim? Chen ignored the persuasion and humiliation of the two people behind him and took out a bit of divine beast dung and placed it in the flower pot, only to see so many bugs that plagued the fortune bamboo, immediately scrambling away from the flower pot in fear. This was, after all, the dung of divine beasts, with a hint of their scent on it, and it had a natural repressive effect on these lowly bugs. As the bugs fled, the fertilizer came into play, nourishing that fugu bamboo. Just when the clerk had come over impatiently, wanting to shoo away Chen, that fortune bamboo clattered and dropped a bunch of yellow withered leaves, then quickly grew shoots, surprisingly really resurrected. The lady boss was stunned. The clerk was also dumbfounded. "Hell, this thing is really alive?" Seeing these two people dumbfounded, Chen couldn't help but say smugly, "Now you believe in the magic of my fertilizer, right?" "I believe it." The female boss walked up excitedly. "How much more of this fertilizer do you have? I want it all." It was too magical to be able to revitalize the withered fortune bamboo. This was definitely a treasure. You have to know that there are a lot of valuable flowers and plants in this world. Some of them are even worth millions. A person could spend hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars on a pot of flowers, so he would definitely be willing to use this kind of extreme fertilizer for his precious flowers. And the lady boss took a look at the pot of fortune bamboo and realized that not only had it been resurrected, it seemed to have mutated a bit, turning into a more treasured variety. If those who love flowers saw it, they would be crazy to buy it. Chen was happy to see the lady boss excitedly begging for the purchase, but after glancing at the unconvinced clerk next to him, he felt unhappy again. This guy just opened his mouth and said that he was a troublemaker. If it wasn't for the fact that the female boss was quite sensible, he would have already been thrown out in a mess, right? I wouldn't dare to sell you fertilizer. After all, I'm just here to make trouble. Chen skimmed his lips and said. The female boss immediately reacted, looked at the shopkeeper next to her and chided. Apologize to this gentleman. The clerk was a bit reluctant. He's frankly just a turd seller. Why apologize? Upon hearing this, Chen turned around and left. Then a turd seller, won't bother. Don't go. The female boss hurriedly grabbed Chen's hand and turned back to angrily scold the clerk. Get lost. You are fired. Also your salary this month will be withheld by me as compensation for you humiliating this gentleman. Boss, don't. I still owe a lot of flowers that I haven't paid. If I get fired, I'll be finished. The clerk really panicked now, turning his head to Chen and begging for forgiveness. Big brother, I'm sorry. I know I'm wrong. You're generous. Let me off. It's too late to admit your mistake now. Come on people, kick him out. The female boss directly told the others to throw this shopkeeper out, and then loudly commanded, when you see this gentleman again in the future, you must treat him with courtesy. Understand? The many shopkeepers nodded their heads to indicate that they understood. After the female boss finished her instructions, she then looked at Chen, revealing a flirtatious smile. Are you satisfied? Can we talk business now? It's okay, you're still good at it. Chen nodded with satisfaction and began to speculate on what price would be appropriate. Organic fertilizer in the general market, with higher quality, should be able to sell for about $10 a caddy, but this was divine beast dung, so the price should be higher. Simply priced a caddy $50. Own this Chen bag has 2 tons, 4,000 pounds, that is 200,000 yuan. Although it is not enough to give the old man cure, but at least it can ease the urgent need. But what I did not expect is that the female boss saw Chen late opening, thought he was waiting for his own offer, and hastily said, this way, I'll give you a goodwill price. A caddy I charge according to $100 how? Chen didn't expect that if he opened his mouth a little bit late, his income directly doubled, if he waited a little longer. With this in mind, Chen looked at the lady boss faintly, still not saying anything. The female boss saw the situation, but also some weakness, hesitation, said with a clench of teeth, 100 is not satisfied with, is it? Then I'll give you 150, can I? This is already my limit. You also have to consider my cost, and then I really can't afford it. 150 a caddy, that 2 tons is 600,000. This price has already made Chen ecstatic, but for some reason, Chen always felt that the female boss seemed to be able to add more money upwards. How about this? You give me $500 a caddy. Chen said a price that surprised himself. He didn't know why. He had blurted out this kind of sky-high price off the top of his head. Right now, he only begged the lady boss not to ask someone to beat him up. Sure enough, the female boss's face didn't look right. This gentleman, you've gone a bit too far. $500 a caddy? You think I'm an ingrate? Chen originally thought that the female boss would be furious and directly throw herself away, but at this moment, she even continued to chat with herself. It seems like there is a chance. Chen's heart moved, deliberately showing a smile. Oh, boss, you also do not play with me false. We are all 1,000 years of fox. Play what chatting ah? Just say this price is okay. No, I'll go to someone else's house. The female boss didn't say anything. Seeing this, Chen really turned around and left. He was gambling that the female boss would definitely keep himself. Chen walked out step by step, and was about to step out of the store and leave this side, but the female boss still didn't move at all. What's wrong with this woman? She really won't keep herself? Just when Chen hesitated to go back to talk about the price shamelessly, but heard behind the female boss' helpless voice, line. You can really ruthless. 500 on 500 it. Chen was relieved and at the same time a little upset. Luckily, I'm smart. If I really sell it for 150, I'll still lose my money. Boss, you're really good at doing business. Chen muttered in dissatisfaction. That's not as good as you. Where are we going to get fertilizer? The female boss let out a bitter smile. Chen looked around and realized that there was a big truck outside the door, and immediately said, have your people drive after me to get it? Okay, pay when you see the goods. The female boss nodded her head in agreement, then handed over a business card. This is my business card. Cooperate more in the future. On the business card was written the name of the female boss, Zhao Meiyin. Chen took the business card and smiled. My name is Chen. After reporting each other's names, Chen got into the van outside the door and guided the driver to the outskirts of the countryside next to an abandoned factory building. Then while the driver went to the toilet, Chen poured all the divine beast dung in his Chen bag onto the car. The driver was just taking a piss, and when he came back and realized that the car was full, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How did this happen? Chen didn't explain. My workers are fast. Go back. Oh, this is really fast. The driver was impressed and quickly drove back to the flower and bird market. The female boss gave the money but also painfully, $2 million directly to the account. Du Chen looked at the message on his cell phone. His heart couldn't be happier. He remembered a popular song from a few years ago. I have money. I have money. I don't know how to spend it. I have an Apple cell phone in my left hand and a school flower in my right hand. Du Chen, heart happy, pick up the phone, want to give money to their own mother to play over. At least first to their father's disease cure again. But I did not expect that he had just made a successful call. And then he realized that the temporary worker token had come to the task. Go to the Heavenly Court Royal Horse Ranch to release horses. Herding horses? Could it be the job of the pilgrim that Sun Monkey once held? Chapter 10, I'm a genius. Du Chen knew that he would immediately fly into the sky if he accepted the mission. But now it was the street and there were people everywhere. He quickly rushed to the compound he just got, then hurriedly called his old mom. Mom, the 1 million I just gave you was sponsored by my boss. He pitted our family for being bullied. So he gave us the money. So you can quickly give my father a cure. Sun Yufan was ecstatic and cried nonstop. Son, your boss is a good person, but you have to work well for them. Okay, I know, Du Chen promised, but in his heart, he thought that the general manager of that all day long know how to play female subordinates, or else he is robbing people's credit. What kind of good guy is he? If it is not their own money cannot be explained clearly. Really do not want to let him back this good man's reputation. Du Chen returned to his home with a black face, accepted the task, and instantly ascended to heaven. After coming to heaven, Du Chen appeared at the royal horse farm. This royal horse farm does not have a high status in the heavenly court, because all the gods and immortals can fly, and generally when they need to use the heavenly horses, it is for hard labor work such as hauling goods. Because of this, so the royal horse farm has very few people, probably just 2 managers. One is responsible for raising horses of the Rex, the other is the royal horse farm chief. Do not work, only enjoy. This time it was that Rex who realized that many of the heavenly horses suddenly refused to eat, and the starving heavenly horses were having physical problems. Because Rex was worried that he would be punished if he let the higher-ups know about it, he quietly went to look for a heavenly veterinarian to help, and during the time he was away, it was Du Chen, a temporary worker, who helped to take care of these weak heavenly horses. This time when Du Chen came, he still didn't see any immortals, but a bunch of magical horses. The horses for the immortals were naturally different. All of them were extraordinary, and all of them had small wings on their 4 hooves, so that they could take off into the sky with a single step on the ground. Du Chen looked at those flying heavenly horses, slightly confused. Let me raise horses. These things can fly. I can't even get close. He hurriedly checked the temp token. Fortunately, the token was clearly written. It was not for him to raise these physically healthy horses, but to look after those heavenly horses that were starving but refused to eat. Du Chen wandered around the imperial horse farm. There were roughly a dozen or so heavenly horses that were all in bad shape, lying weakly in the stables, in stark contrast to those heavenly horses that were alive and well. Du Chen hurriedly gathered these sick horses into a stable, and carefully tended to them without moving an inch. Luckily, these were all heavenly horses that ate immortal grass, so the feces that were discharged didn't have much of a flavor. Otherwise, Du Chen, a little white man who had never raised an animal before, really couldn't stay in a place like a stable. It's just useless to be able to stay here. It's clearly stated in the mission that Du Chen can't let even one of these heavenly horses die, otherwise that would be a sin to be struck down by heaven. At this moment, looking at those heavenly horses that were almost starving to the point of unconsciousness but just refused to eat, Du Chen was a little heartbroken. Everyone, old iron, you can't die in my hands. I'm just a temporary worker. You can't even get a compensation if you are raced to death by me. How miserable is that? If you really want to die, you also definitely want to die in the hands of those Dala Golden Immortals. They have a high status. Maybe they can even organize a memorial service for you guys or something. Du Chen muttered as he also got a bunch of immortal flowers and herbs that emitted a unique fragrance and fed them to these heavenly horses. But even though these immortal herbs were more precious and beautiful than the best flowers in the mortal world, and even emitted a tantalizing fragrance, even Du Chen wanted to take a bite. But these heavenly horses just refused to eat it. Even when they saw the immortal grass, they twisted their heads away in disgust. Seeing this, Du Chen was worried but also curious. Were these heavenly horses picky eaters or were they on hunger strike? But then again, these heavenly horses are also pitiful. At least they are also mixed with the heavenly court, but they don't even have a fine feed, and they are not afraid of malnutrition. Ha, concentrated feed? Du Chen suddenly slapped his thigh. Why don't he get some mortal essence feed for these heavenly horses to try? Knowing that although these exotic flowers and grasses look good, those feeds are specially researched for horses. Even if this is a heavenly horse, it should like it, because the token could allow Du Chen to travel between heaven and earth. He simply returned to earth and found a store to buy some concentrate feeds specifically for horses. These fine feeds are not cheap. They are specialized for the kind of expensive BMWs to eat, and a caddy can't be hated for thousands of dollars. Du Chen bought $20,000 of fine feed with a heartache, returned to the Heavenly Royal Horse Farm, and then tried to feed some to those horses. In fact, when feeding, he also shivered in his heart, afraid of accidentally killed. However, as the saying goes, wealth and riches are at stake. How would he know if it would work if he didn't try it? Essence feed poured in the horse trough, the few weak lying on the ground of the skyhorse. Suddenly Spirit, nose shrugged, as if smelled what delicious meal. Soon, a small horse, carefully came to the front of the horse trough and took a few bites. Whinny! This little heavenly horse exclaimed excitedly and began to eat the fine feed furiously. Seeing this, the other heavenly horses also hesitantly came over and tasted it one by one. Afterward, all of these heavenly horses became excited. It was too delicious. Du Chen watched as the dozen or so heavenly horses came over to the horse trough and began to frantically grab those fine feeds. More than 20 pounds of feed were snatched up in a few moments. Afterward, those heavenly horses all looked at Du Chen expectantly, as if they still wanted to eat. Du Chen was quite happy to see that the celestial horses were willing to eat, but when he saw the fiery eyes of the celestial horses, he couldn't help but feel weak in his heart, and waved his hand. No way. A caddy is thousands of dollars. Who can afford to feed you so much? My money is not blown by the wind. The heavenly horses were all psychic and understood Du Chen's words. All of them showed disappointment. However, there was a clearly smarter heavenly horse that didn't stop and turned around and flew away. Seeing it leave like a shooting star, Du Chen felt emotion in his heart. It turned out that these heavenly horses were just tired of eating the grass of the immortal world and just wanted to eat some fodder. The immortal realm's resources are really a bit barren. This stuff is not even available. Just when Du Chen was thinking that he had accomplished his feats, the heavenly horse that ran away just now came back with something in its mouth and threw it in front of Du Chen. This is for me? Du Chen glanced at the heavenly horse that kept giving himself a sign, picked it up in confusion, and realized that it was a book. Meteor Fist Recipe. It seems like a technique for cultivation. Could it be the kind that can be cultivated to become a god? Previously, clairvoyant and Shun Feng'er looked down on him and refused to give him a technique for cultivation. Du Chen didn't think he would get it from the side of heavenly horse. Ha ha, it's really heaven's help. He quickly went back to the mortal world, endured the pain of spending $100,000 to buy 100 pounds of fine feed, and gave it to these celestial horses, especially the celestial horse that gave him the boxing manual, but also directly shared half of the feed. As a reward, the heavenly horses were all very happy, while Du Chen ran to the side to check out the Meteor Fist recipe. I don't know why, but Du Chen recently realized that he seemed to have become different from before. He could actually forget everything. Could it be the effect of the temporary labor token? Or maybe it was the aura nourishment from the heavenly court that made him smart? Either way, it was a good thing. Du Chen quickly memorized the martial arts on the fist recipe and then started practicing. Meteor Fist, as the name suggests, is to throw punches as fast as a meteor. As the saying goes, the world's martial arts are indestructible, and the only thing that can't be broken is speed. Du Chen practiced intoxicatedly on top of the heavenly court. At first, he just tried to lay out the routine on the fist book. It was raw and powerless, but he wasn't in a hurry, patiently practicing and seriously comprehending. Slowly, he changed. Every punch he threw brought power with it, and his speed grew faster and faster. In the later stages, even phantoms appeared when he swung his fists and feet, and his power became even stronger. Moreover, in his body, a warm current gradually appeared. That was spiritual energy. When gods and immortals started to cultivate, spiritual energy would appear in their bodies, enhancing their physique, as well as their attacks and defenses. Although Du Chen's spiritual power was still weak compared to the immortals, it was already very strong compared to mortal strength. If clairvoyant eyes and smooth ears were to see this, I'm afraid they would be surprised to death. To cultivate spiritual power in such a short period of time, that was definitely genius. Chapter 11 Immortal Coin arrives. Du Chen didn't know about this. He had been cultivating all along and was finally made to exit his cultivation state by the Rex who specialized in horse breeding at the Imperial Horse Farm. With a puzzled look on his face, Lux told him that he could leave because those heavenly horses were surprisingly fine. As a result, Rex was even scolded by the heavenly court veterinarian, saying that he had nothing to worry about. These heavenly horses just weren't sick at all and were even stronger than the others. Du Chen also didn't say that he cured the heavenly horses, and didn't even mention the matter of the fine feed, because he could see. The immortals in the heavenly court are all social people with black hearts. Playing with the heart of a more than one slippery, they really do not necessarily be able to get over them. After all, they have lived for thousands of years. If these people want to cheat him that concentrate feed to feed the celestial horse, it is estimated that he has been sold, but also to help count the money. so Du Chen didn't disclose it to these two horse-raising immortals, but instead told those very spiritual heavenly horses that if they wanted to eat the concentrate feed, they should go on hunger strike and wait for him, and then he would send a batch of it over. But it needed to be exchanged for something good, whether it's any immortal pills, gong fu, spells, or even magic treasures. Du Chen completed the mission and gained another immortal coin. This was already 3 immortal coins, but these heavenly court coins were used to contact the gods to buy things. Now that he couldn't contact the other immortals, it was ultimately a waste. This thing, though, shouldn't just be able to be used for trading. Du Chen always felt that it should have some other uses. After all, even the dung of a divine beast could possess such a great effect when it arrived on Earth, let alone a currency that all the immortals were willing to use for trading. Returning to the earthly compound, Du Chen laid down on his own bed and summoned the 3 immortal coins through the temporary labor token, only to see that the immortal coins were rectangular shaped, not too big, almost the size of 2 fingers put together in general. It was white in color and also emitted a faint glow, as if it was a piece of superb white jade. Du Chen held the immortal coin in his hand and turned it upside down. It was very light, as if it was a balloon. He turned it over and studied it, and never could get through it, so he simply picked up the token and asked clairvoyance in Shunfeng ear. Of course, it couldn't be asked directly. Du Chen contacted clairvoyance first. This temporary worker token was like a mortal cell phone. As long as it was controlled with divine thoughts, it could contact others, and similar to WeChat video, it could see each other's images. At this time, Du Chen gently touched the token, and a light shot out from it, forming a light curtain in mid-air. In the light screen, the clairvoyant does not know what is doing it. As if very anxious, faced with impatience asked, "Contact me to do what? It's only been a few days, but you've encountered a problem you can't handle?" No. Du Chen hurriedly waved his hand, then asked in a roundabout way, "Great Immortal, I am at least a junior under you. May I ask if I have a salary for working for the heavenly court?" "What do you mean by salary?" Clairvoyant was puzzled. "It's just wages. Don't you immortals get paid for your work?" Du Chen tried his best to explain in a layman's way. "Oh, you said immortal coins. Of course we have them, but you're just an ordinary temporary worker. Don't want immortal coins. Letting you have the opportunity to ascend to heaven and breathe in the aura is already considered your great honor. After all, this aura can enhance your physique, prolong your life, cure 100 illnesses, and even develop your intellect." The clairvoyant had a patronizing tone. Du Chen said in his heart that really the aura is different. "Wait, lousy is not lack of hard eyes. Aura so useful, why not get some down to sell? Even if you give your own old man to cure the disease is also okay. As for how to get aura, this is good. Balloons, air pumps, oxygen bags, even if it is a bag with a plastic bag will do. Du Chen was instantly excited, but compared to the aura, he was still more curious about the role of this immortal coin. "Great Immortal, did you say that this immortal coin can only be used for trading? Can it be used for something else?" Clairvoyant was filled with displeasure and chided in a deep voice. "Why do you have so many questions, you little temp? To us immortals, money is something outside of our bodies. Would we like it if it was ordinary currency? This immortal coin is actually compressed with extremely pure aura, allowing us to use it for cultivation." Du Chen's eyes lit up. "It can be used for cultivation? Can anyone use it?" "I know what you're thinking." Clairvoyant was a bit mocking. "You're just a mortal. You can't cultivate without a gong method. You know, as long as there are merit laws, you can cultivate, right?" Du Chen forced himself to hold back his dissatisfaction and confirmed. "Right. What's the point of me telling you this? What the hell are you trying to do?" The clairvoyant was so angry that he even directly roared out. However, in the next moment, only a burst of women's exclamations could be heard from the opposite side. "Damn you, clairvoyant! How dare you come to spy on our bath? Bastard! We're going to report to the Queen Mother and suppress you. Do you also want to taste what it's like for the heavenly puff marshal to descend to earth and turn into a pig?" Du Chen then heard a group of women's chiding voices coming from the light screen, and then 7 or 8 naked, snow-white women appeared in the light screen. Those women were all incredibly beautiful, with skin as white and tender as jade, and a body that was as perfect as the front and back. At this moment, they hurriedly put on their clothes and then floated away. Obviously, they were all fairies. Du Chen looked at the nosebleed all float out, a face of excitement. Did not expect that he would one day be able to see the fairy to give himself a live broadcast of the bath. Other people's live broadcasts are all about thanking Big Brother for the cloud-piercing arrows. Now Du Chen only wants to thank Big Brother 1,000 miles for sending the fairy's bare ass. Clairvoyant was scared to death and drank at Du Chen. "It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, how would I have been discovered? If you don't peek at people, naturally you won't be found out. Not to mention you should be nicer to me. I'm at least working for you for free." Du Chen was very upset. "You've looked and had fun, and you're putting the blame on me? If it was normal, Du Chen would have tolerated it, but he really couldn't tolerate this. In case the fairies complained, the clairvoyant really said Du Chen peeped. The Queen Mother pursued, not directly 5 thunderbolts to split him to death? Du Chen can't afford to carry this sin. The purpose is to let Du Chen help himself to carry the crime. Who would have thought that Du Chen, who was a wimp just now, would be so rampant at this moment? Don't you believe I'll disqualify you as a temporary worker? Clairvoyant was angry. Don't forget, I'm the one who gave you the opportunity. You don't even dare to take this responsibility for me. Do you still want to be a god? I knew you were going to threaten me with this. Du Chen was offended. Taking the responsibility is fine, but you can't let me carry it for nothing, right? Clairvoyant skimmed his lips, thinking that you idiots still want benefits. Peeping at a fairy bathing, it's only strange if lightning doesn't strike you to death. Now even if you give you some benefits, so what? Anyway, you die, is not to return to me? Thinking this way, Clairvoyant immediately said, let's do it this way. I'll give you 10 immortal coins, how about it? In case you have a cultivation technique in the future, you can also use it for cultivation. Chapter 12, The Surf Turns Over and Sings. In fact, Clairvoyant's calculations were very good. He felt that even if Du Chen survived this lightning strike punishment, no one would give him the cultivation technique. It would be good to find an excuse to cheat the immortal coins back later. Du Chen looked at Clairvoyant's unkind smile and knew that he definitely didn't have good intentions. It's true that all of these immortals are socialites with black hearts, but I'm good at being black. Du Chen had an idea in his mind and immediately agreed to 1,000 Mile Eye's request, and then got 10 immortal coins into his hands before saying, actually, you may not need to put the blame on me. Just say that you were on a patrol mission. Won't that do? Clairvoyant frowned. Would the Queen Mother believe that? Wouldn't you just catch a little beast that can't speak or defend itself and go back, and say that the thing burrowed into the forbidden land of the heavenly court, and that you were so eager to catch it that you accidentally trespassed into the place where the nymphs were bathing? And could it be that the Queen Mother would still kill you as a fairy because a few of the nymphs were given a look? Du Chen bristled. Clairvoyant slapped his thigh. Not bad. Your kid is really smart. I'll go to the middle of the Milky Way to catch demonic beasts to claim credit. There are plenty of demonic beasts in there. Hearing this, Du Chen was stunned and just wanted to say something, but he saw that Clairvoyant directly ended the communication and ignored himself. Alas, this death-defying contraption. Du Chen couldn't help but curse out. Letting you catch demonic beasts? Who let you go to the Milky Way to catch them? That watery contraption will run to the shore to be chased by you? Little cutie. Also know that you are looking for an excuse. But this Clairvoyant guy is bad. It's good to be taught a lesson. Let you look down on old me. Du Chen revealed a smile and looked down at the 10 immortal coins in his hand. Smug. In the aspect of toying with social people's children, brother still has 2 brushes. In order to not let the Clairvoyant have a chance to regret, Du Chen absorbed the 10 immortal coins without saying a word. This immortal coin was really powerful, and the warmth within his body, which had been rapidly enhanced, was actually surging a bit. According to the Meteor Fist recipe, the realm of immortals was divided into 5. Qi gathering the aura of heaven and earth into one's body, making one's body light and strong. Jin Dan, the aura in the body is compressed into a single Jin Dan, so that one can prolong one's life, be invulnerable to all diseases, and one can start practicing a large number of spells. Yuaning, the golden Dan seems like an egg breaking its shell, brewing another self in the body, so that not only can you live forever, but you can also create your own spells, which is very powerful. Fusion, fusing the Yuaning with this world, opening up a small world out within the body. Powerful. Earth immortal, this realm would already be a deity. The only difference between them and those in the heavenly court is that they don't have various positions, but they are very strong. Since some years ago, the heavenly court did not know what the reason was, and closed the earth, so it resulted in the mortal world not having many people to cultivate. So much so, that these several realms, the people of the mortal world has been very few people know, and those who know how to cultivate is even fewer. Du Chen is now in the late stage of Qi gathering, and this strength can walk horizontally in the mortal world. Unrivaled, but he wasn't satisfied. After devouring the immortal coins, he immediately devoured the previous ones before lying on his bed, thinking that he should think of a way to earn more immortal coins. Ding bell. His cell phone suddenly rang, and a stranger added his WeChat friend. Which one are you? Du Chen chose to accept and then asked. Du Chen, remember me, I'm Lu Moer. Lu Moer's gentle voice message came. You haven't forgotten about the thing between the two of us before, right? Things? What were the things? Du Chen was a bit curious. At most, Lu Moer gave herself $100,000. Oh, I see. Du Chen suddenly realized that this woman should be heartbroken about the $100,000 she gave herself. Although he felt that this woman was a little out of line, but Du Chen is not that shameless person. He was really difficult to receive the money. Now he has money. Simply directly call back the $100,000. Du Chen thought about it and sent another message. Before I just helped you snatch a bag. It's really a bit expensive for you to give me $100,000 as a thank you fee. I guess you were in a moment of excitement at that time, right? In fact, I'm not a person who loves to take small advantages. It's just that at that time I was really in urgent need of money. Now I'm not short of money. I can return it to you. And at this moment, Luomoa was looking at her cell phone with a confused face. She wasn't asking for money just now. And she wasn't talking about this matter. It was the matter of her posing as Du Chen's girlfriend. Now, Luomoa wanted Du Chen to impersonate her boyfriend once more. But she didn't expect this guy to give money directly. Luomoa was a bit speechless, and called the money back again, with an extra 100,000. Be my boyfriend for a month. This is your payment. This time it was Du Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. Has the era developed so rapidly? The brothers in the world have already serfs turning over and singing? In the past, when looking for a girlfriend, there were several men who were not sending gifts and packages in a dog-licking pursuit. Now Lu Mo is such a rich, beautiful and well-built beauty. Even pour money to let himself as her boyfriend? Du Chen just wanted to ask whether it is the kind that sells art without selling itself, or simply sells itself without selling art. Who would have thought that the cell phone is ding-dong again? There was another new WeChat friend added. Du Chen chose to accept. Hello, is this Mr. Du Chen? I'm Chen Yaya. We met last time. Another gentle girl's voice. Chen Yaya? That's the big beautiful girl who shared a room with Luomoa before? Du Chen said to himself, we have not only met, but we have also seen the ass. However, this cannot be said. Du Chen first Luomoa threw Luomoa on the side. To Chen Yaya asked, something? I want to ask, are you free tonight? I want to invite you out for a meal and a chat. Chen Yaya said politely, ask me out? And also at night? Du Chen thought crookedly, looking at Luomoa inviting herself to be her boyfriend. And then this side inviting herself to go out for a chat in the evening. Two big beauties chasing after his ass so clingy. It really made him a bit flattered. Could it be that my identity as a temporary worker in the heavenly court has been exposed? Du Chen thought about it and decided to test it out and said directly to Luomoa, sorry, I don't like active girls too much. I like to see you passively bear me. Luomoa? Du Chen sent another message to Chen Yaya, sorry, I'm a serious person. I don't chat, I don't date, unless you're very active and live well. Chen Yaya? Unluckily, the two women were actually sitting together. They originally thought that Du Chen should be a very powerful and strange man in the Jianghu and handsome, so they both wanted to get close, even as a boyfriend if possible. They could see that Du Chen seemed to be short of money. These two women didn't even mind using their family background to make Du Chen struggle for a few years less. However, they didn't expect Du Chen to operate too much, making the two innocent little girls who had no relationship experience at all somewhat unable to carry on. Chapter 13 Finding a Boyfriend by Touching Porcelain? If it was any other man who molested the two Luomoa like this, it was estimated that the only result would be to be hated by them and then try to teach each other a lesson by all means. As a matter of fact, many men have been beaten up by the two of them called bodyguards because of their mouths in front of them. But at this moment, the two girls had absolutely no intention of getting angry at Du Chen. This was because they realized that although Du Chen had flirted with them, the WeChat voice message that he sent over clearly had a joking tone to it. This meant that he was actually trying to make a joke. Maybe these strange people were all of such character. Du Chen probably couldn't have imagined that just because he showed his ability a little bit, he could make the two great beauties of national color who took thousands of men by storm be so tolerant of him. Luomoa was a straight-tempered person, and simply said, Mr. Du, let me put it to you this way. I'm asking you to pretend to be my boyfriend, because there's a guy who's always pestering me, and I hate him, so I want to use you to scare that guy a little bit. Du Chen looked at the WeChat message and raised his eyebrows slightly. It's commonly known as a shield, right? I thought you were going to adopt me. Happy for nothing. Luomoa. These strange people in the rivers and lakes do have odd tempers. Such a capable person who likes to be adopted? Chen Yaya next to her saw this, but her heart moved, and immediately said to Du Chen, although I can't adopt you, I can hire you to be our family's floral master, with a monthly salary of 1 million, free working hours, and only need to take care of the flowers and grasses that my family raises. Monthly salary of 1 million. Du Chen staggered. He could have just lost his job. He was thinking about what job he was going to look for, but he didn't expect that the job would come to him by itself now. He had never fantasized that he could be treated like this, but these two women were so enthusiastic. There must be a reason for this, so he didn't dare to agree directly. You're all very polite, but I still have things to do, so I can't agree to anyone's request. Sorry, Du Chen directly refused. There was nothing that could be more fulfilling than rejecting the intimate gestures of two great beauties. Brother is also being pursued by beautiful women. Chen Yaya is not the kind of person who is a deadbeat, and since she had already offended Du Chen last time, She really didn't dare to say more this time, and could only call over 300. 000. This is the fee to thank you for saving my monarch orchid. Chen suddenly realized. No wonder these two women were so polite to themselves. They originally saw that they could save the monarch orchid. TSK, divine beast dung is really a good thing. In the sky it's garbage that everyone dislikes, but in my brother's hands, it's a supreme treasure. Okay, count you have some eyesight. Know that I have something good in my hand. This 300. 000 I won't take here for nothing. In the future, if you have any flowers or plants that need to be rescued, or even people that need to be rescued, I will be able to help you. Chen said confidently. Really? Thank you, Mr. Du. Chen was excited beyond words. I was wrong about what happened before. Please forgive me. I will definitely treat you as my guest in the future. Lu Amour was sitting right next to Chen, and when she saw these two chatting happily, she immediately became anxious. She knew very well how beautiful and likable this bosom friend of hers was, and was afraid that Chen would be snatched away. In a hurry, Lu Amour thought of sending photos to Chen. She wanted to choose a few of her own beautiful photos that had been retouched, so that Chen was greedy and itchy, and took the initiative to be willing to be her boyfriend. Who wants to be in a hurry to click the wrong point? Actually clicked into a few lingerie photos taken last night, and directly clicked to send. Finished. Lu Amour was filled with despair. Chen received the picture, subconsciously clicked on, looked at the phone. Lu Amour wearing sexy hot 3-point lingerie, cannot help but be dumbfounded. Before this girl was wearing a white lab coat, it could be seen that her upper circumference was definitely considered to be on the majestic level. At this time, wearing only underwear, the visual effect was indeed even more explosive. Chen couldn't help but flirt. Sister, to be honest, you're not fit to wear a 3-point style. Lu Amour was scrambling around trying to withdraw the message, and once she saw this message, she instantly asked unconvincingly, I'm an absolute S-type figure, very suitable for wearing this, okay? You really aren't suitable to wear this, Chen said seriously. Hey, this violent temper of mine, then you say what I'm suitable to wear. If you can't say it I'll fight you, Lu Amour said savagely. You just aren't suitable for clothes. Such a good figure. What a pity to wear clothes. Chen laughed evilly. You. Lu Amour blushed red, finally realized that she was molested. But at this time, after delaying so much effort for a while, those several underwear pictures could not be withdrawn anymore. This bastard. It must be intentional. Lu Amour was dying of shame, and said hatefully, I don't care. If you've seen me naked, you have to be responsible for me and be my boyfriend for a month. Chen was stunned beyond measure. There was still such a deadbeat who let others be her boyfriend? You're touching porcelain. Chen disliked back. Aha! Pissed me off. Lu Amour screamed in anger and said in a hateful voice to Chen next to her, do you know what this guy said about me? He went as far as to say that I was touching the porcelain by asking him to be my boyfriend. Chen was also dumbfounded, but then she snorted and laughed. This is the first time I've seen you suffer so much. I don't care. I can't suffer a loss for nothing. Lu Amour was furious and directly called Chen. Hey, husband, come to the Black Knight bar to accompany me at night, or else I'll tell the whole world that you started the whole thing. Chen was confused. Are you serious? I thought you were joking. Nonsense. My old lady has been looked at by you, and you're still joking? Humph. I don't care what you think. Anyway, you'll be the boyfriend for this month. Go to work tonight. Lu Amour issued the order and directly hung up the phone. Not long after, Chen arrived with another 300,000 RMB. 100,000 yuan was the money that Chen had returned to Lu Amour before, and Lu Amour gave it to him again. The other 200,000 yuan was the money Chen had gotten for being his boyfriend. Chen got the money, but not very happy. He knew that this boyfriend must not be good. Otherwise, with Lu Amour's appearance and figure, want to find someone to pretend to be a boyfriend? Surely a lot of people grabbed. Where else would it be his turn? Forget it. Take someone's money and take away someone's disaster. Idle is idle anyway. Chen accepted the money with peace of mind and went out to buy something. Now that he has money, he naturally wants to dress himself up and buy some supplements for his parents, who have suffered in the hospital for a long time. But just as Chen was going out, he received a special phone call. The name displayed on this call was Su Shanghua. Chen was wondering in his heart, isn't this the guy that the female ghost said was possessed by her before and then got sick? Previously, he tried to cure this guy himself, but he not only called himself a liar, but also hung up the phone very rudely. Now why did he call back? Chapter 14, actually, I'm really rich. Chen curiously answered the phone. Hello, what's the matter? The Su Shanghua on the other side of the phone didn't have the same fiery temper as before. Instead, it was tinged with nervousness. Are you Taoist Master Du? Who? Taoist Master? Chen was a bit strange. Who are you talking about? I'm not a Taoist Master. As soon as Su Shenghua heard this, his voice instantly chilled. Could it be that you are not Taoist Master Du Chun? Then why are you answering my call? You're sick. Hey, who's sick between us? You're the one who called me. Okay. Du Chen was angry. But I called Taoist Master Du Chen's phone. Su Shenghua's tone was icy. You wouldn't be a thief and stole Taoist Master Du Chen's cell phone, would you? Du Chen's face was grim. First of all, I'm Du Chen. Secondly, this is my cell phone. And lastly, I'm not some Taoist priest. Yes, I admit, I called you first before, but I was just being kind and wanted to help cure you. Not to mention that you had scolded me at that time, and I didn't bother with you. Now you're still calling specifically to mess around and scold me. Isn't that a bit much? There are still 3 more fires in a clayman. Su Shenghua on the other side of the phone didn't move. Du Chen was so angry that he directly hung up the phone. What had been a good mood was ruined by this guy. Du Chen left the yard in displeasure and wanted to take a taxi to the mall. He just came to the side of the road. He found a black Bentley parked on the side of the road. The appearance of the domineering and beautiful. To the side of the road. Like a tiger. Looks like a heart. At this time, many passing girls also had sideways glances. There is even a beautiful girl dressed in a cool walkover, gently knocking on the car window. The poor ask the driver can let her get on the car to blow the air conditioning, but also emphasize that they are single. This is obviously to see people driving a luxury car, want to hit on, so that hope to marry into the family. Du Chen looked envious. This is the life of the rich. Even just stay on the side of the road. There are beautiful women automatically sent to the door. Sooner or later, I have to buy a luxury car to go out, night after night to be the groom, day after day to change the bride. The beauty who took the initiative to want to get into the car just now, was rejected and walked away with a somewhat ugly face. But she walked away, came to Du Chen's side, but also blared at him fiercely. Did you just look at me? Nor do you take a piss and look at yourself. Do you think you deserve to look at me? Du Chen understood that this woman probably accosted the tycoon and was rejected. Her heart was upset, so she used herself to take offense. Who let him dress very plain? At first glance it looks like a good bullying appearance. But understand to understand. Du Chen is still very angry. I advise you to take a piss and look at yourself. Not wear less. Can be stared at by men. Just now I look at the car. The woman is angry to death. Did not expect to be rich man refused to get into the car even if. This roadside stinky beggar also dare to look down on themselves. Humph. For trash like you. It's just a look. Because you can't sit in this kind of luxury car in your whole life. The woman said to Du Chen with contempt. Du Chen just wanted to retort, but he only saw a man in a suit running down from the Bentley. Excitedly came to Du Chen and asked, "Is it Mr. Du? I'm Su Shenghua. We had some misunderstanding on the phone just now. I'm specially inviting you to my house as a guest this time." Seeing this rich man who drove a Bentley and wore a Rolex gold watch, he was even arrogant and respectful to Du Chen. The people next to him were all dumbfounded, especially the woman who looked down on Du Chen was first shocked and then chagrined. Unexpectedly, the man who looked like a beggar could be respected by the tycoon, and it was obvious that he was even richer. For a while, the woman even converted into a smiling face and curried favor. "Handsome man, just now I was joking with you. Can you invite me to sit on the Bentley? I'm single yo." "Oh, sorry, I have a girlfriend, 100 times prettier than you, and 100 times better body." Du Chen gave the woman a look at Lu Moer's underwear photo on WeChat. The woman was instantly ashamed of herself. She didn't expect that the beggar that she looked down upon was not only respected by the rich and powerful, but also had such a beautiful girlfriend. "Sorry to bother you. I'll roll myself." The woman blushed and ran away. Du Chen waited for the woman to leave and immediately looked at Su Shenghua. He saw that this guy was about 40 years old, wearing a designer suit. His hair was meticulously combed, and he was wearing a gold watch, but he didn't look too much like a successful man. Rather, it was like the driver of a successful person, but regardless of whether he is a successful person or not. When he thought of the arrogant attitude of this guy who just angrily scolded himself on the phone, Du Chen had no good feelings and turned around and walked away. Su Shenghua was thinking about how to pick a fight with Du Chen. When he saw him immediately walk away, he couldn't help but be shocked. "Taoist Du Chen, where are you going? Why don't I drive you?" "Don't. I'm not a Taoist master. I'm a psychopath. Don't dirty your car." Du Chen sneered coldly. As soon as Su Shenghua heard this, he knew that Du Chen was still angry. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Taoist Du Chen, just now it was me who didn't double-check your identity. I just called your landlord, Hao Tian, and he said it's you." Du Chen asked with a cold face. "Did Hao Tian introduce me to you?" "Yes, after you called me before, I felt that the name Hao Tian was familiar, and then I remembered that the owner of this courtyard I rented was named Hao Tian, and after I called him, he said that you are a man of the world, and that you would be able to subdue demons and catch ghosts, and that's why I've come to find you to help me." Su Shenghua hurriedly flattered. When Du Chen looked at his demeanor, he understood even more that he was not a successful person. It seemed that his previous guess that his family wasn't really well off was accurate. I gave you a chance before. The first time I called you, you scolded me for being a psychopath. The second time I called you, you scolded me for being a thief. To be honest, no matter if you're trying to beg me for anything, I don't see the slightest bit of sincerity from you, so I won't be giving you another chance. Du Chen unceremoniously dropped these words and directly walked away. Su Shangguo listened to his inner regret nonstop. How could he have known that he missed out on such a big shot just because of his momentary carelessness? However, there was still a chance to remedy the situation. Su Shangguo remembered that Hao Tian had said that Du Chen seemed to be very short of money. Daoist Du Chen, actually it's not that I want to ask for your help. It's that my boss is seriously ill and I want to ask for your help to take a look at him. He's the city's great tycoon Zhao Huanglong, with tens of billions of assets. As long as you cure the person, there is any amount of payment you want, even I can give you an advance of $100,000 right now. Su Shangguo confidently took out a check, thinking that Du Chen would definitely come around. But Du Chen snorted. Who doesn't have money it seems? After saying that, he directly stopped a cab and rushed to the mall. Su Shangguo didn't expect that $100,000 couldn't keep Du Chen. Didn't he say that he was poor and lacked money? Could it be that there is not enough money? Thinking so, Su Shangguo revealed a hint of a smug smile. Although he is not a 10 billionaire like his boss, he knows that there is no one who can't be beaten with money. Su Shangguo immediately drove and chased the cab to the mall. Chapter 15, Favored. Su Shangguo watched Du Chen enter the mall and immediately chased after him. Daoist Du Chen, do you think $100,000 is too little? How about you make a price? Du Chen was a bit bored but didn't say anything, figuring that this guy should follow for a while and then leave, so he directly went to buy the things he needed. First of all, clothes. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Du Chen moved to a Versace store in order to not let anyone look down on him again. It was a luxury store, and the employees of the store were all pretty girls, and were courteous and smiling. Welcome, may I ask what you two need? Yes, whatever Daoist Du Chen needs, I can help you check out. Su Shangguo immediately said. The beautiful salesgirl next to him looked at Du Chen a little strangely. This man is actually a Taoist master? Du Chen impatiently glanced at Su Shangguo, then directly said, I want to change my clothes. Find one that suits me. Okay, please wait. The saleswoman scrutinized Du Chen's body type and temperament and immediately went to bring a suit. It was a casual suit, light blue in color, with floral patterns embroidered on it. It didn't look as serious as a business suit, nor as flashy as ordinary clothes. Du Chen was satisfied and immediately wanted to take it. Su Shangguo, however, frowned and said, why are there flowers on this suit? Change it to a more serious one for Daoist master. I think that black one is good. I buy clothes or you buy clothes? Shut up, Du Chen nonchalantly chided. Su Shangguo's face was ugly, but he didn't know how to retort. With that, Du Chen went to change his clothes, and when he came out of the fitting room, Su Shangguo realized that he was really wrong. At this time Du Chen and just now is completely two people. Wearing a suit, he removed the body of the beggar temperament, quite a few unattainable superior potential, and Du Chen was originally handsome. After the temporary worker token transformation and cultivation, it is even more handsome. When he stood there in his suit, all the women in the store couldn't help but look at him. Oh my god, so handsome. A female sales clerk couldn't help but exclaim. The other women nodded their heads, as this saleswoman shouted out their hearts. There was also a girl who came to buy clothes for her boyfriend, couldn't help but stare at Du Chen and whispered, look at other people's handsome. I'm drooling, and then look at you. How do you look like a beggar? You'd better not buy these clothes. I feel that you don't deserve to wear the same brand as other people's handsome men. The girl's boyfriend was very aggrieved, but did not dare to retort, because he also felt that when he wore this suit, he definitely didn't look as stylish as Du Chen did. Du Chen stood there, took a look in the mirror, and was very satisfied. Not bad, isn't it still missing a tie? Next to a few saleswomen immediately rushed up, full of excitement around Du Chen, to help him introduce the style of the tie. There are even people to help Du Chen try the tie opportunity to touch his chest. What hard pecs, a female sales clerk said excitedly with a flushed face. Really? Let me touch it. Handsome, I want to touch it too. Gosh, it's really hard. A few female sales clerks chirped, as if they wanted to eat Du Chen alive. Du Chen had a face. Have these women never seen a man before? He rushed to break free, paid the money and ran away. Su Shangguo followed up and lamented. Daoist Du Chen, you are so stylish. You make me ashamed of myself. You damn well want to touch me too? Du Chen clutched his chest in fear and looked at Su Shangguo with a horrified expression. Su Shangguo hurriedly took a few steps back, indicating that his sexual orientation was normal. Du Chen breathed a sigh of relief. but he rushed to the place selling tonic. He bought some bone-strengthening powder, adult nutritional milk powder, and some of his parents' favorites and left them all. When Su Shenghua saw those things Du Chen bought, he was puzzled. Is Taoist Master Du Chen going to visit a patient? Don't you know how to heal people? I don't know how to heal. I don't know anything, so don't you fool around after me, okay? Du Chen was really annoyed. From the time he entered the mall, this guy never shut up, like a fly. Noisy. Taoist Du Chen, don't joke. I heard from Hao Tian that you personally subdued the female ghost in that courtyard. Su Shangwei is full of excitement, since our boss stayed over there once. He always felt cold and unwell, and now it's even more so that his body seems to be like an ice cube every day, increasingly weakened, and even to the point where he's delirious. Since you can live in that courtyard, this shows your greatness. Solving my boss's disease is definitely no problem. Hao Tian fooled you. There are no ghosts, only psychopaths. Du Chen reached out and stopped a car, directly went up and left. Su Shangguo watched Du Chen leave, his face flickering. In fact, the courtyard of Hao Tian's house was rented in his name, but it was for his own boss to live in. Originally, Su Shangguo was kind and wanted to find a quiet place for his boss to convalesce. Who would have thought that there was a female ghost in that courtyard, causing his boss to almost die there? So Su Shangguo's boss's family had already let it be known that he was the one who caused his boss to become like this. So once his boss died, he would wait to be buried with him. Because of this, Su Shangguo has been so hot-tempered lately, and after meeting Du Chen, a high-ranking person, he's clinging on to him, but now Du Chen clearly didn't want to give the cure, which was troublesome. As for Du Chen at this moment, he was secretly glad to finally get rid of Su Shangguo. He is not hard-hearted. Just this Su Shangguo from beginning to end is a look of the old man is rich. The old man is very powerful look. If that guy was willing to obediently bow his head and apologize, and put some respect in his attitude, Du Chen would not refuse to help with the treatment. After all, treating that patient is just a matter of lifting a finger. Du Chen took a cab to the hospital and rushed to the inpatient department with a bunch of things in his arms, only to find his father lying in the intensive care unit. He was terrified. How did this end up in the intensive care unit? Didn't he say that with $800,000 for the surgery, he would be able to bring in experts to cure him? If he had known that they couldn't, he would have used immortal coins to cure his old man himself. Du Chen was furious and wanted to find trouble with the hospital. But at this moment, his mom Sun Yufan rushed over, with a relaxed look on her face. Son, just now the doctor told me that your father is in good condition, is getting better. According to this, within a month may be able to be discharged from the hospital. Du Chen froze. But he's in the intensive care unit. Isn't it the case that the situation has become serious before being hospitalized? Screw you. Don't talk nonsense. People, this is normal post-operative observation. Stay for 2 days to make sure there are no adverse reactions and come out. Sun Yufan laughed. Phew. So it is. Du Chen sighed in relief. Then mom, you go to rest a bit. I'm here to guard something. I'll get on the line. In fact, if this is before, Du Chen can think of a way to cure his old man, even if it is to get an immortal coin in the sky. But now the ICU won't let him in, so he must wait for his old man to come out. So he planned to stand guard over here, and as soon as his old man came out, he would immediately restore his old man to health. Alright, I haven't slept well for a long time either, so I'll go take a rest first. Seeing that her husband was recovering, Sun Yufan's spirit loosened up and she also felt very tired. But just as Sun Yufan was planning to leave, she suddenly heard a conspiratorial voice coming from her. Yo, I heard that the disease is cured? Quite rich even can gather over 800,000. Then when to go to the court side of the prosecution to me withdrawn all cured the disease don't rely on us to blackmail money. Du Chen's father's side of the contractor, Cattle Daju came. Chapter 16, I've been beaten. The moment Sun Yufan heard Neo Daju's voice, she instinctively felt some fear, and hurriedly turned around with a smile and said, Brother Nyo, why are you here? My husband is still not well. Why did I hear people say your husband had an operation? I don't care if he's well or not. Right now in question is that your family can afford $800,000, and you still want to blackmail me for money? Is there a lack of morality? Nyo Daju led a few ferocious workers and surrounded Sun Yufan and Du Chen. The threat was full of meaning. Seeing this, Sun Yufan panicked and hurriedly protected her son. Brother Nyo, we were wrong. We won't prosecute you guys anymore. I'll go to the police and the judge later. Nyo Daju was satisfied. That's right. Your husband's injury actually delayed our project progress. I didn't look for you to ask for compensation, even if it's to give face to your family. Got it? Yes. Sorry. Sun Yufan apologized weakly. Mom, there's no need to apologize. This was their fault in the first place. Du Chen suddenly spoke coldly. Sun Yufan was startled and panicked, pulling Du Chen. Son, don't be brave. There are many of them. Nyo Daju also narrowed his eyes and stared at Du Chen threateningly. Kid, you've got some ing balls, right? Say what you just said to me again if you have the guts. At the same time, the workers surrounding Du Chen also stepped forward, their faces full of grimaces seemingly about to make a move. Sun Yufan was so scared that she was about to beg in a panic. Du Chen, however, tugged her back and stared coldly at Niu Daju. I won't say the same words for the second time, but I can tell you something else. That is, unless you guys kneel down and beg for forgiveness, I will definitely not drop the lawsuit and I will ask the most professional lawyers to sue you to death, so that you can't even do your projects. Niu Daju was so furious that he pointed at Du Chen and wanted to curse, but Du Chen had already looked at the workers surrounding him and scolded. You idiots! My father is his worker just like you all, and now that my father is injured, he not only refuses to pay for it, but even threatens us mother and father. Don't you think about what he will do if you get injured in the future? These workers had all been rubbing their fists and planning to take action against Du Chen. When they heard this, they all froze a bit. This kid is right. As soon as Niu Dajuan saw that these workers were going to be turned, he panicked and quickly said, Don't listen to him, a few of you. His father injured himself in a fall. He deserved it, but he still wants to extort me for a sum of money. Don't hesitate. Whoever helps me will give him a raise in wages. Several workers showed hesitation. Seeing this, Niu Dajuan was anxious. Kid, you're pretty talkative aren't you? I'll smoke you to death you son of a... Niu Dajuan intended to take the lead, cursed and rushed over, raised his hand and slapped Du Chen. Du Chen's eyes went cold, and he violently threw a punch. The meteor fist was as fast as a shooting star. Even the immortals couldn't see it, let alone these mortals. Niu Dajuan still didn't know what was going on, but he felt a pain on his face and he flew out. Bam! Niu Dajiang flew out several meters away, headfirst into a garbage can, head down, gnawing a mouthful of garbage. Oomph. I didn't hit you before because I didn't want to bother with you in general, but now you still dare to make a move on me? It's really against you. Du Chen scolded sternly, causing everyone around him to look sideways. In fact, this Niu Dajuan had always been swearing before, and even Du Chen's family had cursed his ancestors, which was extremely unpleasant, making Du Chen's anger surge long ago. In addition, this guy has been owed his father's medical bills, almost killed his father. This revenge will not be repaid, sworn not to be a human being, so with that punch just now, he had almost dealt a death blow. Niu Dajuan climbed out of the garbage can. His mouth was full of blood, all his teeth had fallen out, his appearance was miserable. He was fierce by nature, and had never suffered this kind of loss, so at this time he couldn't help but roar angrily, him to death. Him to death. The workers were stunned by Du Chen's punch, but when they heard the foreman's howl, they reacted and pounced on him, trying to outnumber him. Sun Yufan was terrified and cried, Son, run, we can't beat them. The surrounding onlookers also shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Du Chen might be killed. Quite a big lad, why so impulsive? You can fight again, but there are several of them. Don't you understand the principle that two fists can't beat four hands? At a time like this, the best thing to do is to concede and save yourself. When Han Xian also suffered crotch humiliation how can you not stand? But just as the surrounding crowd was looking down on Du Chen, they only heard a few screams. Du Chen's meteor fist was so fast that no one could see what was going on, and the workers all flew out, spitting blood, injured. With just a few of you, you still want to fight with me? Do you deserve it? Du Chen coldly rebuked. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. So handsome. A female patient looked at Du Chen with a face full of floridity. Her words shouted out the voices of many girls. Du Chen was as mighty as a heavenly god. Just standing there made people worship him with awe. Several girls couldn't help but want to rush over and ask for an autograph. Sun Yufan was also a bit dumbfounded. Son, when did you become so capable of fighting? Du Chen's face converged with anger and looked at Sun Yufan with a smile. Mom, you don't have to be afraid in the future. I will protect you and my father. Hearing this, Sun Yufan reveals a touched color. Old tears, my son has grown up. Really grown up. Yes, I've grown up. No one will dare to bully you two in the future. Du Chen knew that his old mom must have suffered a lot of grievances over the years and couldn't help but feel heartbroken. However, this was not the time to chat. Du Chen pacified his old mom, immediately walked coldly to the front of the terrified cattle daju, and asked, Now you think, my father's injury is a work injury? No. Yes. Niu Daju subconsciously wanted to say no, but reacted incorrectly and hurriedly nodded. Since it's a work injury, why don't you compensate for it? Du Chen once again pressed the question. This, Niu Daju didn't dare to say. How could he say it? The company gave a total of 200,000 expenses, and that money was also left behind by him. Used to gamble all lost. Let Du Chen know. Not beat him to death. Yes, there is. Niu Daju's eyes lit up and hurriedly said, It's the big boss of the company who refused to give the money. I can't do anything about it. As long as the responsibility is shifted to the company, it's fine. The company is very powerful anyway. Does Du Chen still dare to go to the company to claim the debt? When Du Chen heard that it was the company's responsibility, he couldn't help but frown. What is your company called? Oriental Construction Group. People's family is big. I advise you not to go, or this matter can't be good. Niu Daju was afraid that Du Chen would go, rushed to persuade. Humph. I don't care what company he is. If he dares to bully my father like this, he can't be spared. Du Chen drank with a cold face. Niu Dajuang's heart tightened. It's over. How come this kid is so raw? He even dares to find trouble with the company? No, we need to report to Zhao Xiao's side. Let him find a few social people to teach Du Chen's family a lesson. Otherwise I'm afraid that there will really be a big trouble. Just see Niu Dajuang immediately walked to a quiet corner, called the people above. Hello, Zhao Xiao. I'm Niu, the contractor. Do you remember Du Chen's family? That kid didn't know where he learned some martial arts, and just now he beat me up severely, and also put out the word that it's not enough for you to give only 200,000, and that he has to ask you to give him $2 million. Chapter 17, so what if you're competent? What? Is this kid poor and crazy? The insurance company did pay out $1 million, but his insurance was given by the company. This money should be ours. Zhao Xiao had a gloomy face. This young man did not intend to give a penny at first. To give him 200,000 even if it is my mercy. But he is still not happy? Niu Dajuang hurriedly arched his fire. Alas, who says it isn't? What can you do about it? Don't worry about it. I'll immediately call some brothers over to clean him up. Isn't he able to fight? Today, I'll teach him that even the highest martial arts skill is afraid of a chopper. Zhao Xiao's tone was full of viciousness. Niu Dajuang revealed a look of excitement, then was about to leave the hospital. But when he turned around, he was shocked to find that Du Chen didn't know when he was standing behind him. You heard it all? Niu Dajuang shivered in fear, his face turning white. Oh, really think I'm stupid? Lao Zi has long seen that you have a problem. Du Chen sneered. He had his body and brain developed by the temporary worker token, becoming smarter and more insightful into human nature than before. So he knew very well that the bagman wouldn't care about this matter if he couldn't get any benefits. Just now, when Du Chen watched the contractor sneaking around, he knew that he wasn't doing anything good and followed over to eavesdrop. Sure enough, Du Chen heard from the phone that Zhao Xiao actually gave 200,000, but was only withheld by the contractor. Of course, that Zhao Xiao is not a good thing. Obviously there is $1 million payout, but only give $200,000. He also said that the company gave the insurance. Then the insurance for the workers is not to have a good payout in the event of an accident? Du Chen coldly stared at the contractor. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. When will that 200,000 return to me? I don't have any more money. I've lost it all. Brother, you let me off. Niu Daju is full of pleading. At the time my mom also so begged you. You can ever let us off the hook? Du Chen was full of hatred. What's more, you also deliberately stirred up trouble. If not for my discovery, you still don't know how to sneer right now. Niu Dajuang's face was so pale that he couldn't speak anymore. Du Chen grabbed him by the collar. Go borrow the money and return it to me immediately, or I'll send you directly to the police station to see how many years you can be sentenced for embezzling my father's life-saving money. Don't. I'll return it here. Niu Dajuang was terrified and hurriedly called to find someone else to borrow money. You find someone else to borrow money, then if you can't pay it back, isn't it a pitfall? Find a lending platform to borrow. Du Chen said in a cold voice. You're asking me to borrow from loan sharks? I'll be killed if I can't pay it back. Niu Dajuang was horrified. Du Chen sneered. Is that so? It's none of my business. Niu Dajuang was suffocated beyond belief, but could only borrow 200,000 in usury, because he knew he would really be sent to jail if he didn't pay it back. Du Chen watched the money arrive and directly released Niu Dajuang. This guy would have the loan sharks clean him up, and definitely wouldn't hit him any lighter than himself. Now only that Zhao Xiao was left. Du Chen was thinking about how he should go to Oriental Construction Company to find someone when he saw Su Shenghua coming with a big bag. Su Shenghua, who came over for the second time, obviously had a much more polite attitude, carrying a large bag of gifts for Sun Yufan, causing Sun Yufan to be flattered. What are you doing here? Du Chen coldly stared at Su Shenghua. Mr. Du, I was wrong before. I'll make amends to you, but please make sure you save my boss. Otherwise if something happens to him, I'll suffer too. Su Shenghua was full of pleading. After Du Chen's previous anger, Su Shenghua realized that he had nothing to be proud of in front of Du Chen, so that's why he lowered his attitude to beg for mercy. But he had already offended Du Chen, and Du Chen didn't want to go help with the cure. Rather, it was Sun Yufan who persuaded from the side. Son, more friends make more roads. Maybe in the future you'll need people's help? Right, Right, right. My boss is the boss of Oriental Construction Company, worth $10 billion. If you can cure him, you can completely walk sideways in the local area in the future, Su Shangwa said in a hurry. Du Chen was a bit stunned. Your boss is the boss of Oriental Construction Company? Then do you know a what Zhao Xiao? Zhao Xiao, you're not talking about our boss's grandson, are you? Su Shangwa hesitated. It should be him, otherwise how would he dare to embezzle the compensation money from the people below him? Du Chen sneered. It's just as well. I want to find a chance to teach young Zhao a lesson. Let's go together. Ah, teach Zhao Xiao a lesson? Why? Su Shangguo was a bit nervous. His grandfather is sick, isn't he? Then did you see how miserable my father is? It's because of this guy. Du Chen's eyes spewed fire. This. Forget it. I don't care about this. As long as you can cure our boss. Su Shangguo made up his mind. Du Chen nodded. Subdued. The two immediately left the ward. The black Bentley was parked downstairs. Du Chen sat in it and only felt that this luxury car was just energizing. The car was spacious, and the seats were soft and comfortable, and the interior looked very luxurious, showing from the inside out that this car was definitely not cheap. How much is this car? Du Chen asked. He wanted to make sure how long he would need to struggle to afford this car. 69 million. Su Shangwa could see how Du Chen liked it and couldn't help but be slightly smug. This kid must not be able to afford this kind of luxury car. He must be envious of himself, right? In fact, it's understandable. Some people can't drive this kind of luxury car in their whole life, although Su Shangwei is just a driver, but occasionally can take advantage of the boss something, drive out to pretend to feel very cool. Even to match this car, he bought a fake Rolex gold watch to make himself look like a tycoon. With this car and this fake watch, he didn't know how many girls he'd picked up, and even had schoolgirls he'd slept with. Actually, mister, you don't need to be envious. You just need to work hard and sooner or later you will be able to afford this car one day, Su Shangwa said smugly. But this is actually something he doesn't believe himself. Du Chen is so young. If he wants to afford this kind of car, he probably has to struggle for many years, right? Oh, even if it is a little bit of ability to catch ghosts. And what is the use? Is not a poor one? Su Shangwa secretly sneered in his heart, but only heard Du Chen frowned and said, a broken car more than 5 million? Surprisingly, it takes 5 months of my salary to buy it. 5 months salary? Su Shangwa was shocked. Your $1 million a month salary? Well, someone offered me $1 million, but I didn't say yes because they made me a florist. It's simply too big a deal. Besides, what do I do that I can't earn that kind of money? Du Chen said confidently. Su Shangwei completely shocked, full of admiration. I just looked down on you. Really ignorant. You can be better than me. No, I do not deserve to compare with you. Du Chen waved his hand. Drive well. I am not in the mood to compare with you. Su Shangwei was a little embarrassed and could only concentrate on driving. Chapter 18, The Living Llama. Soon, the two arrived at the place. This is a villa area. Not to mention how this side of the lot, just the inside of the gorgeous small house, at a glance is worth a lot of money, and the entrance is heavily guarded. There are 4 standing guard, and there are also patrolling people constantly walking around, in order to prevent exhaust pollution villa and security issues, so the car cannot be driven in. Villa outside a special parking lot. There is a special parking lot outside the villa. If you want to enter the villa, you can only take the battery car prepared by the community. Du Chen followed Su Shangwei into the villa in the battery car. Looking at the beautiful surroundings, he couldn't help but sigh. The houses here are very expensive, right? Su Shangwa lived over here. Although he lived in a small room in the boss's house that was specially for the driver, it was usually enough for him to brag about it. But at this moment, Su Shangwa didn't dare to be reckless in front of Du Chen, and smiled apologetically. The house here is just more than a year of your salary. Du Chen nodded slightly, but in his heart, he was surprised that it was really not cheap. Su Shangguo led Du Chen to the door of the villa where his boss lived and rang the doorbell. Is the boss at home? I'm old Su. I've brought a high-ranking person to cure the boss. The door was opened, and a charming young woman stood in the door opening wearing an apron, looking at Su Shangwei and Du Chen suspiciously. Su Shangguo hurriedly introduced Du Chen. Mr. Du, this is the family's nanny, called Suwei. Suwei, this is Mr. Du, but an able man, here to cure the boss. Du Chen nodded to Suwei, while in his heart, he lamented that this boss is quite good at enjoying himself, finding such a beautiful young woman to be his nanny, and not afraid of making a mistake after drinking. Of course, such a rich family, even if it is not drunk. I do not know how many women to jump into his arms. Suwei looked at the young Du Chen, a little hesitant. Old Su, you're not mistaken. So Young is also a doctor? And I advise you not to take him up. Dr. Lu Tian is up there. What? Divine Dr. Lu is here? Su Shangguo revealed a look of surprise. Du Chen had heard of this Lu Tian, the city's most famous old Chinese medicine practitioner, nicknamed the living king of hell. It's not that he's scary, but he's praised for his excellent medical skills, because as long as he says this person can live, then this person can definitely live. If he said this person can't live, then no matter what people are invited to treat them, it won't work. At this time, the king of living hell was here. Su Shangwei was relieved and looked at Du Chen. I'm really sorry, letting you come all the way here for nothing. Du Chen was a bit stunned. Are you so sure that Lu Tian can cure your boss? Also right, why don't we just go up and take a look? Su Shangwei scratched his head. Such an old man, still doing things so unsteady. You really make me admire you. Du Chen was full of contempt. Ahem, let's go. I'll take you up. Su Shangwei was embarrassed and hurriedly led Du Chen into the villa. The villa was a 5-story one, with 4 floors above ground and 1 underground, and the boss's room was on the 4th floor up. Du Chen watched Su Shangwei lead himself into the elevator and couldn't help but sigh. In the end, it is a big family, installing an elevator in their own home. On the 4th floor, there were 5 rooms here, and at this moment, several people were gathering next to a black wooden door. Du Chen immediately understood that the sick boss should be in that room. Su Shangwei walked up and greeted several people respectfully, then found a tall woman and said, Missy, this is the high-ranking person I invited to cure the boss. That big lady glanced back at Du Chen and immediately waved her hand. No need, give him 10,000 labor fees and leave. The other few people also didn't care about Du Chen and didn't even bother to look at him. Du Chen was a bit dissatisfied. Do you think I came on this trip just to earn your $10,000? These words made Su Shangwei startled, hurriedly waving his hand at Du Chen and persuading him in a low voice. Don't talk like that. Our Missy has a bad temper. She deserves to make the old man in the room wait for death just because she has a bad temper? Du Chen's voice was icy cold. As soon as he went upstairs just now, he realized that the place was heavy with yin qi, and the source was in the room. An old man can't withstand such heavy yin qi tossing, so if he is not saved in time, he can only wait for death. As for that what's-his-name living Yama Lu Tian, as long as he wasn't a real Yama, he couldn't do anything about this yin qi. This can only be removed with a temporary worker token. But the next few people didn't know about this, and they all stared angrily at Du Chen, especially Missy. She even scolded sternly. What nonsense are you talking about? With King of Living Hell Lu Tian around, how could anything happen to my grandfather? Not bad. Why can't you kids speak human words? Cursing our grandpa to death? What an asshole. I think he owes a beating. Su Shangwei, what kind of did you find? What can this young kid do? Just give him $10,000 and enjoy yourself. How dare he say such crazy things? Go call security. Get him out and beat him up. Several people were chiding at Du Chen. They were all the juniors of Su Shangwei's boss. There were grandchildren, nephews, all sorts of connections, but they weren't really concerned about the old man's well-being. The reason why they were guarding this place was because they wanted to be the first to get the benefits when the inheritance was divided. Seeing how angry these people were, Su Shangwei hurriedly pulled Du Chen. I really regret bringing you up here. Don't provoke them. Let's go. Du Chen nodded. Let's go. I also regret coming up here. After all, people are waiting to share their inheritance. If I cure someone, they will still hate me. These words made a few people on the opposite side instantly feel weak. The young lady, however, was agitated with anger, and even directly rushed over, grabbed Du Chen's collar, and angrily questioned, What did you say? I want my grandfather to die, don't you? Your family's chauffeur knows to run out and hire someone to cure his boss. But you, as the patient's own granddaughter, refused to let me try. What is this if not a heart of gold? Du Chen despised. You fart. With the king of living hell around, my grandfather will definitely get well. Missy shouted. Is that so? Want to make a bet? I bet he can't cure your grandpa. Du Chen sneered. Missy's eyes erupted with fire. Alright, I'll make this bet with you. If my grandfather is cured, you'll put on a dog chain and go live in my kennel for a month. Du Chen didn't expect this woman to have a fiery temper and such a ruthless method of doing things. In that case, she must be taught a lesson. Alright, I promise you, but if the king of living hell can't cure your grandfather, you'll have to be my maid and serve me for a month. Dare you? Du Chen sneered. The other people's faces changed drastically. The 10 billionaire's own granddaughter giving you a maid? Why don't you go to heaven? Su Shangwei was scared silly and hurriedly tugged at Du Chen. Missy, don't be angry. I'll get rid of him. No need. I promise. Missy was unconvinced. I'm telling you, you're going to lose. Du Chen shrugged his shoulders and stood by the side, waiting. Missy, on the other hand, was staring at Du Chen like an angry old hen, frying her feathers. Not long after, the door of the room opened and the living hell king Lu Tian walked out of the room. Everyone immediately surged forward, asking questions in a variety of ways. Divine Dr. Lu, How is the old master? Is the old master dying? Has the will been made? Should we go in now and see the old master one last time? A group of people were concerned about the property. Missy was very angry, especially when she saw the sneering smile of Chen next to her. The fire was even more intense, glaring at a few people next to her and cursing. Scram! You wastrels, if something really happens to my grandfather, I'll be the first to kick you out of the company. The several people all shut up in fear at once. They all knew this Missy's status in the company. And at this moment, living Yin King Lutian also shook his head inside. Prepare for the aftermath. This disease, no one can cure it. Chapter 19, Pointing and Cursing. Fart. Two voices sounded at the same time. The people who spoke were none other than Missy and Chen. It was just that one of these two was agitated and cranky, while the other was filled with displeasure. Living Yan Wang had been practicing medicine for so many years. Everyone was polite to him, and he had never seen anyone who dared to insult him to his face. At this time, his face was a little black, and he sighed. What do you mean? No meaning, just looking down on you. Chen stood out and looked at Li Tian with a sneer. You can't even cure this little problem, and you still call yourself the king of living hell. Why do you have such a big face? Missy even united with Chen and said coldly, not bad, aren't you the king of living hell? How come you can't cure my grandfather's disease? Then what qualifications do you have to call Yama king and divine doctor? Lu Tian was angered to death by these two and rebuked in a deep voice. I would like to ask, you two despise old man so much, then will you cure the patient? Missy was speechless. She didn't know anything about medicine, but Chen bristled. I can. What's the big deal? A few people beside him gave sideways glances, especially Li Tian. Just now he thought that Chen was a patient's family member, but only now did he notice that something was wrong. Who are you? Who cares who I am? As long as I can cure the patient, all of you get out of the way. Chen directly walked forward and pushed Li Tian away to enter the room to cure the patient. Missy, however, grabbed his hand and asked seriously, can you really cure my grandfather? The corners of Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile. Missy, go fetch a basin of hot water. Are you going to use it for healing? Missy was puzzled. No, save it for when you wash my feet in a while. After all, as a maid, you have to do everything. Chen said this and walked into the room without looking back. Missy froze, then gritted her teeth and looked at the door of the room. Damn bad guy, if you can't cure my grandpa and wait again. While the living king of hell next to him had an ugly look on his face. You guys can't help but humiliate me a bit. I said I can't be cured, but I found such a brat to cure me? That's right, it can't be like this. This is indeed a bit excessive. Call the person out. Don't let him cure you. Don't give the old man any problems. The several late generations beside them all tried to persuade. As a matter of fact, the patient was already dying. So what could go wrong with the treatment? These people were not worried about the old master. They were clearly afraid that Chen would really cure him. Missy also understood, so she didn't pay attention to these people's questioning and blocking, and just waited. When Lu Tian saw this attitude of Missy, he immediately laughed coldly. Little girl, you are really crazy. Your parents didn't even dare to belittle me like this when they were alive. If you have the ability to cure my grandfather, I can give you as much consultation money as you want. If you can't cure my grandfather, shut up. Missy had a fiery temper and directly rebuked. These words caused Lu Tian's old face to turn red and white for a while, so embarrassed that he couldn't speak anymore. He simply stood by the side with a black face and waited. He would like to see how Chen could cure the person. At this moment, Chen, after coming to the room, walked directly to the patient's bed. There was an old man lying on the bed, and this was none other than Zhao Huanlong, a $10 billion tycoon. But such a big man, at this time even withered yellow face, skinny bones, are almost no one. He seems to have fallen into a deep coma. Chen walked over, did not see him have any reaction, looking at this old man in a coma, but his face still flashes from time to time a painful expression. Chen, some pity, although I have a grudge against your grandson, but after all, you did not do anything wrong, and even I have heard of you many times to participate in donations, but also to build an orphanage, is a kind of a good person. Although he had a grudge against Zhao Xiao, Chen didn't make things difficult for the old man and took out his own temporary worker token and placed it towards the old man. An icy cold qi was immediately forced out from the old man's body, and the temperature of the entire room instantly lowered in an eerie sort of coldness. Chen, however, did not feel much. After all, he was now a cultivator. Even without this temporary worker token, he could easily deal with some ghosts and monsters. As the token gently shook again, the qi of the whole room all melted away as if ice and snow had met the sun. But what made Chen wonder was that Zhao Huanglong's face didn't look much better. Right, he was too old to be disturbed by the qi for such a long time. It was only normal that he couldn't handle it. He had to think of a way to help him recover. Otherwise his earlier claim of curing the patient would really become bragging. When the time comes, the Zhao family will probably fight with him for their lives. Du Chen frowned as he meditated on how to treat this old man. In fact, this old man is just weak. If he would be a doctor, maybe he can even give a prescription to make up for it. But now should we let the living king of hell, Li Tian, come in? How humiliating would that be? Du Chen played with the temp token in his hand, his head spinning rapidly. Snap! He was careless and dropped the token on the ground with a crisp sound. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it didn't break, did it? I still have to use it when I go to the heavenly court. Du Chen picked it up in a panic. Ha, right, Du Chen said about going to heavenly court. His head suddenly had an idea. He hated that he could not slap himself. How could he forget about this simplest of all cures? Only to see Du Chen immediately rushed to the door of the room, and without opening the door, he said through the door, "Is there any balloons at home? Give me a few, and bring a pump along." Balloons? There are still a few left from the last birthday party. But what do you need that for? Missy was puzzled. Shut up, little maid. Hurry up and go get it. Your grandfather will be cured soon. These few balloons are the key. Du Chen stood behind the door and chided. Good. If the balloons are brought and you can't be cured, let's see how I'll clean you up. Sister Tsue, bring all the balloons from home. Missy was furious and went to ask the nanny to get something, and living Yin King Lu Tian's voice came through the door. This is ridiculous. I've been practicing medicine for many years, and I've never seen a balloon cure before. Then I'll give you a chance to meet it today. No need to thank me, Du Chen said indifferently. You really piss me off. Brat, if you can't cure the patient, I'm not done with you, Lu Tian angrily rebuked. Du Chen picked his nose indifferently. What if I cure it? Lu Tian angrily shouted. If you can really cure this kind of disease that I can't even cure, then it proves that you are the world's miracle doctor. I'm willing to worship you as my teacher. Mamma mia, think of that good thing. You're willing to worship your master, but you don't ask me if I'm willing to accept it? Du Chen bristled. The crowd outside the door was dumbfounded. In the past, who saw the king of living hell Li Tian was not respectful. At this time, this guy not only even teased, but was not even willing to accept a disciple? This guy in the end, what is the way? Li Tian but think this is simply a liar. Do not dare to accept their own, must be afraid of being broken down. So swore, well, you do not want to accept me as a disciple. That is always willing to accept all of my family property, right? Today I, Li Tian, will bet with you on the entire family fortune. If you win, I will give you everything I have. If you lose, go kowtow in front of my clinic for a month, as an apology to me. Not fighting for buns, Li Tian had been successful for a long time, and had never been belittled so much. Moreover, he was actually showing the Zhao family this way. After all, these people even still ignored his words and let a brat treat him. They simply didn't put him in their eyes. Having Du Chen go and kowtow to himself and apologize. This was called knocking the mountain and pointing at the tiger. Didn't you Zhao family believe in Du Chen? I'll see if you lose face when he kneels to the old man. Du Chen naturally understood Li Tian's thoughts, but laughed disdainfully. How much money can you have as a doctor? $1 million? $2 million? My Tian clinic's annual income is at least 200 million. What do you think? Li Tian sneered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Okay, I'll bet with you. Du Chen didn't expect this Li Tian to be so ruthless that he even took out his entire fortune. If this doesn't win him by the seat of his pants, it's all sorry for this guy's courage. Chapter 20, A Relaxing Treatment. Soon, Nanny Tsue brought the balloons. Du Chen opened the door a little gap to keep the crowd from seeing the situation in the house, then took the pack of balloons and quickly closed the door again. Not to mention, the balloons that this rich family played with were all different, especially sturdy and quite big. Du Chen immediately used the temp token to fly up to the sky. He was able to use the token to go up to the sky. He just couldn't come up without the permission of the other gods. This was the strict and solemn heavenly court. For a three-less mortal like him with no position, no identity, and no background to come here, that was basically considered an invasion and was to be arrested. Let's put it this way. The last guy who came to the heavenly court so casually and wandered around blindly was called Sun Wukong. On the surface, it seems that Sun Wukong eventually became the Buddha, which seems to be very powerful. But you have to look at this kind of thing through the phenomenon to see the essence. Was the Monkey King hunted down and hunted from the sky to the ground? Was he imprisoned for 500 years? Is not also to the Tang monk as a bodyguard, on foot, not to mention the 108,000 miles, but also all the way to fight to send the West to heaven. Enjoy the blessings of things Tang monk and Pig 8 quit them to? In the end, it was forced to become a monk. Quite a good monkey. Can only eat vegetarian, cannot marry, so cut off the children and grandchildren. You taste, this fate how miserable. So Du Chen did not dare to make a mistake, although he came to the heavenly court, but he was there honestly blowing up balloons with a pump. Soon, all 20 balloons were filled. Du Chen stuffed them into his Qiankuan bag and immediately went back. The very next moment he left, a gaudy mortal holding a lute came over, full of doubts. Strange, I clearly feel a strange aura over here. Could it be an intruder? This fairy, belonging to the 4 heavenly kings of the heavenly court, Andy Lau, Jackie Chung, said it wrong, start over. This fairy, belonging to the 4 heavenly kings of the heavenly court, Magic Lai Ching, Magic Li So, Magic Lai Hong, Magic Lai Hai. These 4 brothers, holding the pipa. This fairy ranked second, is for Magic Li So, but Du Chen did not know. He has returned to the mortal world. Du Chen touched out a balloon and sprayed it on the face of the sickly Zhao Huanglong on the bed. This was the aura breathed in by the gods and goddesses in the sky. That was too useful, not to mention curing illnesses. Even returning to old age wasn't too difficult. So after Zhao Huanglong inhaled the aura from a balloon, his face became rosy, even the wrinkles on his face were much less. Surprisingly, he became younger. Moreover, when Du Chen examined Zhao Huanglong's body, he found that he was in his dozens of years old, but his physical functions didn't lose much to the young. This aura was too strong. It directly gave this old guy a dry rejuvenation. Du Chen was astonished beyond measure. Zhao Huanglong, on the other hand, slowly opened his eyes and sat up in confusion. Who are you? Where is this place? This is your home. I'm your doctor. Du Chen put the balloon away and said indifferently. Right, I hit a ghost before. That woman wanted to possess me. Zhao Huanglong was terrified beyond belief, jumping up violently from the bed. Looking at that body and bones, not much worse than a young man, Du Chen immediately explained, there's no more female ghost. I've already sent her to reincarnation, and I've cured your illness. Really? Zhao Huanglong was skeptical. Look down. If you weren't cured, could you be so energized? Du Chen teased. Zhao Huanglong looked down and was pleasantly surprised. I am so happy. It's really a divine doctor. Ha 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 ha. Du Chen shrugged his shoulders, but at this moment, there was a sharp knock from Missy outside the door. Grandpa, are you awake? Why do I hear your voice? Yes, I'm awake. Zhao Huanglong's voice was loud and clear, not at all like he was sick, and was very relaxed as he walked out of bed to open the door. Outside the door, Missy was waiting, and when she saw that her grandfather had actually stood up, she was so surprised that she was about to pounce over for a hug. Du Chen, however, ran over ahead of him, cut off in the middle, and hugged Missy's soft and delicate body. Instantly, the aroma hit his nose. What are you doing? Missy's face flushed red as she pushed Du Chen away. The grandeur of her chest had just impacted his chest a bit because she had rushed too fast. Du Chen rubbed his chest, and said with a hefty smile, Little Miss is developing well. The young lady was furious and raised her hand in shame to slap Du Chen. You stinking rascal, I'll fight you. Yo, the little maid is going to hit her master? Du Chen flirted without fear. Missy also suddenly remembered the bet with Du Chen and was a bit flustered. Now that her grandfather was cured, did she really have to be a maid for him? The old man, on the other hand, was grateful when he saw Du Chen stopping his granddaughter and constantly flirting with her, because he understood that Du Chen was helping him. This Zhao Huanglong was in a state of excitement. If he had just cuddled up with his granddaughter, he would have been discovered, and he would have been embarrassed to death. At this moment, the way these 3 people were getting along was really like a family, and those relatives next to him were muttering in their hearts. Could it be that this Du Chen and Missy have some kind of ulterior motive? If these two have a relationship and have a child, then when the property is divided in the future, won't there be one more person who will steal the food? For a while, those relatives all changed color, thinking about how to please the old master, and incidentally break up these 2 people. But the most ugly face, or living Yan Wan Li Tian. How is it possible? How is it possible that the person who is obviously bound to die is really cured? Li Tian scanned the old man up and down, muttering with disbelief. There is nothing impossible. It is you who put yourself in too high a position. Other people to please you, praise you too. Living Yan Wang, really think they are omnipotent Yan Wan? Du Chen directly voiced out a lesson. Hearing this, Li Tian did not get angry, but instead froze. A moment later, he unexpectedly said with quite a bit of regret. Right, you're right. It's myself who thinks too highly of myself. This prideful and arrogant mentality has affected my learning progress, making me headstrong. If this continues, sooner or later, I will cause a medical incident. I'm really thankful to you, Senior, for waking me up. Du Chen was stunned. What senior? Your medical skills are superior to mine. Naturally you should be my senior. Besides, we made a bet before. As long as you cure the patient, my Taiyan clinic is yours. Now I am already considered your employee. I cannot pay a penny of my salary. I just want to be able to follow you around to learn some medical skills. Li Tian lowered his condescending head and even bowed deeply. Du Chen was instantly speechless. I don't know medical skills. How can I teach you? What's that? Actually, I was just joking with you. How can I really want your clinic? That's all you have? I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Du Chen hurriedly found an excuse to run away. He was highly powerful and ran extremely fast. These people couldn't stop him at all. Li Tian looked at Du Chen's hastily departing back. His face was filled with reverence. What a noble person, even refused to take my clinic. But I, Li Tian, am not one to keep my word. I will go and transfer the clinic to this divine doctor now. Zhao Huanglong also regretted and slapped his thigh. How did the divine doctor leave? I haven't thanked him yet. Who brought the person here? Quickly tell me the contact information. Su Shanghua hurriedly stepped forward. He almost killed his boss before. Now he finally made up for it. Chapter 21, Go to the bar and accompany me. Du Chen ran out of Zhao Huanglong's house before suddenly remembering that he didn't seem to ask for payment. It was a wasted effort, but luckily, he didn't have to exert much effort, and the aura in these 19 balloons on his body can save at least 19 people, so it's not too much to ask to sell one for $1 million, right? That's $19 million, and it was good not to take the money, so that in the future when he cleaned up Zhao Xiao, he wouldn't have to take care of Zhao Huanglong's emotions. After all, it was the female ghost that made Zhao Huanglong sick, and the female ghost was related to Du Chen, so without this cure, Du Chen always felt that he was the one who caused Zhao Huanglong to get sick, and always felt indebted. Ding dong. Du Chen was thinking about it, and suddenly realized that a WeChat came from his cell phone. It was from Lu Moer. Du Chen, don't forget to come to the Black Night Bar at night, or don't blame me for not being polite. Du Chen slapped his head. How did he forget about this? Lu Moer was not one to be messed with. This woman had always had a high self-esteem and was proud of her nostrils. She was seen by herself underwear photos, took advantage of so big. If she can't get it back, I'm afraid it's going to make a scene. However, Du Chen didn't want to go over like that, and sent a message saying, want me to go over to accompany you? Call your husband to listen. Bastard, you want to die? Taking advantage of me isn't enough, is it? Lu Moer sent a voice message, gritting her teeth. I'm giving you a chance to take advantage of me. Do you know how many people want to call me husband? Du Chen sighed. I advise you not to be in the blessed and not know the blessings, or you find someone else to help you? Lu Moer didn't respond. Du Chen thought to himself, could it be that she's pissed off? But just in the next moment, a voice message was sent over. Du Chen had some premonition and first bookmarked this voice message, then chose to play it. Hubby. In the voice was Lu Moer's shy and melodious voice. The voice that seemed to be like a little milk cat pampering, tantalized Du Chen's heart and couldn't help but want to listen to it twice more. But Lu Moer directly withdrew the message and said smugly, Humph, listening to it once is enough. Don't try to take advantage of me. Du Chen he laughs. Fortunately, he had precautions. To this message in advance collection. At this time directly into that message into the phone ringtone. At that time, if Lu Moer heard what will be the reaction? Just think about it, let Du Chen heartache. Because of the estimate that Lu Moer called himself over nothing good, Du Chen first went to eat a meal, save enough spirit, before taking a car to the Black Night Bar. In fact, Du Chen has never been to a bar before. In the past, when he was in school, his family was very strict and did not allow him to enter or leave this kind of place that did not look too serious. Later on, when he became an adult and came out to work, Du Chen didn't have the money to come over here to have a good time. So much so that this is the first time he has come to a bar. Du Chen stood at the entrance of the Black Night Bar, looking at the lack of people inside. He was a bit strange. This bar looks quite luxurious and expansive. How come there are no guests? In fact, he does not know. The Dark Night Bar is usually opened at 8 o'clock, business to 2 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, it was just 7 o'clock. Du Chen stood in front of the bar, took out his cell phone and intended to give Lu Moer a call, but suddenly saw this girl from the distance hurriedly walked over. Seeing Du Chen, Lu Moer grabbed his hand and said in a low voice, Go quickly. The guy I hate the most is also here. Who? Du Chen was a bit curious. A guy named Donkey. Lu Moer had an indignant look on her face. It was a girlfriend of hers who said she was having a birthday and asked her to come. As a result, when she came, she found that the guy who often harassed her was there, so she rushed out. She didn't want to spend much time with that disgusting guy, but she didn't expect that the other guy came out after her, and even brought a few minions to block the entrance of the bar, saying smugly, Morrison, you've come all the way here. Why did you run away when you saw me? Are you embarrassed? Hearing this teasing tone, Du Chen looked back and realized that it was a skinny little white guy. Following this guy, there were a few straggling guys. Seeing the door blocked, Lu Moer was a bit annoyed. Make way for the door. That won't do, unless you go back and accompany me to drink a few glasses of wine. The little white man said smugly. Humph, let me tell you, I have help. Lu Moer hugged Du Chen's arm and urged in a low voice. Why don't you say something? Du Chen nodded his head, then looked at the little white man with a smile. Brother Donkey, give me face and tell your men to get out of the way. how about it? The little white man's face immediately turned iron blue. Lu Amour and the others looked at Du Chen in shock. What's wrong? Du Chen realized that the crowd was looking at him in the wrong way and immediately asked the little white man, Brother Donkey, what's wrong with me? How dare you call me a donkey? The little white man was furious. Du Chen asked in dismay, don't you call this? Old me is called Matu, the horse of 1,000-mile horse, the household of household, horse household. The little white man shouted angrily, asterisk 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 asterisk. Du Chen blared at Lu Amour, you punked me. I thought he was really called a donkey. How do I know you'll really believe it? Which one is called a donkey? Lu Amour was helpless. Why not? The countryside is full of them. 2 donkeys bald donkeys all kinds. Du Chen shrugged his shoulders, seeing that these two are getting close and whispering. Matu is even more irritated. That kid, who are you? Dare to get so close to my goddess? Looking for death. Lu Amour's eyes rolled and she immediately said that Du Chen was her escort. But coincidentally, Du Chen's cell phone rang. Husband. Lu Amour's sweet-to-snooze little voice came out from Du Chen's cell phone. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They all heard that it was Lu Amour's voice. Could this guy be Lu Amour's husband? Even Lu Amour froze. Du Chen was a little embarrassed. He had saved Lu Amour's voice earlier just to tease this woman, but he didn't expect it to be heard by so many people. He hurriedly took out his cell phone, wanting to see who was so unenlightened to send a message to himself at this time. But after taking a look, he was dumbfounded. The cell phone showed that the bank card had arrived at $10 million. Du Chen was a bit bewildered. This is who called the wrong money, right? Just then, another message was sent over. That embarrassing husband voice spread again, but Du Chen couldn't care less and rushed to check the message. The person who sent the message was a person called Zhao Xinnian. She claimed to be Zhao Huanglong's granddaughter. Because Du Chen had left in a hurry before, he didn't have time to express his gratitude, and it was not easy for him to find his personal information and transfer this $10 million in consultation fees. Du Chen staggered. Before he also felt a loss. Did not expect this guy to cure a disease to give $10 million, but now is not the time to think about this. Next to Lu Amour's eyes are already about to kill. Matu was also very upset, gritted his teeth and said, okay, grandson, dare to pick up my woman? Are you rich? Or do you have someone? Dare to offend me? Du Chen thought about it and said seriously, I have a fist. Not convinced? Believe it or not, I'll you? Since he promised to be Lu Amour's imposter boyfriend for a month, Du Chen has to do his duty, not to mention that he doesn't want to see Lu Amour, a big beauty, being harassed by a white boy like a weak chicken. Chapter 22, Shutting the Door and Beating the Dog. Du Chen's words froze Lu Amour. She looked at Du Chen dumbfounded, suddenly feeling how this guy was so manly. Obviously, he was always playfully flirting with himself before. Matu, on the other hand, was so angry that he pointed at Du Chen. Grandson, you're crazy with me, aren't you? Have the guts to bet with me. Whoever wins, Lu Amour will follow him. Lu Amour's face was ugly when she heard this. Did this Matu treat her like cargo, arranging it at will? Du Chen snorted. Matu, to say that you are a donkey is really not wrong at all. For is my goddess, my true love. Why should I rely on a bet to decide where she belongs? Let me tell you, I can play this bet with you, but the betting contract has to be changed to as long as you lose. When you see froth in the future, you'll roll far away. All you can do is be smart. Matu also knew that he said the wrong thing, looked at Du Chen with hatred, then walked directly to the bar's counter. 2 out of 3 games. If you lose, kneel down and call me grandpa on the spot, then kneel down at the door to greet the guests tonight. Dare you? Don't bet. There are many of them. You can't win. Lu Amour whispered. Du Chen waved his hand, striding forward. How to bet? You people. Lu Amour was so angry that she stomped her feet, her chest bounced, and the men all drooled as they watched. Matua became even more horny, swearing that he must get Lu Amour, and at the same time, he hated Du Chen even more. Come on. The first round will be a wine fight first. Okay, Du Chen quickly agreed, thinking that this is not to the muzzle of the gunnet. Lousy, a gathering Chi realm expert, cannot spell you a little white boy? But the little white man is the little white man. Enough even directly called all their own little brother, but also said loudly, I just said but you and a group of us to spell. Since you promised, then come. Lu Amour stood behind Du Chen and anxiously chided. Matu, do you want to be shameless? It doesn't matter, come. The corner of Du Chen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a smile as he said, since the bet was proposed by you, is this wine money to be paid by you? Poor bastard, you can't even afford to pay for the wine? Old man's treat. Matua pretended to be generous. The little brothers behind him were all excited. Lu Amour, however, was angry and asked Du Chen, what are you showing off for? Don't be afraid, I can't get drunk from 1,000 cups, isn't he playing dirty? Let's do it too. Chen smiled badly. Go get the expensive wine. Take what's expensive. Take as much as you can. Lu Moer's eyes lit up. Yes, this guy is a strange man, and can pedal a bicycle to catch up with a motorcycle. How can he not be able to drink? She gave a thumbs up towards Chen, then quickly ran to bring more than 20 bottles of whiskey. These are not the ordinary varieties of 200 or 300. They are all top quality goods flown in from Scottish distilleries, the kind that costs more than $5,000 a bottle. At this moment about 25 bottles, directly $13,000 or $14,000. But Chen is still dissatisfied. Directly from under the bar to find a few ice buckets holding ice, distributed to each person and then brought a bunch of wine to pour these buckets full. Only then did he boldly say, drink to each other. Manhwa and the others were all a bit confused, looking at the bucket in front of Chen that was up to his knees. Drinking with this? It's going to die. But Chen directly grabbed a bucket of wine and gulped it down. Manhwa and Lu Moer and the others were just dumbfounded as they watched Chen drink the bucket of wine in one gulp, and then just sat there calmly as if nothing was wrong. Drink. Whoever doesn't drink admits that he is a coward. Drink. Must drink. Otherwise I look down on you. Lu Moer immediately followed the fire, unable to do anything about it. Manhwa could only pick up the wine barrel one by one with an ugly face, but they all hesitated and didn't dare to move. On the contrary, there was a relatively naive little brother who actually started to drink, thinking that if Chen could do it, he must be able to do it himself. But when he really started drinking, he realized that although this whiskey was not as good as the national liquor, it was not weak, just drank less than 5 mouths. This little brother directly ran to the side of the wild vomiting. At this moment, Manhwa was so scared that he directly threw the bucket away. We'll let you have this game. Lu Moer immediately skimmed her mouth in contempt. Coward. Manhwa and the others all had ugly faces. Chen, however, shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, pay for the drinks first. Humph, just pay the money. I really don't know why you're following this poor bastard. Foamy. Manhwa was originally upset at being called a coward, but now he was complacent again, thinking that being rich was bullish. The people from the bar immediately came over to settle the bill, and after doing some calculations, they directly asked for $600,000. What the hell? Uing pit ah. Just a few bottles of wine want me $600,000? Manhwa cursed angrily. Ma Shao, the wines you guys drank are all top quality goods. One bottle costs more than 5,000. You guys just drank more than 100 bottles. The barman said helplessly. Impossible. The wine just now only lasted for more than 50 bottles. Where did the rest go? Manhwa was still considered sober and angrily questioned. Lu Moer stood out and faintly said, oh, when I took the wine, I accidentally knocked over a wine cabinet. You said you invited the guests. You wouldn't care, right? After all, this is the bet that you brought up before I went to get the wine. You, me. Manhwa was made to squirm in his heart by these words, but he couldn't explain. Helplessly, he could only eat this dumb loss. Chen appreciatively glanced at Lu Moer. This little, enough. Manhwa endured the pain and gave the money, and immediately said, I don't care about this small amount of money. Let's come to the second game. Compare strength. As his words fell, those little brothers immediately have laughed and surged forward, surrounded Chen. Obviously, Manhwa wanted to take revenge on Chen for making him spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just now. In fact, this is more than strength. Manhwa planned to use it for the third game, but he can't wait to beat up Chen now. He must take out his anger before he can do so. Seeing all these people surrounded, Lu Moer couldn't help but be startled. What are you guys going to do? Do you want to fight? Don't ever do it. Fighting is bad. You'll get hurt. Chen advised bitterly. Wimped out? Then admit that you're a coward and kneel down and call your grandfather. I'll let you go. Manhwa sneered. Chen revealed a difficult look. Do you guys have to do it? I'm telling you guys seriously. You'll really get hurt. Manhwa immediately became impatient. There are so many words. Brothers on. Those little brothers immediately rushed up, frightening Lu Moer with a cry of alarm. Chen run. Without saying a word, Chen directly cast divine walking technique on his legs and then rushed into the distance. When the crowd saw him running like a rabbit, heading straight for the door of the bar, they couldn't help but all be stunned. This guy is also running too fast, right? Manhwa, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Foamy, did you see that? Who's the coward? He saw that he was going to get beaten up and ran away without you. Lu Moer stared at Chen with an ugly face, feeling that she really looked at the wrong person. The special thing about this guy is probably that he runs fast. But why don't you take me with you and run? But while these people were arrogant and complacent, Chen had already closed the door of the bar and laughed coldly. Who said I'm going to run away? Today I'll teach you an idiom called shut the door and beat the dogs. Let's see if I can't get you all killed today. Chapter 23, Black Widow. Chen closed the bar door and immediately rushed towards Manhwa and the others. His fists were like shooting stars, and he knocked down those juniors in 3 or 2 blows, beating them to tears. Manhwa was shivering as he watched. Lu Moer, however, looked excited. This old brother is too fierce. Chen was very nonchalant. While beating, he also asked, serve or not? Convince or not? Those little brothers were holding their heads, and their mouths were shouting, served, convinced, we admit defeat. Bull ********. How can you admit defeat? Manhwa was incomparably angry. If he lost this round, he wouldn't be able to compete anymore. As soon as Chen heard Mado's words, he walked over and kicked him out. Now what? Convinced? Chen asked. Mado hit the bar counter so hard that he directly collapsed that solid wood bar. He covered his chest in pain and coughed violently. I'm also convinced. I'm sorry, big brother. It's my dog's eyes. I shouldn't have gotten you in trouble. Chen bristled. 2 out of 3. You lost 2 in a row. Since you lost, what should you do in the future? No, I will definitely stay away from Lu Moer. Ma-Tu wimped out. But what he was thinking was that it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. And when Chen left, he would immediately smash money to hire a socialite to deal with him. Chen also knew that Manhwa would definitely pick a fight. But he wasn't afraid, because men are born to protect women. If because the enemy is difficult to be weak to avoid, that is still called what men? A man must be tough enough when he needs to be tough. Lu Moer looked at Chen with a face of adoration. You're great. I most admire men like you, capable of writing and martial arts. One can raise flowers and plant grass. Martial arts can go into battle to kill the enemy. This is simply a home travel must have the absolute best husband. If Lu Moer wanted Chen to pretend to be her boyfriend before, she was really moved and wanted to have some substantial relationship with this guy. Chen smiled and wrapped his arms around Lu Moer's waist, still thinking that she was acting in front of Mado, and deliberately said, come on, chick, give master a kiss and let you have a good night. Bark. Without hesitation, Lu Moer stood on her tiptoes and kissed Chen, leaving a faint lipstick mark on his face. Chen froze. Ma-Tu also almost exploded his lungs with anger. He couldn't even care less about his fear and roared angrily, Lu Moer, I regret it. The most suitable one for you should be me. Why do you like him? Even if this guy is capable of fighting again, in the end, he's just a poorer than 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 a poorer. But Lu Moer hugged Chen. Sorry, I just like him. Chen is still in the bewilderment of being kissed. Just at this time the bar people came over and said to Chen, this big brother, just now the money for the wine is paid by Ma Xiao. This time the things in our bar are smashed by you. You have to pay for it, right? Ha, him, can he afford to pay for it? Manhwa spat out a mouthful of spit viciously. Lu Moer immediately said, I'll help compensate. No need. Swipe the card. Chen faintly took out his bank card. The barman whispered and reminded, big brother, in the things you smashed, just that solid wood bar is more than $1 million to buy, but also broke a lot of wine behind the bar. Add up. How to be 2 million? Chen looked impatient. I said swipe the card, you can't hear? Although his heart also feel that these things are too damn expensive, but the face absolutely cannot show it. At this moment, what my brother wants is to be dashing. The people at the bar subconsciously took out their POS machines and surprisingly successfully paid. When Ma-Tu saw this, he was so embarrassed that he couldn't find a crack in the ground. It's too embarrassing. Just scolded people half a day poor then. The result is that people brush 2 million. Eyes do not even with blinking. If this kind of person is poor then this world still have rich people. Lu Moer was also surprised. She was just looking for someone to pretend to be her boyfriend. But she even picked up an invisible rich man? Chen gave the money and quickly walked away. Just out of the door he said to Lu Moer, I'm going home. You also go back. Are you a man or not? You want me to go back by myself this late? Lu Moer was dissatisfied. Okay, I'll send you home. Chen was speechless. I can see. You really aren't a man. Shouldn't you say invite me to your house for a couple of drinks at this time? Lu Moer stares at Chen with unblinking eyes. Drink 2 cups? Then are you still going to spend the night? Chen subconsciously asked. This may or may not be possible if I drink too much. Lu Moer shyly lowered her head, almost sort of explicitly telling Chen what she meant. Chen exclaimed, I take you as a friend. You want to sleep with me? Lu Moer gritted her teeth and looked at Chen. If it wasn't for the fact that she was inwardly trying to persuade herself that there was someone next to her, it was estimated that she would be able to pounce on Chen and bite him to death at this moment. Humph, I'm going home. You go home and live with your 2 hands. Lu Moer directly walked away with a cold face. Chen saw her leave. The bad smile on his face immediately disappeared and he quickly left with an ugly face. he is also not a little cutie. Could see Lu Moer's mind. Maybe by inviting this niece home, he could say goodbye to his single life at night. But just now, his temp token prompted him with a mission from the heavenly court. Help the elder Lord Taishang take out the garbage. This task wasn't mandatory. Chen could even choose to reject it, because there were no telling how many immortals in the heavenly court wanted to do this job. What was the other Supreme Lord Laojun? One of the three purities at the beginning of heaven and earth. The originator of Taoism. Don't look at him as a wimp in Journey to the West, but actually in the real heavenly court, the Jade Emperor would have to respect him. What's more, Taishang Laojun will be Alchemy when the Monkey King has eaten his immortality Dan only to become invulnerable. Beheading the immortal platform cannot be killed, and even the power of the great progress, but also be refined out of the eyes of the fire. Such a person throws out the garbage. That can still be called garbage. That is definitely a treasure. So Chen painfully rejected Lu Moer's gesture of goodwill. In the roadside anxiously taxi want to go home. To say that this is no car is trouble. Where to go still waiting for a car. It seems that they should buy a car. But when Chen finally got a car to leave, he didn't notice that behind him there was a noble woman in a long black dress staring at him. If Ma Du was over here, he would definitely be able to recognize this woman, because she was none other than the owner of Black Night Bar, Han Meng, a very legendary woman who was a business genius, and also an extremely beautiful woman, and even a martial arts expert. I don't know how many men with power and status as well as money wanted to take her for themselves, only to be taught a hard lesson by her and not dare to come close. That's why a lot of people gave her the nickname Black Widow. It was the name of a poisonous spider, highly poisonous and beautiful. But at this moment, the eyes of this condescending woman, who disdained other people, looked at Chen with admiration. Just now, in fact, the dispute between Chen and Ma Tu, she all watched in her eyes. Originally thought that it was just a common cross-cutting scene, so she didn't intervene. But she didn't expect Chen to show an amazing and incomparable strength. At least, in Han Meng's opinion, she was no match, not even for her own master. Moreover, Han Meng saw that Chen rejected Lu Moer, a great beauty's throwing herself at him, and became even more interested in him. She decided to find an opportunity to get closer to Chen. Chapter 24 The Child. Where did Chen know about Han Meng's existence? He was speeding back to his home. Having just returned home, Chen closed the courtyard door and was just about to accept the mission when he realized that his cell phone was ringing. A video invitation from Lu Moer. This woman, still not dead in her heart. Sorry, I'm not available. Chen rejected the video and replied with a message. Asterisk. You hang my video. Do you know how many people want a video with me that I ignore? Why are you so bullish? Why don't you go to heaven? Lu Moer was furious. Meanwhile, Chen accepted the mission and went to heaven. Arriving at the heavenly court, Chen looked up and saw a very magnificent palace. Tushio Palace, the residence of the Supreme Lord. Chen was full of anticipation and was about to head inside. Before he could take 2 steps, he saw a small child running out and staring at Chen vigilantly. Tai, who is the visitor? Give your name. De Xian. I'm Chen, a new temporary worker who accepted the task of cleaning up the garbage to come. Chen acted politely. Although the boy looked to be only 8 or 9 years old, he hadn't known how many years he had spent in the heavenly court. Chen estimated that he might be older than even his own grandfather, so he didn't dare to be overbearing. As soon as the boy heard that Chen was a garbage collector, he let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "Scared me to death. I thought there was another Sun Yukong." Chen's head was full of black lines, thinking, old me has such a handsome face. How dare you say I look like a monkey? Alright, the trash are over there. The child didn't even let Chen enter Tushio Palace, directly pointed a direction and left. It was true that people from the heavenly court were arrogant. This little boy who was obviously burning fire was this cocky. Chen skimmed his lips in displeasure and felt that he still needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. He searched in the direction the boy pointed and soon found a pile of garbage in a corner not far from Tushio Palace. There were burned pills, burned fans, and more still dust in this garbage. All of these things had obviously been scrapped, and if taken away, they were probably very harmful to one's body. Chen shook his head. Losing money. He quickly put the things into his Qiankuan bag and then was about to leave. But he saw that the boy who burned the fire just now chased out and poured another pot of dust from the alchemy furnace into his Qiankuan bag. Chen was speechless. That child but did not take it seriously, turned around and walked away, but also despondent. Master of furnace potion refining is decades hundreds of years. He is free. Go around to make friends on the road. I have to guard the stove has not been able to go away. Bored me to death. Alas. Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but sympathize with the boy. To a stove, a sit is decades hundreds of years. Also do not dare to leave too far. Who cannot carry? Look at those mortals. Not to mention staying in one place for decades. They just can't without a cell phone without going to the toilet. Ha, right, cell phone. Du Chen immediately called out to the boy with a thought in his mind. I have a pastime. Do you need it? The boy turned around in confusion and scanned Du Chen up and down, somewhat disdainful. Just you? A mere mortal? Do you know that even your master's clairvoyance and smooth ears are not in my eyes? I know, but I really have occasionally obtained a magic treasure. If you like, I can bring it to you, but this. Du Chen heatedly smiled and rubbed his thumb, index finger and middle finger. The meaning was clearly to ask for money. He wanted immortal coins. I'll give you the favor. You have to catch it as well. The child was full of disdain. As long as you can find something that satisfies me, even if I give you the upper clearing skill. What is the upper clearing skill? Du Chen was curious. Uneducated mortal. This is the technique practiced by my master, a supreme cultivation treasure of the Taoist family, the child proudly said. When Du Chen heard this, he was instantly excited. Although he already had the meteor fist, it was a boxing technique, and it was definitely inferior to the supreme clearing technique in terms of cultivation. This supreme clear technique was different. Hadn't he heard people say that this was the technique that even the Supreme Lord cultivated? Du Chen suppressed his excitement and hurriedly said, Wait here, I'll be right back. The child was impatient. As soon as possible. I still have to be busy looking at the alchemy furnace. Okay. Du Chen immediately used his temporary labor token to return to the mortal world and found a store to buy a tablet computer. What game to play? It is reasonable to say that King Pesticide and Chicken are the best, but there's no internet in the immortal world. Right, Plants vs Zombies, Angry Birds, Defend the Radish, and Happy Fun. These were all single-player games that were big hits back then or now, and it was guaranteed that the child would like them. Du Chen returned to the Tushio Palace with the tablet and found that the child was indeed still waiting. He immediately walked up and patiently explained, Child immortal, this is the tablet computer. Look at this Plants vs Zombies game. As long as you plant sunflowers, you can harvest the sun. What is a sunflower? Why can you harvest the sun? Isn't the sun the golden crow? And if you harvest the sun, the great god Hui may not be willing to do so. The child frowned and said, No, I'm wrong. What is harvested is sunlight, which is a currency in the game. Du Chen explained. Oh, it's not the sun. Then why can plants harvest sunlight? And why does the sunflower have a human face? Is it a demon? The child was curious. It's a plant. It's a kind of exaggerated anthropomorphism. Don't worry about it. After planting the sunflower, it's time to use the pea shooter. What's a pea? Is a finger shooter an archer? Why can a pea be an archer? Is it also a demon? The child was full of questions. Du Chen was already speechless. It seemed that explaining would not work. Du Chen simply opened the game and played a game in front of the child. The child watched curiously from the side, only to see Du Chen clicking on Harvest Sunshine for a while those pea shooters kept shooting the zombies, who attacked in various ways. Watching, the child's heart itched up. Can you let me play for a while? Du Chen saw that the effect was achieved and immediately handed the tablet to the child. The child is in the end a fairy. The ability to accept is still very strong, and soon got the hang of it, maneuvering the plants to fight the zombies, and soon crossed the pre-simple level. Child immortal, you are too good. Little brother admire. Du Chen hastily praised. Ha ha ha, fun, too much fun. The child was excited beyond words. Now I have something to pass the time. Thank you, brother. The boy who was looking down on Du Chen a moment ago, not to mention how happy he was at this moment, he even immediately ran to bring a purple gourd. Here, there are 10 purple gold pills in here. It can strengthen your body so that you won't be afraid of swords and axes, and it can also repair any congenital defects and acquired injuries of the body. Du Chen's eyes lit up. There was this kind of treasure, but he didn't want this. That, child immortal. Before you said that you would give me the shanqing skill. Du Chen laughed dryly. Don't worry, I will give you everything. The child immediately took out an immortal coin and told Du Chen to stick it on his head. Puzzled, Du Chen did as he was told, but instantly felt countless knowledge enter his brain. It was none other than the supreme clearing technique. It turned out that this immortal coin could not only store spiritual qi, but could also store techniques. It was truly amazing. But what made Du Chen even more excited was this supreme clear knowledge. The things recorded inside were simply heavenly. Chapter 25, Neglectful Man. Shanqing Skill. This is a simplified version of the Gongfu cultivated by Taishang Laojun, because after all, old Lord Taishang's realm is high and deep. What he cultivates is also more powerful. Not just anyone can cultivate it, and even if the original version is thrown to Du Chen, he may not be able to read it, so it has to be simplified a bit. Even after simplifying it, there were still a surprisingly large number of things in it. Talismans, the art of medicine, divination, fairy cultivation, all sorts of aspects of knowledge were available. After all, Taishang Laojun was one of the 3 figures during the period of the opening of the heavens and the earth. and the knowledge he had acquired after living down these billions of years was naturally vast. What excited Du Chen the most was that this knowledge entered his mind and his brain was automatically learning these things. In fact, this was because the child was much stronger than him, and the person had directly sent the things of the Shangqing skill into Du Chen's soul, fusing it with him, so that even if he didn't want to learn it, he would still learn it passively. This was the child's fear that Du Chen would renege on his debt and not come to send him such fun things in the future, so he let him learn even if he didn't want to, so that he would owe the child a favor. But Du Chen knew that there were so many benefits here, where else would he be willing to not come? Du Chen excitedly said to the child, "Great Immortal, just playing games is really boring. I'll get you some matching stuff. There are other good things?" The child's eyes lit up. Du Chen hemmed and laughed, and immediately went to the mortal world to purchase a batch of things, which he didn't spend much money on, and took care of them at the kiosk. "Child Immortal, this bottle in my hand is called Fatty Happy Water, also known as cola. It can quench your thirst while playing games. This one is called Melon Seeds, just eat and play. What if you're tired of these too? You can eat some potato chips, spicy duck necks, and I even have a lot of delicious food later. Of course, Xian doesn't have to feel bad that I spent a lot of immortal coins. My immortal coins can still support me for a while." Du Chen intentionally brought up money, because he knew that this child would never lack money. If he could get some immortal coins or some pills back, it would be more than good. Sure enough, when the boy tasted those things, his eyes instantly glowed, especially the cola. For ice curacao, no fat otaku could resist. The child gulped down a big mouthful, burped a long burp, and looked excited. "That's fun. In the future, you must send it to me often. I've got plenty of money here. Those immortals always come to bribe me. I have millions of immortal coins." Sure enough, the Prime Minister's door is a 7-ranked official. A boy who looks after the furnace can get millions of immortal coins. Du Chen was envious beyond measure, and that boy didn't mince words. Threw Du Chen 1,000 immortal coins. "Alright, you take it first. Alright, let me know if you're out of stock." Du Chen was very happy and left the heavenly court. He is a temporary worker. Even if there are immortals who invited him, he can't stay here for a long time. Du Chen returned to his home and landed in the yard, his face full of excitement. This trip was not in vain. Not only did he get a cultivation technique like the Supreme Clear skill, he also got 1,000 immortal coins. Even if he cultivated on Earth, it would be enough for him to use for a long time. Du Chen quickly ran back to his house, sat cross-legged on his bed, and concentrated on his cultivation. Although the knowledge in this Supreme Clear skill could be automatically absorbed by Du Chen's brain, this cultivation still had to be done by himself. Only to see Du Chen holding an immortal coin in each of his hands, revolving his gong method, the aura from the immortal coin immediately began to enter Du Chen's body. This was still the top gong method from the ancient times in the end. As Du Chen cultivated, a vast aura filled the room, filling the entire room with a reckless aura, as if the world had returned to the time when dinosaurs were everywhere, and there were as many immortals as dogs. The whole night, Du Chen was immersed in cultivation, and when he opened his eyes early the next morning, there were actually 2 divine lights bursting out from his eyes. He had broken through the realm. Last night, he condensed the golden Dan. Du Chen looked into his dantian, where a small golden round ball the size of a grain of rice was suspended. His golden Dan, condensed with the purest heaven and earth aura and the essence of his body. If there was one thing that the golden Dan could do, it would be to absorb the spiritual chi all the time to enhance it, and at the same time, it could also make Du Chen's attacks even more fierce. Du Chen was excited because he estimated that he would be able to live for at least 200 years after condensing the golden Dan. It's only been a few days since he became a temporary laborer, and he's already this beneficial. If he works for a year or 2 more, he'll become the Earth's ball captain? Of course, this was just a good wish. When the heavenly court waited for Du Chen to be strong, it was estimated that they would get him up into the sky to become a god. With a smile on his face, Du Chen walked down from the bed and stretched his body freely. But when he took a look at his bedside cell phone, his head was filled with black lines. There were so many missed calls and WeChat messages on his cell phone before. Most of them were from Lu Moer, at least dozens of them. All of them were scolding Du Chen. Just 3 words, negative man. Du Chen is very speechless. What's wrong with the old man on the negative heart man? I'm not a shield? He scratched for a long time. All of Lu Moer's messages were scratched over, and only then did he find a few other people's messages at the bottom. The first is from Chen Yaya. She sent a voice message with a gentle voice. Mr. Du, maybe you are still angry about my attitude before. I have already talked to my grandpa. He said that he would like to invite you to Baosheng residence to have a meal, and I also hope that you will be there at that time, so that I will have a chance to make amends. If you promise, I will send a car to pick you up. I also hope to reply. After sending this message, Chen Yaya did not send it again, appearing to be kind of reserved, much more gentle than Lu Moer, that cranky girl. Further below there was a message from Zhao Xinyan, which was also very simple. I would like to invite Divine Dr. Du to have a casual dinner at Baosheng residence to show my appreciation, and I hope you will come. Du Chen thought about it. These two families were actually quite polite, but he didn't want to go anywhere, because these two women seemed to be gentle and polite. In fact, they are not as direct as Lu Amour. They both had other things on their minds, such as hiring themselves as florists, such as befriending themselves. Lu Amour was more pure. This should just want to sleep with Du Chen. It wasn't that Du Chen didn't want to befriend rich people, mainly because he still had a grudge against the young master of the Zhao family, so he definitely couldn't get too close to the Zhao family. Secondly, there was the Chen family. This family only looked at his ability to raise flowers. He did know how to cultivate these things after practicing the Shangqing skill, but he still wanted to cultivate properly. He really didn't have time to toss these things. Du Chen decided not to agree to anyone's invitation, and then continued to scroll down. Surprisingly, he flipped to his mom's message. Sun Yufan sent a message asking Du Chen to go to the hospital quickly, and it was sent in the middle of the night yesterday. What do you mean? Could it be that something happened to his old man? Du Chen's heart was nervous. He had always wanted to cure his old man before, but he just didn't have the chance. Now he has immortal pills, immortal coins, and aura. If something happens to his old man, he can never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Chapter 26, Meeting the In-Laws? Du Chen hurriedly went straight to the first hospital of Jiangdong City, but when he came to the ward, he found that his old man was lying on the bed, talking to his old mom with a smile on his face. Mom? Du Chen walked up with some consternation. You called me over, because my dad woke up? Yes, he woke up last night. I wanted to send you a message. Your father said no, so I didn't rush you anymore. Sun Yufan laughed. Du Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He thought something had happened. Because there are medical skills in the Shangqing secret, Du Chen is now a divine doctor, and with a glance, he can tell that his old man has indeed recovered. It's just that the incision from the surgery hasn't recovered yet, and he needs to recuperate. But this doesn't matter. Du Chen borrowed the effort of going to the toilet and quietly took out a balloon from his Jiankuan bag and released the aura inside. That aura instantly filled the entire ward. Du Chen's old man was talking, and after breathing in a few breaths, he was suddenly a bit strange. Why do I smell the air a bit fragrant? Which one of you sprayed perfume? We don't have time to spray perfume. Sun Yufan was very strange. Are you smelling wrong? No, it's quite fragrant. Egu, it seems like my body is much more comfortable after smelling it. Du Chen's old man was surprised. Du Chen was pleased in his heart, but on his mouth he said, maybe it's the scent of which doctor or nurse brought it in. Sun Yufan immediately had a face. Old immodest. You feel comfortable just because you smelled someone's little girl's perfume? Why don't I ask a little nurse to come in and serve you? No. How could I be that kind of person? Du Chen's old man hurriedly explained, while glaring fiercely at his son. Du Chen was also a bit embarrassed. Who would have thought that his mom could be so jealous? The two fathers and sons panicked and pacified Sun Yufan, constantly telling jokes, amusing her to forget about the troubles she had just had, and a smile reappeared on her face. Fortunately, although this ward is a multi-bedded room, but several beds are empty, so their family's laughter, but also did not disturb the other patients. Just as this family was chatting, the door of the ward was pushed open and a familiar voice came out. Du Decai, right? Routine checkup is up. Okay, son, let's go out. Sun Yufan hurriedly tugged Du Chen to get up. Du Chen looked up and saw a female doctor coming in with a group of nurses and interns, with a folder in her hand, busily writing something. And this woman was none other than Lu Amour. What a narrow road. Du Chen was a bit nervous and hurriedly lowered his head to hide out. But just at this moment, Lu Amour unintentionally raised her head and unexpectedly saw Du Chen, and was suddenly surprised. Are you here to find me? I am passing by. Du Chen found a lame excuse and pulled his leg to run. Who thought Lu Amour reacted quickly, directly hugged Du Chen. Annoyed, you negative man. Last night we were like that, but you mercilessly left me behind and walked away. Now you still want to run? When the people next to them heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Last night? What kind of thing? Hearing these two words, no one would not think in a crooked way. Du Chen looked at the reaction of the people around him. A burst of head. Sister, my parents are here. Don't talk nonsense. We didn't do anything. Ah, so you want to take me to see my in-laws? Lu Amour's face turned a little red, and she shyly said, isn't it a little fast? The male doctors and male nurses next to her looked at Lu Amour in shock. When had they ever seen the proud and high-strung Lu Amour reveal this little girl look to a man? This made the men present a little jealous. Du Chen, however, waved his hand back and forth. Who the hell said to bring you to meet your in-laws? My father is here to see the doctor. Really? So Du Decai is your dad? You know, I did uncle's surgery. Lu Amour had pride written all over her face. Thanks. Du Chen didn't know what to say. On the contrary, Sun Yufan, who was next to him, came over and looked Lu Moer up and down, full of happiness. Son, when did you find such a beautiful girlfriend? Why didn't you tell mom about it? Du Dekai is even more satisfied with his son found a beautiful doctor. Very open-minded, said, Aya, with you to say what? Now is the freedom of marriage. Freedom of love. We have no right to control. Ahem. Look, my parents misunderstood, right? Du Chen blared at Lu Moer. Quickly explain. Lu Moer's eyes rolled and she actually grabbed Sun Yufan's hand and cried. She cried, Auntie, these 2 days your son doesn't know what's going on. He's always messing with me, and last night he even left me alone and ran away. What? You bastard boy. Such a beautiful girlfriend even assuredly thrown outside, bullied by bad people. How to do? Sun Yufan was annoyed beyond words. Don't be afraid, daughter-in-law. I'll help you out. Du Dekai also grimaced. Son, a man has to act like a man. No matter who did wrong between you two. You should bow your head and apologize first now. Du Chen looked at this old couple completely treating Lu Moer as a daughter-in-law. He couldn't help but be speechless. Actually, I'm just a shield for her. Lu Moer immediately interrupted Du Chen. Actually, I'm also at fault. Last night there was one of my former suitors looking for trouble. Probably because of this matter annoyed him, so he ignored me, but I really have nothing to do with that guy. It's him who pestered me. When Sun Yufan heard this, she became even more anxious, and immediately walked over to carry Du Chen's ear, and whispered, You silly boy, this girl is so beautiful, a bunch of people miss her, you still don't love her. Well, if she is snatched away by someone else, I'll see what you can do. Hurry up and apologize. Du Chen looked at Lu Moer's smug look and knew that this time he was really planted on this woman. He could only bow his head. I'm sorry, I won't leave you behind in the future. Humph, that's right, good husband. Lu Moer walked over and hugged Du Chen's arm intimately, as if she was a pair of loving lovers. But no one knew that Lu Moer's small hand was hiding at Du Chen's waist, pinching him hard to retaliate for his ruthless departure last night. Du Chen was twisted with raw pain and hurriedly found an excuse to take Lu Moer out of the hospital room, found a hidden utility room and pushed the person in. What the hell? Du Chen collapsed a bit. Didn't I help you oust that ma too? Why are you still pestering me? I fell in love with you, can't I? Lu Moer justified. I found out. You are handsome and capable. Exactly the standard of Prince Charming in my heart. Who told you that all those who ride white horses are princes? Have you heard of the Tang monk? He also rides a white horse. Do you think people are willing to marry you? Du Chen directly disliked him. I don't care who rides a white horse. Anyway, I have my eyes on you. Lu Moer said quite unreasonably. Du Chen was speechless, looking at Lu Moer's face that was so beautiful that it was irresistible, as well as that hot body. In fact, if this were to be done before, Du Chen couldn't wait to fall in love with this woman. How dignified it would be to take it out. But the problem is, Du Chen always feel that this woman has conspiracy. Chapter 27, Sun is a big boss now? Du Chen decided to test Lu Moer. Alright, since you insist on following me, and now that we are in such a unique environment, shouldn't we do something exciting? Du Chen hemmed and hawed, raised his hands and attacked towards Lu Moer's chest with open teeth and claws. I've long looked at you here. Let me make sure it's real or fake. Is it filled with anything? Lu Moer looked at Du Chen's face full of dirty smiles, and grabbed towards her own chest. She was so scared that she panicked and retreated in a panic, but realized that behind her was the wall, and there was no way to retreat. Hey, you run. Let's see where you run. Du Chen revealed a bad smile. You don't come over. Believe it or not, I shouted people. Lu Moer held her chest, panicked and threatened, but did not have half a deterrent. Shout you shout anyway, just now you recognized me as your boyfriend in front of everyone. Others, even if they hear you shouting, they will also think that the two of you can't wait to find a hidden place to hey it. Du Chen said smugly. These words made Lu Moer even more flustered. Seeing that those claws were about to land on her breasts, the woman finally couldn't carry on. She closed her eyes and shouted, I was wrong. I admit that I wanted to use you. I'm sorry. When Du Chen heard this, he immediately let out a cold smile, knowing that this woman definitely had a plot. But just as he wanted to retract his hand, he slipped by the water stains on the ground, lunged forward, and his hands just pressed Lu Moer's chest in a raw manner. That hand feeling, absolute. Lu Moer screamed angrily. I've admitted it. Why are you still moving your hands? Misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Du Chen hurriedly climbed up and awkwardly explained, I accidentally fell. Lu Moer gritted her teeth and looked at Du Chen as if she was an angry little wildcat, hating that she couldn't bite him with teeth marks all over her body. Seeing that Lu Moer's eyes were not right, Du Chen dryly laughed and backed away, then directly ran out of the utility room. You bastard. It's useless to run away. Not to mention the fact that the 1-month period has not yet expired. Just based on what you just did to me, you have to honestly be my boyfriend too. Lu Moer's angry voice came from behind. Du Chen's face crumbled. Bad. This is relying on it. Although such a white and beautiful girlfriend with long legs to bring out a very long face. The problem is that you can look at it and not eat it. It is very suffocating. Alas. Make do with it. Perhaps this Lu Moer has a what beauty girlfriends and so on. Then new efforts. The small girlfriends bubble on. The art of war has a cloud. Openly repairing the inroad secretly. Du Chen hemmed and hawed and returned to the hospital room. At this time, the doctors had finished examining Du Dekai, and everyone was shocked, because Du Dekai has completely recovered. Even the surgical incision has healed perfectly. Now he is like a normal person who has never been sick. When Du Chen came back, Du Dekai was twisting his arms from side to side and exercising. He was also surprised. Great, I've recovered and can go to work again. Du Dekai was overjoyed. Hearing this, Du Chen had tears in his eyes. He himself was really useless. Old dad was so old. And the first thing he thought of when he recovered from his injury was that he could continue to work and earn money. Du Chen took a deep breath, walked up and said seriously, Mom and Dad, you don't have to worry about making money. I have money now. Sun Yufan was also very happy and said to Du Dekai, yes, old man, our son is capable. His boss appreciated him and gave him more than $1 million. Really? Then why don't you go work for someone? What are you doing here? Du Dekai's face slammed. You have to work properly for others. Don't fish for 3 days and sun-dry the net for 2 days. Yes. I still have some savings here. You guys can take it back to your old age. You don't need to work anymore. Du Chen smiled and transferred 500,000 to Sun Yufan. He didn't dare to give more, for fear that the two old men would be scared. But even this money made Sun Yufan eat a shock. Son, where did you get so much money? Did your boss give you more than $1 million? Yes, gave more. Du Chen said casually. Who are you fooling, you bastard? I heard your mom say, that 1 million is what people lent us to cure our illness, and now you're taking out another 500,000. Could it be that you've asked for a lot of money from others? Even if you asked for so much money, now that I'm cured, you should return the extra and find a way to pay it back, not just spend it. Du Dekai was an honest man, unwilling to take advantage of others, so he grimly scolded Du Chen. Sun Yufan also followed and nodded her head. Right, son, this money mom don't want. You return the money, and by the way ask that company if there's anything for the two of us to do. Let's work together as a family of 3 to pay off the debt. Du Chen was dumbfounded. Did not expect this two old people so persistent, actually want to go to work with himself. But where did he get the job? Is he going to take the two old people together to go to the sky to work as a temporary laborer? But the rules in the temporary worker token. The most important one is that this matter can never be told to outsiders, otherwise they will be killed. Du Chen's face was full of difficulties, making Du Dekai's two families even more skeptical. Son, you're not doing anything illegal, are you? Tell mom the truth. Don't scare me. Sun Yufan was frightened. Du Dekai also stared at Du Chen with a tight frown. Nowadays, medical issues have always been a big problem in the society, and there are a lot of people who are desperate to do bad things because they don't have the money to treat their illnesses. Du Chen couldn't even take out $20,000 before, but recently he took out hundreds of thousands of dollars all of a sudden, so there was no way for the two old men not to be skeptical. Looking at the two old nervous expression, Du Chen racked his brain to think of a way. When he was forced to say that Lu Moer gave him the money, he saw an old man walk in the door, and it was Li Tian, the king of the living hell. As soon as Li Tian came in, he excitedly tugged on Du Chen's hand. Mr. Du, I finally found you. Do you know how hard I looked for you? Du Chen looked at Li Tian with surprise. You're looking for me? To do what? As agreed before, if you win me, I'll transfer Tian Clinic to you. I've drafted this contract since yesterday, and I've been carrying it with me all the time, just waiting to hand it over to you. Li Tian took out a contract, and then moved nimbly to grab Du Chen's hand and helped him press his handprint. Du Chen was confused by this operation, looking at the red handprint on the contract, and quickly said, asterisk. What are you doing? Can I ask for all your belongings? You have to. Li Tian, do what I say, and from today onwards I will work for you, Li Tian said smugly. But in fact he had a selfish motive. Although he didn't know how Du Chen cured Zhao Huanlong, Li Tian believed that Du Chen's medical skills were definitely above his own. As the saying goes, one learns from one's old age. Li Tian had been practicing medicine all his life, and his dream was to reach the pinnacle of medical skills, so he didn't mind learning from such a young Du Chen for the sake of his dream. However, Du Chen had clearly said before that he would not take on an apprentice, so he could only use a roundabout strategy, giving him the Tian Clinic and stealing lessons from him by his own side. Although Du Dekai and Sun Yufan were not very educated, they had heard of Li Tian's great name, and they had gone to the Tian Clinic to seek treatment before. However, at that time, Li Tian was too busy for them to get in line. so they could only come to this side of the hospital. At this time, they heard that Taiyan Clinic was their son's, and seemed to be very excited about it. Du Decai and the two of them were somewhat unable to react. Chapter 28 Curing Diseases and Still Being Arrogant. Du Chen took the Taiyan Clinic after all. The main reason was that he had to find a way to solve his parents' suspicions about him and prove that he hadn't done anything bad. It just so happened that he didn't have a job either, and he had learned the art of healing from the Shinqing secrets, so it seemed like it wouldn't be impossible to become a doctor. Seeing that Du Chen agreed, Li Taiyan was very happy and immediately said, "Boss, our clinic just had a rather difficult patient come in. I'm a bit unsure of what to do. Will you go and help take a look?" Du Chen immediately looked at Du Decai's two families. "Mom and Dad, I'll find you a place to stay first. Let's go stay in a hotel and have some fun too. This is better for us not to go." Du Decai glanced at his wife, then laughed. "I'm well. You also have a good fortune. Why do we still have to rely on this side? You give us this 500,000. Enough for us to live peacefully in the countryside home until death. You want to go back home?" Du Chen was stunned. Sun Yufan nodded. "We're not used to living in the city. If it wasn't for the part-time job, we wouldn't want to stay here. After all our relatives and friends are in our hometown." Du Chen frowned. Next to him, Li Taiyan immediately said, "In fact, it's good for the two old men to go back. The air is good in the countryside, and the mood will be good when you often see your friends and relatives, which is good for your health. If the boss dislikes the backward environment in the countryside, you can renovate the house for the two old men." This is something that makes Du Chen feel okay. The countryside is indeed better than the city environment. The only problem is that it is too backward and inconvenient to live. Let's put it this way, Mom and Dad, if you have to go back, then you have to agree that I will build you a house in your old home, and then I can get you a chess room. How about that? Du Chen asked. This, line it. Du Decai could only agree. Du Chen revealed a smile and immediately arranged for someone to send the two old men back, and then contacted the construction team to go to the village to build a house for them, urging that it must be built like a villa in the city. After finishing all these, Du Chen followed Li Taiyan to Taiyan Clinic. It is a clinic, but the place is actually very big. A small white building with 3 floors above and below, each floor thousands of square feet. The first floor was an outpatient clinic, where a few Chinese medicine practitioners were treating people's pulse. The second floor is actually a bit more on the Western medicine side, and can also give injections and infusions, and even has a small operating room. The third floor is the massage and acupuncture of Chinese medicine. Li Taiyan directly led Du Chen to the third floor, an acupuncture room. There is a very fat man is sitting in a wheelchair, face gloomy. Beside this fat man, there were several fierce bodyguards in black suits, staring coldly at a Chinese medicine practitioner. That Chinese doctor was probably in his 30s, with an 8-handed beard, and was cowering in the corner. His face was full of panic, and 2 slap marks could still be seen. Seeing Li Taiyan come in, the fat man sneered. "I thought the king of the living hell had run away. I didn't expect you to dare to come back." When Li Taiyan saw the Chinese medicine practitioner in the corner, a flash of anger flashed across his face. "Fatty Gua, who told you to hit my man? If he can't cure me and still wants to treat me indiscriminately, he naturally needs to be beaten. If you can't cure me, you'll end up the same way." Fatty Gua sneered. "Then what if I don't cure you?" Li Taiyan coldly said. "You can even treat Zhao Huanlong, the man who will surely die. Why can't I? Looking down on me? Believe it or not, I'll smash your clinic." Fatty Gua's face was icy cold, and he even gave a wink to the bodyguard next to him. That bodyguard immediately rushed out and kicked a cabinet that held medical equipment. Wow! Things were scattered all over the place, and they all rolled to Du Chen's feet. Li Taiyan's face was ugly as hell. Du Chen looked down at the things on the ground and sighed. "Ugh, pretty good stuff. Why give it a smash? Not to mention I just came. Who are you setting up for?" Fatty Gui was arrogantly looking at Li Taiyan. When he saw Du Chen speak, he immediately said impatiently, "What are you considered? A dog owned by Li Taiyan? I'm talking to your master. What the hell are you interrupting?" Li Taiyan's face changed and wanted to explain Du Chen's identity. Du Chen, however, patted his shoulder and signaled him to back off, then pointed at the bodyguard that Fatty Gui had just said. "You smashed the clinic stuff. Pay for it." The bodyguard stood behind Fatty Gui and sneered at Du Chen, not moving a muscle. Fatty Gui, however, was happy. "Li Taiyan, where did you find this? Don't you know who I am?" Li Taiyan sighed. "Boss, this person is called Guo Huai, a local bully, ruthless. Even if he is ruthless, isn't he still having his legs wasted? Arrogant my ass." Du Chen coldly said. "You." Fatty Gui angrily wanted to open his mouth to curse, but suddenly realized that something was wrong and stared at Du Chen incredulously. "How do you know that I had my legs ruined?" "The reason your legs became wasted is because your meridians were forcibly interrupted. Could you still have done it yourself? You have to have that skill too." Du Chen's medical skills were amazing, and with a glance, he could tell what Fatigue's problem was. Fatigue was instantly thrilled. He knew that he was afraid that he had stumbled upon someone high up. Previously, he had run to too many hospitals and visited many famous doctors, but none of them were able to cure him, and he had even exhausted all sorts of methods to check out his illness. It was the first time he had met someone like Du Chun who could tell the cause of his illness with a single glance. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Li Tian had told Du Chen. Fatigue's excitement calmed down a little and stared at Li Tian and asked, "It was you who told him, right? What? You don't dare to heal me yourself, and you want him to help you top it off, and when the treatment is bad, let me punish him?" Without saying a word, Du Chen walked over and kicked Fatigue's wheelchair. The wheelchair flew out with a whoosh, but Fatigue lay directly on the spot and fell on his buttocks, hurting straight. Ouch. Several bodyguards were furious when they saw this and rushed up. "Damn, it seems that I was right. How dare you make a move on Lousy? Give me to get him dead. Fight, give me a beating." Fatigue angrily yelled. "Who dares to try their hands? I'll call the police." Li Tian angrily rebuked. "Don't think that I'm afraid of you because you're a hegemon of Jiangdong. To put it bluntly, you're just the king of the river. On land you're still." "Oh." Li Tian's threatening kung fu. Several of Fatigue's bodyguards had all gotten down, especially the bodyguard who just kicked the bad cabinet. At this time, the right leg has been Du Chen public raw foot stomped off, the pain of the body sweating profusely, but dead gritted teeth, did not shout out, "Still count on you to have the balls. The death penalty can be waived, but the living penalty is hard to escape." Du Chen lightly glanced at the bodyguard, then continued to ask, "Who hit the clinic doctor just now? Break your own arm and I'll spare him." As the words fell, the bodyguard with the broken leg on the ground had a hesitation on his face. Then he actually gritted his teeth and twisted his arm with force, snapping it with a click. Du Chen was speechless. "Serves you right. So many people, others don't do anything, just you have long arms and legs, right?" The bodyguard lowered his head in embarrassment. Chapter 29. I want you to apologize. Li Tian took his cell phone. The call was already dialed, and inside was the voice of a police officer. "Hey, there's a fight, isn't there? Tell me the address." "Huh? No. I'm sorry, I dialed the wrong number." Li Tian hung up the phone in a panic. "Just kidding. If the police came over, they wouldn't believe that Du Chen beat down so many bodyguards by himself. But I'm afraid it wouldn't be good for Du Chen to do it directly." Li Tian sighed and walked over, persuading in a low voice, "Boss, I'm afraid we're in trouble. This Fatigue is known as the king of the river, and he is running across the waters around Jiangdong, with many fishing boats and fishermen under his command, and he is a ruthless person. It is said that there was a big family named Zhou in Jiangdong, originally a wealthy family with an annual income of $10 million, but because of offending this Fatigue, the family was ruined. Now that you moved him, we are likely to be madly retaliated by him. Why don't you go out and hide first?" In fact, to say spell background, Li Tian was naturally not afraid of Fatigue, but this Fatigue liked to play dirty. Plus he was also a powerful party. Even if those bigwigs were willing to help, they wouldn't offend Fatigue too much. Therefore, even Li Tian, who was known as the king of living hell, could only back off from Fatigue. When Fatigue heard Li Tian's words, his face was filled with scorn and arrogance. "That's right, kid, my name as the king on the river didn't come for nothing. Just wait for me. I will find countless people to hack you to death." Du Chen revealed a smile. "Chop me up? Fine, let's see if you have the balls." After saying that, he directly went forward and picked up a few silver needles from the ground, then sterilized them and stuck them on Fatigue's legs. "What the are you going to do? Help! Whoever comes to save my life, I'll give him $1 million. No, $10 million. Fatigue was so scared that his face turned pale and he shouted repeatedly. Although the way he let out his vicious words just now was very handsome, his current posture of shouting for help was really wretched. However, this couldn't be blamed on Fatigue. The scene of Du Chen stepping off the bodyguard with one foot just now was too scary, so there was no way for Fatigue not to wimp out. Du Chen, however, was full of contempt. "At least you are a big man. Can you be a little bit outstanding? Besides, your legs are ruined. What the hell are you screaming about?" "Ha, right." Fatigue reacted violently. "My legs are ruined. What are you still tossing about?" Du Chen got up and faintly said, "Stand up. Are you sick? I've told you that my legs are ruined, and you're still asking me to stand up?" Fatigue was angry. "Not getting up, huh?" Du Chen directly kicked at Fatigue's crotch. "Damn you!" Terrified, Fatigue violently climbed up with a grunt and roared at Du Chen in sorrow and anger. "Killing is nothing but a headache. Why do you want to cause me to be cut off from my children and grandchildren?" Du Chen didn't say anything and stood calmly in place. The crowd beside him, however, were all dumbfounded, looking at Fatigue in dismay. Li Tian was even stunned. "How did this happen? How did he do it? Didn't you see what he just did? He kicked me in the crotch." Fatigue was furious. walked up and pointed at Li Tian's nose. Don't think that the king of living hell is great. I'll find someone to kill you, believe it or not. Li Tian was speechless. Brother Gua, your leg. A bodyguard could not stand to watch. Whispered a reminder. What leg? Lousy's leg they cannot cure at all. I smashed their store as also should. What day-o? How the do I stand up? Gua fatty a low head. Suddenly surprised. He actually stood up. And also ran several steps. Just now did not realize. Excited. Fatty Gua tried to slither back and forth a bit. And realized that he could really walk. And couldn't help but be excited. But there is still a problem. How come only the right leg is better? Right. Just now Du Chen seemed to have only stabbed his right leg. Did you heal me? Fatty Guo looked at Du Chen excitedly. Du Chen faintly said, yes, but I only cured your right leg. Your left leg is still useless. Fatty Guo was overjoyed. Divine doctor. Truly a divine doctor. Then hurry up and cure me. I can afford to pay any amount of money. How much can you afford? Oh, but I don't lack money. The corner of Du Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sneer. What is the most painful thing for a person? It's not that both legs are all wasted, but that one leg is good and one is wasted. And you know that someone can treat you, but they just won't do it for you. Of course, what's even more annoying is that they don't lack money and you can't beat them. Fatty Guo looked at Du Chen with dismay, understood what he meant, and asked with a gloomy face, you're playing with me? Quite smart. I just want to let you know. What bull asterisk king on the river? What rich people? When you come here, you're all my ing patients. You have to give me the courtesy to seek medical treatment and behave yourself. Du Chen's face steeply cooled down as he nonchalantly chided. Hearing this, Li Tian and the eight-handed bearded doctor who had just received a beating instantly revealed a look of excitement. They could see that Du Chen was helping the clinic establish its authority, helping the doctors to stand up for themselves. Nowadays, too many people feel that doctors are weak, and there are even frequent beatings and stabbings of doctors. Not to mention, how arrogant was Fatty Guo when he came here just now, just because the eight-handed beard doctor error in judgment and then directly move. This is too chilling. If this goes on, who will dare to see a doctor in the future? Can't a doctor make a mistake? Doctors are not gods, but usually there is no one to speak for the doctors, so the doctors are left to suffer. Today, Du Chen stood up to teach Fatty Guo a lesson, making even Li Tian feel warm in his heart. This boss really didn't follow the wrong one. Fatty Guo also reacted to why Du Chen targeted himself, but was somewhat unconcerned. I'll just pay for it. Just now I let someone slap him. A slap of $100,000, and I'll compensate 10 times for what I broke. How about that? Du Chen laughed coldly. What did I say and forgot? Do you think I lack money? How about I also have someone slap you twice and give you $200,000? You! Fatty Guo was furious. What the hell do you want? I want you to apologize. No brain? Du Chen directly scolded. But when Du Chen was so angry, Fatty Guo instead wimped out, because he was surprised to find that Du Chen had an aura that made people fear him, as if he was a heavenly god. This guy is not ordinary. He can't afford to offend himself. Fatty Guo is also from a little brother to fight up. Can have today's position, is not the kind of brainless reckless goods. Seeing that he is not a rival, and also has a request, immediately apologized. I'm sorry this doctor. I'm sorry Divine Dr. Li. I was very wrong just now. I hope you guys will forgive me. The boss had apologized. Those bodyguards naturally rushed to apologize as well. The bodyguard with the broken leg and arm also lowered his head and apologized. Li Tian and Dr. Eight-handed beard were both comfortable, revealing looks of satisfaction. Fatty Guo, on the other hand, finished apologizing and immediately looked at Du Chen. Alright, can you treat me now? Du Chen faintly said. Remember in the future, don't be so crazy, turn around and compensate for the things here at the same price. You lie in bed first. Hey. Fatty Guo was excited, thinking that his leg must be cured, or else he will not be able to mix in this area of Jiangdong in the future. As the king of Jiangshang, having his legs broken by a woman, even if that person was a black widow, Fatty Guo would be laughed to death. Chapter 30 Bullying Anyone. Du Chen began to treat Fatty Guo. Li Tian was standing right next to him, and saw Du Chen's palms fluttering. Those silver needles were as if they were remotely controlled, precisely landing on every acupoint on Fatty Guo's legs, and those acupuncture points that Du Chen laid his hands on. Li Tian hadn't even thought before that they could also be used to treat the meridians. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Du Chen was indeed a divine doctor, too much more powerful than himself. His decision to hand over the Tian clinic to him and then stay by his side to learn was really smart. Du Chen also knew that Li Tian was stealing from him. Not only did he not hide it, but he also deliberately slowed down a bit, so that he could remember it more clearly. Li Tian sensed Du Chen's action and became even more grateful, while at the same time seriously memorizing that needle technique in his mind. Soon, the treatment ended and Fatty Guo's left leg was cured. It was only a broken meridian, which might be a heavenly problem for other people, but it wasn't a difficult task for Chen, who had mastered the supreme clearing technique. Fatty Gua was lying on the hospital bed, full of anticipation, when he suddenly heard Chen faintly say, "Get up, want to change the place of treatment?" Fatty Gua was puzzled. "It's already cured. What else to change places?" Chen carefully wiped the silver needle clean and said without lifting his head, "What the hell? So fast? You're fooling me, right?" Fatty Gua was stunned, and hurriedly stood up and bounced and jumped, his face full of joy. "It's really restored. Now I can go find women to gallop around again." Chen was speechless. "So you cured the disease just for this? I'm 40 years old and still don't have a son or daughter, so of course I'm in a hurry to make a man." Fatty Gua smiled. Chen was a bit surprised. "You're 40 and still don't have a child? But I don't see any problems with your body." "Who says it's not? My wife and I have been checked and there's no problem, but we just don't have a child." "Alas." Fatty Gua sighed more than once. Maybe the time has not yet come. Chen couldn't tell where there was a problem and could only blame it on metaphysics. Ha, let's not talk about this today. Dr. Chen, you have great means. I can be considered to have seen it. I want to make a friend with you. How about it?" Fatty Gua wore an expectant expression. Chen frowned, wanting to refuse. However, he only heard Fatty Gua say, "Divine Doctor, I remember that Taiwan Clinic's medicinal materials all go through our waterways. In the future I'll give the transportation for free, so that you can save at least a few $1 million in shipping costs every year. How about it?" Chen's heart stirred when he heard this. Right, this Fatty Gua is the king of Jiangshang. He doesn't have much connections in Jiangdong yet. If he can get to know such a powerful party, it's also possible. "Alright, my surname is Du. My name is Chen." Chen didn't warm up too much. After all, it was now Fatty Gua who was sucking up to him to make friends. Fatty Gua hammed and laughed, without the arrogance from earlier, but said politely, "My name is Gua Huai. I don't know if Divine Dr. Du and Divine Dr. Li are free. I'll treat you to a meal." In the end, he was the king on the river, able to bend and bend. Even though he had just been taught a lesson, Fatty Gua had already treated it as if it hadn't happened. He could see that. Other than that, just this medical skill was enough to prove Chen's extraordinary. This kind of person, can befriend must try to befriend. If not cannot befriend also absolutely cannot offend. After all, who can't get sick? If you're sick, you need a doctor. Chen also liked this brash temperament of Fatty Gua. He touched his stomach. He was really a bit hungry and nodded his head to agree to go eat. Li Taiyan naturally listened to Chen and was willing to follow. Seeing that Chen and the two of them all nodded their heads in agreement, Gua Huai was overjoyed and immediately called for a car to be prepared. Before leaving, Chen healed the bodyguard who had his legs and arms broken earlier as well. He just wanted to give this guy an unforgettable lesson and didn't want to destroy him. After all, each to his own, and he was obeying orders. The bodyguard was naturally grateful. Fatty Gua admired Chen's heart even more, and also felt that this person could be made friends with, and wanted to be friends with him even more. In this Jiangdong city, there are only a few restaurants that can be looked upon by a person like Fatty Gua. Now, when he invites Chen for dinner, Fatty Gua naturally wants to choose the top one, which is Baoshengju. Baoshengju is actually not big, but quite luxurious, and is the kind of low-key luxury. When Chen walked into this restaurant that seemed like a tea house, he looked at the slightly ordinary furnishings inside and couldn't help but wonder. I've heard from a long time ago that this Baoshengju is at the top of Jiangdong City's eateries. How come it looks so ordinary? Ordinary? Which of the things here are not expensive? Other than that, does Dr. Do know how much the small tree in this flower pot in front of you costs? Fatty Gua asked with a smile. Chen looked towards a huge flower pot in front of him, and the half-man-high, not so pretty little tree inside, hesitantly said, I was just about to ask, why would such an ugly thing be placed here? Could it be very expensive? Fatty Gua nodded. Yes, this tree is 280,000. How much? Chen's eyes widened in surprise. This small tree was at most a meter out, and it was crooked and twisted, looking as ugly as it could be, the kind that no one would probably care about if it was thrown to the side of the road. Originally, it was thrown next to the passageway where diners came and went, and Chen thought that it was just something that he could play with casually, but now that he learned that it was actually close to $300,000, he couldn't help but be confused. Fatty Gua hemmed and hawed. The boss of Baoshengju is this virtuous, doesn't like to engage in those fancy things, and likes what's inside, so there's not a single bit of gold or silverware here, but absolutely none of it is cheap. Chen shook his head helplessly. City people are really good at playing around. Ha, let's go. Upstairs for dinner. Fatty Gua led Chen upstairs to an elegant private room. Divine Doctor, do order your food. Fatty Gua handed over the menu. Usually it was Li Taiyan who ordered the food on such occasions, but this time he didn't say anything. After all, Du Chen was the main guest and the boss. Du Chen, however, waved his hand. Don't be polite, you guys watch and order. I don't know what's special about this, besides just call me Du Chen. How can that be? Why don't I just call Du Laodi? You can call me Lao Gua, or Fatty. Fatty Gua didn't act as arrogant as he did before. Instead he was very brash and easy for people to feel good about him. Du Chen wasn't as annoyed with Fatty Gua as he was before, and watched him ordering food, and asked with some curiosity, Boss Gua, how did you get your leg? Who did you offend? I don't think that person's strength is low. Li Tian also nodded his head. Not bad, there are not many people in this Jiangdong who dares to lay hands on you. Jiang Shangwang, and the other party is obviously not afraid of your retaliation, or else they wouldn't just break your leg. They definitely want to kill you to silence you. Fatty Gua heard the words of the two. The smile on his face steeply disappeared. Alongside, I'll give the two of you to say a person you will know. Have you ever heard of the Black Widow? Li Tian's face changed slightly. Did that woman do it? Du Chen was at a loss. Who is the Black Widow? How dare you not have heard of it? Fatty Gua and Li Tian were both stunned beyond belief. What's the matter? Do I look like the kind of person who loves to play with widows? Du Chen was a little offended. No, 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 the Black Widow is not a widow. She is a great beauty, and she is also a martial arts expert. I thought that brother Du, with your strength being so powerful, you must be sympathetic with the Black Widow, and would know each other. Fatty Gua hurriedly explained. Du Chen's face eased. So that's how it is, but I really haven't heard of it. This Black Widow is very powerful? Fatty Gua nodded. Quite powerful, but even more powerful is her master. And it is because of her master's existence that I dare not offend that woman. I'm afraid it's you who's at fault first, isn't it? Li Tian unceremoniously revealed. Ahem, didn't I just joke with her twice? How does that saying come? Fair lady, gentleman's martyred. This is the common sense of man. Who thought that the Black Widow's hand was so hard? Fatty Gua was embarrassed. Du Chen instantly understood. It was probably because this fatty molested the other Black Widow but was taught a hard lesson. Isn't this deserved? Fatty Gua looked at Du Chen blearily, and seeing that he had absolutely no intention of helping him take revenge, he could only sigh and give up. Li Tian also skimmed his lips, thinking that Fatty Gua was not worthy of sympathy. Soon, the food came up. The three of them drank and chatted, and their relationship was really much closer. Li Tian also disregarded his former suspicions and drank a few more cups with Fatty Gua. However, these two people were really old, and after drinking not much, they started to run to the toilet. Du Chen watched the two men go to the toilet together and couldn't help but shake his head. With this skill he still goes to bed with women to curry a horse? But not long after the two went to the toilet, Du Chen heard noisy voices coming from outside the door. I care whether there is no one inside. Either you find me another private room, or I still want this private room today. I see who ing dare to steal with me? Know who I am. An arrogant voice kept on clamoring. Du Chen frowned as he listened. He wouldn't want this private room for himself, would he? This Gua fatty line at least is a king on the river. How is it that individuals dare to bully him? Chapter 31 Teasing Zhao Xiao. Du Chen was despising Fatty Gua in his heart when he saw the door of the private room being opened. A line of young people barged in, all dressed in fancy clothes. Their hair was new and different, and each of them had a bunch of decorations on their bodies. Among these people, the leader was a guy with dyed yellow hair. This yellow hair wear with hip-hop singers like that crotch are drooping to the ground to go. Know his pants. Don't know thought that clip a broom. Next to this guy, there is a girl, the face painted with just drilled out of the stove. The eyelids are black, as if the so-called smoky makeup. The person leading the group was so virtuous. One could imagine how variously demonic those juniors behind him were. Something wrong? Du Chen saw that all these people were sizing themselves up and immediately asked, Humph, I thought it's some big shot occupying this private room, but it turns out to be an unknown brat. Get lost. We're using this place. That yellow hair bristled rather disdainfully, then waved his hand at the demons and devils behind him. Those guys immediately stepped forward, pulling out the chairs unceremoniously and taking up all the seats. Unluckily, there was just one missing position, and it was the top position where Du Chen was sitting, gathering people to eat. Sitting position is also very delicate. A table, around a circle of chairs, the chair facing the door of the room, is the main seat, is the most honorable people sit. Then the right is honored, followed by the left, which means that Du Chen is the most capable and admired among this Fatty Gua and Li Tian. So he sat on the main seat, and on the right-hand side is Li Tian, because he is also a divine doctor. Fatty Gua sat on the left side of the main seat, proving himself to be a slightly inferior position to Li Tian. Just now, as soon as Du Chen entered the private room, he was sent to the main seat and never changed the place. At this time, yellow hair was the boss. Naturally, he also looked at this position, walked up and said coldly, Little pussy brat, I told you to get out of the way. Didn't hear it, did you? next to the girl with smoky makeup, also impatiently looked at Du Chen. Hurry up and get lost. Don't force Zhao to get angry. Zhao Xiao. Du Chen had originally planned to follow Yellow Hair to chat, kindly reminding him that this was King on the River's private room. But at this moment, when he heard this smoky makeup girl's name, Du Chen's face changed slightly and stared coldly at Yellow Hair. Your surname is Zhao? Who is Zhao Huanglong to you? It's my grandfather, Yellow Hair proudly said. The smoky makeup girl was also very proud, tightly hugging Zhao Xiao's arm as if she had married into a rich family. Du Chen finally realized that this Yellow Hair was the Zhao Xiao who had withheld his old man's life-saving money and had also let slip that he would find a socialite to teach him a lesson. Now this grandson, even brightly appeared in front of himself, but also to steal his seat? Let's see if I can't stop you. Du Chen looked at Zhao Xiao with a bemused gaze and asked, sorry, I didn't hear you just now. Who is Zhao Huanglong to you? It's my grandfather. Yellow Hair was smug. Is your what? I still didn't hear it clearly. Du Chen inquired again. Grandpa. Yellow Hair impatiently explained again. Hey, I heard you. Du Chen deliberately agreed, then continued to ask. Then, according to the generation, you should be Zhao Huanglong's son? Do you know how to count generation? I called his old man grandfather. Naturally I should be the grandson. Yellow Hair cursed. Du Chen suddenly realized. So you are the grandson? Sorry, I kinda forgot again. What is Zhao Huanglong to you? It's grandpa. Hear that clearly. Grandpa. Grandpa. Yellow Hair yelled again and again. AI. Hear me clearly. Good grandson. Du Chen laughed loudly. You are a grandson, right? Yes, I'm a grandson. Good wow. You tricked me. Let me call you grandpa? Yellow Hair finally reacted. Du Chen had swindled him several times. Du Chen, however, looked puzzled. What did I let you call me? You asked me to call you grandpa. Yellow Hair angrily rebuked. Shout what? Grandpa, shouted grandpa. Your grandpa. Yellow Hair didn't realize that he had been tricked into saying several more words about his grandfather, and immediately became furious. Du Chen, however, laughed loudly, stood up, then steeply face turned cold, fiercely toward the Yellow Hair face to two slaps. Snapped, you trough who grandpa? The dog bastard. Yellow Hair did not react at all, was beaten dizzily. The smoky makeup girl next to him reacted, angrily pointing at Du Chen and screaming, you little punk dare to hit Zhao Xiao? Do you know who he is? If he gets angry, he can get someone to kill your whole family. Is that so? Du Chen wasn't afraid, and scanned those who stood up demons and devils with an indifferent expression. Surname Zhao, are these the socialites you're looking for? With these goods, do you want to get me? Those demons and monsters all got angry. One by one, they copied the bottles and chairs, and shouted curses at Du Chen. What the hell did you say? Damn, we gave you face, didn't we? Kneel down and apologize or I'll kill you. You remember, no matter who you are, I have 100 ways to make you unable to mix in the local area. No one can protect you today. I say. Looking at these clamoring non-mainstreams, Du Chen didn't say much and viciously lifted his right foot and stepped on the table. Wow! That solid wood round table with a diameter of more than 2 meters was collapsed with a bang by Du Chen's foot. Looking at the almost thigh-thick table leg that had exploded into a pile of wooden crumbs, those non-mainstreamers were all astonished, their eyes going out of their heads. What the hell is this? Not to mention these arrogant non-mainstream. Just now that arrogant smoky makeup girl are dumbfounded. Immediately shut up and dare not scream and curse. Du Chen coldly asked. Kneel down and apologize. Then get lost. These non-mainstreams all showed hesitation. No matter how to say that they are also social mixers. If they really give someone a knee because of a word, how can they go out and mix in the future? How can they go out in the future? How can they still have the face to go out? Du Chen saw that these people seemed to have a lot of backbone, and sneered. I'll count down to 3. If you don't kneel down, you'll have a good time. Those social people sniffed, but all of them stretched their necks, and put on a look of many people. We are not afraid. Du Chen also ignored these guys and raised his hand, stretching out 3 fingers. 3. He really started counting down. Those non-mainstreamers stared at Du Chen dead in the face, wanting to know what he planned to do. The corner of Du Chen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing an oozing smile. 1. He directly skipped over 2. As the words landed, without waiting for the many non-mainstreams to react, Du Chen instantly disappeared in place. Snap! A burst of crisp ringing sounds appeared, as if someone was slapping their hands in a neat manner. However, those non-mainstreams all knew very well that it wasn't the slap that was slapped, but their faces. These people all stood in place, and before they could react, they felt their faces felt like they had received a heavy blow, and their cheeks were swollen. Asterisk. Who hit me? I didn't see it either. Is it a ghost? It was the one called Du Chen. I just saw him smiling at me. It's scary. Mom, I want to go home. These non-mainstreams were all scared, Their oldest was in his early 20s, the youngest was only 15 or 16 years old. When they saw Du Chen's amazing ability, they were all abashed at once, and some of them even cried in fear directly. Chapter 32, Whose Connections? When Du Chen saw the reaction of these guys, he couldn't help but bristle. Did I give you the opportunity to kneel down and apologize just now? So who else wants to resist me now? Poof, put. All of the non-mainstreams all shook their heads frantically, and then without any resistance, they knelt down on the ground, crying and apologizing before running away with a crawl. The so-called sociopaths, to put it bluntly, were in fact some softballs who didn't even have the qualifications to be gangsters. This kind of goods also dare to bully the weak with the strong, to bully the few. Scare those honest ordinary people, okay? Really need a hard opponent one by one goat. Gangsters still dare to fight with knives. These people? You give them a gun. They do not say will not use, probably do not have the courage to receive. Du Chen looked at these non-mainstream, ran away, disdainful mouth, and then once again looked at the smoky makeup girl. Cold voice, still not roll? Looking for death? The smoky makeup girl was scared to death, but she hugged Huang Mao's arm and said in a trembling voice, Zhao Xiao, call someone. Obviously, this woman was still holding Zhao Xiao's unusual mind, wanting to find an opportunity to counterpunch Du Chen in the face. But the yellow hair is actually also scared lightly. This is just to pretend to be a pussy. I did not expect to run into a tough guy. Know who his grandfather is, still do not care. This person is definitely not ordinary. To know that his grandfather has just recovered from a serious illness, would have been quite dissatisfied with the things he has done recently. If not for the sake of the bloodline, he may be directly thrown out of the house. If he knew that he had provoked such a ruthless person, not to mention protecting him, it is estimated that he would have the heart to kill him. So yellow hair wimped out. This, big brother, there may be some misunderstanding. I thought you finished eating, that's why I came in. I'm leaving, okay? Yellow hair compensated for the smile, decided that the good man should not be forced to do so. The smoky makeup girl couldn't help but stare in surprise when she saw that yellow hair had conceded. Du Chen stared coldly at yellow hair and sneered. You haven't answered my question yet. Calling those demons just now, do you want them to help you teach people a lesson? Yellow hair nodded hesitantly. Yes, but definitely not you, big brother. I want to teach a lesson to a person called Du Chen. When Du Chen heard yellow hair's words, he coldly said, don't you ask me what my name is? Right. Big brother, your name? Yellow hair hurriedly inquired. He wanted to leave this side to find someone to investigate who this guy was and see if there was any possibility of revenge. My surname is Du. Quickly ask me what my name is. Du Chen could see that yellow hair wanted to take revenge but wasn't worried. Big brother, what's your name? Yellow hair was a little hesitant. My surname is Du. Of course my name is Du Chen. Du Chen sneered. Asterisk. The yellow hair was startled, shivering and backing up 2 steps. Brother, don't mess with me. Could it be that you're really Du Chen? The smoky makeup girl had already seen the situation was not right and ran away without saying a word. She no longer wanted to think about what to hit her face. She just wanted to not be hit in the face. Du Chen didn't stop her either. This woman was a brainwashed person at first glance. Fighting with her was just a waste of time. What angered him more now was Zhao Xiao. Du Chen was 100% sure that those people just now, or what Zhao Xiao wanted to find to deal with himself. Luckily he had the strength. Otherwise he would have been bullied to death by him. Zhao Xiao only wanted to cry now. He didn't think that an ordinary worker that he casually bullied had such an awesome kung fu, and he was now sending himself to the door and giving people a beating. Say, how to solve it? Du Chen asked as he sat on a chair and crossed his legs. Can I pay back the money? Yellow hair decided to admit defeat. Do you think that my dad's life is that cheap? Du Chen coldly questioned. Yellow hair was stifled. Then you can't let me die? Du Chen laughed coldly. Are you still not convinced? What qualifications do you have to disobey? Damn. I won't obey, so what? Yellow hair was originally an arrogant nature. Where can he stand this kind of bullying? At this time, he didn't want to act like a wimp anymore. Gritting his teeth and pointing at Du Chen, he scolded. Does Zhao Huanlong know about this? That's my grandfather. He is a billionaire. Even if you can fight again, you can play with a billionaire? Believe it or not, I now casually smash a few million. Call an expert to kill you. Coincidentally, at this moment, the door was pushed open and 2 people walked in. Fatty Gua and Li Tian. As soon as yellow hair saw Fatty Gua enter the door, his eyes lit up and he immediately walked up to get close. Isn't this the king on the river, my uncle Gua? It's great that you're here. Yo, Xiao Zhao, what are you doing here? Fatty Gua had a good attitude towards yellow hair. After all, his grandfather was a 10 billionaire. When yellow hair saw Fatty Gua's attitude towards himself, he became complacent and showed off to Du Chen. See, Yakuza, this is my connections. Du Chen didn't move. Fatty Gua, however, burst into flames and looked gloomily at yellow hair. What did you just call out to elder brother do? Beavis, ah, that's little Beavis, our side's native language for cursing people. Yellow Hair even explained a sentence. Snap. Fatigua nonchalantly gave Yellow Hair a slap on the face and angrily scolded. Little, I gave you face didn't I? Know what kind of person elder brother do is? You dare to disrespect him? Yellow Hair was spun around in place by this slap. His eyes were starry-eyed and he was full of confusion. Only then did Du Chen open his mouth, and in Yellow Hair's tone, teasingly said, see, Beavis, this is my connections. By the way, Yakuza ah, that's little Yakuza, the vernacular for cursing people on our side. Hearing Du Chen returning all the words he just said, Yellow Hair couldn't help but feel humiliated and angry at the same time. Uncle Gua, aren't you hitting the wrong person? My grandfather is Zhao Huanglong. Today, even if your grandfather is me, you still have to apologize to elder brother Du. Fatigua once again gave Yellow Hair a kick, kicking him straight to the ground, and rolled a few times, rolling to Du Chen's feet. Du Chen didn't even look at Yellow Hair, calmly pinched a cup of tea and asked, now can you talk about what to do to solve my matter? Fatigua walked over and stood next to Du Chen, staring coldly at Yellow Hair. Li Tian, on the other hand, was calm as he knew that even if Zhao Huanglong came today, he wouldn't dare offend Du Chen. After all, Du Chen was Zhao Huanglong's savior. Yellow Hair was lying on the ground, curled up into a ball in pain. He could see that he was isolated today, so he could only concede. I'll pay for it. 2 million, is that okay? This is my entire deposit. Du Chen was about to open his mouth. Fatigua directly coldly said, your car house? Give it all to me? I'll go sell it for you. Yellow Hair was anxious, just about to resist, but when he saw the bottle of wine that Fatigua was carrying in his hand was leaping out of his hand, he wimped out. Okay, I'll give it all to you. Yellow Hair could only honestly submit, and Fatigua's connections are powerful in the end. In less than half an hour, Yellow Hair's car, house, and all his belongings, all were sold off, turned into $30 million in cash, handed over to Du Chen. Chapter 33 Finding someone to pick you up. Du Chen looked at the money in the card and sighed. In the end, it's a broad young man, so rich, but you shouldn't even have the money for a taxi now, right? I'll find someone to pick you up. Yellow Hair was sitting on the ground with a frustrated look on his face. When he heard Du Chen's words, he couldn't help but panic. Who else are you going to find to deal with me? Fatigua was also wondering who else Du Chen could call. Du Chen took out his cell phone and called Zhao Xian Cotton. Flirting, little maid, there's someone on my side that I need you to pick up. Zhao Xian Cotton was busy at the company. When she heard Du Chen's words, she almost didn't faint from anger. Gritting her teeth, she said, don't shout nonsense. Didn't shout nonsense ah, isn't this something you volunteered for? You have to know. In ancient times the maid is to serve the bed to warm the nest. I didn't let you come over to sleep with you even if it's good. Du Chen has a face of brother much benevolence. You still want me to sleep with you? Dream on. Zhao Xian Cotton was furious. I tell you, my mom is really busy. My company is in a mess right now. I'm checking the accounts. If you're not doing anything, don't call me. I really have something to do. Your young master is here with me, provoking me and being beaten up by me. Come and get it? Du Chen didn't mess around with Zhao Xian Mian anymore, and directly talked about the business. Zhao Xian Mian then frowned and immediately asked, my brother? Zhao Gang? I'll go over immediately. Du Chen hung up the phone, then looked at Zhao Gang standing next to him and faintly said, just wait, someone will come to pick you up soon. Zhao Gang had a look of shock on his face. He didn't expect Du Chen to know his sister. Knowing that Zhao Xinmian had always hated him for causing trouble outside, he didn't know how many times he had reprimanded or even punched him because of it. If he really got beaten up by his own sister, he definitely didn't have a good ending. Du Chen, killing is not a headache. Not to mention that I've already compensated you $30 million. There's no need for you to toss me around like this, right? Zhao Gang was a bit furious. Du Chen faintly said, I'm doing this for your own good. Your sister picking you up. It's still safer. Put your ass on the line. Zhao Gang cursed angrily. He didn't believe that there was anyone in this Jiangdong who dared to touch himself. But at this moment, next to him, Fatigua picked up his wineglass and said seriously, Dr. Du, I invited you for dinner but was disturbed by someone else. This is me not taking good care of you. I'll punish myself with 3 cups to apologize to you, and I won't let go of any of those guys who escaped just now. It's nothing. Du Chen smiled lightly. I didn't suffer any losses either. That won't do. This is my territory. I don't care who he is. If he dares to harass my honored guests, he absolutely cannot be spared. Fatigua's tone was cold, and he even glanced at Zhao Gang next to him. Zhao Gang instantly turned pale. If this had been said by someone else, he would have taken it as a joke. But Zhang Shangwan was no joke. This guy was black and white, ruthless, not to mention that Zhao Gang was only Zhao Huanglong's grandson. Even if Zhao Huanglong had offended him, he dared to retaliate. Could it be that Du Chen asked his sister to come to pick him up? Really good intentions? Zhao Gang thought in his heart, but he didn't realize that it wasn't just his sister who came, but also Zhao Huanglong. The moment he saw his grandfather, Zhao Gang's heart was excited. Grandpa, I didn't expect you to come too. Quickly help me, asshole. Zhao Huanglong viciously kicked Zhao Gang in the chest. Zhao Gang screamed miserably and lay on the ground, looking at Zhao Huanglong in horror. Grandpa, you're the one who loves me the most. Even if I offended Fatigui, you don't have to hit me like this. Our $10 billion family. Are we still afraid of a king on the river? Fatigui's eyes went cold, staring at Zhao Gang like he was a dead man. Zhao Huanglong also coldly rebuked. Asshole, is Fatigui's name something you can shout? Not to mention that I beat you because you disrespected my lifesaver. Lifesaver. Zhao Gang was instantly horrified. Could it be that this guy is the one who saved you? Zhao Huanglong face gloomy. Go up as 5 or 6 big ear melon. Smacked Zhao Gang 7 meat, little. Honorifics do not understand. What this guy that guys, to call Mr. Do. Zhao Xian Cotton was just watching coldly from the side, without the slightest intention to block. Du Chen and Fatty Gua and the others naturally did not care. The entire private room, in addition to the movement of Zhao Huanglong beating people, only the sound of Zhao Gang crying and begging remained. Only when the beating Zhao Gang was covered in wounds did Zhao Huanglong get relieved and called the security guards to come in and throw Zhao Gang out. Mr. Do. This time it's my fault for teaching my grandchildren. I'll punish myself with 3 cups to apologize to you. Zhao Huanglong lifted his wine glass and was going to drink it all in one go. This time, Zhao Xinmian's face changed and hurriedly blocked it. Grandpa, you're recovering from a serious illness. It's better to let me drink it. No need. Zhao Huanglong waved his hand to block. Full of guilt, Mr. Do is my lifesaver. I haven't even had time to thank him yet, but I was offended by this little man. It's because I'm not disciplining him well. I should be punished. Saying this, Zhao Huanglong drank all 3 cups of wine in one go. If this was seen by outsiders, I'm afraid they would be dumbfounded. As a 10 billionaire, Zhao Huanglong was a powerful man in Jiangdong, not to mention self-punishment. Even if someone else wanted to toast, they would have to look at his face. How has it ever been as low as today? But whether it was Du Chun or Li Tian or even Fatty Gua, they all felt it was justified. It was Zhao Xinmian who stared viciously at Du Chen. Are you satisfied? My grandpa has never bowed down to anyone like this before, so it's a good way to give you face. I've always believed that face is earned, not given by others. So if your family wasn't at fault themselves, giving me heavenly face, I don't care, Du Chen said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhao Xian Cotton couldn't help but get angry, thinking that Du Chen was too crazy. Just now, Zhao Gang was beaten up and had already told the whole process. Wasn't it just a matter of grabbing a seat? As to make even his grandfather lose face so much? Du Chen was too petty. But Zhao Huanglong heard something different, frowned and asked, could it be that this little did something else that offended Mr. Du? My father's name is Du Decai. Du Chen suddenly said this sentence without a clue. He was testing the virtue of the Zhao family. If Zhao Huanglong and Zhao Xinmian knew about their father being held back for compensation, then this Zhao family was rotten from top to bottom. There was no need for more contact. Zhao Huanglong was at a loss. He had just woken up from being seriously ill. How would he know about such things? Instead, it was Zhao Xinmian whose face changed drastically. Du Decai? Is that the worker who fell from the scaffolding and was injured? How is he? Du Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous aura. You really know? Xin Cotton. What's going on? Zhao Huanglong questioned sternly. Alas, Grandpa, this is all Zhao Gang's sin. I was so focused on finding a doctor to treat you a while ago that I didn't manage the company much. Today I checked the accounts only to find out that a worker suffered a very serious work injury and was hospitalized in need of an operation. But the insurance company paid out $1 million, but it was embezzled by Zhao Gang, and he only gave $200,000. And even that $200,000 didn't get to the worker's hands. And that worker is called Du Decai. Zhao Xinmian's face was ugly. What? Asshole. Give me someone to get this little back. Get it back immediately. Zhao Huanglong was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Chapter 34, Worship. What is the most important thing about doing business? Honesty. Be honest with your partners, and be honest with your employees. If one intentionally withholds the reasonable income and compensation of their employees and does not give it, this kind of company will definitely not be able to go far. Zhao Huanglong has been focusing on this point since he started his business, and he is highly respected in the business world. But he could not have imagined that the good reputation that he had worked so hard to create was almost lost because of the small $1 million, and he almost offended Du Chen, the divine doctor. Zhao Huanglong felt that he had just beaten Zhao Gang too lightly. Zhao Xian Cotton was also furious and immediately said, Grandpa, it's useless for you to beat Zhao Gang. It's better for me to handle it. What does this, Mr. Do think? Zhao Huanglong subconsciously looked at Du Chen. After all, he was the victim. Du Chen also saw that what Zhao Gang did was afraid that it had nothing to do with these two masters, but he still wanted to see how Zhao Xinyan planned to resolve this matter. So he nodded slightly. You say. Zhao Xinjian took a deep breath. This 1 million. I actually called it over the first time when I ascertained that there was a problem with the accounts. Of course I know that it's not enough to make up for it, so I have two options. The first is that we give a certain amount of financial compensation. Of course the amount of this compensation is to be mentioned by Mr. Du or your father. We will try our best to meet it. The second is that we employ Mr. Du's father as a lifelong supervisor of our company, with salary and benefits at the managerial level. Even if he retires in the future, his treatment will remain the same. Once Du Chen heard this, he couldn't help but admire Zhao Xinyan. This woman is really good at thinking. If Du Chen is not suddenly developed, then with Du Dekai's condition, those two conditions are definitely quite tempting. For an ordinary worker to be able to casually negotiate a price to the $10 billion group, or to choose to be a manager over here, it would definitely make most people forgive them on the spot for what they've done. Although this woman was grumpy, she was also really tactful. No wonder Zhao Huanglong held her in such high regard. And at this time, Du Chen also received a WeChat message from Sun Yufan, saying that the $1 million has arrived and asked him whether he wants to withdraw the lawsuit and forget about it. When Du Chen saw this message, his face slightly slowed down. According to the time projection, Zhao Xinyan did transfer the money from before she came over here, and at that time, she didn't know the relationship between Du Chen and Du Dekai, so it was really by conscience that she was able to give the money. Not bad, I'll withdraw the case. Let's forget about this matter. Du Chen intended to trivialize the matter. In fact, Zhao Huanglong was not bad, often doing all sorts of charity. Even the old village where Du Chen grew up had been subsidized. That's why Du Dekai ran to work on the Zhao family's project. So now that the Zhao family has a good attitude and his own father has been cured, Du Chen doesn't intend to dig deeper. However, Zhao Huanglong still felt guilty and took the initiative to say, Mr. Du, no matter what, this time, it was ultimately our lax management that nearly caused a big disaster. I want to make amends. I heard that you've already accepted the tie-in clinic? Then how about this? I'll fund $1 billion to expand the tie-in clinic. How about it? Du Chen revealed a surprised look. This Zhao Huanglong is ruthless enough. First he gave $10 million for the clinic, and now he is offering $1 billion? In fact, how does he know? After Zhao Huanglong was cured, not only did he do a comprehensive checkup, but also found a few actresses to sleep with him. As a result, Zhao Huanglong found himself not only healed no problem at all, and even became 60 years old, 30 years old physique, tossing those women but wailing, so that many of his old buddies are envious to death. So Zhao Huanglong was certain that Du Chen was the absolute famous doctor, and such a person would only make money if he invested more. In the end, Du Chen was young and new to the medical profession and did not understand his own value. Li Tian could be very clear, only to see Li Tian not moving and shaking his head at Du Chen. That means don't agree. Listen to the advice of others and eat your fill. Du Chen was never the kind of person who liked to be a leper, so he immediately obeyed Li Tian's meaning. I'm sorry Mr. Zhao, the Tian clinic is running well, and I have no intention of hiring anyone to invest for the time being. Zhao Huanglong was a man of understanding and didn't say much. Ha ha ha, it's me being abrupt. I'll punish myself. Fatty Gui actually wanted to invest and get a piece of the pie, but seeing that Zhao Huanglong had hit a wall, he didn't open his mouth, and similarly laughed as he raised his glass and drank. Self-punishment? You have not been here for 10 minutes. Rubbed 4 cups of wine. I drink with you. Don't let you take advantage of yourself. In the end is a mixed jianghu, is to speak. Du Chen can see that Fatty Gui is worried about Zhao Huanglong is always self-punishment. The heart is not happy, so deliberately accompanied. Li Tian is more arrogant. After all, is everyone's admiration of the living king of hell? So still not too close to the people. Fatally looking at Fatty Gui and Zhao Huanglong drinking, and does not integrate into it. Du Chen did think that these two people were quite interesting. One was full of the bravado of a Jianghu man, and the other was a 10 billionaire but easygoing. Quite like to make friends with the two people. Seeing that you guys are drinking so vigorously, I'll have a cup too. I haven't had a drink since I came here. Du Chen smiled and raised his glass. Fatty Gui and Zhao Huanglong were pleasantly surprised. They had thought that Du Chen was a proud and reserved man of the world like Li Tian, but they didn't realize that he was an easygoing person who was willing to integrate with them. Come. It's rare that Brother Du is willing to drink. Old Gua, will definitely accompany him to the end. Fatty Gua smiled broadly. Zhao Huanglong was a little envious of Fatty Gua's intimate address, and even took the initiative to say, Dr. Du, why don't we also call each other brothers? Anyway, you're the one who saved my life. We should be the same generation. Du Chen was stunned. If he and Zhao Huanglong called themselves brothers, then wouldn't Zhao Xinmian become his granddaughter? Zhao Xian Cotton was also dumbfounded, and quickly resisted. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Cut the crap. It's not your junior's turn to be in charge of what I do. Zhao Huanglong glared at Zhao Xinmian, then smiled sincerely at Du Chen again. Actually, I'd love to be sworn brothers with divine Dr. Du and Bosqua. Befriend? Du Chen was stunned. Right, it is to be sworn brothers. Divine Dr. Du agrees? Zhao Huanglong was pleasantly surprised. Du Chen was so angry that he almost cursed. Who are you pitting? You old bastard? What do you mean by sworn brotherhood? Peach orchard triple bonding, that's sworn brotherhood. And generally worship people, how to say, have the same blessings, have the same difficulties, do not seek the same year, the same month, the same day, but seek the same year, the same month, the same day to die. You a 60-year-old, half of the body into the ground of the old man. With me a legitimate years of young people to play this. Want to be shameless? Ah, of course. Du Chen just thought about it and didn't have the heart to say it directly, but Fatty Gui is also the same idea. He is not so polite, hastily waved his hand and said, Boss Zhao, you do not pit us brothers. You are 60, we are in early 40s, and early 20s, really want to die in the same year, the same month, the same day, we do not have a few years to live. Zhao Huanglong. Although this was unpleasant to listen to, in the end, the words were rough. Zhao Huanglong couldn't say anything and could only give up on the idea of tying the knot. Once he thought that he couldn't invest and couldn't worship, Zhao Huanglong couldn't help but feel a bit stifled in his heart. As a $10 billion tycoon, Jiangdong's top 5 big shots, where has he been treated like this? Zhao Huanglong's heart stifled, simply began to drink by himself. Du Chen and Fatty Gui also felt bad in their hearts. After all, they had good intentions, but they refused. The two hurriedly accompanied the drink, which also made Zhao Huanglong's heart a lot more comfortable. And next to Zhao Xian Cotton, see the three people only focus on drinking, give up the worship mind, cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. She said that if these three people were to become sworn brothers, she would have to call Du Chen her grandfather. So how could she still be a human being when the word got out? Chapter 35, Natural Born. The wine that the three of them, Du Chen, drank was a delightful one. After finishing their drinks, Zhao Huanglong started to whisk Zhao Xinmian away, because he knew that Fatty Gui, the old man, had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and was sure to take Du Chen to find a little girl to get high in a while, and he also wanted to go and indulge. But Zhao Xinmian is a person who understands, knows that these three men together, certainly no good thing, dead or alive, just refuse to go. In the end, there is no way out. Fatty Gui can only make an appointment for another day. The banquet dispersed. Fatty Gui was sent home by the bodyguards. Li Tian didn't drink much and was able to act on his own, although Du Chen drank a lot. But the Jindan stage can be said to not get drunk from 1,000 cups and not fall down from 10,000 cups, so there was no problem. But Zhao Huanglong wasn't someone who didn't know the rules and insisted that his granddaughter send Li Tian and Du Chen home. He himself, on the other hand, asked Su Shengwei to drive to pick them up, although Zhao Xinmian was reluctant to touch Du Chen more. She wasn't that unintelligent, so she could only obey her grandfather's wishes and get the two of them into her car. It was a red Mercedes-Benz, a 4-seater convertible sports car that looked cool and racy. The only slight problem was that it was a bit girly. Du Chen and Li Tian sat in the back seat as if they were sitting on pins and needles, feeling as if the two of them were ducks wrapped in Zhao Xian cotton. Little girl, I actually have a car. There's no need for you to give me a ride. Li Tian was somewhat not too fond of sitting in this car. Divine Dr. Li, the nights in Jiangdong are not peaceful during this period of time. I have to send you back. Otherwise, in case something happens, I really can't be blamed for all the deaths. Zhao Xinmian was polite to Li Tian, but when his eyes swept over Du Chen, he glared at him fiercely. This made Du Chen very dissatisfied, thinking, I was trying to give you some face, but you're treating me with such an attitude? Okay, let's see who can outplay who. Seeing Du Chen lying on the seat, pretending to be drunk, he said in a daze, Little maid, I want to drink water. Hearing the word maid, Zhao Xinmian raised her eyebrows and shouted in a hot temper, Shut up! I'll tear your mouth apart if you dare to say those two words again. Li Tian did know about the bet these two had made earlier, so he just smiled and ignored it. But Du Chen was puzzled. Those two words? Could it be little maid? But this is 3 words. Besides, I called you maid. How? You clearly is my maid. Is not you yourself want to be my maid? I did not force you to be my maid. Now you say you do not want to be a maid is not a maid. Then who will be my maid? Don't let you say it and still come on strong, right? Zhao Xian Cotton listened to this guy's sentence of several maids. The fire in her heart rubbed upwards. Tell me, how much money do you want in order to release this bet? Du Chen reclined on his seat and said drunkenly, What money? The little maid wants to give me money? You have to give me money after just 2 days of knowing each other. Then is it possible that you're going to sleep with me in bed in the future? If it wasn't for Li Tian behind her, Zhao Xinmian couldn't pounce over and bite Du Chen to death. She furiously yelled, "Shut up! Shut up!" Even so, Li Tian's face revealed a look of dissatisfaction. What's wrong with this girl? Obviously in a high position. Yet she was so irritable. Why did Zhao Huanglong appreciate such an impulsive and irritable person so much? Soon, arriving at the villa where Li Tian lived, Zhao Xian Cotton immediately glared fiercely at Du Chen. Still not going down. When the master gets off, doesn't the maid need assistance? Besides, I don't live here, Du Chen said smilingly. What? Then you didn't say so earlier. Zhao Xinmian's face changed. She had thought that Li Tian and Du Chen were living in the same place, but she didn't realize that the two of them were living separately. So wouldn't that mean that she would have to be alone with Du Chen when she sent him home next? Li Tian didn't want to let Du Chen go, and politely asked, "Boss, why don't you stay over tonight? I have a lot of rooms in my house, and it saves you from having to go back and forth." "No need. I still have things to do when I go back." Du Chen laughed. "What is it?" Li Tian was stunned. It was almost 11 o'clock at night. Du Chen let out a bad smile. "Of course it's a private spring matter. After all, I want to get to know my little maid better and get in touch with her." Zhao Xinmian burst into a fit of gnashing of teeth. Li Tian didn't say much. He could see that Du Chen didn't really want to do anything to Zhao Xian Cotton. It seemed that he was just teasing her. He couldn't help but shake his head. "Alright then, I'll go back to rest first. See you tomorrow." Du Chen nodded and waited for Li Tian to go home before saying to Zhao Xianmian, "Little maid, drove me home. I'll give you the address." Zhao Xinmian grimaced and didn't say anything. She searched the address with the navigation and rushed over. Along the way, she raised the speed of the car to the fastest speed within her control. Even if she was speeding and running red lights, she didn't care. She just had one purpose. Hurry up and send this guy home, and then you'll be relieved. Soon, Zhao Xinmian sent Du Chen to his house, but when she arrived at the place, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. "This seems to be the place where my grandfather used to live. It's said to be the home of an old landlord, and it's also haunted." Zhao Xinmian was surprised. "Curious about my house? Then why don't you go in and sit down? The bed in my house, it's big and soft." Du Chen laughed evilly. "Shameless." Zhao Xinmian viciously glared at Du Chen. "How can you call this shameless? You're my little." "Shut up. If you dare to say the word maid again, I'll fight you. Let me tell you, in this life, I won't sleep with someone like you, even if you're very handsome, even if you're very capable, even if you make my grandpa like you a lot. It's useless, because old me isn't interested in men. Got it?" Zhao Xian Cotton completely couldn't tense up and angrily yelled out her heart. After yelling, she couldn't help but feel pain in her heart and looked at Du Chen triumphantly. "Why don't you say anything? Scared by me?" Du Chen thought about it and directly opened the door to get out of the car, then opened the courtyard door and said to Zhao Xinmian in the car, "Actually, I understand you. Impulsive and irritable is just your cover color. You just don't want to make friends with people. You don't want to get close to people. Oh, don't flatter yourself. Are you still trying to say that I like you?" Zhao Xinmian was full of contempt. "At least, I can be sure that you don't hate me that much. After all, it should have been a long time since anyone has ever talked to you like me like this, right? That's why you're terrified of my attitude, and you keep scaring me with your grumpiness, trying to keep me away from you." Du Chen smiled lightly, but his eyes were sharp, as if they could pierce through the heart. The disdain on Zhao Xinmian's face disappeared. A little flustered, her eyes averted. "What's all this nonsense? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. You're too self-absorbed." Boom! Zhao Xinmin stepped on the gas with one foot, and the Mercedes roared away. Du Chen looked at the cars departing back and sighed softly. "Little maid, ah little maid, do you really think that your natural stone woman's physique can hide from me?" Chapter 36, The King of Mouth. Born a stone woman, the symptoms of this disease is born with a clogged body, unable to have a normal period, much less get pregnant, or even be able to hem and haw with a man. In fact, only Zhao Xian Cotton and her grandfather know that this disease from Zhao Xian Cotton just born hospital checked out. Just no way to cure. This disease let Zhao Xian Cotton has been plagued. Even if she was born with the golden key of the daughter of the rich, even if she is recognized by all the business genius, even if she is beautiful and incomparable, but she still had an inferiority complex because of her physique. It was also because of this inferiority complex that she disguised herself, usually behaving in a very irritable manner, so that people didn't dare to approach her, and didn't go to make some close and knowledgeable friends, so that she could cover up the abnormalities of her body, and avoid being mocked by people. In fact, she also wanted to get sweet love, also wanted to have intimate little sisters, also wanted to get married and have children, also wanted to live a normal life. But she knew that no man would accept a stone girl who couldn't sleep or have children, because Zhao Xinmian had tried. She was once by an impeccable in all aspects of the excellent man crazy pursuit. Obviously that man has a lot of beautiful women to pursue, but it is to Zhao Xin Cotton obsessed, and even if she was on the man to send even more fire cannot scare away each other. Zhao Xin Cotton thought he met true love, assured that he is the secret of the stone woman told the man, but the other party did not hesitate to choose to abandon her. This made Zhao Xinyan despair of men, despair of the world, and she became even more violent and unsympathetic. Du Chen had long since seen what was wrong with Zhao Xinyan's impulsive and irritable behavior, but didn't poke at it and had no way to cure it, because the treatment of this disease is the need for Zhao Xinyan to open up to him, stripped naked and stood in front of him, acupuncture, medicinal baths, and even have to massage all kinds of means together. After all, this is a special constitution brought from the mother's womb, and it is extremely complicated to deal with. But with the relationship between the two now, Du Chen, if you dare to say let Zhao Xin Cotton naked to their own treatment, she did not say yes, not with their own life is good. So Du Chen had to try his best to get close to her, but using the conventional way of currying favor would definitely not be accepted. After all, there must be quite a few people who curry favor with Zhao Xin Cotton. The point was that Du Chen wasn't that cheap. In order to cure someone, he had to go and be a licking dog for them? Du Chen watched Zhao Xinyan leave and sent her a message. Little maid, from tomorrow onwards, come and pick me up and drop me off and on. Zhao Xinyan was waiting for the traffic light at the intersection. When she saw her cell phone ringing, she casually picked it up and glanced at it, and then she burst into a fit of gnashing her teeth. This guy is really shameless, really treats himself as his maid, to be dispatched at will? Lao Ma is the vice president of the $10 billion group. She is also a great beauty who is famous in Jiangdong. She is even the fiery queen that everyone in the company fears. But now someone wants to make herself a driver for him? Zhao Xin Cotton ruthlessly threw the cell phone on the co-pilot. Her face is full of dissatisfaction. But she unexpectedly did not have the slightest intention to refuse. Even in her heart, she vaguely had some sense of anticipation for tomorrow. After all, since breaking up with her ex-boyfriend, she hadn't gotten this close to anyone else. Du Chen returned to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, looked at the token, there were no quests, and casually took out 10 immortal coins to start cultivating. He cultivated until morning, not sleeping, but 100 times more refreshed than sleeping. Moreover, the realm had steadily increased without a single accident or difficulty, and without any quests. It made him feel as if he was living a normal life, but not to mention, this kind of life of drinking with friends and practicing a little bit when nothing happens is really quite comforting. Du Chen smiled and got up. Seeing that it was almost time to go to work, he immediately started to wash up. The place where he worked was Taishang Clinic. After all, it was his own property now, so he should always visit it more often. After finishing washing up, Du Chen just put on his clothes to go out, but suddenly realized that there were a few coins sitting on the table. Right, there seems to be the art of divination in the divination technique. Why don't we gauge our fortune today? Du Chen was like a small child who had just gotten a novelty toy, picking up a few coins and wanting to use them for divination. However, people in ancient times used copper plates to tell fortunes. Du Chen was using modern coins to tell fortunes. If the Taoist disciples saw this, they would probably laugh at him. But don't say, after those few coins fell to the table, set up a strange formation, or let Du Chen can see something from it. Today might be a day to break the bank. Damn it, how could it be this kind of luck? Du Chen just got more than $30 million, but it is about to break the fortune. No wonder he is not cautious. Immediately start the fortune again. Clatter. Coins scattered on the table. This time he saw more things. Broken fortune in the east, free from disaster in the west, beautiful women in the south, VIPs coming from the north. Du Chen frowned because he happened to be going to the east, because Taishang Clinic was over there. But why is that side going to break the fortune? Could it be that something is going to happen to Taishang Clinic? Du Chen couldn't help but feel weak, not knowing if he should go or not. But just when he was hesitating, there was a knock on the door from outside, and Zhao Xinyan's impatient voice, "Wake up yet? Go to work now. I'm going to be late." Zhao Xinyan actually came to pick up? Du Chen couldn't help but laugh at this mouthy little girl, but then frowned and glanced at the trigrams on the table. Forget it, afraid of a bird, is not the west from disaster. I go around from that side is not on the line. These days, if you don't know how to change your fate against the heavens, how can you say you are engaged in cultivation? Today, my brother is playing the head iron. Du Chen put away the coins and came to the front door, and when he saw Zhao Xinyan, he couldn't help but light up. This woman changed into a black lace sarong today, and seemed to have put on light makeup, looking very noble and generous, living a domineering female president. When Zhao Xinyan saw Du Chen, she skimmed her lips. Is this the only outfit you have? Yesterday you wore this one, and today it's still this one? How sloppy. Du Chen was a bit embarrassed, because this woman really guessed right. This was the only set of clothes he had. and all the other clothes were thrown away. However, these clothes are absolutely not dirty, because the Jindan stage can already use spiritual power to clean themselves, so that their body and clothes will always be clean. But for women, even if you wore clean clothes, always wearing one would make them feel uncomfortable. To put it simply, it's just a lot of things. Du Chen sat on the car and said indifferently, "Little maid, drive." When Zhao Xinyan heard Du Chen's words, she was so angry that she almost lost her breath. Originally, she wanted to ask Du Chen if he wanted to go to the mall to buy some new clothes. After all, her family still owed favors because of Du Dekai's matter. But at this moment, she directly shut up. But at this point she just shut up. Want a fart, eat Goyu. Zhao Xinyan drove with a gloomy face and headed straight to the east. Du Chen faintly said, "Reroute. Take a detour from the west of the city. It doesn't matter if it's far or not far, but there must be enough to go west. Our aim is to go all the way to the west." "What? All the way west? You're going to the west to get scriptures?" Zhao Xin Cotton sneered, finally getting out a mouthful of bad breath. 8 preceptors. Don't talk too much. Master's order has its own reasoning, Du Chen said indifferently. Fighting with words, he hadn't suffered a loss yet. Chapter 37, It's so hard to cure a disease. You're the one who's a pig. You're pig Konghua. You're stinking shameless. Zhao Xinyan was so angry that she cursed every swear word she knew, but that's all she could curse shamelessly. Du Chen shrugged. How about we call you Shahi Shan? He's the most capable one in Journey to the West, and you're also capable, exceptionally capable. Zhao Xian Cotton didn't hear Du Chen's words, and coldly said, "My old lady doesn't need your compliments. I definitely won't go west because it's too far and delays me from going to work. If a maid doesn't listen, she has to be spanked. Are you sure you want to challenge me?" Du Chen said indifferently. I'll just sit here and see how you hit me." Zhao Xinyan had a smug look on her face, but what she didn't expect was that Du Chen actually put 2 fingers of his right hand together and poked her violently towards her waist. In an instant, Zhao Xian Cotton only felt a tremor in her heart. She had never had physical contact with a man other than her grandfather, especially after she knew about her illness. She even subconsciously kept a distance from men. This was the first time a man had touched her, and it was still such a sensitive place as her waist. What was even stranger was that after Du Chen touched her waist, there was a stream of warmth coming from her waist. Zhao Xian Cotton felt warm and comfortable, but then it was wrong, giving her a strange feeling. Zhao Xinjian's face flushed a little, controlling herself not to show any abnormalities, but even if she can't control it, can't help but face also more and more red. At the same time the delicate body lightly trembling, obviously endure very difficult. Du Chen sat at the back and looked at her, pretending to be curious and asked, "What's wrong? It looks like you're having a hard time?" In fact, Zhao Xian Cotton was the one who made this situation happen, but deliberately inquired with the purpose of stimulating her. Zhao Xian Cotton was already unable to speak. She blushed her little face and appeared to be really suffocating. How was it that there wasn't a toilet on this roadside? "Little maid, what's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Then you can tell me. I'm a doctor." Du Chen seemed to be very caring. "I don't have anything." Zhao Xinyan bit her lips in death and squeezed out the sentence from between her teeth. "Stop the car," Du Chen suddenly said. Zhao Xinyan didn't want to stop the car. She just wanted to get to Taiyan Clinic quickly. "I told you to stop the car. I found a toilet on the side of the road." Du Chen looked innocent. "What? Then you didn't say so earlier." "It's suffocating me," Zhao Xian Cotton exclaimed and immediately stopped the car, only to realize that she had let her words slip and couldn't help but feel ashamed. But she couldn't care less and immediately parked on the side of the road, wanting to go to the restroom. But when she lifted her butt, Du Chen suddenly slapped towards her and said with a bad smile, "Still say I can't hit you? You. Zhao Xian Cotton couldn't care less, glared at Du Chen in shame and anger, and quickly ran to the public restroom by the roadside. Du Chen watched her leave with a faint smile on his face. Alas, it's not easy to be a good person these days. In order to cure this little ninny, you have to pretend to be a bad person. That's right. Just now Du Chen was curing Zhao Xian Cotton's illness. He deliberately poked Zhao Xian Cotton's waist with his hand. He was helping to unblock her. And after Zhao Xian Cotton came out from the toilet, she also felt the abnormality. She found that she had unprecedented physical and mental comfort. She didn't have this kind of feeling when she went to the toilet before, because of the changes in her body. Along with that, she was not so angry with Du Chen, and returned to the car and drove directly to the Taiyan Clinic. Du Chen looked at this woman really detoured to the west, and all the way safe and sound, also could not help but sigh with relief. Soon after arriving at the place, Zhao Xinyan waited for Du Chen to get out of the car and said with a stern face, "There's a possibility that I'll be working overtime at night. It's okay, little maid. I can go to your company to find you and ask you to send me home." Du Chen smiled faintly. Zhao Xian Cotton was really speechless. Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, she suddenly turned her eyes and said, "How about this? I'll send you a car, up to Rolls-Royce, down to battery car, whatever you choose. The car is not expensive. It's good to have you." Du Chen laughed. Hearing this, Zhao Xinyan looked at Du Chen in dismay, only to realize that he was bathed in the sunlight. His handsome appearance and upright figure, he was truly a proper male god, especially at this time. Du Chen smiled at her. It made Zhao Xinyan forget all her worries, and subconsciously nodded her head. "Okay, I'll pick you up at night." Just after agreeing, Zhao Xinyan couldn't help but blush, saying what's wrong with her? Where is her usual reserve and pride? How to become a nymphomaniac? And still to this bad guy. But Zhao Xinyan's words had already left her mouth, so she couldn't change them, and could only drive away to avoid embarrassment. Du Chen saw her leaving, and then walked towards Taiyan Clinic. In fact, from just now he realized that the crowd in front of Taiyan Clinic was crowded and overcrowded. He thought it was because the street was busy and there were more people passing by the clinic. But at this moment, when he got closer, he realized that these people were just blocking the clinic, making it impossible for him to even enter the gate. These people are men and women, old and young, and it seems that all of them have some physical disabilities, and the group is surging. Could it be a medical disturbance? Du Chen was nervous and pretended to be a passerby to blend into the crowd, eavesdropping on these people chatting. It turns out, is the living King Li Taiyan released words, today specializing in the treatment of physically disabled, and is his personal clinic. Even clinic fees are halved. Many physically disabled people heard the news are excited to run over to wait for treatment, which led to the scene Du Chen saw overcrowded. Du Chen looked at the excited patients and knew why Li Taiyan was doing this. It was nothing more than the fact that he had learned a set of needles from his side yesterday, and was specifically looking for these patients to test the results of his learning. Excuse me. Du Chen politely walked into the crowd, trying to squeeze into the clinic. Borrowed? I'm not borrowing. Line up at the back. A patient with a broken arm. His face was full of irritation. Everyone is lining up. How hairy are you? How dare you cut in line? Du Chen smiled bitterly. I'm the boss here. The patient was startled, just about to apologize, but found out that Du Chen was very young, and was instantly offended. Bull asterisk. How old are you? Can you be the boss here? If you are the boss here, then I am the boss's father. Get in the back of the line. Du Chen was upset. Just talk. What are you taking advantage of? Get out of the way. Originally still want to explain with this guy, but listening to him talk uncleanly, Du Chen directly chi vibration, that Jin Dan stage power, directly will be this blocking the way of the patient pushed backward 2 or 3 meters away from the queue. Du Chen walked into the clinic with a cold face, while those clinic people had long received Li Taiyan's notice, bowing respectfully to Du Chen and shouting boss. The patient with the broken arm was flustered, not realizing that the person was really the boss. What's even more sad and angry is that because he was pushed away by Du Chen, the position he was standing in just now was taken over, and now he had to go back to the very back of the queue again. Who let him be cheap? If he didn't say that, Du Chen wouldn't have made things so difficult for him. Chapter 38, Didn't Escape. When Du Chen walked in, he found that the clinic was very quiet, as all Chinese medicine practitioners would ask their patients to be quiet when they came in, with their cell phones on mute, and phone calls and loud talking prohibited. And at this moment, Li Taiyan was sitting on a Taishang chair, old and relaxed, closing his eyes and taking the patient's pulse. Next to him were several doctors studying seriously. Some doctors saw Du Chen and wanted to greet him, but Du Chen waved his hand to stop them. Soon, Li Taiyan opened his eyes, confidently wrote down a prescription and handed it over to the person next to him to grab the medicine, then took out the silver needle again, and said to the patient, I'll let someone grab a serving of medicine for you to treat your other illnesses. Right now I'm going to treat your right foot first. Ligament tear right? Du Chen stood by the side, first stopped the doctor who went to grab the medicine, took the prescription written by Li Taiyan and looked at it, and found that it was indeed very reasonable, and only then continued to look at him to give acupuncture to treat the foot. Do not say, this Li Taiyan learning ability is good. At this time he used the acupuncture method, and yesterday Du Chen demonstrated about the same, occasionally some mistakes, but also within the scope of understandable. Seeing the end of Li Taiyan's acupuncture, Du Chen praised, not bad. When the surrounding patients heard this, they all raised their heads in dissatisfaction and glared at Du Chen. After all, everyone knew that the king of living hell liked to be quiet, and it was rare for him to come and treat everyone, so the surrounding patients didn't dare to breathe for fear of being angry with the king of living hell and being unable to be cured. But Du Chen dared to speak loudly, naturally causing anger. It was only when Li Taiyan looked up to see Du Chen and heard his compliments, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Thank you, master, for your compliments. The anger on the faces of the surrounding people turned to shock, and their eyeballs fell out. This young man is actually the master of the living Yin Wang. The surrounding people all cast a look of awe at Du Chen, and even the few patients who wanted to chide him for speaking casually before were wiping the cold sweat from their heads, secretly thankful. Luckily, he didn't have the time to open his mouth just now, or else if he offended the master of the famous doctor, he wouldn't be able to cure his own patients. In fact, after Li Tian shouted master, he also regretted it. It wasn't that he felt Du Chen was not worthy of being his master, but he was worried that Du Chen would get angry. After all, when he wanted to be a master in the Zhao family before, Du Chen had disagreed, or he had used a roundabout tactic to give the clinic to Du Chen, so that he could have the opportunity to study under him. Now that he had accidentally shouted the wrong thing and exposed his true purpose of wanting to learn the art, he didn't know if Du Chen would get angry. For a moment, this generation of famous doctors who had shaken Jiangdong's reputation as the king of living hell, turned out to be like a small child who had done something wrong. Carefully looking at Du Chen's face, he made up his mind that if Du Chen got angry, he must be the first to apologize. But Du Chen didn't care too much about this name. Li Tian wanted to learn just follow. The heavenly court is not to let people know the identity of his temporary workers, and didn't say that they won't allow to teach other people their own skills. Besides, if Li Tian's skill is big, he can also help his clinic to make money, right? Seeing Du Chen's unconcerned look, Li Tian was ecstatic and hurriedly made way. Master, please sit down. Du Chen, however, waved his hand and said, you've learned well, there's no need for me to come, hurry up and give you treatment. Besides, I'm not treating you today. On the third floor, there was Li Tian's office. Du Chen had no place to go for the time being, so he could only borrow it. When he had just entered the office, he suddenly felt the temp token vibrate. It was clairvoyant looking for him. Du Chen hurriedly took out the token, and the thing immediately turned into a projector. A light screen appeared in front of Du Chen, and inside was clairvoyant. But clairvoyant was in a very wrong state today. His face was white and he was lying on the bed, showing a painful color from time to time. You bastard even fooled me. Didn't you say that catching demonic beasts would fool the Queen Mother? But as a result, I was discovered by the Queen Mother and chastised with 100 canes. 1,000 miles I rebuked furiously, but he cursed too much and accidentally pulled his wounds, baring his teeth in pain for a while. Du Chen remembered that this guy had peeked at a fairy's bath before, only to be discovered. He kindly told him that he could use catching a demonic beast as an excuse, explaining that he was unintentionally tracking the demonic beast to break into the place where the fairy was bathing. But this stupid lack of talent found a water demonic beast in the Milky Way as an excuse. Wasn't this brain dead? Can a demonic beast in that water come ashore and be chased by you? If the Queen Mother doesn't beat you up, that's really heavenly. But Du Chen didn't dare to say it explicitly, but explained, why didn't the great immortal find someone to testify for you? For example, Shen Feng'er? What two people say is always more believable. Don't mention that idiot. He drank too much, harassed the fairies, and was punished by the Jade Emperor to the immortal execution platform to suffer from lightning strikes every day. When Clairvoyant said this, he was quite a bit gloating. Du Chen, look at you two old immodest goods. Alright, cut the crap. This matter is your responsibility. You must compensate me. 500 immortal coins. 1,000 miles said in annoyance. What? Du Chen was anxious. What do you take me for? I've used the 10 immortal coins you gave me before. I don't even have an immortal coin on me now. You dumbass, who gave you the temporary worker token? Have you forgotten? Of course I can check how many immortal coins are inside. 1,000 Mile Eyes grimaced. You kid is lucky enough to have earned so many immortal coins. These will be used as my compensation. Du Chen's jaw dropped. Since immortal coins were different from other items that could be stored into the temporary worker token, Du Chen had always just kept it in there, feeling safe and convenient. But he didn't expect the clairvoyant to turn out to be able to view his token. It turns out that one's broken wealth refers not to earthly wealth, but to immortal coins. But it shouldn't be doesn't it say east? Du Chen's heart stirred and immediately asked, Great Immortal, where are you now? I'm in my own house. East Song Palace. What's wrong? Clairvoyant frowned. Du Chen directly took out the few dimes in his pocket and dropped them. This broken thing also cannot be calculated clearly. So the east said the East Song Palace of the clairvoyant. Wait, then what is the West free from disaster talking about? According to the projection of this matter, that should also refer to the west of the heavenly court, right? It so happened that at this moment, the temp token vibrated, coming to a task. Du Chen glanced at it, cleaning up the Imperial Garden. Great Immortal, let me ask, what direction is the Imperial Garden in the heavenly court? Du Chen asked Clairvoyant. Due west. What? Coming on a mission? Clairvoyant was puzzled. Du Chen smiled. Yes, asking me to clean up the Imperial Garden. Then go quickly. Be careful. The Imperial Garden is full of all sorts of exotic flowers and plants. The slightest problem and you'll lose your head. Clairvoyant admonished. Of course, he wasn't more concerned about Du Chen. He was worried that something would happen to Du Chen and he would still be dragged into it. Du Chen also nodded and immediately accepted the mission to go up to the heavenly court. He didn't hand over the immortal coins to clairvoyant, and also dumped them out of the token and threw them into the Chen Kuan bag. Chapter 39, EU Broom. Du Chen came to the heavenly court, and just after entering the imperial garden, he only felt dazzled, as if Lu had entered the Grand View garden. He didn't even know where to look, only to see that this huge imperial garden is at least a few thousand acres of land with an extremely beautiful environment. There were numerous flower beds made of white jade, in which all kinds of exotic flowers and plants were growing, red and white and yellow, tall and short ones with many branches. Surrounded by the flower beds, there were also numerous rockeries, bridges, and flowing water. Immortal mist surrounded all parts of the garden, allowing Du Chen to stand in it, rather having the illusion of becoming immortal and riding the clouds. It was as if he was a grand Luo golden immortal of noble status who was roaming over here. Du Chen leisurely took 2 steps over here, looking at the various koi swimming in the pool. He couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. In the journey to the west, all the goldfish raised by Guanyin could be great demons that plagued the earth. So weren't all these koi also powerful? Just as he was speculating, a breeze suddenly came to his face. Du Chen subconsciously looked up and realized that it was a white immortal crane that descended from the sky, its slender beak violently reaching into the water and holding a tail of koi. Wow! The koi desperately fluttered, looking at the strength that seemed to be immense, slapping the water snapping, but it just couldn't break free. The crane was like a tug of war, quickly fluttering its wings and flying upwards with difficulty. Watching a bird and a fish in a tug of war, Du Chen couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Sure enough, the animals raised here are not mortal. In the future, we have to be careful when we go up to the sky. Even these small animals can't be messed with at will. Wow! A splash of water. The immortal crane soared into the sky. In the end, it is skillful. That koi carp was made out of the water, and then surprisingly let out a yell. Kid, save me! Du Chen was stunned beyond belief. This fish would even talk? But who is it asking for help? Me? Without waiting for Du Chen to react, the immortal crane tilted its neck and the koi was swallowed into its stomach. As the koi disappeared into the immortal crane's mouth, Du Chen vaguely heard it say 3 words. Were they last words? Was it to ask himself to take care of its family? Or was it to pass on its kung fu? Du Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately listened carefully with his side ear, only to hear a distant voice coming from the white crane's stomach. Those 3 words were clearly, "You big man." Du Chen had a black line on his head, guessing that this carp should be cursing himself, but he couldn't do anything about it. You a demon can't even a crane. How can I possibly beat it? Besides, even if you can beat it, you can't do it. As the saying goes, hit the dog also want to see the master. Here is the imperial garden. Every animal here is poured with the Jade Emperor's blood. Ah bah! It is the blood of the heart. At this time, that white crane ate the fish, is staring at Du Chen with a suspicious face, seems to be confirming what kind of species he is. It didn't look like a fairy, nor did it look like a fish. Du Chen was afraid that it would eat itself as well, and hurriedly ran to the side pretending to check the flower bed. As soon as the white crane saw Du Chen working, it lost interest and flew away directly. Phew! Scared me to death. Du Chen was so scared just now that he didn't dare to breathe, and now he was breathing a little sharply. However, he realized that the air beside the flower bed was sweeter and more pleasant than the mortal world. Du Chen once again took a few deep breaths and felt that his realm seemed to have elevated a bit. It really was a divine treasure. If he could pick one of the flowers here and put it in his room, I'm afraid that his cultivation speed would also be greatly increased, right? Du Chen's heart became greedy, constantly scanning the surrounding area. There were so many of those red and green plants, it seemed that no one would know if one was missing. If someone asks, the big deal is to say that the flower has died and he is cleaning it up. Isn't that enough? Thinking so, Du Chen couldn't help but reach out his hand and grab the stem of a red flower, wanting to break it. But then he suddenly thought of something. Why isn't there even a guard in this huge imperial garden? Is it hidden in the dark? Then as soon as he made a move to pick the flower, a guard would immediately come out and himself to death? Du Chen suddenly felt weak, thinking that he had the purple gold dan anyway, so there was no need to take the risk for a tiny flower. He forcibly suppressed the desire in his heart and gave up picking the flower. While starting to check the details of the specific mission this time, the task was clearly written: clean up the imperial garden and sweep the ground clean of these leftover flowers and leaves. Du Chen saw the mission, and only then did he have the time to look at the ground. I don't know what happened in the imperial garden, but on top of the stone path, the leaves and flowers were piled up in a thick layer everywhere. Could it be that the wind is blowing and raining in the sky as well? Du Chen's mind was wandering, and at the same time wanted to find brooms and other tools in the neighborhood, but found that nothing was there. This heavenly court is too poor. Or did he not find the right place? In desperation, Du Chen took out his token, because if someone issued a task to Du Chen, he could also contact the issuer through the token. At this moment, Du Chen inquired to the token, "Great Immortal, I don't have any tools here, how should I clean up?" The token quickly responded, "If you walk 1,000 steps forward from where you're standing, you can see the utility room, there are tools there." When Du Chen saw this reply, he was not happy that he had found the tools. Instead he was 10,000% heartbroken. It was true that all of these gods and goddesses were able to see themselves and were able to determine their location. Luckily, he didn't pick the flowers before, or else he would definitely be taught a hard lesson, and might even lose his temporary labor qualification directly. Du Chen stabilized his mind and quickly walked 1,000 steps forward, and indeed found a miscellaneous room appearing. It turns out that this imperial garden is also protected by formations. The average person who walks in will be confused by those immortal mists, and if there is no one to guide them, they will only be circling around in the same place, as if the ghosts are beating on the wall, and it is impossible to walk out at all. Du Chen was even more cautious, opened the utility room and found that it was very simple inside. Just 2 cubic meters of space, only a broom was placed inside alone. Just this one tool? Du Chen was dumbfounded. He thought there was some special magic treasure here. He didn't realize that it was just a broom. This thing is not all over the street. Du Chen sighed and picked up the broom, realizing that there were even words on it. Rui Broom. The name is quite loud. What's the matter? Can it still move by itself when I say sweep the floor? Or is it the same as Harry Potter's magic broom that can fly into the sky? Du Chen bristled, but as his mind moved, this broom actually flew out with a whoosh, and then began to clean up the imperial garden on its own. Looking at the broom standing on the ground, swish swish sweeping the ground, will be those residual flowers and leaves quickly into a pile. Du Chen shocked beyond measure. This is really a Rui broom that can act according to one's heart? But with this kind of treasure, those immortals are still unwilling to work. They are too lazy, right? In fact, how does he know? The immortals are not lazy, but focus on their own identity. Do not like to do this kind of rough work. Be seen by other fellow immortals will be very embarrassing. Chapter 40, Medical Disorder? Du Chen silently followed behind the broom and let it clean itself. It's a relief to have this Rui broom. Thousands of acres of imperial gardens. If Du Chen had done it himself, he would have swept his arms away. Now, he was at ease. I do not know how long. This broom has swept the entire imperial garden ground clean. Those leftover flowers and leaves, piled up into a few big mountains. Du Chen was worried. How to get rid of these things? His Qianquan bag cannot accommodate such a large space. He had no choice but to take out his temporary labor token and continue to ask, "Great Immortal, I'm done sweeping, how can I deal with these things?" "Whatever you want, as long as you like it, no one cares if you take it away. It's just some trash anyway." The other party replied very indifferently. "Garbage?" Du Chen looked at the several hills piled up with flowers and grasses. The light aroma was pleasant. It had an effect on him, let alone on ordinary people in the mortal world. So this is garbage to the heavenly court, but it might be treasure to the mortal world. Simply, Du Chen loaded it in a Qianquan bag and transported it to the mortal world several times respectively. It was good that the Taiyan Clinic's storehouse was big enough to accommodate these flowers and plants. When the work was done, Du Chen immediately wanted to go down to the mortal world, but steeply thought of the threat of clairvoyance. This West is free from disasters. Could it be that there is someone or something in this imperial garden that helps one to be free from disasters? However, this begging is better than begging oneself. It is best to think of a way to fix the 1,000 miles eye, so that he does not have time to find his own trouble. Du Chen's mind turned sharply, then carefully asked the token, "Great Immortal, do you know about the 1,000 miles eye?" "No, just a lowly immortal." The other party seemed to be disdainful. The Great Immortal turns out to be of a higher status than the clairvoyant? That's strange then. Why did the clairvoyant tell me before that I could not come to work over here and said that this side is not important? Oops, bad. Why did I say it? The clairvoyant instructed me not to say it. Can you pretend you didn't hear it? Great Immortal? Du Chen deliberately stirred up trouble. What? This damned clairvoyant. I cane him 100 times and I have to retaliate against me in this way? It looks like it's time to send him to the immortal execution platform as well. The other party was angry. Du Chen, however, froze, and then a speculation surfaced in his heart that horrified him. Previously, the clairvoyant could have said that he was punished by the Queen Mother with 100 canes, and now this Xian is saying this again. Could it be that this Xian who issued the task is actually the Queen Mother? This Nima accidentally even contacted the top boss of the Heavenly Court? In order to confirm his guess, Du Chen immediately used the token to contact clairvoyant Xian. "Are you still there? I gave you that immortal coin." Clairvoyant didn't reply. It seems that he was really made to go to the immortal execution platform to be punished. In other words, the one who issued the mission this time is really the Queen Mother. Du Chen's heart was so weak that he immediately went down to earth. But how does he know that the release of the task is only a close servant of the Queen Mother's side? The punishment of clairvoyance is also this servant. After all, the Queen Mother is a noble, where it is possible to control everything, especially such a small fairy Qianlixian, even if it is a betrayal of the court of heaven, are not necessarily able to alarm the Queen Mother. Usually, it is this trusted maid who is responsible for managing some of the affairs of the heavenly court. Of course, Du Chen will not know this. He returned to the mortal world, pitied the clairvoyant for a while, then went to check his harvest, that warehouse full of heavenly court flowers and plants. After these things came to the mortal world, they were even more fragrant, immersing the entire Taiyang clinic in the aroma. Whether it was the patients who came here to see the doctors or the doctors, all of them were intoxicated physically and mentally, and even these aromas invariably improved their physiques. Those who were sick could recover, and those who were not sick could strengthen their bodies. It just so happens that Taiyang Clinic has a machine that compresses herbal cakes, and Du Chen forcefully compresses all these flower petals and turns them into a small round cake. Those flower cakes are just like tea cakes. They can be used to make tea and drink it. They can also be used to take a bath, and they are extremely beneficial to one's body both internally and externally. But Du Chen didn't plan to use them himself. He planned to sell them to the public. Luckily, after compressing these things, they became a lot smaller, and the Qiankuan bag was able to take them in. Du Chen will things put away. Intends to find Li Taiyang to discuss. See if you can sell in Taiyang Clinic. Perhaps can sell a very good price. But just when he came to the first floor clinic hall, he found a patient lying on the ground who didn't know what was going on, and a few fierce and vicious guys were glaring at the doctors, and next to the onlookers of the patients are piled up together. Can no longer keep quiet? Noisy discussion. Is this out of medical malpractice? Du Chen face ugly. This is a clinic can be fatal. How many well-known hospitals have been planted in the medical malpractice, let alone a clinic? However, because they do not understand the specifics, Du Chen did not care much, just stood by the side and watched. Li Taiyang also obviously didn't want to be in charge of this kind of thing. After all, he was the former boss of this place and the top doctor sitting in the town, so naturally he couldn't be in charge of everything. Not to mention that he had his own business, which was to treat those disabled people. The one who handled this matter was the eight-handed bearded Chinese doctor who was beaten up before. At this time, the eight-handed beard is squatting on the ground lying beside the patient. Patiently pulse, but his face tangled. Apparently did not diagnose what disease. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes on looking, listening and checking. Du Chen practiced the medical skills and the shunqing skill, so he was powerful and unparalleled. And after looking at the side for a while, he found out what was wrong with the person on the ground. Simply put, the other party is not sick pretending to be sick. It seems to be a medical trouble to make trouble. Just do not know who invited. Competitors? Du Chen was thinking about it, but the eight-handed beard was violently pushed to the ground by a person. That person is a Chinese character face. Seems to be loyal but eyes vicious. Annoyed cursed, you pulse half a day. See the problem? Eight-handed beard some annoyed from the ground stood up. Angrily disliked back. What are you anxious? I'm not in the pulse, but the patient's pulse is stable, and I see that his breathing is also very uniform. Does not seem to have a problem. Look. No problem. How come the face is so white and the person is still unconscious? I think you're just a quack doctor. You can't find out the problem at all. This Chinese character face loudly chided, obviously speaking to those patients. Don't mess around. This is the Taiyang Clinic, not your family's bed. The eight-handed beard warned with a gloomy face. Even if he was stupid, he could see that this person was clearly intentionally looking for trouble. Otherwise, how could there be family members of patients indiscriminately causing trouble in the clinic? However, the Chinese character face did not have the slightest fear. Instead, he loudly clamored, is Taiyang Clinic a bullseye? Can you just bully people? Let me tell you, my brother became like this after taking the medicine prescribed by your family. Now, the many patients on the sidelines all changed their faces. The clinic was treating people and causing problems. This was a proper medical incident. Originally lined up to treat these people, are a little afraid that they also give treatment to the problem, and even already have patients want to retreat to leave. And the side originally did not want to bother Li Taiyang, and other people heard this. Also look wrong. All look at this side. Chapter 41, You hit me. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be spoken blindly. This patient was cured by us. Is there any proof? Seeing the commotion caused, Du Chen immediately walked over from the side with a cold face. Li Taiyang had already gotten up, and when he saw Du Chen coming, he even rushed over. Master, things are a bit not quite right. Du Chen waved his hand to stop Li Taiyang's next words, and said in a low voice, the person on the ground is pretending. You tell someone to get a pot of boiling water, to give them up. Yes. Li Taiyang immediately ordered the people from the clinic to get water. As for the Chinese-faced man, when he saw Du Chen appear, his eyes chilled and he immediately stepped forward and pointed at Du Chen, yelling, everyone, take a good look. It's him. This is the guy who cured my brother of his problems. When Li Tian heard this, he couldn't help but look odd. He had thought that these people were here to find trouble with Tian Clinic, but he didn't realize that they were here to find Du Chen. Could it be that Du Chen had even cured people in private? In fact, Du Chen's astonishment was no less than the others. He didn't say that in these few days, even from birth until now, there were only 3 people he had treated, even counting the fact that he had treated his own old man with the heavenly quartz aura. This guy lying on the ground had never even seen him, and these people even said that he had healed bad people. Could it be that these people were sent by Zhao Gang to find trouble? Du Chen felt that the only people he had really offended were the contractor and Zhao Gang. Just as Du Chen hesitated, the country face cursed. What? Are you weak-minded? Lost your mind? Don't dare to speak. You bastard cured my big brother. Now immediately kneel down and apologize. Then compensate 10 million. The crowd of onlookers instantly clamored. They had seen Li Tian call Du Chen a master, and thought he was a miracle doctor. But he didn't realize that he was treating people with problems. And this patient is also a big mouth. Even claimed $10 million. But the patients also expressed understanding. After all, people's families were cured out of the problem. Who would have stormed out? Just don't know what the reaction of Tian Clinic. The crowd looked at Du Chen and Li Tian. Du Chen looked at the country face and sneered. Compensation of $10 million? You dare to say that? Then tell me how this patient was cured by me? How the do I know? You cured someone and you ask me? Are you still a ing doctor? The country face cursed angrily. The onlookers nodded their heads, all thinking that Du Chen was simply brainless. Li Tian was angered by the country face, and rebuked in a deep voice, speak cleanly, this is my master. And even more so, a divine doctor. Even a $10 billion tycoon has to be courteous. Oh, this kind of quack doctor who cures bad people is your master? Then it seems that you are not good at all. Why don't you just stop calling me a living king of hell in the future and call me a living liar? The Chinese character face scolded whoever he caught. Ferocious and incomparable. I've grown up so much. I haven't seen such an arrogant person like you. How dare you take liberties in Tian Clinic? Du Chen coldly said. Hey, then you've seen it today. Upset aren't you? If you're capable, bite me. Guaziface inserted his waist and proudly pushed his crotch forward. You've gone too far. Security guards come in here. Li Tian shouted angrily. Du Chen shook his head, thinking that the security guards were useless. These people were obviously prepared and were not easy to deal with. And although he could have made a move to subdue these people, he didn't, wanting to see what they were up to. Sure enough, when the country face saw the security guards coming in, he immediately shouted, What? You've got a weak heart, don't you? Want to hit someone? Brothers, all come out, only to see the sight of the crowd. All of a sudden rushed out more than a dozen people. Well, all the doctors are surrounded. There were only 4 security guards in Tian Clinic, and when they saw so many troublemakers, they immediately wimped out. And those Chinese doctors were all unarmed people. Naturally they didn't dare to resist. There were also several patients who were grabbing medicines and seeing patients who were also forcibly driven away. One patient was unwilling to leave, half complaining, half pleading. I managed to get in line with great difficulty. When I'm done grabbing medicine, can you guys make trouble again? Catch your mom. Get lost. The Chinese character face directly walked over, raised his hand and ruthlessly gave the patient a big ear scrape. The patient screamed miserably, covered his face and quickly backed away. Panicked, how can you just hit people? I just hit someone. What's the matter? If you have the ability to hit back? The national character face put his face in front of the beaten patient, full of arrogance. That patient looked at the ferocious dozen or so Hans. How could he dare to fight back? He could only swallow this dumb loss, smothering his head and wanting to leave. Everyone else also ing roll. What to look at? In the future Tian Clinic patients and are not allowed to enter. Understand? The national character face arrogantly drank. This is too much. That's right. How can you compare patients with? Tian Clinic is going to have bad luck this time. After being messed up like this, I'm afraid no one will dare to come in the future. That's right. The patient in this side of the random beatings no one care. Who can stand it? A group of patients were all unhappy, but no one resisted Guaziface and the others, and they all muttered and walked out. Seeing this, Du Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. Although these guys were coming at him, it was clear that they were also linked to messing with Tian Clinic. This is very strange. Li Tian's reputation can be very loud in Jiangdong. He is even a famous doctor who has been on the local news and current events. These people dare to make trouble over here. Is not afraid of being officially rectified? At this time, Li Tian was also angry and shivering. He practiced medicine in Jiangdong for many years, and had never encountered such a thing. You guys wait for me, I will definitely find someone to clean you up. I have helped treat all the big shots in Jiangdong. All of them have human relationships. You guys won't get away, Li Tian said with hatred. Those doctors were even more indignant. They had never been humiliated like this before. They all gritted their teeth and stared at Guo Face and the others. On the other hand, the Chinese character Face was proudly walking to Du Chen and Li Tian. Still arrogant. What? Look at you guys. You're upset. Are you going to hit me? Come and fight. Fight. Looking at the country Face bringing his face over, Du Chen without saying a word, raised his hand and slapped it. Snap. A crisp sound resounded through the hall. The Chinese character Face was whipped around in 2 circles and sat on the ground with a plop. Dazed. His accomplices, on the other hand, froze. Even the patients who were about to leave the clinic turned back in dismay. When they saw the Chinese character Face sitting on the ground, there was a palm print on his face. They were all surprised. Who is so hard-headed that he has so many fighters, and still dares to make a move? Du Chen stood out faintly and said, to let someone beat you. Such a cheap request. This is really the first time I've seen it. Soon, the country Face came to his senses. He incredulously touched his swollen right cheek, looked up and asked, you dare to hit me? Yes. Du Chen nodded his head, proving that he really dared. If you have the ability, try touching me again. The country Face stormed into a rage. Okay. Du Chen raised his foot and viciously kicked the country Face's shoulder. Ka-ching! Guo Face's right shoulder was broken by the kick. That's the hand you used to beat our clinic's patients just now, right? I don't like the look of it, so it's just right to fulfill your wish and waste it. Du Chen's face was icy cold, daring to cause trouble in my clinic and beating up my patients. You really think they are easy to bully? The patient who had just been beaten hadn't left the clinic yet, and when he heard Du Chen's words, he couldn't help but be touched. The other patients also all felt a sense of reassurance and protection. Chapter 42, Tortured to force a confession. The country Face was lying on the ground, in agonizing pain and wailing. Cursed horse, you dare to move me. Brothers, kill him for me. Those little brothers immediately rushed forward with ferocity, wanting to beat up Du Chen. Du Chen, however, immediately shouted, isn't it just that the patient has a problem? I can cure the patient. Cure your mom. Beat me. Beat it to death. The country Face howled loudly. What? Don't dare to let me cure it? Or is that patient a fake? Du Chen sneered. Even if the patient is a fake, the act should be played out in full. If you don't let me treat it, how are you going to destroy the Taiyan clinic? Although the Chinese character Face was in pain, he also suddenly remembered his mission this time. He forced himself to endure the pain in his heart, and said to those brothers, okay, let him cure. If he can't cure it, you guys will him to death. Don't worry, guarantee the medicine will cure you. Du Chen smiled, then turned back to Li Tian and said, how are the things I asked you to prepare? Li Tian immediately nodded. It's already done. I don't know what you plan to do. Just give me the things. Du Chen stretched out his hand, then looked at Guo Face. I'll confirm one last thing. This patient in your house was cured by me. Critically ill on the verge of death. Can't even crawl upright? The country Face gritted his teeth. You asked me about the person you treated? Du Chen shrugged his shoulders. I didn't ask you how to cure the bad. I asked you about the symptoms. Is it that you can't climb up? Unconscious? Right. And sometimes shouting cold, and convulsions, and spitting blood. Anyway, it's just dying. The country Face said with conviction. That's good then. Next, is the moment to witness the miracle. Du Chen took the boiling kettle from Li Tian's hand, and came to the patient's side. Guo Face and the surrounding onlookers were all very curious, wondering how Du Chen planned to treat him. In fact, even Li Tian wasn't sure, because his medical skills were also good, and he could already tell that the man on the ground was pretending to be sick. As the saying goes, you can never wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep. 4 people pretending to be sick. Naturally, they can't be cured, even if you give them immortal pills. Du Chen had immortal pills, but he wouldn't waste them on this kind of person. So he directly poured half a pot of boiling water down. Ah! The patient who was lying on the stretcher immediately screamed miserably and immediately jumped up, constantly shaking his hands. Scalded me. Scald me to death. The surrounding crowd looked dumbfounded, not realizing that the treatment Du Chen said was pouring boiling water. However, even if they were stupid, they could see that when they started pouring it on, the guy immediately climbed up, which means that this guy was clearly pretending to be sick. For a while, the patients were all furious. Damn! I said how can Taiyan clinic cure bad people? It turns out to be porcelain. It's so unethical. We almost misjudged the good guys. Do you people want to be shameless? How dare you bully a group of doctors like this? This boiling water is so relieving and refreshing. The patients cursed angrily, causing that patient and Guo Face and the others to be embarrassed. But then, the country Face reacted and stared viciously at Du Chen and cursed. You knew it all along, right? You all deliberately fooled me just now? Congratulations, you got it right. Reward you with a good thing. Du Chen threw the boiling kettle over. The national character Face foolishly caught it, but instantly scalded and screamed miserably, then subconsciously threw it to another junior. Where did that junior brother dare to pick it up? Panicked and dodged away. The boiling water spilled all over the place. Rolling steam boiling. Get them dead. Get them killed for me. The national character face directly cursed. Lousy showdown. No more pretending. I'm going to kill you all today. A group of juniors immediately rushed forward and started to lay hands on those doctors. Li Tian and others all panicked. Did not expect these people are so shameless. Even to a group of unarmed doctors' hands. Those patients even revealed a worried look. If these doctors were beaten up, Tian Clinic would basically close down, right? Then where can they go to see a doctor in the future? Alas, these doctors were too pitiful. Just when everyone thought that the doctors were going to be beaten half to death, no one thought that there was a super expert like Du Chen over here. Du Chen's meteor fist showed its power again, only to see that he was fast like a meteor. Rushed to the front of those juniors, punched one by one, and beat those juniors all screaming miserably. The surrounding people didn't see what was going on, just saw those vicious little brothers already lying on the ground. All of them were injured lightly. What's going on? A patient exclaimed, but shouted out everyone's heart. Du Chen, however, did not explain, but looked at the country face and asked indifferently, who told you guys to come? We come out to be righteous. We will never betray our patron. The country face seemed to be very tight-lipped. Really? Then let's see if it's your mouth that's hard, or my needles. Du Chen picked up a pack of silver needles and said indifferently, I have 20 silver needles here. In a moment I will insert them all into your teeth. How can I describe that feeling? Do you know the feeling of pain and itching? But you can't scratch it and don't dare to touch it? The surrounding crowd listened to all the heart trembling. They don't say to see or experience. Just think about the feeling of silver needles inserted into the gap between the teeth is very broken. And as the Chinese character face looked at the silver needles swaying around in front of him, his heart naturally became even more fearful. He tried hard to close his mouth, but Du Chen pinched his cheeks so that he could not close his mouth at all, and could only watch the silver needle getting closer and closer to his teeth. The Chinese character face struggled frantically, shaking his head constantly, even so scared that tears came out of his eyes. Seeing his ear wimpiness, Du Chen even pacified. Don't be afraid. 20 needles. This is only the first one and you're scared like this. What will you do in the future, right? Hearing this, the Chinese character face was even more scared. His face was colorless with fear. He desperately howled. Don't stab me, please, please. Du Chen, however, was unmoved and gently touched the silver needle to the teeth of the Chinese character face. Immediately, the country face screamed miserably. I'll say it. I say, it was Sun Guanyue who asked me to come. He said that if you cured Fatty Gua, you're just messing with him and asked me to destroy you. Du Chen didn't really want to zap Gua Z face. He wasn't that kind of tyrannical person. It was just to scare him to tell the truth. At this time to get the answer he wanted, Du Chen casually put down the silver needle, faintly said, early so with not just? Why waste everyone's time? When everyone saw that Du Chen didn't really zap the Chinese character's face, they all breathed a sigh of relief, especially Li Tian. He was a doctor and he couldn't see using silver needles to scourge people, even if the other party was an enemy. Luckily, Du Chen was obviously just scaring the Chinese character face. If he was really this tyrannical, Li Tian would really have to consider whether or not to follow his studies. Du Chen put the silver needles away and looked back at Li Tian. Tell someone to send them to the police station. Then you continue healing. I'll go contact Guo Huai. Good. Li Tian nodded and immediately called for someone to escort all these troublemakers to the police station, while restoring order to the clinic and continuing to heal. Chapter 43, Losing Money to You. Returning to the 4th floor of the clinic, Du Chen took out his cell phone and found out the phone number left by Fatty Gui yesterday and dialed it. The phone was answered quickly, but it was answered by a petite woman's voice. Hey, who is it? Gui is sleeping. The woman's voice was soft and charming, as if it was a kitten scratching people's hearts, making them itch to hear it. Du Chen also has some reaction, but he quickly controls himself. In his heart, he sighs that Fatty Gui is really lucky, but he quickly says, I am Du Chen. I am looking for Brother Gui for some urgent matters. The woman was a bit surprised. Are you the one who cured Brother Gui? I've heard Brother Gui mention it, but Brother Gui is resting. You'd better call back later. Du Chen was speechless. This matter concerns Gui's safety. Really? Then tell me about it. If it's really important, I'll relay it to Brother Gui. The woman firmly blocked it. Forget it, then wait until Brother Gui wakes up and you can tell him that I called. Du Chen sighed. Forget it if you don't say it. I don't think you have anything serious to do. If you want to curry favor with Brother Gui, call later. The woman figured that Du Chen was just trying to please Fatty Gui and wanted to mix some favors, so she didn't take him seriously at all. Du Chen didn't get angry and directly hung up the phone. Since he had cultivated immortality, his measure was much larger than ordinary people, and he would not be easily angered. Moreover, Du Chen was not willing to tell anyone outside of Fatty Gua about the matter of Gua's face, because Du Chen suspected that there were spies around Fatty Gua. Fatty Gua was only cured yesterday, and he went to drink with himself after he was cured yesterday, and went home to sleep after drinking, and didn't even get up at this moment, so it's impossible to find outsiders to talk about himself. Then, just now the Chinese character face is how to know that he is the person who cured Fatty Gua? There must have been someone around Fatty Gua who tipped him off. This woman also knew her identity, so it was also possible that she was the mole. Just as well, being idle, Du Chen simply took out an immortal coin and began to cultivate. He was absorbing the spiritual qi in the immortal coin uninterruptedly, when he suddenly heard his cell phone ringing. The constant vibration and ringtone disturbed him, so he simply exited the cultivation state. When he took a look at the cell phone number, it was actually Fatty Gua's. Only then did Du Chen suppress his anger and answer the call. Just as he answered, he heard Fatty Gua's apologetic voice from the other side of the phone. "I'm sorry brother Du, I just woke up. I heard that Even hung up on you. I've already taught her a lesson. Don't come over and apologize." Fatty Gua's last sentence was obviously yelled at the others. Soon, a crying woman's voice came from the phone, obviously being cleaned up, slightly fearful, crying and apologizing. "I'm sorry brother Du, don't hit me. Brother is also what you shouted? Call Du divine doctor." Fatty Gua angrily rebuked. Du Chen frowned as he listened. "Brother Gua, she didn't make any big mistakes. There's no need to be like this." Hearing this, Fatty Gua immediately rebuked the woman. "Hear that? My brother Du has a broad mind. He doesn't see eye to eye with a woman like you. If you dare to be disrespectful to my brother in the future, I'll kill you." The woman on the other side of the phone immediately agreed in fear. Du Chen was helpless, thinking that this Fatty Gua is good at everything, but his Jianghu flavor is too heavy. Perhaps this is the real social man, depending on brothers as brothers and sisters, but to the woman is really like clothes. Say clean up to clean up. Soon, Fatty Gua should be the woman thrown out, only to laugh. "Just now my woman said, brother said to find me an urgent matter? What is it? Do you know someone called Sun Guan Yue?" Du Chen asked. Fatty Gua was puzzled. "Of course I know, that's my brother-in-law." "What the hell?" Du Chen froze and reconfirmed. "Is that the brother of the woman just now?" "That's not. This is what I raised outside. Sun Guan Yue is my family, that tigress's brother. This thing cannot be said outside. That is too tough. No to mess with me. He. Fatty Gua was a little embarrassed. No wonder Fatty Gua was so unimpressed with the woman just now. It turned out to be a junior. Not to mention that women despise mistresses. In fact, men also despise this kind of goods that follow men to bed and sleep because of money. Du Chen hesitated for a while and decided to be honest. "Brother Gua, there is something I must tell you. Just now there are a few people who came to Taiyan Clinic to look for trouble with me, saying that they were sent by Sun Guanyu, and also said that it was because I cured you and was too meddlesome. And now that the people I've already sent to the police station, it would be best for you to go and confirm it again." "What? There is such a thing? Brother, you're not hurt, right?" Fatty Gua anxiously asked. "Don't say." This Fatty Gua's behavior is really warming. Obviously someone is targeting him, but he is the first to care about Du Chen's situation. Du Chen sighed. "Brother Gua, I'm okay, but you still need to be careful. I always feel that this matter is full of weirdness. You'd better think back. Who around you knows that I've cured you? Maybe it's even better to get down to business." "Good. Thank you brother for reminding me. It seems that there is really someone who wants to deal with me. I told you that even if Black Widow is insensitive, she shouldn't have broken my legs just because of my 2 sentences of flirting. There must be someone who is making trouble from this." Fatty Gua's voice was sinister. The two of them politely said a few more words before Fatty Gua hung up the phone to find out the truth. Du Chen, on the other hand, went downstairs, greeted Li Taiyan, and was about to leave. There was nothing more for him to do anyway, but who would have thought that as soon as Du Chen said he was leaving, the patients all made way for him and looked at him with respect and goodwill. Du Chen was a bit puzzled. What's wrong with these people? Li Taiyan knew it very well. In fact, because Du Chen had helped those bullied patients to take revenge, let these patients feel at ease, so the crowd had a heartfelt respect for him. When Du Chen left the clinic, he immediately moved to take a taxi to the 4S store, feeling that it was really necessary to buy a car. There was nothing else. Taking a taxi was too much effort, and it wasn't free to go wherever he wanted. But what kind of car to buy is a matter. Du Chen really do not know much about cars. Just when he was hesitating, his cell phone WeChat rang. It was Lu Moer contacting him. "Are you free today? I'm in a bad mood. Come out and accompany me." Du Chen was speechless, thinking how this niece was so taken for granted, but didn't refuse. "If you know about cars, I don't mind accompanying you for a stroll." "You want to buy a car?" Lu Moer quickly replied. "Yes, want you to give counseling. After all, I don't know much about it." Du Chen replied back. "Ha ha, just in time. Old lady likes to spend money the most when she's unhappy. You hurry up and pick me up at the hospital. I'll take you to buy a car. Lu Moer was very excited. Du Chen, however, felt his liver trembling. Did he talk too much? Why does this look like she wants to spend all the old man's family fortune? Chapter 44, you buy it instead. When Du Chen took a taxi to the hospital where Lu Moer worked, the woman was already waiting. She did not wear a white coat, upper body a pink one-shoulder small suspenders. The following is a pair of denim shorts. Snow white legs are exposed outside. See the men coming and going, a burst of fire. Du Chen saw from a distance, but also had to admit that this woman is really tempting. Even if she looks pretty, her body is still so hot. Especially that pair of long legs. Simply legs play years. If this is put on a black silk, it is estimated that no man can resist. Cab driver is also peeping at Lu Moer, but also talkative. Said, buddy, see the front of that big beautiful girl. Looks strong, right? Not bad. Why? Du Chen did not move. Not bad? Buddy, I advise you to have time to go to the hospital to look at the ophthalmology. This dam can be used to describe the national color to know. The cab driver sighed, but even more beautiful is useless. This kind of beauty, destined to sit in the life of the sports car, and we such beggars will not have interactions in this life. Du Chen skimmed his lips. Drive over. What? Dude, what are you going to do? The driver was surprised. It's okay to pick up girls, but you'll definitely hit a wall if you look for this kind of person. Just go over when I tell you to. Cut the crap. Du Chen was not happy. Hey, still don't believe me? Wait a while for the other big beauty to scold you. Don't say I didn't remind you. The cab driver snorted and directly drove the car over. I'll see how you fool the human girl into getting into this car. Look carefully. I'll let you have a long look today. Du Chen directly opened the car door and shouted at Lu Moer. Sister, get in the car. Brother will take you to play. My family's bed. Big and soft. Lu Moer saw clearly that the person in the car was Du Chen. She couldn't help but blush and glared at him fiercely. But she also walked over and sat in the car. Have you always been so direct in picking up girls? Du Chen touched his hand to Lu Moer's leg and said cheerfully, there are even more direct. Ho! This leg is slippery enough, strong enough. The cab driver was dumbfounded, staring daggers at the two Du Chen. Lu Moer's face turned red, and she glared fiercely at Du Chen. Take your claws away. There's still the driver. Only then did Du Chen look at the driver. Still not driving? Oh. The driver nodded his head in a hurry, took a fond look at the gorgeous Lu Moer, turned back and drove off. But he was still full of disbelief. Du Chen didn't look like he was too rich, so how could he let a big beauty get on the car so easily? But soon, the driver understood, because Du Chen's destination was the Lamborghini 4S store. This handsome guy is buying a sports car? The cab driver had a face like this. No wonder this big beauty was willing to follow. So it turned out that people were rich. All of them could afford to buy a Lamborghini. Naturally there were beautiful women willing to follow. But Du Chen wants to tease the cab driver. Deliberately sighed, alas. Don't mention it. My girlfriend what all good. Just love to spend money. I said I take a taxi on the line. Is not willing to. Have to buy me a car. You say this whole thing, as if I'm in the same soft rice. By the way, honey, didn't you say you'd buy me a multi-million-dollar watch later? Let's buy the car and go. Lu Moer looked at Du Chen with dismay, saying what is this guy doing? But the cab driver was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This is really goods, then goods should be thrown. People then people should die. Their own worse than this kid where? Why others have a beautiful rich woman package? Their own dog are not? Could it be that I'm not as handsome as he is? The driver looked in the mirror, took a look at his own old and bearded face. Doubtful, quite handsome. This kind of little girls do not like middle-aged uncle? No, in a while I will also go to the entrance of the art school to find a schoolgirl to accost, see if they are willing to adopt me. At this time, Du Chen looked at the cab driver in the car mirror. Has been happy. Next to Lu Moer was speechless. Your bad taste really makes people speechless. In the future if he really does not work well, want to find someone to adopt, how to do? It's none of my business. I have someone to keep. Du Chen wrapped his arm around Lu Moer's waist. Beauty, what car are you going to buy for me in a while? Cut the crap. Lu Moer knew that although Du Chen liked to joke around, he definitely wouldn't be the kind of person who had no face. Previously she gave 100,000 because of repaying a favor. This guy had money and returned it at the first time, which is enough to prove how much he maintains his dignity as a man. At this moment, the two walked into the bright store, and immediately a beautiful salesgirl came over, revealing an apt smile. Welcome, are the two of you looking to buy a car? Yes, those under 5 million won't be considered. Lu Moer directly put in her word. Okay, you please follow me to this side. The salesgirl's eyes lit up and led these two to a silver-colored Lamborghini. Just as soon as he saw this car, Du Chen's eyes lit up. The dazzling exterior body was like a pit bull ready to fight. Standing in front of the car and looking at it, it surprisingly gave people a feeling that it was dangerous. At the first moment, Chen was sure that he wanted this car. As a matter of fact, Luamor also liked this car better when she saw it. This is poison, isn't it? What? Chen was puzzled. The beautiful saleswoman next to him immediately explained with a smile. This car's name is Poison. With a top speed of 354 km per hour and a 100 km acceleration of only 2.8 seconds, which allows you to enjoy the ultimate pushback feeling. Chen didn't care much about the pushback feeling, he did like this speed, although he didn't travel far either. But drag racing is the dream of many men. What life and death, what speed and passion. There is also the classic head D, to ensure that many men have seen. How much is this car? Chen couldn't help but ask. The beautiful saleswoman smiled slightly. 35 million. Chen let out a low cry. It's not that he's untalented. It's not that he can't afford it. After all, Tian Clinic's annual income is 200 million upwards. What's more, as long as he says something, whether it's Fatty Gui or Zhao Huanglong, surely they all rush to send him this car. And do Chen Xinkuan bag still have those flower cake it? Really want to sell out? Earn money to buy this car is simply too easy. The reason why he was surprised, because he could not figure out why a car can sell tens of millions of dollars. It's more expensive than a house. The house has at least a few more decades of ownership. This car will only be driven for 15 years at most before it is scrapped, right? What are you surprised about? There are more expensive cars than this one. Luamor felt ashamed and quickly pulled his arm, explaining in a low voice, and this is a global limited edition. It is estimated that there are only 3 or 5 of them in our country. Yes, beauty sales face proud, this is our boss through contacts to get a, not to mention our Jiangdong, even if the entire mother river along the dozen cities are only this one, drive out absolutely double the face. Chen was helpless. It's not that it's more dignified, sitting on tens of millions of dollars, whoever else would feel dignified. The beautiful saleswoman saw Chen spit, couldn't help but smile disappeared. She felt that this guy should not be able to buy, completely a look that has never seen the world. For a while, she was a bit speechless. Just now she was looking at Chen dressed well, this suit at least hundreds of thousands of dollars, only to come together. Did not think that it is a little bit of money, estimated that all the value is not as expensive as this car. Alas, really look away, waste of time. Lumor looked at the beautiful sales face changed, some embarrassment, glared fiercely at Chen. See, shame on you, it's not like I can't afford it, I just think it's too expensive, Chen said seriously. Oh, really ing can blow, can afford to buy you by people beautiful girl with you introduced so half a day. A despicable voice came from the side. Chapter 45, You Can't Do It. Chen frowned as he looked back and realized that it was a middle-aged man with a thin, sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. This middle-aged man was also wearing a Versace suit, black in color, but it looked like it made him look like a monkey, not at all as handsome as the one Chen was wearing. Even the beautiful saleswoman thought Chen had no money, but she had to admit that Chen was too handsome than this middle-aged man. But at this moment, the middle-aged man is not the slightest bit aware of it, and wraps his arms around a young girl wearing a super short skirt, dressed in a flamboyant manner, and comes over, looking at Chen with contempt, even wearing Versace's clothes. Your ing spoiling this body of clothes. You know. Hearing this, Chen was speechless. You're dressed like a malnourished monkey. You have the face to talk about me? Put. Lumor couldn't help but laugh out loud, but with this spreading smile, she was suddenly like 100 flowers blooming, and that gorgeous look made the men around her salivate and drool. The middle-aged man also looked excited. He was precisely because he saw Lumor's brush-white legs and shapely back to come over. Did not expect the front face is even more stunning. At this time could not help but move. Went forward and said, Beautiful woman. I'm called Ma Ningxuan. I'm the general manager of Jiangdong Weihang Shipbuilding Group, with an annual salary of tens of millions of dollars. To buy this car with the same as a game. Just now see you want to buy this car? I see that this poorer than has no money to buy it at all. Why don't I help you buy it? Lumor immediately frowned and coldly said, No need. The girl beside Ma Ningxuan was also dissatisfied, hugging his arm and pouting, Hubby, didn't you say you'd buy a car for someone else? How come you're going to buy it for this vixen? Who did the vixen scold? Lumor angrily rebuked. The vixen scolded you. You're the ing vixen. Your whole family is a vixen. The girl raged, pointing at Lumor and cursing. Lumor's face turned cold, stepped forward and raised her arm high, and smacked it down towards the girl's face. Splat! Lumor's hand was grabbed by Ma Ningxuan. Let go. Lumor's face was ugly. However, Ma Ningxuan didn't get angry, but laughed. Beauty, this is at least my woman, hitting in front of my face. It's a bit disrespectful of me. The surrounding people couldn't help but look enviously at that young girl. I really don't know how she was so lucky. Not only did she fall in love with a big spender, but she was also so manly that she knew to protect her. In comparison, Du Chen was a bit of a wimp, standing by the side without saying a word and with a smile on his face. Seeing his woman being accosted and bullied, he didn't even dare to take care of her. What a wimp! Du Chen took in the eyes of the crowd, but didn't care, because it wasn't that he didn't want to care, but he knew that Lu Mo would be even more ruthless than he was. Sure enough, Lu Mo viciously kicked at Ma Ningxuan's crotch. Ma Ningxuan was startled and scrambled to let go and back away. The young girl next to him saw that her gold master was even bullied. She was furious and stepped forward and slapped Lu Mo hard. Lu Mo light staring at Ma Ningxuan, did not notice that the girl will sneak attack, wait for the slap or almost to the face, only then reacted, but it is too late to avoid, can only close his eyes and grit his teeth, intends to force to carry down this slap, and then counterattack. But what I didn't expect was that the expected pain was delayed. When Lu Mo opened her eyes, she realized that Du Chen was grasping the young girl's hand and indifferently said, "Talking is talking. What's the point of moving your hands? You let go of me." The young girl resisted weakly, because she thought Du Chen was very handsome. If not for Ma Ningxuan's money, she would definitely like this big handsome guy. Unfortunately, having a face was nothing in front of being rich. Feeling the girl's struggle, Du Chen also loosened up smoothly, and then looked at Ma Ningxuan. "You're planning to buy this sports car?" "Yes, I just want to buy it, and I also plan to give it to my little baby." "What's up?" Ma Ningxuan wrapped his arms around the young girl next to him and kissed her fiercely, then stared arrogantly at Du Chen. Ma Ningxuan felt compelled to show off his financial power. He had his eye on Lu Mo, the tough little wildcat, and wanted to conquer her, but force was definitely not an option, so he planned to use his wealth to suppress people. No woman could resist the ability of money, but in fact, he didn't intend to give the young girl a car, nor did he intend to give it to Lu Mo. He just intended to trick these two girls. On the contrary, the young girl believed it, and when she heard that Ma Ningxuan was going to buy herself a tens of millions of dollars of supercars, her pretty face turned red with excitement. "Hubby, you're really too good to me. I've already learned that position you've been wanting people to learn, so I'll let you experience it at night." Lu Mo's face was full of contempt when she heard this. Du Chen also shook his head slightly, thinking that this girl was too shameless. How could she talk like this in public? But Ma Ningxuan felt very rightfully, and even proudly said to Lu Mo, "Sister, see, brother is such a generous person. You can be more beautiful than this little girl in my arms. Why follow this poor bastard blindly? Mix. He can't even afford to buy a car for you. If you are willing to follow me, I guarantee that this car to send you, and let you every day to eat spicy and drink spicy. If you want to follow me, I promise to give you this car, and let you eat and drink every day." Hearing this, the young girl's face was filled with shame and indignation, not realizing that Ma Ningxuan would hit on another woman like this right in front of her. She couldn't give up this big money, so she could only stare at Lu Mo with a warning look. She knew that she was not as pretty and sexy as Lu Mo, so she was afraid that Lu Mo would agree to Ma Ningxuan's request. Lu Mo, however, disdainfully said to the girl, "Don't worry, you're the only one who likes this kind of trashy guy. I'm not going to compete with you." Du Chen also felt that this Ma Ningxuan really had no eyes. Even he could tell that Lu Mo's status was definitely not ordinary. To know that even when she saw the tens of millions of dollars of sports cars, she wasn't even a little bit surprised, and even felt that it was very rare, which means that she must have seen even better things. Her background is probably deeper than anyone else present. It's just that Ma Ningxuan, a guy who was at the top of a company, didn't even realize Lu Mo's extraordinary, and even said that he wanted to adopt her. Thinking about this, Du Chen couldn't help but get into a teasing mood, and went over to Ma Ningxuan and said, "Do you know why she still rejected you even though you're so rich?" Hearing this, Lu Mo frowned slightly and looked at Du Chen, not knowing what this guy meant, but Du Chen made a wink at her, which meant don't say anything. Now Lu Mo understood that Du Chen was probably trying to trick Ma Ningxuan, so she didn't say anything more, and stood next to him, hugging Du Chen's arm as if she was really inseparable from him. Seeing this scene, all the men around were eyeing it up. Ma Ningxuan was no exception. They were all curious as to why Du Chen, an ordinary-looking guy, could make Lu Mo reject a $10 million luxury car from a big money man because of him. Could it be that he had some special skill? Thinking so, Ma Ningxuan was a bit impatient to know Du Chen's secret and then go seduce Lu Mo or other beauties. "Do you have any masterstroke? Hurry up and tell me. I can give you 2,000. "Forget it, old man is more generous. Give you $10,000. Ma Ningxuan said with a bold face. Du Chen face speechless. "Lousy can afford to wear hundreds of thousands of Versace. Need you to give me $10,000. But he was not polite. Since Ma Ningxuan said to give, Du Chen immediately reached out. "Pay first. I'll tell you." Ma Ningxuan face contemptuous from his own bag out of a pile of money to hand over. Say you are a poor ghost it. $10,000 is worth so anxious to. Quickly say what you have a secret stunt. Seeing that Du Chen is going to say the best trick, some men beside the onlookers can't help but prick up their ears to eavesdrop. In fact, I pick up women's secret trick is. Du Chen said this, looking around the crowd of people listening sideways. Bad smile and deliberately enlarged his voice and said, lousy do not have weak kidneys. Once this word came out, many men froze. They said, what kind of stunt is this? The next moment, Du Chen patted the stunned Ma Ningxuan's shoulder and sympathized. You can only last for a minute or two each time, right? Now do you understand why not many women are willing to follow you? Because you can't. Chapter 46, Giving It Away for Nothing. Ma Ningxuan finally reacted. Du Chen was playing with himself. Not only did he receive $10,000 from himself, but he also publicly revealed that he can't do anything. The surrounding people also understand. All cannot help but look at Ma Ningxuan. This guy is too stupid. Right, give people $10,000 for nothing. Let people insult him to play? They grew up so big. Have not seen such a stupid person. Today is really a long time to see. Grass mud horse. You play me. Ma Ningxuan couldn't help but be furious as he noticed the contempt people had for him. I'm just being honest. Du Chen spread his hands and also asked the young girl, am I telling the truth? The young girl was dumbfounded, subconsciously nodded her head, but then reacted incorrectly, and hastily shook her head. No, my husband can be great, every time. Our husband, how long should I say is appropriate? I don't understand. Ma Ningxuan's face was green. Du Chen then quickly persuade, don't be angry. You are 1 or 2 minutes each time. Girls naturally do not know how much normal time should be, and this you should be lucky, because this girl obviously did not give you a cuckold, or else people casually change a man to sleep. They know how long the normal durability is. Lu Amour was listening to the side with her face reddening, and at the same time, she also felt that Du Chen was really detrimental, without a single swear word, but scolding the person who blew up his lungs with anger. Ma Ningxuan was also really angry, but he didn't know how to retort, and cursing didn't relieve his anger. He could only gritted his teeth and said, sharp-tongued, you're just being a lifelong mouth-breathing poor bastard. Laozi has money. Laozi's money is something you can't earn in this lifetime. Today there were no other customers, so the men who surrounded them were all sales in the store, and at this time these people who were originally laughing, hearing Ma Ningxuan's words, they couldn't help but have mixed feelings. Indeed, for Ma Ningxuan to be able to afford the car, Poison, was a height they could not reach in their lifetime. Du Chen, however, shrugged his shoulders and felt indifferent. It was just a means of transportation. He had even ridden a heavenly horse. What car could be as expensive as that thing? Lu Moer, however, was not happy and said to Du Chen, don't you want to buy a car? I think this is just right. Get the money quickly. Him, take the money? You kid has to be able to afford it too. Ma Ningxuan directly took out his bank card and said smugly, swipe it. Sir, may I ask if you're paying full price or installment? The beautiful saleswoman immediately came over excitedly, and also asked casually out of professionalism. Everyone felt that Ma Ningxuan should be full payment, but Ma Ningxuan said awkwardly, shouldn't this be asked in private? I'll do it in installments. I'm strained to take so much cash at once. The people next to him all rolled their eyes. It turns out that they also have to pay in installments. They thought it was really the kind of big brother who easily takes out tens of millions of dollars. Lu Moer also snorted, said to Du Chen, see, this guy installment. You take out the full payment to smash him. The beautiful saleswoman immediately turned back to look at Du Chen, wanting to know what he would do. Du Chen shrugged. I'm not buying. He is really not interested in this kind of dead expensive car. He might as well spend tens of millions of dollars to buy a house. At least it can still increase in value. Ha ha ha, I've said it all. He can't afford it. Sister, why don't you just follow me? Ma Ningxuan arrogantly laughed. You're really pissing me off. My old lady's face has been disgraced by you. Lu Moer was so angry that she actually took out her bank card. Isn't it just a broken car? I'll buy it. Full payment. The crowd looked at Lu Moer in surprise. Only then did they realize the reason why Lu Moer couldn't look at Ma Ningxuan. It turns out that she is a rich woman, and has more money than Ma Ningxuan. Then Du Chen should be her adopted gigolo? Du Chen didn't care about the contemptuous eyes of the people around him, but was curious about whether Lu Moer was really rich, or was she just pretending with a fake card? Ma Ningxuan also had doubts. Sneered. It's not just taking out a card and saying you want to buy a car. I've seen more of your kind of swollen faces. If you have the ability to swipe my card, I want to buy it with full payment. Lu Moer was furious, but she didn't know how to explain. Sorry, this car can't be sold to you. A manager-like man walked over. The sales next to him changed their faces slightly and hurriedly bowed to the man and shouted manager. Ma Ningchuan, however, laughed out loud. See, the other manager has come out and said that the car can't be sold to you guys. It's enough to prove that your car just doesn't have any money. Cheating and being dismantled in public. Is it a shame? The surrounding onlookers also shook their heads, feeling speechless towards the two Du Chen. Lu Amour's face turned blue and wanted to say something, but Du Chen patted her shoulder and took the initiative to stand out, saying to the manager, I don't know if my girlfriend's card has any money on it, but I'm the owner of Taiyang Clinic. Now I want to buy the car with full payment. Sign the contract for me immediately. Otherwise I don't mind letting you pay the price for looking down on my girlfriend. These domineering words, together with the Jindan stage aura, shocked everyone, especially Lu Amour, looked at Du Chen with great consternation, not expecting that he would stand up for himself in order to get back his face when he disliked buying this car so much before. This makes Lu Amour have a sense of security of being protected. Her heart is sweet and happy. This man himself really did not find the wrong. On the other hand, next to her, Ma Ningchuan, who had very much looked down on Du Chen just now, was wiping cold sweat and lowering her head, trembling in her heart. Not to mention Du Chen's aura. Just the 4 words Taiyang Clinic were enough to make Ma Ningchuan terrified, because his company is far worse than Taiyang Clinic. It seems that this time to rob the car cannot be robbed. People definitely want to buy the car in full. Who would have thought that at this time? That manager still said with fear and trembling, Mr. Du Chen, I'm sorry, I really can't sell the car to you, because our boss said that if you want this car, you can only accept her gift, and you absolutely can't pay a single penny for it. What? This sentence was like a deep water bomb that shocked everyone. It turned out that the person didn't think that Du Chen's 2 families didn't have the money to not sell it, but wanted to give it away. Doesn't this mean that the owner of this store wants to make a friend out of Du Chen? Why? Right, just now, Du Chen seemed to say that he was the owner of Taiyang Clinic. The reputation of Taiyang Clinic's living hell, Li Taiyang, resounded throughout the Jiangdong area. Who didn't know that he was the clinic's owner? But now that Du Chen came out and said this, could it be that Du Chen was Li Taiyang's person? That would be understandable. Du Chen also misunderstood and frowned at the manager. Is your boss trying to curry favor with Li Taiyang? Then you should send the car to him. It's useless to give it to me. Our boss clearly said that everything she does is only for Mr. Du's pleasure. As long as you like it, you can choose any car here, the manager explained respectfully. This time, the crowd was even more shocked. Before, when they gave away the cars, they could still say that it was because the owner of this place wanted to befriend Du Chen because of Li Taiyang's relationship. Now this was clearly already meant to curry favor with Du Chen, and it was entirely Du Chen's face that he was looking at. Who the hell is this guy? Chapter 47 Taste My Tea. Du Chen also felt surprised, but when he looked up towards the second floor of the 4S store, he instantly understood, because on the second floor stood a familiar woman, none other than Chen Yaya, Lu Amour's best friend and the woman who wanted to hire Du Chen to be a florist in her house. Du Chen sighed and touched Lu Amour's arm, nudging towards the second floor. Your BFF. Lu Amour raised her head and couldn't help but gnash her teeth after realizing the presence of Chen Yaya. So it's this little ninny store. I'd like to ask her if she's intentionally looking at me to make a scene, knowing that I'm being bullied, but still not coming down to help. Du Chen couldn't help but shake his head as he watched Lu Amour quickly rush upstairs while Chen Yaya fled with a slightly changed face. But soon, he was attracted by the 2 women, because Lu Amour had already hugged Chen Yaya. The 2 big beautiful women made a mess, and from time to time issued a silver bell-like laughter, and occasionally also exposed the spring light. Watching the men's blood boiling, could not move away from the line of sight. Fortunately, the 2 women quickly reacted and ran to the office to make trouble. Du Chen was also invited up by the manager. However, before he left, the manager turned back to Ma Ningchuan. I'm sorry sir, we have already listed you as a blacklist in our store. From today onwards we won't be providing any service to you. Please also apologize to our VIP immediately and then leave within 1 minute. Otherwise we will use our security force. Ma Ningchuan's face was ugly. He didn't expect that he would be driven away in public, as if he was shooing a dog, but he didn't dare to resist. He didn't even dare to hesitate or linger, honestly bringing the girl beside him. He bowed to Du Chen and apologized. I'm sorry sir, it's because I'm not polite anymore, please forgive me. Du Chen didn't even look back and said indifferently, I don't have anything to forgive you for. I just want to remind you that it's okay to have money and like to show off, but don't bully others. Ma Ningchuan is also in his 40s this year, but he was publicly lectured by a young man in his early 20s. His heart didn't know how twisted it was, but he didn't dare to talk too much, and could only coyly say yes. The girl beside him, on the other hand, looked at Du Chen adoringly, feeling that this was the Prince Charming in her heart, handsome and capable. He even made the man who had adopted him not dare to let out a single fart in front of him. Why do you need to follow this waste of a man with weak kidneys? Thinking this way, the the girl couldn't help but shake off Ma Ningxuan's arm, and walked to Du Chen with a dandy face. Handsome guy, I like you so much, can I chase you? Ma Ningxuan's face instantly rose into a pig liver color, more embarrassed and annoyed, angrily rebuked, asterisk. Lousy raised you, is this how you treat me? You give me back. You shut up, do you dare to grab a woman with my husband? The girl directly hugged Du Chen, and changed her name to husband. But Ma Ningxuan really didn't dare to talk too much to snatch it, and could only look at the two in humiliation. But Du Chen also doesn't like this kind of girl, as long as the other party is rich as the husband. Then if he bumps into an even richer one in the future, won't he be cuckolded on the spot just like Ma Ningxuan? I'm not interested in you, you'd better take care of yourself. Du Chen shook off the girl's hand and directly walked away. The girl was stunned, not realizing that with her looks, she couldn't impress Du Chen. It seemed necessary to return to Ma Ningxuan, but when the girl looked at Ma Ningxuan pitifully, she saw that Ma Ningxuan also walked away directly with a cold face. Now, the girl was left with no money. Du Chen came upstairs. At this time, Lu Amor and Chen Yaya had already stopped messing around, sitting on the sofa and chatting. Seeing him come in, Chen Yaya hurriedly got up to welcome him, her face full of smiles. Mr. Du, please have a seat. I didn't expect this to be your store. Du Chen nodded his head in greeting to Chen Yaya, then glanced at Lu Amor. This niece definitely knew, and should have brought her here on purpose. Sure enough, Lu Amor leisurely leaned on the sofa and said, yes, I did it on purpose. People are so beautiful, a big beauty. Several times invited. You ignored it. How can you do it without a little trick? Du Chen was speechless. Seeing Du Chen's face was not right, Chen Yaha quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Du, this is my idea. Please don't blame Mori. It's fine. Du Chen sat on the sofa, and wanted to pour a cup of tea himself. However, he did not expect Chen to be very fast, picked up the teapot in advance, and politely poured a cup of tea for him. Chen Yaya had a smile on her face. This is the top quality peak tea. Does Mr. Du know about the mountain Ding Peak? Well, rumor has it that at the source of the Mother River, it's a big mountain up to 1,800 meters high. Are there any tea trees up there? I haven't really been there, Du Chen said indifferently. There is indeed a 1,000-year-old tea tree that produces about 800 pounds of tea every year. The tea aroma is extremely strong. The flavor is slightly sweet. It can be considered as the best of the best in tea. Many tycoons are scrambling for it. It can be said to be in short supply. My grandfather was also fortunate to only snatch up 5 taels, and specially gave me some today so that I can entertain Mr. Du. With a sweet smile on her face, Chen Yaya explained the origin of the tea. Lu Amor helped from the side. I guess you haven't drank such top-notch tea. You know that even Li Tian can't get it. Usually the old master is stingy. He never refuses to take it out. This is the first time I've seen it, so it's obvious how much importance the old master attaches to you. Du Chen didn't say anything, just took a sip of tea in Chen Yaya's expectant eyes. He did not know much about tea, but felt that the aroma was not much stronger and said subconsciously in passing, General, what the hell? General? You see I've not seen good things Lu Amor skimmed her lips. Chen Yaya also some embarrassment, whispered to remind, Mr. Du, this tea is the top of the domestic, not only good to drink, but also has a certain health effects. Once someone looking for my grandfather $1 million to buy 1 or 2. My grandfather did not sell. Du Chen saw that these 2 women were quite unconvinced by his comments, and immediately took out a small piece of flour cake from his Qiankuan bag. He wanted to soak the flour cake directly into the water, but after thinking about it, he just took a nail cap-sized piece from it and soaked it into the teacup. Taste this one of mine. Du Chen handed the teacup over. Chen Yaya was a little embarrassed because the teacup Du Chen handed over was the one he had just taken a sip from. Men and women are not related, and Chen Yaya also had a slight cleanliness fetish, so she really couldn't bear to drink from someone else's teacup. What's more, Du Chen obviously put something in the water, although it is certainly not something harmful, but Chen Yaya is also very resistant. But just when Chen Yaya wanted to refuse, she suddenly smelled a strong aroma coming from her nose, and that aroma was exactly what came out from within the teacup. Chen Yaya was surprised beyond measure. At this time, the water in that teacup had completely soaked the flour cake. The aroma spread even more, directly making the whole office cozy and refreshing. Chapter 48. I've got tons of it. What a fragrant tea! Chen Yaya exclaimed in surprise. She actually couldn't care less about her cleanliness and gently took a small sip of the tea. Instantly the sweet tea entered her throat, the fresh fragrance entered her lungs, and Chen Yaya's entire body floated as if she was about to soar into immortality. Good tea. Really good tea. It's as if this shouldn't be something on earth. Chen Yaya excitedly kept praising. For this tea, she really didn't mince all the words of praise she knew. Next to her, Lu Amor also smelled the intoxicating flavor and immediately ran over and took a sip from the teacup. her face full of intoxication. Ma, it's really good, better than even Coke Sprite, Lu Moore exclaimed. Mori, please don't use that kind of trash to compare with Mr. Du's tea. Even the peak tea doesn't deserve to be compared, Chunya corrected with a serious face. Right, can't compare, definitely can't compare. Lu Moore was filled with guilt, feeling that she shouldn't have compared Du Chen's tea with that kind of goods. Du Chen looked at the excitement of the two women and smiled slightly. Let's get down to business. Ms. Chen, I'm really not interested in going to your house to be a florist. Originally I wanted to persuade you to agree. I even wanted to ask you to mention a satisfactory salary yourself. Now it seems that it's really not necessary. You can have this kind of tea. Those mundane flowers and plants in our house are not worthy of asking you to help cultivate them. Chen Ye sighed. Du Chen quickly waved his hand. This tea is not cultivated by me either. It's someone else's. Really? Then can I pay a visit to that high-ranking person? Chen Ye loved flowers as if her life depended on it, and at this moment, her eyes were glowing as she stared at Du Chen. But Du Chen was very embarrassed. Chen Ye wanted to see the person who grows flowers? Could it be that he was going to take her up to heaven to meet the Queen Mother? Ahem. I'm not familiar with that guru either. I also met him by chance. He asked me not to tell outsiders about his existence. He just gave me some of these flower cakes that can be used to make tea, aromatherapy, and can also be used for medicinal baths to cure illnesses. Du Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, that's right, how can a high-ranking person who can cultivate such a magical plant meet random strangers? Chen Ye was a bit lost. Lu Moore, however, hurriedly asked, then how many of these flower cakes do you have? Chen Ye also reacted and immediately said to Lu Moore, you don't like tea, why do you ask this? Mr. Du, I'll buy as many as you have. Mention the price yourself. Didn't you say you can make tea too? Besides, this is my boyfriend. Don't you forget it, Lu Moore said smugly. Don't think I don't know. You're just using him as a shield. If Mr. Du likes it, I can be his girlfriend too. Chen Ye said shyly. You've gone too far. Blatantly robbing a man from me? Lu Moore glared angrily. Du Chen was dumbfounded, not expecting that these two great beauties with extraordinary backgrounds would turn against each other because they were fighting over themselves. But don't say, this feeling was really good. Of course, Du Chen can't really let the two people turn against each other, and quickly said, don't argue. The girlfriend thing is slowed down first. As for the flower cake thing is good to say. I still have several tons of it. Chen Ye. Lu Moore also looked surprised. How much did that high person give you? Bah! I can't believe that I really believed your bull ********. That guru is actually you. This tea is cultivated by yourself, right? Otherwise who would send out several tons of expensive tea as a gift? Du Chen still wanted to explain one more sentence, but seeing that Chen Ye also clearly had a disbelieving attitude, he simply could only admit it with a thick skin. Alright, I admit that it's me who cultivated it myself, but this batch of flowers have already been made into flower cakes by me, and whether you guys want to buy it or visit it, it's already out of the question. In order not to be exposed as a lie, Du Chen could only say this. However, Chen Ye was incredibly excited and came over and asked, then can I worship you as my teacher? I want to learn how to cultivate flowers and plants. Let's forget about taking on an apprentice. And I'm actually not too proficient in cultivating flowers and plants. Du Chen waved his hand repeatedly. Joking aside, the method he used to cultivate plants was using divine beast dung and things from the Queen Mother's imperial garden. How could he teach others? But Chen Ye did not die, and sincerely begged, I will really learn well, as long as you are willing. I can even serve you all day long like the disciples in the senior citizens' room, washing your feet and making the bed, pounding your back and working. Do anything. Du Chen looked at Chen Ye's tall height, hot body, and beautiful face. This kind of beauty not to mention as a disciple to stay by the side, even if it is every day nothing to do, just show in their own proximity. It is estimated to be able to envy the death of a large number of men. Lu Moore's eyes turned, came over, took the initiative to hug Du Chen's arm. Pampered, hubby, yeah are so sincere. You just promise, when to give me a face. You don't have face with me. Du Chen bristled, although I don't know what you're going to use me for, but it's definitely not pure. So there's no way I'm going to be sold by you and still count the money for you. Understand? You. Lu Moore looked at Du Chen with wide eyes. Then her eyes slowly reddened and she was very sad. Can you be a bit of a man? Are you that petty? Can't you be more broad-minded and gentle to girls? I'm really too sad, thanks to my deep love for you. Next to her, Chen Ye looked at Lu Moore's sad and desperate appearance, and couldn't help but feel some heartache. Du Chen, however, bristled and said to Lu Moore, then you stand up. Good. Actually, I am a very gentle girl. You are my man. I will listen to whatever you say, but you don't be so desperate to me, okay? What do you mean I use you? Is the relationship between us to say something so unpleasant? Lu Amour softly stood up, as if she was very well behaved. Chunyaya also couldn't help but say, Mr. Du, although Mori is occasionally overbearing, but in fact she is really a good girl, and I can see that she is really affectionate towards you, and also really sad because of your words. Snap, Du Chen nonchalantly slapped towards Lu Amour's butt. Asterisk 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 you big man, you stinking rascal took advantage of me again. Lu Amour suddenly exploded, gritting her teeth and glaring at Du Chen. Chen Yana looked at Lu Amour dumbfounded, unable to figure out how she turned from an aggrieved and weak little girl-like to a tigress-like one. Du Chen also skimmed his lips. You are not to me a piece of deep love. Touch you a little how? Can't you touch a tiger's ass? Lu Moer also knows that his own performance was broken. Simply broken. Grabbed Du Chen's collar, said viciously, just say accept our family Yaya as a disciple. If you dare not accept, I will find your mother said you back me to engage in an affair. Chapter 49 Agent. When Chen Yaya heard this, her face was odd. What do you mean by having an affair? Who was having an affair? Could it be that if she doesn't become a disciple, she can only be a mistress? Du Chen also stunned. Where did you get my mom's phone? Your mom gave me before she left. Said if you bully me, you must tell her. She will come over to clean you up even if she is far away. Lu Moer probably took out her cell phone and showed it to Du Chen to see the cell phone number. Du Chen took a look at the call records and realized that Lu Moer had also contacted her own mom and talked for more than an hour. You called my mom? Du Chen was a little upset. What's wrong with this woman? She really took her as her girlfriend, and even harassed her own mom. You this unfilial son. Half a year also do not make a phone call home. Your mom can only find me chatting to relieve the boredom. I have not confiscated your salary. Lu Moer skimmed her mouth. Du Chen looked at her and found that she didn't look like she was lying. Then her eyes were gentle, and she also hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Thank you for chatting with my mom. Humph. This young lady does not remember the small man. Besides your mom shouts with a mouthful of a daughter-in-law. I am always embarrassed to make her sad. Anyway, I also like to chat, so I will accompany her old man. Let her be happy. It's not a big deal. Lu Amour said arrogantly. Du Chen could see that although this niece had an arrogant personality and was still as easy to anger as a small wildcat, she was actually kind-hearted. Otherwise she was obviously just using Du Chen. And how would she be willing to use her daughter-in-law's identity to chat with her own old mom? Alright, seeing as you're not bad, I'll be this shield for you from now on. If you encounter any man you don't like harassing you, just report my name, Du Chen said seriously. Lu Amour looked at Du Chen's handsome face and his serious assurance. Her heart was like a deer in headlights and her face was slightly red. This guy is so charismatic when he is serious. How nice if he can really take it for himself. Only a pity. Lu Amour thought of the marriage her parents had arranged for herself. It is said that that guy is the son of some big family, not something to be messed with, and I don't know if Du Chen can carry it off. Chunyaya saw Lu Amour and Du Chen so close at the side. She couldn't help but feel a little envious. But although she admired Du Chen, but after all, her family background was there, so she couldn't possibly show too much humility. Being willing to be a disciple before was already the limit. Now she really couldn't say anything that could tempt Du Chen's conditions. Mr. Du, I know that whether it's compared to Fomi or anyone else, my conditions aren't excellent, but as long as you give me a chance, I promise to be a disciple that will satisfy you. Chunyaya gritted her teeth and bowed deeply. Du Chen raised his head helplessly, wanting to say something, but realized that Chen Yaya's collar was very loose, and when she bowed like this, her collar sagged, and the inside was really a great view. Ahem, I really don't want to take in a disciple, not to mention that I can teach you very little. If you like it, why don't I make you an agent? How about helping me sell these flour cakes? Du Chen hurriedly averted his eyes. Spying is not a good boy. Of course, looking at one's own people was fine. Du Chen stared at Lu Amour's pair of white jade legs that were folded and placed on the sofa, not allowing himself to peek at Chunyaya's breasts, because he knew that there was a price to pay for doing anything. What if Chunyaya was deliberately seducing him to look, and then grabbed the handle of him peeking and blackmailed him into accepting this disciple? Not to mention, this is what Chunyaya meant to do. How could a smart woman like her not know that she could get naked by bending over? She is deliberately letting Du Chen see, the so-called eat people's mouth soft, take manpower short. He took advantage of their own cheap, can still have the cheek not to accept the apprentice? Who would have thought that Du Chen is such a gentleman? Even directly turn away from looking, disappointed and admiring Du Chen's integrity. Chunyaya immediately straightened up her waist and retreated. Okay, I'm willing to be an agent, but tonight our family is going to hold a birthday banquet for my grandpa. Can I ask you to go and talk to my grandpa personally? A birthday banquet? It's not good for me to go, right? Du Chen hesitated. It is said to be a birthday banquet, but in fact it is just a gathering of your own family, although some outsiders will also be invited to go. but the ones who can be invited are all the famous bigwigs in Jiangdong. There are not many of them, and this is also a good effect for you to expand your network and publicize your own flower cakes, Chen Yeye hurriedly explained. Only then did Du Chen nod. Yes, give me the address. I'll go there myself at night. No need. I'd better send someone to pick you up. Recently Jiangdong is not peaceful at night, Chen Yeye said in a hurry. Why do you say that too? Du Chen frowned. Last night Zhao Xinmian also said so. How come I haven't heard of anything going on in Jiangdong? The news didn't say anything about it either. Chen Yeye sighed, with caution and care on her face. This matter is actually a very humiliating thing. There has been a robber in Jiangdong for a while now, often targeting the rich, claiming to be robbing the rich to help the poor. But this guy has a rule that is very strange. That is, each rich man only needs $1 million, and only takes money without hurting anyone. For the rich man who was robbed by him, 1 million is really not a thing, but was robbed that is also a very shameful thing. So many rich people who have been robbed want to revenge this guy, openly and secretly sent countless eyes to investigate. How this robber seems to kung fu was very powerful, come without a shadow and go without a trace. Up to now was robbed more than a dozen people, and people do not even know what he looks like in figure, let alone catch. Du Chen frowned as he listened. It's indeed very impressive, to be able to avoid so many rich people. But what about the police? Isn't there a Skynet system now? Can't they investigate? This is the most bizarre place. The other party's stance is so fast that even Skynet can't capture it. And several times when the police set traps, he came up to the front. But even machine gun fire didn't manage to leave this person behind. This kind of high-level person is really powerful, so I want to see it with my own eyes, Lu Moer added. But her eyes were full of stars, as if she was adoring. Du Chen and Chen Yeye couldn't help but be helpless as they looked at Lu Moer's worshipful appearance. I understand. The police can't catch the robbers for fear of the common people, and the rich and powerful are also afraid of losing face, so the robbers' matter won't be spread at all, and the news won't allow it to be reported. Du Chen said seriously. Yes, you are also considered to join the ranks of the rich now, so I am more worried about your safety, Chen Yeye kindly reminded. Du Chen nodded to show that he understood, while secretly pondering in his heart. This robber didn't seem to be an ordinary person, most likely some kind of martial arts expert. It just so happened that he hadn't run into any peers since he had been practicing for a while, so if he could have a fight with that robber, he should be able to know his realm. Chapter 50 Conquering the Tigress. Strange to say, Du Chen's cultivation speed at the Qi gathering stage was obviously fast as hell, almost crossing over with ease, but at this point the Jindan stage was several days old, but there wasn't too much obvious progress. Just can obviously feel the aura is entering the body, but cannot find any progress. Du Chen also do not know what is going on, suspecting that they are practicing wrong, but also cannot find anyone to ask. Clairvoyance and Shunfeng Yer certainly do not dare to ask. At this moment also cannot find people. Go ask the old man's child. He also asked 3 no, because people ascended to heaven for at least 1,000 years. At that time he was directly by the Supreme Lord Laojun to the heaven, directly into the immortal. Where has he experienced any Qi gathering? Jindan. Du Chen was so emotional. This is the difference between having someone behind you and being alone. Speaking of it is a handful of bitter tears. Chen Yeye stood by the side and watched Du Chen fall into deep thought. She couldn't help but carefully say, Is Mr. Du worried? It's okay, our family has hired top experts. Why don't you go and stay at my Chen's house in the future? Lu Moer's eyes flashed with some surprise. Top experts? Yeah, you can't be talking about Long Sinan, right? I heard before that your grandfather went to ask him to come out. He really came? Yes, and I've heard that he's had another breakthrough. He's already at the level of a martial general. Chen Yeye had a smile on her face. Martial general? Du Chen asked curiously. Is this the realm of a martial artist? Yes, it seems that Mr. Du really knows nothing about martial arts. All the more reason for you to accept our protection then. Chen Yeye was excited beyond words. The weaker Du Chen was, the happier she was, so that he would live in the Chen family to receive protection because he was afraid of the robbers, and by then those flowers of his own could be cultivated as well. But what Du Chen cares about is not this, and asked with interest, what realms do martial artists have? Chen Yeye hesitated. You want to learn martial arts? But I heard Master Long say that people who are too old are not suitable to learn martial arts, so I advise you to give up this idea. I don't want to learn. Just tell me the realm of martial arts. Du Chen was somewhat speechless. Seeing that Du Chen was upset, Chen Yeye hurriedly explained, I'm sorry Mr. Du, I'm not looking down on you. In fact, the division of the realms of martial arts is very simple. It's samurai, martial general, martial king, martial zun, and martial immortal. Also 5 realms? Then I wonder if it corresponds with the realm of immortal cultivation. Thinking so, Du Chen immediately pursued. Then do you know the difference between these realms? This, I'm not a martial artist. I'm not too clear, but you can go to my house and ask Master Long. Do you want me to pack a room for you to live in alone? And then you and Master Long will sit and talk about Tao? Chen Yaya was bent on getting Du Chen to live in her house. Du Chen thought for a moment. Staying is not necessary. I will make a trip over there in the evening. By then Zhao Xinmian should also be invited, right? Yes. Chen Yaya nodded her head in a hurry. Good. Then I'll leave first, to prepare some gifts for the old man's birthday. Du Chen smiled and got up. Lu Amor hurriedly followed. Take me along. I haven't been in a sports car for a long time. Du Chen was instantly a little embarrassed. What? You don't want to take me? Or do you have another chick outside? Believe it or not, I'll find your mom to cry about you bullying me. Lu Mor was full of threats. No, I am trying to say that I don't have a driver's license. Du Chen smiled bitterly. The two women froze. Chen Yaya was even more incredulous and asked, why did you buy a car without a license? Du Chen shrugged. I have a driver. Now I make a phone call to call Zhao Xian Cotton over to drive on it. What is your relationship? Moving Zhao Xian Cotton. Lu Mor was a little jealous. Oh, she is my maid. Du Chen smiled and took out his cell phone to make a call. Next to Lu Amor and Chen Yaya were dumbfounded. Maid? This guy really dares to say. Zhao Xinmian, a future successor of the $10 billion group. How could she be a maid for someone? Lu Amor obviously didn't believe it, and stood by to watch the fun, wanting to know that Du Chen had blown the bull out of the water, and how to fulfill this lie. Chen Yaya didn't show it, but in her heart, she also felt that Du Chen was bragging a bit. She was so polite to him because of his excellent flower-raising skills, but Zhao Xinmian doesn't love flowers and plants and is a business genius, so how could she be a maid for him and listen to him to pick him up? Du Chen didn't explain much, and called Zhao Xinmian, little maid, come to the Lamborghini 4S store on this side of Dongmei Road to pick me up. I've bought a car that I can't drive. Zhao Xinmian was in a meeting, heard this, almost didn't die of anger, subconsciously roared in front of the crowd, you have a problem. What car did you buy if you don't know how to drive? Those company employees are very stunned to look at Zhao Xinmian, do not know why she is furious. Du Chen wasn't afraid and said smilingly, good boy, listen to your master, come and drive for me, I'll reward you with a good thing. Cut the crap, old lady won't go and help you drive. Zhao Xian Cotton said nonchalantly, how dare you call me a little maid for letting my old lady do her job? Swell you to death. Du Chen shrugged his shoulders, are you feeling especially sore today? Even walking very lightly, and you have an appetite for food? How do you know? Zhao Xinmian was dismayed. She came to work today and really felt different from usual. Her mood was so comfortable that she didn't even get angry for most of the day. Of course, this record was broken by this call from Du Chen. Du Chen hee-hawed, don't forget, I'm a miracle doctor. You come to my side, I'll give you a good thing. Make sure you're so comfortable every day. Really? Zhao Xian Cotton naturally knew how strong Du Chen's medical skills were. It was something that even the king of living hell was ashamed of. She vaguely felt in her heart that this guy could possibly be able to cure her own disease of being born a stone woman. However, out of the shyness in the girl's heart and years of caution, Zhao Xinmian did not voice out the situation. Zhao Xinjian hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed, okay, wait for me, I'll go pick you up. I knew you're the most obedient little maid. Du Chen laughed out loud. Humph, if you can't make me comfortable, just wait. Zhao Xinmian hung up the phone with a cold snort. The co-workers next to her, however, were already messed up. Originally, they were surprised to hear that someone had asked Zhao Xinjian to help with the car. After all, besides the company chairman, who would dare to assign this tigress to do anything? But Zhao Xinjian had now agreed to go and drive the car, and even asked the other person to make him comfortable. Could it be that these two were going to do something in the car? I didn't realize that underneath the tough exterior of this tigress Zhao Xinmian, there was a sultry heart hidden? Zhao Xian Cotton did not notice the eyes of the many employees, coldly said, bad mood, adjourn, tomorrow we will talk about the project. The numerous employees didn't dare to put a single fart and quickly packed up their things and left, but they directly pulled up a group chat and started chatting in the group about who was so capable of conquering this tigress. Chapter 51, Playing with Speed. Zhao Xian Cotton acted fairly quickly and soon arrived at the 4S store. To say that the circle of the rich and powerful is not very big, these three women all know each other. However, Zhao Xinmian was indifferent because of her illness, and only nodded to Chen Yaya and Lu Moer as a greeting. The two women also knew her temperament and didn't care. And they didn't have the time to care because they were all shocked that Du Chen could actually call Zhao Xinmian. When Du Chen saw Zhao Xinmian's smelly face, he laughed and said, little girl, if you dare to say one more word, I'll fight you. Zhao Xian Cotton gritted her teeth and threatened Du Chen. She didn't want to be known by others that she had made a maid for Du Chen. Fine, it's okay for me to call you little girl. Du Chen helplessly spread his hands. Humph. Zhao Xinmian reluctantly accepted, but her face was still ugly. Little girl, Go drive for your master. Du Chen laughed evilly. Chen Ye and Luo Mo both froze in place. Zhao Xinmian, on the other hand, was infuriated and pointed at Du Chen and shouted, "You bastard! If you dare to say anything about me being your maid again, I'll make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow." Du Chen had an innocent look on his face. "Tomorrow is cloudy. I really won't be able to see the sun, so that's why it's better to have nothing to do than to look at the weather forecast more often than what's not good. You. I'm really pissed off. Where's the car? If I don't scrap your car today, I'll warm your bed later." Zhao Xinmian angrily picked up the car keys on the table. Apparently really want to scrap Du Chen's car. Du Chen reminded from the side, "This car is not cheap. Humph. It's just a Lamborghini. Don't think I'm driving a Mercedes because I can't afford this car. It's not like my family doesn't have millions of sports cars." Zhao Xian Cotton Heart said, "Old lady crashed your car. The big deal is that the family sports car to compensate you." Du Chen will not say more. Pointing downstairs in the showroom's silver supercar, said, "Here, on that." Zhao Xinmian proudly walked over, but took a look and was dumbfounded. This looks so familiar. Shouldn't it be poison? That sports car worth tens of millions of dollars? Zhao Xinmian was surprised beyond measure. "Yes, are you going to scrap it?" Du Chen could see that Zhao Xinmian was egged on. "Just kidding." Could Zhao Xinjian not wimp out? Although she was the general manager of the company, her annual salary was only about $10 million, and usually she often bought some luxury goods, so it would be good if she could save about $5 million a year. Want to buy this car? At least need to save a few years of salary. What's more, I'm afraid that there are only a few of these cars in the country, so if she crashes this one, it'll be a real pain in the ass if she wants to see it again in the future. She wouldn't do that unless she was crazy. Du Chen looked at Zhao Xinmian looking at the car with her heart full of love and entanglement. He smiled and walked over, deliberately flirting. "Can't bear to part with it? Alright, go warm up my comforter tomorrow. After all, it's cloudy tomorrow, so maybe the comforter is cooler." Behind Du Chen, Chen Ye was looking at him in disbelief. How difficult Zhao Xinmian is to get along with. People in the rich and powerful circle all know. But today, she even had such an attitude towards Du Chen. I'm afraid this Du Chen's background is also very deep. Luo Mo didn't think so much about it. She directly walked over, grinding her small tiger teeth and waiting for Du Chen. "Flirting with another woman in front of me. You're very swell." Du Chen coughed dryly. "This is a maid, not another woman." Humph. Zhao Xian Cotton coldly glared at Du Chen and directly pretended that she hadn't said anything just now and went downstairs to drive. Boom! The car's engine started, emitting a melodious and exciting roar. That seemed like the roar of a wild beast, making all the men present a little hot. Zhao Xian Cotton, who was driving the car, was even more excited with her pretty face reddening. She was a person who liked sports cars a lot, but because she didn't want to spend her family's money, and her own salary wasn't quite enough, so she bought some ordinary sports cars. This was the first time she drove such a high-end supercar. Zhao Xian Cotton couldn't mention how happy she was, and directly shouted to Du Chen, "Get in the car." She couldn't wait to go on a wild ride. Du Chen immediately went downstairs, got on the car, and then the car shot out like an arrow off the string. Luo Mo, who just came downstairs, stomped her foot. "This damned guy, how dare he go drag racing with another woman and not bring me along? That car just has 2 seats, there's no room for you to go up." Might as well think of a way to get Du Chen a driver's license so that in the future he can drive by himself without Zhao Xinmian's help. Chen Ye said, "How can I get it?" Luo Mo bristled. "There's no way I'm going to beg my family, even if this kind of thing can be done by them with just a word." Chen Ye sighed, thinking that Luo Mo was really stubborn. Her family had such a big background, but she refused to utilize it. And at this time, Du Chen had already been taken out of the city by Zhao Xinmian and was speeding along the highway. Sitting in this sports car, it's really like what the sales said before. The strong sense of pushback makes Du Chen's heartbeat can't help but accelerate. Very excited. Next to Zhao Xinmian is even more excited. She directly stepped on the gas pedal to the end. Both sides of the roadside scenery are connected to the line. To the end there are only 2 groups of light in the car window crossing. Cannot see anything. This speed was at least 200 mph upwards. "No, big sister. Let's just have fun. Don't be so desperate. Besides you're speeding." Du Chen was very nervous. Even if this is a highway, the maximum speed is only 120 miles per hour. Okay. Zhao Xinmian didn't care. Not only didn't slow down, but also kept speeding up. Her pretty face was a little red because of the excitement. "You know what? I especially like extreme sports. What high-altitude parachuting, wingsuit flying, deep-sea diving. I have tried." "You like to play with your life? But I don't have that interest," Du Chen said helplessly. In fact, he was already at the Jindan stage now, and if he really got into a car accident, he definitely wouldn't die. But even if he wouldn't die, there was no playing with his life. Seeing Du Chen chattering on and on, Zhao Xian Cotton couldn't help but bristle. You're scared? He, not only am I not afraid, I can even make it a little faster for you. I just don't think it's necessary. Du Chen shrugged. Clearly you're just a wimp. Can you do it? At least you're a man. Zhao Xinmian was contemptuous. Du Chen was a bit offended. Let me remind you, never say no to a man. Don't you just like speed? I'll let you have some more fun. Only to see Du Chen secretly strangling and reciting incantations. The divine walking technique was cast on the poison car. With a flash of golden light, the speed of the car suddenly increased, more than twice as fast as before. Ah, what's going on? How did this speed increase again? It was clearly at its limit just now. Zhao Xian Cotton couldn't help but shriek as she felt the car's speed suddenly increase. Du Chen leisurely laid back in his seat. Don't you like excitement? Is it strong enough now? Take control of the steering wheel, if you don't want to martyr yourself with me. Chapter 52, The Black Widow Who Came to the Door. Zhao Xinmian knew that it was Du Chen who was up to something as soon as she guessed, and although she didn't know why, she didn't want to admit defeat. Isn't it just faster? I can carry it. Zhao Xian Cotton sneered. Do you know how fast we can go when we fly in our wingsuits? It's about the same speed as a sports car. I'm not even scared of that kind, let alone this one. Du Chen shrugged his shoulders and didn't care. Instead, he used his divine walking technique to urge the car forward. In fact, the divine walking technique had completely controlled the car. It could move forward or backward freely, and changing direction was no problem. So no matter how fast it went, no problems would occur and it wouldn't affect anyone else. Right now, Du Chen was only trying to scare Zhao Xinmian so that she would be fully focused on the front. But the speed of the car was already so fast that her eyes couldn't keep up with it, and she didn't even know which way she was moving forward anymore. This kind of heart pressure of not knowing the way ahead, as well as the mental tautness brought about by the high speed of the car, made Zhao Xian Cotton more and more nervous, and the speed of her heartbeat was also climbing. Even, her forehead was already sweating, and she couldn't bear this huge pressure. Just at this moment, the car navigation suddenly reminded, congested road ahead, please slow down. Zhao Xinjian was startled and immediately stepped on the brakes, but to her horror, she realized that the brakes didn't work. Crap, why aren't the brakes working? Quickly brake there are a lot of cars in front, Zhao Xinjian shouted in panic. Du Chen, however, was calm beside her. Don't you like to challenge the limit? Isn't this the limit? Isn't it exciting? Zhao Xinjian was about to cry, are you messing with me? Stop it, stop the car, or you'll really get into a car accident. At this time, the congested road ahead can already be seen, and even those cars lined up to move forward slowly have also been seen. The distance should be just a few hundred meters. According to the speed of the car like poison, it was estimated that crashing would be a matter of 2 seconds. Zhao Xian Cotton watched the distance between her and the car in front of her getting closer and closer. Her face couldn't help but turn pale. Even her delicate body was trembling. She finally couldn't bear it anymore, and even let out a shriek. Let go of the steering wheel and covered her face with her hands. Quickly brake. Du Chen didn't expect this woman to be so unproductive. Just now she was bragging that she likes to challenge the limits, but when she encountered some problems, she let go of the steering wheel and covered her face. Luckily, Du Chen had already controlled the car with his divine action technique, or else he would have had a car accident. This female driver is really killing me. Du Chen sighed and shook his head, using his divine action technique to lower the speed of the car, and then slowly stopped at the back of the crowded traffic. It really stopped? Zhao Xian Cotton felt the speed decrease and carefully peeked through her fingers, realizing that the car was still half a meter away from the car in front of her, and that it was stopping firmly, so she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Big beautiful girl, don't go out later and say you are playing extreme. What you are playing is not called extreme. With all kinds of safety equipment on your body, and professional coaches and protectors, this is called playing a game at best, Du Chen lightly said. Zhao Xinmian's face was slightly red, because what Du Chen said was true. She couldn't refute it, but she was also a little curious. How did you just sit in the passenger side and control the car to accelerate? And how did you make the car stop? This is my secret. I'll silence anyone who knows. Du Chen deliberately scared Zhao Xinmian. Oh, don't pretend. You don't look like a bad guy anymore. Zhao Xinmian skimmed her mouth. Du Chen realized that Zhao Xinjian didn't look like she was lying and really wasn't scared, so he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Why? Zhao Xinjian twisted her head away and didn't say anything. She didn't know what to say. Should she say that Du Chen didn't look like a bad guy in any way because he was too handsome? Say it. Why? Du Chen persistently pursued. Zhao Xian Cotton blushed and couldn't say anything, and she suddenly had a good topic diversion and asked, you said you'd give me benefits. What is it? Du Chen was really diverted, and fished out a flower cake from his Qiankuan bag and handed it over. This, take it back to the bath. It's good for your illness. What is this thing? Wait, what did you say? My disease? Zhao Xinmian just wanted to study the flower cake, but suddenly reacted and stared at Du Chen dead in the face. Spoke out of turn. Du Chen's heart trembled, his brain turned rapidly, and he suddenly had a flash of light and said, "Of course you're sick, otherwise who would like excitement so much and be so grumpy? Take a bath with this. It can defeat the fire." Zhao Xian Cotton was obviously relieved. She had just decided that if Du Chen knew about her natural stone woman's disease, then she would stay away from him forever. She couldn't stand it when people looked at her with different eyes, and she didn't like to be sympathized with. When Du Chen saw Zhao Xinmian no longer pursuing, he also breathed a sigh of relief. He said to himself, "It's easy for me to help cure a disease. If it wasn't for the fact that you're so pretty, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to you." Of course, there is also Zhao Huanglong's reason. Drinking that night, Du Chen and Zhao Huanglong's temperament character are very like. If not the age problem, may really be sworn brothers, although brothers cannot be, but the two are still considered good friends. So Du Chen cannot stand by and watch Zhao Huanglong's own granddaughter, entangled in a lifetime of illness. What's more, Zhao Xinmian is also considered good. She was the first to give her old man to make up for the compensation, so she is such a good person, also worthy of being saved. After being stuck in traffic on the highway for 2 hours, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening when Du Chen and his two men returned to Jiangdong. "Oh no, I forgot about the old man's birthday banquet. I haven't bought a gift yet." Zhao Xinmian's face tightened. Du Chen also almost forgot about this. People Qinyaya warmly invited. He also promised, if he couldn't go it would be too much of a loss of face. But Du Chen's gift is good to say. Send some flower cake. Ensure Chenyaya's grandfather happy to death. But Zhao Xian Cotton will be trouble. Face full of tangled. Right at this moment, a fiery red Ferrari roared over and stopped next to Du Chen's car. The window lowered, revealing a stunningly beautiful and cool pretty face. "Hey, handsome, free?" Seeing this woman, Zhao Xinmian's face changed drastically, and she was so alert that she actually wanted to drive away directly. Du Chen, however, leaned on the car window, looking at the sexy woman wearing a deep V-neck short dress, sighing, "I'm really not free tonight. What a pity. How can I not usually see a big beautiful woman like you? That way we spend the moon to do something not have to meet today. Oh, listen to you praise me. I really quite happy. Just do not know you want to do something with me?" The sexy woman had a seductive smile on her face. Bam! A man in the distance actually got into a car accident because he was looking at this woman too intently. Sigh, it's really a red face. Du Chen shook his head and lamented, then sincerely said, "Seriously, I think your beauty can rank in the top 5 in Jiangdong, or even the top 3 as well." This sounded very much like flattering, but no matter who heard it, they would agree. Even Zhao Xian Cotton had to admit that although this woman was terrifying, her beauty was truly the top in Jiangdong, especially this smile. It was like a blooming beauty flower, enough to intoxicate any man, but as long as you were intoxicated into it, it was a death, because she is the most poisonous flower. She is also the most poisonous woman, and she is the famous Black Widow of Jiangdong. Chapter 53, Mr. Du is here. Black Widow Han Meng didn't even look at the nervous Zhao Xian Cotton and said to Du Chen with a smile, "Where are you going in a while?" "To attend a banquet." Du Chen shrugged. "Chen Haijian's birthday banquet?" The corners of Han Meng's mouth rose slightly. Du Chen was surprised. "How did you know?" "He invited me too, but I didn't agree to go. But, now that I changed my mind, will you be willing to let me go?" Han Meng supported her chin with one hand, lying on the car window and looking at Du Chen, her big eyes blinking and blinking. Very moving. "You've been invited too?" Du Chen glanced at Han Meng's expensive sports car. "Of course. So did you bring a gift?" "We're going to buy a gift. I'll give you one." Han Meng reached for the passenger side to get a gift. "No need." Zhao Xinmian flatly refused, her forehead surprisingly already sweating. Du Chen looked back at her in dismay. "What for? Jealous? What's wrong with giving a gift? Doesn't it save you from having to buy it? The big deal is that you can pay it back later." Zhao Xinmian shook her head repeatedly, but also stepped on the gas and quickly left. Han Meng looked at the car left. "I some doubt. Strange. Why looks like an ordinary person? But just now I clearly saw that car suddenly accelerated. That is not like ordinary people can do." Du Chen did not know that Han Meng had been tracking herself since a while ago. He looked at Zhao Xinming curiously. "Why do you seem to be scared? You know that woman just now? All the tycoons in Jiangdong know her. It's only you, who dares to chat with her like that and wants to spend time with her." Zhao Xinmian blanked Du Chen. Who the hell is she? Du Chen felt that something was not quite right. Just now he realized that the woman's aura was very powerful, but he didn't think that she could be famous enough to make all the Jiangdong tycoons know her. This was something that only the top bigwigs like Zhao Huanglong and Chen Haijiang had, right? Zhao Xian Cotton sighed. "It seems like you really don't recognize her. You'll know when I say her nickname. Ever heard of Black Widow?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. That woman just now is the Black Widow? Du Chen was surprised beyond words. Earlier, when Fatigua said that her legs were broken by the Black Widow, Du Chen had thought that the woman might be an image, but he didn't expect it to be a soft-looking woman. Du Chen found it unbelievable, but she looked quite kind just now. She even made small talk with me. Zhao Xinmian looked at Du Chen with deep eyes. That's what I wanted to ask. Does she see something in you? Could it be looking at my face again? Alas, being handsome is really a sin. Du Chen lamented. Shameless. Zhao Xinmian had a disgusted look on her face. What are you saying? How can you not want such a handsome face? Du Chen was angry. Zhao Xinmian completely didn't want to pay attention to this guy, and simply focused on driving, found a luxury store, and bought a cane worth more than $2 million. Chen Yaya's family lived in a manor. There is a garden in the manor. Is really that kind of planting full of flowers and trees, with the labyrinth-like garden. Zhao Xian Cotton and Du Chen sitting in the manor of the battery car, looking around the colorful exotic flowers and grasses and even sky-high trees. Du Chen lamented. This Chen family really loves flowers. Chen is a notorious fan of flowers and plants, claiming that he either owns or has seen all the cherished flowers and plants in the world, and he never skimps on them. Zhao Xinmian still respected and knew Chen Haijian very well. He once used $100 million and bought an extremely rare Srikaran cactus flower, so you know how obsessed he is with these flowers. Du Chen was shocked. $100 million for a flower? What is this? He quietly took out his cell phone and inquired about it, and found that this flower was still real. It was a very rare and beautiful flower that only bloomed for an hour or two at night, with no regularity in the blooming date, so it could be said to be a rare and precious thing. From the picture, this Srikaran cactus flower was really pretty, but it still couldn't compare to those flowers and plants that he had seen in the immortal world. That was what was called beautiful. That was what was called noble. Unfortunately, he could only bring down a bunch of leftover flowers and leaves, but it was enough to kill these flowers and plants. At this time in the Chen family's banquet hall, there were already quite a few people. Today's birthday boy Chen Haijian was sitting on a master chair, wearing a black tang suit. Although the person was already old, but his aura was still extraordinary. The tiger sat there, no one dared to look down upon him. At this time in the banquet hall, in addition to some people from the Chen family, there were also a few more famous tycoons from Jiangdong as well as the single sons they brought from their families. After all, attending the Chen family's banquet, these people all came with a purpose. One was to please Elder Chen, and the other was to see if they could form a marriage with the Chen family. After all, Chen Yaya had already reached the age of marriage, yet she still didn't have a boyfriend. However, right now, all of these people's faces all wore the color of dissatisfaction, especially Chen Yaya's father. Chen Deiqiu was the one who already had clouds all over his face. Dad, the guests have all arrived. Why don't we start the banquet yet? Chen Deiqiu asked in a deep voice. What's the hurry? Isn't Mr. Do not here yet. Chen Haijian picked up a cup of tea and looked at the tea leaves floating inside. That tea had already gotten cold, but you could still smell the strong fragrance. This was the leftover tea that Chen Yaya had brought back to drink this afternoon. Chen Haijian just smelled it and was amazed, knowing that he had definitely met a high person. No wonder people were not willing to come before for $1 million a month. This kind of high people, a month to give 100 million may not be able to invite. Previously, he was definitely belittling people, so Chen Haijian wanted to make amends. Since he wanted to make amends, he had to show absolute respect and must wait for Du Chen to come before he could start the birthday banquet. Chen Deiqiu, however, was unaware of this and said angrily, "It's just a person who is better at raising flowers. Our family florists are world-renowned and take good care of your flowers and plants, so why should you care about him so much? The people coming to celebrate your birthday today are all famous people from Jiangdong. If they knew that the person waiting for them is just a mere florist, they would definitely be unhappy and would say that our family is impolite." Chen Deiqiu's wife, Xiao Yun, also came over and persuaded in a low voice, "Dad, don't wait. I think they might not want to come, or maybe they feel that this scene is too high-end, and they are too inferior to come. You guys don't need to say much, I will definitely wait." Chen Haijiang waved his hand. "What's more, didn't you guys hear Yaya say that Mr. Du is not only a florist, but also the owner of Taiyan Clinic? The owner of Taiyan Clinic has always been the king of living hell, Li Taiyan, not to mention that I invited Li Taiyan, and he said he didn't have time to come, and he didn't mention a word about the owner." Chen Deiqiu was speechless. Right at this moment, a tycoon ranked 10th in Jiangdong came over with a polite and puzzled look on his face. "Master, is there something wrong with this banquet of ours? Why hasn't it started yet? My son is still waiting to ask your granddaughter to dance in honor of your birthday. He has been preparing for this birthday banquet for 2 months. Dad, you see, the guests have all rushed it. Isn't it going to start yet?" Chen Deiqiu was angry. Chen Haijian frowned and opened his mouth just to say something. Just then, Chen Yaya came over. her face full of joy. Grandpa, Mr. Du is here. Chapter 54, 100 million agency fees. Good. I'll go greet. Chen Haijian was incredibly excited and walked towards the outside of the banquet hall. Chen Daikyo couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded at the sight, not realizing that for the sake of a florist, his own father would have to personally go and meet him. This is also too much of a self-degradation, right? But Chen Daikyo did not dare to say anything, can only say to the crowd, banquet now begins? Everyone is casual some. We are not what high-profile strict requirements of the occasion. Is their own family party just? Originally, there were still some upper-class people who had a lot of tycoons. All of them relaxed and started to talk to each other in piles. When the banquet started, Du Chen just got off the battery car and was a bit surprised. The banquet started so late? It's already 8 o'clock, right? Zhao Xinyan also felt strange. It shouldn't be. The invitation said that the banquet would start at 6 o'clock, and I hoped that everyone would be there. So it's reasonable to say that it's almost at the end of the party now. How come it's just starting? Couldn't be waiting for us? Du Chen joked. I don't really feel like we're being treated so highly. Zhao Xinyan bristled. But the next moment, Zhao Xinyan was dumbfounded, because Chen Haijiang, the old birthday boy, even walked out directly from the banquet hall, excitedly walked to Du Chen, and bowed violently. I'm sorry, Mr. Du. It was me who had the eyes to fail to recognize the mountain before, and I even tried to hire you with $1 million per month, which is simply an offense and an insult to you. Du Chen subconsciously glanced at Chen Yaya, who opened her mouth and wordlessly said one word. T. Du Chen instantly realized. Old master doesn't have to be like this. I didn't agree to your hiring before just because I had work to keep me busy. It's not that I'm looking down on it, nor do I feel offended or insulted. Du Chen explained seriously. Chen Haijian looked at Du Chen carefully and realized that he didn't look like he was lying. He suddenly sighed in relief. That would be great. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go to the banquet hall and chat. Du Chen nodded in agreement and went in with Chen Haijian. Chen Yaya rushed to accompany him. Zhao Xinyan was a bit unresponsive. She didn't expect that the banquet was really waiting for Du Chen. Chen Haijian, a big shot whose assets ranked in the stable top 2 in Jiangdong, was so respectful and polite to Du Chen. Chen Yaya thought it was normal. Her grandfather bowed to the young man, although it was true that it was a bit awkward. But if his grandfather was not like this, instead, it was not him. After all, Du Chen's flower-raising skill was definitely the kind that had never been seen before. The scene where Chen Haijian bowed to Du Chen was seen by Chen Daikyo and several people. A rich man named Zhang Wu came over and asked suspiciously, Brother Daikyo, who is that young man? Why is the old man bowing to him? A small florist who doesn't know any better is just a small florist. He's arrogant for knowing how to cultivate a few flowers and plants. Not only did he come to the banquet so late causing everyone to wait for him, but he also put up a fight with my father. Chen Daikyo was very upset. So it's a florist. Then I can understand. The old man loves flowers as much as his life. It's understandable to be polite to this guy, but if Brother Daikyo is not happy with him, we can teach him a lesson too. Zhang Wu was actually dissatisfied in his heart. After all, he was a great tycoon, and he had waited for a small florist for so long. In this way, when we wait for the offering in a while, this guy definitely can't take out anything good. Let's purposely irritate him and make him lose face in public. Zhang Wu had a sinister smile on his face. Can do. Chen Daikyo nodded his head repeatedly, thinking that this was a good idea. Du Chen was taken by Chen Haijian directly to the meeting room inside the banquet hall. Also entering at the same time were Chen Yaya and Zhao Xinyan. Lu Amor didn't know what the reason was, and didn't come today. A few people just entered the parlor. Chen Haijian immediately said impatiently, Mr. Du, can you let me taste your kind of tea again? Just in time. I brought some for you as a birthday gift. Du Chen turned his back and pretended to touch it from his pocket, but actually took it out from his Qiankuan bag. As soon as the flower cakes were taken out, the aroma was instantly overflowing, and the whole room was soon filled with the fragrance. A few people who were in the room just breathed in a mouthful of the fragrance, felt comfortable from the inside out, even felt that their bodies were a few points lighter, as if they were going to become immortal. Although Chen Yaya had felt it once, but smelling it again, she was still excited to the point of trembling. Chen Haijiang is already old tears, excitedly stretched out his hands, even respectfully hold the flower cake in his hands. Speak out loud, do not dare. Trembling, the world's best tea, absolute good tea, just smell it, I have no regrets in death. Du Chen looked at this old man excited, afraid that he was really excited to draw the past on the trouble, rushed to pacify, don't be excited. What's this? Your family's flowers are also good. No, those mundane flowers don't deserve to be compared to this flower cake. Chen Haijiang had a serious face. I wonder if I have the luck to witness the flowers used to make the flower cake. Oh, that's not possible. I compressed all of them into flower cakes. There's no living ones left. and it takes a long time to try to cultivate them. Du Chen shrugged. That's too bad, but I still have to apologize. I was so whimsical to plan to hire you for $1 million a month. This is a great humiliation to you. Chen Haijiang felt guilty. Next to him, Zhao Xinmian had been completely stunned. This Du Chen was too good. Right, making Jiangdong's top bigwigs so respectful that they even felt that giving money was humiliating. But this flower cake was also truly magical. Zhao Xianmian suddenly reacted that she also had a piece of the exact same thing. But it seemed like Du Chen was talking about letting himself soak in a bath. This thing is still dual purpose? Du Chen also said to Chen Haijiang like this, Old master, look at your chronic illnesses. What bronchitis, qi and blood deficiency, and even cataracts. In fact, drinking tea is not as good as taking a bath. Get a bucket of water to soak all of these teas into it. Wouldn't that be a waste? Chen Haijiang shook his head like a rattledrum, holding his precious flower cake. I will never waste it like that. Du Chen was speechless. I still have more here. I'll send you a few kilograms later. By the way, you still have to help me sell it. Chen Yaya also hurriedly said, Right. I've already taken the agent of this tea. Really? How much money did you use to compete for it? How come I haven't heard of the company mobilizing large sums of money? Chen Haijiang was surprised. Du Chen raised his eyebrows. He knew nothing about doing business. He didn't realize that this agency could still ask for money? I didn't spend any money. Mr. Du himself gave me the agency right. Chen Yaya said sheepishly. Nonsense. Mr. Du took out this tea as the most precious, willing to let us agent. That is to give us great face. But you do not have a penny? Chen Haijiang angrily rebuked. Listen to me. First give Mr. Du 100 million. Then we'll buy all the tea. At a high price. Master don't need to be so polite. 100 million is too high for an agent. I just want to use the Chen family's connections to help me sell some tea. Using your people and asking for more money would be too much. Du Chen hastily refused. Chapter 55. Where's your gift? Right, Grandpa. Don't be in a hurry. It's okay to give the agent fee. But, Mr. Du can stock a lot of this tea. Chen Yaya said awkwardly. Most of these rare things are blessed with heaven and extremely rare. How many can there be? 10 pounds? 8 pounds? 100 pounds? Hold out. Chen Haijiang was unimpressed. His financial strength is not a joke, not to mention the tens of billions of dollars on the surface. Secretly those industries, is not bad. After all, the cunning rabbit 3 grottos, this kind of tycoon, will secretly support the industry, in case their own company problems in the future, but also with the help of those industries' salted fish turnaround. So even if these tea leaves sell a catty 100 million, Chen Haijiang are confident that they can swallow. When Du Chen saw the old man's confident look, he couldn't help but let out a dry laugh. As a matter of fact, things are more expensive than they are rare, but I really have quite a lot of this stock. About 2 tons. Cough cough cough. Chen Haijiang almost lost his breath, looking at Du Chen with wide eyes in disbelief. How much? 2 tons? Are they all the same? Yes, there is no difference between good and bad. Of course, the flavor may be slightly different. After all, it is not a kind of flour. Du Chen shrugged. Can I take a look? Chen Haijiang frowned, very worried. There were actually 2 tons of this extremely good tea? What did this indicate? High yield, and worthlessness. So Chen Haijiang wanted to confirm it. Even if he believed in Du Chen, he couldn't help but suspect him of bragging or passing off the good for the bad. Where could Du Chen take it out? Should he open the Qiankuan bag for Chen Haijiang to see? It would still scare him to death. So Du Chen shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't possibly show it to you. If you're willing to help me sell it, then we'll work together. If not, I can find someone else. It's fine. Perhaps, considering me as well? Zhao Xinmian wasted no time in stepping forward. She had wanted to grab the agent's rights since just now, but due to Chen Haijiang's majesty, she didn't dare to open her mouth. At this moment, seeing Chen Haijiang hesitate, she naturally did not hesitate to grab it. No need. We'll sign the contract right here. Chen Yaya immediately took out the agency rights contract that had been prepared long ago, and also directly had someone call $100 million to Du Chen. Grandpa, let me take full responsibility for this matter. Chen Yaya even went so far as to dislike her grandfather in order to grab the agency right. And Chen Haijiang looked at the scrambling 2 daughters, and then looked at the displeased Du Chen. He couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. I'm really old. I can't believe that I don't even have this kind of vigor anymore. I'm really sorry, Mr. Du. It's my little old man who had offended me a lot before. Please don't be offended. Our company's affairs has always been my granddaughter in full charge of it. Du Chen saw that Chen Haijiang didn't care, then he looked at Chen Yaya. Are you sure you want to sign the contract? Do you trust me? Employing people without suspicion and doubting them is also the same for cooperation. Not to mention that Mr. Du is by no means a very human being. I still have this bit of eye power. Chen Yaya was serious. She had already missed an opportunity to cooperate with Du Chen last time at Lu Emoer's house, and she didn't want to miss it again this time. Du Chen was also satisfied with Chen Yaya's attitude and picked up a pen to sign his name on the contract. Since he started practicing, Du Chen's font had also become ancient, very ethereal. When the three people next to him saw it, they couldn't help but have their eyes light up. Chen Haijiang even exclaimed, "Good calligraphy, Mr. Du still practices calligraphy?" Occasionally, Du Chen pretended to be modest. In fact, he had never practiced at all. This was an additional effect brought about by practicing the supreme clear skill. Look at words like a person. Mr. Du's words are so ethereal and dashing. I think the person must be the same. Such a person would never fake. It's my eyes that are too low. Sorry. Chen Haijiang apologized again. Du Chen sensed his sincerity and smiled faintly. It's alright, since the cooperation has been taken. Go out first. Today is the old man's birthday banquet. It will be awkward for everyone if you are not there. Ha ha ha. Good. I'll go and introduce Mr. Du to everyone. I'm sure everyone will be happy to know a person of high standing like you. Chen Haijiang immediately led Du Chen out of the parlor. The group arrived at the banquet hall. Chen Deiqiu immediately walked over and smiled. Dad, everyone can't wait to toast you and wish you a happy birthday. Chen Haijiang nodded and immediately stepped forward, saying aloud, sorry to keep you all waiting. I'll toast everyone. It's nothing. There's no need to be so polite. Old master, not bad. This is nothing. The group of guests waved their hands, indicating that Chen Haijiang did not need to apologize. However, Chen Haijiang still drank the wine in his cup, and then said with a red face, everyone, today I have brought a new friend, a strange man. I must introduce him to you all to get to know him. Du Chen knew that this was to say about himself and rushed forward. The guests were all puzzled. What kind of person can be said to be a strange person by a big shot like Chen Haijiang? But after seeing Du Chen, a young man standing beside Chen Haijiang, the faces of the crowd were a bit off. So young? Is this to introduce the strange man to the big guys? Or is this to introduce his own juniors and ask for a boost? Numerous guests speculated in their hearts. Chen Haijiang, on the other hand, politely pointed at Du Chen and said, ladies and gentlemen, this Mr. Du Chen Du is a Jianghu Wunderkind, and his ability to cultivate flowers and plants I think is second to none in the world, and even unprecedented. Upon hearing this, the many guests all revealed a dazed look. So it was a florist. They all knew that Chen Haijiang loved flowers as if his life depended on it, so they all understood why Du Chen was so popular. He must have sent a good flower. I just don't know what kind of flower was sent to make Chen Haijiang so happy. When Du Chen saw that many guests were not looking at him squarely, as if he didn't care, he didn't get angry. Hello everyone, my name is Du Chen. He just made a simple self-introduction, because those present were all tycoons and bigwigs. All of them were high-minded and proud. Even if he talked a lot and didn't show his real skills, these people wouldn't pay too much attention to him. When Chen Haijiang saw that those tycoons didn't care much about Du Chen's attitude, he also frowned a bit in dissatisfaction. Mr. Du, why don't you say more, or show your skills? There's no need. Why show off your skills in front of people like a monkey just to get their attention? Not to mention that talent is like being pregnant. Even if you try to hide it, sooner or later it will be discovered. Du Chen laughed. Chen Haijiang looked at Du Chen in admiration. Mr. Du see so clearly at such a young age? You will definitely be a dragon among men in the future. I'm flattered. Du Chen hurriedly waved his hand. Just when these two were being polite, Zhang Wu in the crowd suddenly stood out and asked loudly and smilingly, this Mr. Du, the old man's birthday banquet, there is such a high esteem for you, then you can bring any gifts too? I can talk to you in advance. We these people with either a few million a deep sea night pearl, or as extremely valuable Tian Shan snow lotus, and even have Mars brought back the soil for cultivating flowers. If you cannot take a good thing too, can be really ashamed of the old master to you so appreciate. Chapter 56, that's just the billionaire in the district. Du Chen couldn't help but frown when he heard that Zhang Wu was clearly picking a fight on purpose. I've already sent a gift. It's just that you guys didn't see it. Is it because the gift is so bad that you don't dare to give it openly, so you have to take it out quietly? Zhang Wu sneered even more. These words made Du Chen frown. He didn't want to make trouble on Chen Haijiang's birthday. Otherwise he really wanted to slam the flower cake on Zhang Wu's face, letting him know why the flowers in heaven are so red. Chen Haijiang was also a bit dissatisfied. Looking at Zhang Wu, he said, little Zhang, what are you doing? Not to mention the fact that Mr. Du has already gifted me with a supreme treasure. Mr. Du is a VIP that I have invited, and is even more of a collaborator of mine, so you'd better be a bit more polite. Zhang Wu was a generation shorter than Chen Haijiang, and his strength was not as good as others, so logically he should shut up at this moment. However, he glanced at Chen Deiqiu next to him and realized that the other party had gestured an OK sign, and was instantly reassured. It seemed that Du Chen was just only able to grow flowers and plants for the old man to appreciate, and didn't have any other skills. With this thought in mind, Zhang Wu even spread his hands and said, "Since the old master is helping this kid to explain, then I don't have anything more to say. I just hope that this Mr. Du is a bit self-aware and weighs up whether he is really qualified to participate in this kind of great birthday banquet." Chen Haijian's face sank, and he even directly rebuked angrily, "Get out!" Zhang Wu froze. "What did you say, old master?" "He said to tell you to get out." Du Chen sneered and looked at Zhang Wu. "At least you're a rich man. Before this brainless squeezing others, you really won't inquire about the inside story? Maybe you think some goods that are not even looked at by their own father would really have any brains to help you judge my identity?" Du Chen had long since discovered Chen Deiqia's little maneuver with Zhang Wu, but just ignored it. But now that Zhang Wu was being aggressive, he was offended, and without any fear or scruples, he directly rebuked on the spot. And what he said could be described as murderous, because Chen Deiqia really wasn't taken seriously, or else the one who was now in full charge of the company wouldn't be Chen Yaya's little granddaughter. Hearing Du Chen's words, Zhang Wu and Chen Deiqia's faces were both unsightly. Chen Haijiang also heard the meaning of the words, coldly glared at Chen Deiqia, then drank. "Zhang Wu, I don't care who ordered you. Since you dare to make trouble at my birthday banquet, you have to bear the consequences. Get the hell out of here. And also, bring those so-called gifts of yours." Chen Deiqia was given a look by his own old man, straight cold sweat, lowered his head and didn't dare to let out a fart, and many of the surrounding guests all looked at Zhang Wu in unison. There was sympathy, gloating, and mockery. Zhang Wu was at least a tycoon, being reprimanded and driven away in public. His face was embarrassed and annoyed. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Mr. Chen, you're just because of such a brat who can grow some flowers. You're not going to have a good time with me like this? My wealth can at least be ranked in the top 10 in Jiangdong, but it's only the top 10 in the district." Chen Haijiang was full of sarcasm. Du Chen couldn't help but admire. This top 10 is at least worth billions to start with, but to be looked down upon like this, I don't know when I can get to such a realm. And Zhang Wu also finally can't stay. Viciously glared at Du Chen. "Simply tear his face in public. You kid, give me weight. Don't think that everyone in the world will treat you like a baby like Mr. Chen. Your little skills don't mean to me. If you have the guts, don't leave the Chen village for the rest of your life." Hearing this threat, Chen Haijian wanted to scold, but suddenly had a thought in his mind, saying that wouldn't it be better if Du Chen stayed at his house because he was afraid of being retaliated by Zhang Wu? But as soon as this thought appeared, he heard a silver bell-like laughter coming from him. "Boss Zhang is so majestic. Are you trying to take revenge on Mr. Du? That's right. As soon as he steps out of the Chen village garden he will die. Jesus can't even protect him. I said so." Zhang Wu turned around with a gloomy face and drank, but when he saw who was coming, he was instantly dumbfounded. The Black Widow, Han Meng. This woman was wearing a black cheongsam, that tight dressing style that outlined her dimpled and delicate body. The skirt slid all the way up to her thighs. The white and tender depths of her skirt crisscrossed when she walked. The scenery was tantalizing. At this moment, Han Meng was carrying a box of gifts and just walked over with a smile on her face. The others also saw this demonic poison whose beauty was enough to turn the country upside down, but dangerous enough for anyone to dare not approach, and all their faces changed. Some were greedy and lustful, others were scornful, and still others revealed the color of resentment, clearly having suffered a loss at Han Meng's expense. And Zhang Wu, who was named, couldn't help but tense up, staring at Han Meng and asking, "Black Widow, you..." When these words came out, the crowd's faces changed. Han Meng's eyes also went cold. Whoosh! A stone shot steeply from Han Meng's palm and directly hit Zhang Wu's face. Ow! Zhang Wu screamed miserably, his mouth full of blood. That one stone had broken 3 of his teeth. "What did you call me?" Han Meng resumed her smile, only that smile was as cold as it could be. Zhang Wu wimped out. Even if he was beaten in public, he didn't dare to talk too much, and hurriedly said, "Boss Han, I'm sorry, I had a slip of the tongue. Humph. Even if you don't have a bit of eyesight, you can't even speak well. I really don't know how you earned all this money." Han Meng despised a glance at Zhang Wu, then walked to the face of the grave-faced Chen Haijiang. "Master, 580 years of wild ginseng. I wish you good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain." Hearing this gift, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Ginseng is a sacred treasure of Chinese medicine, and has been highly popular since ancient times, but due to the large amount of mining and excavation, the real wild ginseng has already disappeared almost. Even if you can see it occasionally, it's still a decade or so old. I didn't realize that Han Meng's first shot was more than 500 years old. If he took it out to sell it, tens of millions of people would want it. Chen Haijiang's eyes also flashed. Some heartbeat, but more still doubtful. "I seem, did not invite Miss Han? Uninvited, only because of him." Han Meng pointed with her jade hand, pointing right at Du Chen. The surrounding people were even more surprised, especially Zhang Wu, all staring at Du Chen in dismay. As for Du Chen, he let out a bitter smile. He already knew the identity of Black Widow, but he still didn't expect her to be so fierce, daring to make a move on a big tycoon like Zhang Wu in public. Boss Han, I didn't expect you to really come. I didn't know your identity before. I'm sorry for offending you more, Du Chen politely said. Sincerely apologize? Han Mang asked with a smile. Nope, just being polite. It's common for men to love women, and when I said I wanted to ask you to spend time with me, I was also appreciating your beauty and charm, and it's not a shameful thing, right? Du Chen hemmed and hawed. His strength didn't fear Han Mang, not to mention that he didn't think Han Mang was the kind of person who was petty, although she had just made a move against Zhang Wu. Chapter 57, This is his gift to me. When the surrounding people saw that Du Chen had asked Han Mang to spend time with him, and that his tone was clearly flirtatious, they couldn't help but admire his courage. You have to know that those who dared to speak to Han Mang like this in the past have ended up in a terrible situation. Even Zhang Wu, because shouted a Black Widow, was publicly broken 3 teeth, can be seen this woman's ferocity. It is estimated that Du Chen will die even worse, but what no one expected was that Han Mang covered her mouth and laughed charmingly. Mr. Du is so annoying. Do you say that when you see a pretty girl, or just any girl will do? This is not true. Girls are not divided into good-looking beauty and ugliness. Only the classification is different. Fat belongs to lovely, thin belongs to temperament, big face belongs to blessed, melon face is exquisite. Du Chen spoke eloquently. Of course, I'm really rare to see a perfect one like you. Han Mang was coaxed into a blossom of joy, looking at Du Chen with even more appreciation in her eyes. Mr. Du, this mouth yo, really fascinating. I'm afraid no girl can resist you, right? Du Chen shrugged his shoulders. The surrounding people looked dumbfounded. They couldn't figure out why the Black Widow, who usually disdained men, would be molested by a man and still feel happy at this moment. Could it be that this world really looks at faces? Many tycoons looked at Du Chen's handsome face and couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Du Chen is not aware of their inner activities. If he knew, he would only despise. You know nothing. As for Zhang Wu, when he saw Du Chen and Han Mang talking to each other, he couldn't help but feel weak. He had just said he wanted to teach Du Chen a lesson, but it was also clear that he was not a match for Black Widow, so he could only think of slipping away to save himself from losing face again. But Black Widow still refused to let him go, and said in a deep voice, Boss Zhang disrespected my good friend Mr. Du, and just left like this? Du Chen raised his eyebrows. So little time, and he became a good friend? Chen Haijian, on the other hand, was despondent. Du Chen and Black Widow were friends, so it seemed that Zhang Wu definitely didn't dare to make a move. Zhang Wu also did wimp out and knew that Black Widow was trying to make him apologize. He didn't dare to say anything to Black Widow, but could only look at Du Chen threateningly. Kid, if you know what's good for you, don't try to show off by relying on Boss Han's identity, or you'll suffer sooner or later. Du Chen wanted to say something, but suddenly saw some darkness in Zhang Wu's seal area. In the divination art of Shanqing skill, there was also facial physiognomy, and facial physiognomy said that a blackened hull of the seal meant that it was going to be bad luck. Du Chen couldn't help but count with his fingers, then couldn't help but laugh. Boss Zhang, it's better to be careful when you go out in a while. You're going to have bad luck. How dare you threaten me? Zhang Wu was furious. He was at least a rich man. Not only was he scolded by Chen Haijian, but he was also beaten up by Han Mang. Even so, now he even had to be threatened by a nobody like Du Chen? It's the truth. You really should listen to me, Du Chen said seriously, because he counted out that in a while Zhang Wu was going to be unlucky, as if he was going to break the bank, but no one believed Du Chen. Next to him, Chen Daikyo had also been dissatisfied with Du Chen for a long time, and angrily stood out. Dad, I can't stand to see it anymore. This kid is disrespectful to Boss Zhang just because of your favor. It's just like a dog fighting for power. Du Chen's face was chilled. Although he had long seen that this Chen Daikyo was not competitive, he did not expect that he would dare to directly stand out against himself. Chen Yaya's face also changed drastically and immediately shouted, Dad, what are you talking about? Mr. Du is our partner. We just became their agent. Agent? It should just be selling flowers. What's worth caring about? How many people can there be who truly love flowers like your grandfather? Chen Daikyo despised. Dad, stop it. Chen Yaya was in a hurry, but didn't dare to say something to her own father. She could only look at Du Chen apologetically. I'm sorry, I'll apologize to you for my dad. Chen Daikyo saw his daughter's elbow turning outward, and couldn't help but become even angrier. Yeah, do you still have me as your father in your eyes? Then do you still have me as your father in your eyes? Chen Haijian was nonchalant and directly raised his hand to give Chen Daikyo a slap on the face, chiding, asshole, how dare you shout insulting the collaborators? Didn't you want to know what I've collaborated with Mr. Du? I'll let you all open your eyes to the world's finest goodies. He immediately took out the flower cake and held it high above his head, showing it to the crowd. When the crowd saw that it was just a simple flower cake, they couldn't help but be a little dismayed. Just such a trinket deserved such attention from Chen Haijun? Chen Daikyu was slapped in the middle of it. He also felt ashamed and angry. He just wanted to open his mouth to curse, but suddenly smelled an intoxicating aroma. He couldn't help but close his eyes and take a deep breath full of relief. It smells so good. What is this? Soon, the aroma spread out and the crowd smelled it as well, all marveling in awe. Seeing the crowd all with a mesmerized look, Du Chen sneered. Chen Haijian, on the other hand, drank loudly. This is the gift that Mr. Du gave me? Just this aroma, just this taste. I ask you, what tea in the world can compare to this? This question belonged to the category of asking in vain, because in the moment of smelling the aroma, everyone knew that the tea they used to drink, compared to this flower cake, it was just like ing piss. Even Zhang Wu and Chen Daikyu could not say half a word, dumbfounded and regretful. From this flower cake, Du Chen may be a flower grower, but to be able to grow this kind of flower, even for those who don't care about flowers anymore, they know that this thing is definitely worth billions of dollars. But the two of them, stupid fools, had just looked down on others, still not apologizing? Chen Haijian droned in a cold voice. Chen Daikyu was a bit embarrassed. He knew he was wrong, but he couldn't really pull this face to apologize to a young man in public. Zhang Wu was naturally the same. He gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Chen, today was supposed to be a birthday celebration for you, but I didn't expect to make such a mess. Everyone's face is disgraceful. I'm not interested in staying here anymore. Farewell. He unexpectedly ran away directly. Chen Yaya frowned. Grandpa, do you want me to suppress it? No need. He's about to have bad luck here. Du Chen shrugged. I just calculated that he's going to break the bank, so I guess something is going to happen after leaving this door. Chen Daikyu heard this, immediately full of disdain. Fortune-telling? So superstitious at such a young age. Chen Haijiang is also an atheist, and couldn't help but say to Du Chen, you've also learned to tell fortunes? But this kind of metaphysics should be touched less. It's easy for people to lose their minds, and there's no such thing as gods and ghosts in this world. Du Chen smiled bitterly. In fact, before a week ago, he never believed that there were gods and ghosts in this world either. But he has not only seen several immortals, even he himself is a temporary worker of the immortals. But he didn't explain much, just went to drink tea with Chen Haijian. Black Widow Han Meng naturally had to follow. For the sake of publicity, the other guests also tasted the flower cakes that Du Chen brought. For a while, everyone marveled at it, and some were even about to place an order on the spot to buy it in large quantities. Chapter 58. Where were you last night? Du Chen didn't stay in the Chen family for long. The main reason was that Han Meng seemed to be very intimidating, and neither Zhao Xinyan nor Chen Yaya could let go in front of her. Even Chen Haijiang was a bit restrained. It was also Chen Daikyu, who always had something to do and peeked at Han Meng. Seeing this, Du Chen simply didn't stay longer. Anyway, the purpose of publicizing had been achieved, and he even got $100 million. I'll see you off. Seeing Du Chen about to leave, Han Meng took the initiative to stand up. Zhao Xinyan, who had wanted to follow, was a bit hesitant. Du Chen also happened to want to get in touch with Han Meng, so he also let Zhao Xinyan drive home by herself. He got into Han Meng's fire-red Ferrari. The crowd watched the Ferrari roar away. Their faces different. As for Du Chen in the car, his face was actually not very good either, because Han Meng got into the car and took off her high heels, and along with it, her socks, and threw them together to Du Chen. The silver high heels shone, and the tiny boat socks had the faint flavor of a beautiful woman's jade feet. If this falls into the hands of someone with a strange fetish, it's probably going to die of joy. Du Chen smiled bitterly and stuffed the socks into his shoes before placing them to his feet, lamenting, I really didn't expect that the Black Widow, who is famous in Jiangdong, is actually a woman who looks quite soft and weak. What did you think I was like, King Kong Barbie? Han Meng surprisingly didn't get angry because of Du Chen's name-calling, but instead asked with a smile on her face. That's not true, but you don't have a tough personality at all, Du Chen said seriously. It was only when the two women, Zhao Xinyan and Lu Emor, had temperaments like that they were truly like black widows. Han Meng let out a light laugh. I didn't think that a person as high as Mr. Du would also judge people by their appearance? That being said, what kind of high person am I? Du Chen hemmed and hawed. Phew! Han Meng suddenly struck out. Her jade hand transformed into a hand knife, ruthlessly slashing at Du Chen's throat. If this hit, Du Chen would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Du Chen's face changed slightly. He didn't expect this woman to make a move as soon as she said she would, and he made a lightning-like punch, hitting Han Meng's wrist. Han Meng's jade hand steeply transformed into softness, as if it was a small snake, slippery and hard to grab, lightly trying to dodge Du Chen's fist. Unfortunately, Even the most profound changes couldn't compare to extreme speed. Du Chen's fist accelerated once again and ruthlessly smashed into Han Meng's wrist. Ah! Han Meng screamed miserably. Her wrist had obviously been deformed, and in pain, she immediately stopped. Do you know how to show mercy? Han Meng glared at Du Chen in complaint. At this time, her pretty little hand had completely changed shape, and the drilling pain was coming in tidal waves, causing her to break out in a sweat. However, there was no odor in the car, and even this woman's sweat had some fragrance unique to women. That is, the fragrance of virginity. This legendary Black Widow, actually still a yellow flower girl? But Du Chen didn't dwell on this. Looking at Han Meng's deformed small hand, he frowned and asked, "Why are you doing this to me? I just wanted to test your strength. Who would have thought you'd hit so hard?" Han Meng was full of grievances, as if she was a bullied little daughter-in-law. Du Chen shook his head slightly and reached out to grab Han Meng's hand. Han Meng was startled. "What for? Beating it once isn't enough? To give you some treatment." Du Chen grabbed Han Meng's hand, then glanced at her thighs. "You're naked." "Ha?" Han Meng subconsciously lowered her head to tug at her skirt, but only heard a crunch. It turned out that Han Meng's hand had just been dislocated, and Du Chen wanted to connect it. In order to divert this woman's attention and not let her be afraid, he deliberately said she was naked. Han Meng looked at the arm that was as good as new and couldn't help but admire it even more. "Mr. Du is really a capable person. My daughter Han Meng, I wonder if I'm qualified to be your friend?" Du Chen shrugged. "As if you have a higher status than me. That's only temporary. I, Han Meng, am also a very accurate judge of people. You will definitely be a dragon and phoenix amongst people in the future. The existence of 10,000 people." Han Meng looked at Du Chen seriously, her eyes flickering with light. It was appreciation, admiration, and a hint of the kind of interest women have in men. Women love heroes and big men, and Du Chen's bravery, handsomeness, and ability were naturally very popular with high-minded and proud women like Han Meng. Du Chen didn't realize what Han Meng meant and urged her to drive herself home. When she reached the door of that old mansion, Han Meng asked flirtatiously, "I've sent you back at least, so I'm not going to show it?" Du Chen took out $100 and put it into Han Meng's hand. "Even if I take a cab, this money is enough, right? I really didn't expect you to be so pretty and still moonlight as a black cab." After saying that, Du Chen went straight home. Han Meng, on the other hand, was a bit confused with that money, and then, she looked at the closed courtyard door with tears and laughter. "I just want you to invite me in for a cup of tea." Actually, Du Chen wasn't stupid, so he naturally knew what Han Meng meant, but he still had serious things to do. That was to take a bath. Du Chen really wanted to experience what this flower cake bath felt like. This old courtyard bathroom had obviously been reworked to have a bathtub. Du Chen put in the water, threw the flower cake in, and looked at the petals floating in the bathtub, as well as the rich aroma. He felt a little embarrassed as if he was bathing with an ancient imperial concubine. A big man bathing with flower petals was indeed a bit girly and rather embarrassing, but when Du Chen laid in, he instantly felt that it was worth it even if he was called a sissy. It was too refreshing. He just felt as if every pore of his body was open, and there was a constant influx of spiritual chi into his body, relaxing his whole body and mind, as if his soul had been sublimated. It took 2 whole hours before Du Chen felt that there was no more aura in the bathtub. He came out of the bathtub and felt light and fast, as if he had strengthened a lot more than before. Could it be that this flower petal also had the effect of strengthening the body? Du Chen was a bit puzzled, but soon he figured it out. At least it was planted by the Queen Mother, so it wasn't strange that it could have this effect. This can be a really good thing. It seems like it's going to be soaked every day in the future. Satisfied, Du Chen drained the water and then thought about it. If he could grow this stuff himself, how good would it be? He hurriedly ran to the yard, dug a dozen small pits, and threw in 2 identical petals into each pit. Afterwards, he quietly went to the Heavenly Court Royal Horse Farm and got some heavenly horse dung. In fact, divine beast dung is the best fertilizer, although the celestial horse is also immortal birds, but ultimately worse than the level. If you have to compare, that is the other divine beast is starburst level, and the heavenly horse, hold up is a silver. However, Du Chen couldn't just go up there without a heavenly court mission. It was already bold for him to sneak up to the royal horse farm. If he dared to go to the peach garden to get the divine beast's dung, he would surely be screwed to death in a minute. Du Chen used 2 bags of essence feed to exchange for a pile of heavenly horse dung and spread it on top of those small pits. When he was done with that, Du Chen was full of joy thinking that those flowers would soon grow out and then went back to his cultivation. It was another night of cultivating without words. The next morning when he opened his eyes, Du Chen had an impatient face. He was interrupted in his cultivation by a phone call, but when he saw that the phone call was actually from Chen Yaya, he didn't say anything and answered and asked, "Is there someone who wants an order? I'll send the goods over to you right now." "No, I want to ask you one thing. Where were you last night?" Chen Yaya's voice was very low, and it was still tense. Chapter 59, will enter the wine. Du Chen looked puzzled. Me? Of course I'm at home. Have you been to Dishing Road? Chen Yaya pressed again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That road and my house is completely in two directions. I have enough to go there to sneak around. In the end, what happened? You are very abnormal today, Du Chen said suspiciously. Chen Yaya sighed. Zhang Wu last night in Dishing Road out of the matter. Was recently in Jiangdong roaming crime that robber kidnapped. Want 10 million ransom to release the robbers and did not catch. Du Chen said really face science is quite accurate. Last night, even if that guy to bad luck. Wait, something is wrong. Du Chen's smile on his face abruptly disappeared, and said in a deep voice, you wouldn't be suspecting that I did the case, right? It's not me who suspects. It's the people above who suspects. After Zhang Wu was rescued last night, he said that you had threatened him, but because he couldn't find where you lived, he came to ask me. Chen Yaya explained helplessly. What about that person? Du Chen asked back. On the side, I asked them to talk to you on the phone? Chen Yaya betrayed the police officers without hesitation. Even though the female police officer in the lead grimly warned Chen Yaya again and again not to reveal their presence, the policewoman, Ling Yu, took the call and even glared at Chen Yaya before saying, Du Chen, right? Name your location and wait in place. Du Chen was speechless. I'm in my own home. Where can I go? But, no, you guys have to come back another day. I suddenly have a bit of an emergency. The temporary labor token came to the task, or an urgent task. Celestial exorcism platform cleaning. As soon as Ling Yu heard Du Chen's words, she immediately drank. Du Chen, I'm warning you not to abscond. I've already laid a heavenly net. You can't escape. You pull back. The real robber can't be caught. Come to find my trouble? I stayed at home all last night, Du Chen explained with a very irritated sentence. Maybe you instructed someone else to do it? Ling Yu said in a deep voice. No, big sister, I still have a little bit of time now to sort you out. If I was really looking for trouble with Zhang Wu last night, then why would I threaten him in public? Isn't that leaving incriminating evidence for you guys to investigate? Du Chen said seriously. Maybe you're doing the opposite, aiming to make people think that you won't be stupid enough to publicize your next action, so that people can't be suspicious of you? Ling Yu sneered and deduced. Du Chen was speechless. Then think what you want. I still have things to do. It's fine for you guys to come to my house, but don't touch anything. Since he knew that these police officers would definitely be able to find his home, Du Chen barked out a warning before taking the mission and leaving. He took the token and went to the heavenly court. And naturally the phone couldn't be contacted due to the lack of signal. Ling Yu made a dozen calls with different cell phones, none of which could be answered, and couldn't help but glare angrily at Chen Yaya. I've said I won't let you tell him. Why do you still have to say it? Did you intentionally inform him? Xiao Yu, don't think of Du Chen like that. He couldn't possibly do such a thing. Not to mention that with his ability, it's not that hard to make money. The tea you drank just now was researched by others. Don't you think that one can make money? Chen Yaya was helpless. Ling Yu snorted coldly. Some people are born with antisocial type personalities. They don't lack money or material things. They just like to commit crimes. I suspect Du Chen is this kind of person, so I must catch him. Also, Yaha, you are my good friend. I don't want to catch you myself, so stop tipping off Du Chen. Otherwise you are an accomplice. Chen Yaya was speechless. You couldn't even get through on the phone. How could I? Ling Yu didn't say much and called her superior, requesting to pull up Du Chen's information to find his and his parents' specific contact information and address. It would be best if Du Chen could honestly surrender and give a full explanation. If not, he would have to use affectionate tactics and notify his parents to persuade him. At this time, Du Chen does not know that Ling Yu has already planned to find his own trouble. He came to the Heavenly Court's immortal execution platform, and only when he came to heaven, he suddenly remembered something. The clairvoyant eye and the Shun Feng ear seemed to be over here to be punished. Du Chen was afraid of being discovered by those two guys, didn't dare to go over there openly, stood at the place where the teleportation came up and looked around furtively. The place where the immortal punishment platform was located seemed to be the edge of the Heavenly Court, because right next to Du Chen, there were two signs erected. On the left was the end of heaven. The right side was the immortal execution platform. The scenery on this side was not quite the same. Obviously can be seen. The front is like a cliff-like place, as if the ground of the Heavenly Court extends to that side and then there is no more. Can only see miles and miles of white clouds. Walk over to the past. I'm afraid that you will really fall down, but fall to what place is not known. And right on the edge of the cliff, there is a round platform, and altar-like platform erected a white column. Column carved dragons and phoenixes. Column top line quote, by, jail, and, stone statue. This quoted is one of the 9 sons of the dragon. He looks like a tiger. Life is good litigation. Prison doors or government offices on both sides of the main hall will generally use its statue, symbolizing justice and integrity. This immortal execution platform is used to judge the immortals. Using quodid is naturally right. Du Chen took a careful look. There was no one on this side of the immortal execution platform, but there was a lot of blood. Could it be that clairvoyant and Shun Feng were beaten and covered in blood, and then got rid of them? It is not impossible. Du Chen breathed a sigh of relief and swaggered over. The mission was to clean up the immortal exorcism stage, so it should be to clean up these bloodstains. Du Chen came in a hurry and forgot to bring a rag and water. How was this going to be cleaned up? He took out his token and asked the immortal who issued the task. How do I clean up the immortal blood here? I didn't bring a towel or water. This is immortal blood. Mundane towels and water can't wipe it clean. Just go fetch the water of the broken cliff and rinse it off. Water of the broken cliff? Du Chen twisted his head to look at the cliff in the distance, a little panicked. It can't be that he has to go over there to fetch it, right? He carefully walked over, and sure enough, just as he got a little closer, he heard the sound of clattering water. Although the edge of the cliff was menacing, there was no wind, which made it so that one didn't have to worry about being blown down. When Du Chen probed further, above the broken cliff at the edge of that heavenly court, there were miles and miles of white clouds transformed into flowing water, flowing down the broken cliff like a waterfall. But below, only a white sky could be seen. No one or scenery could be seen at all, and there was no telling where this water was flowing to. Suddenly, Du Chen thought of a poem. Don't you see? The water of the yellow river comes from the sky and never returns to the sea. Don't you see? The mirror in the high hall is sad about the gray hair, and it is like green silk turning into snow in the morning. Life must be happy. Don't let the golden bottle empty to the moon. I am born to be useful, and 1,000 pieces of gold will come back to me again. Li Bai's poem Wine Will Be Entered is definitely a masterpiece of the past, with a profound meaning. I didn't feel it before, but when I saw the clouds and waterfalls at the end of the world, I realized Li Bai's power. Could it be that he had also seen this kind of scenery? Chapter 60, Being Pitted. Du Chen admired while twisting his head and looking around, trying to find a tool that could hold water. Unfortunately, it could not be found. In desperation, Du Chen could only look for it on his body, and the only thing he could use was the Qinkuan bag. Although it was filled with something, it could only be poured out first. The big deal was to get it back after getting the water. But when he was carrying the things in the Qinkuan bag, he suddenly found a gourd. It was given by the child of the Supreme Lord, and it contained the purple gold dan. Du Chen casually opened it and looked at it, wanting to confirm the amount of purple gold dan, but found that there was a huge amount of space inside. This gourd was actually a space magic treasure as well? What a carelessness! I forgot to confirm it before. Du Chen excitedly poured out the purple gold dan and put it into the Qinkuan bag, then used the gourd to fill it with water. This gourd seems to have suction inside. To the cliff's put, with the water pump seems to keep sucking water. It did not take long to fill up. Rough calculation. Tons are there. Du Chen took the gourd back to the immortal exorcism platform next to the clattering began to pour water. The bloodstains on the immortal execution platform were indeed cleaned up, but flushing it, Du Chen suddenly felt that it wasn't quite right. This dung in the sky is a good thing. The flowers are a good thing. Then the water in this gourd should logically be extraordinary as well. What's more, this blood is immortal blood, so it should be extraordinary as well. Du Chen thought about this, or will Qinkuan bag of things are poured out on the side, and then a hand holding the gourd rinse water. A hand holding the Qinkuan bag will be filled with blood water. This blood water in fact is not much, at most have a 30-50 pounds to hold up. Those flower cakes and the like, can still be put in. The good thing is that the things in this spatial magic treasure put in, is floating in it, so each other will not be squeezed and touch each other. There was no fear that the flower cakes would be affected by the blood water. Du Chen put away the divine immortal blood, and the rest of the cleanup was swift and convenient. He used the gourd to rinse those immortal execution platforms and pillars, and clean the dirt on them that came from who knows where, and only then did he stop. When the 99 immortal execution platforms were all cleaned up, Du Chen immediately ran over to fill up the gourd again, then confirmed that an immortal coin had arrived, and was about to go down to the heavenly court. But at this time, the token suddenly vibrated again. Even so quickly came a new task? Du Chen took a look at the content of the mission, but was instantly startled, with a look of nervousness and hesitation on his face, because the mission asked him to serve clairvoyant and Shun Feng. This must be the mission sent by clairvoyant. Du Chen did not dare to go over there for fear of being cleaned up, but he can't go over there. This token is given by those two guys. Maybe they can take it back at any time. If you don't say that this temporary worker is unlucky, at any time to worry about losing their jobs. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Du Chen let out a sigh of relief and could only rush over. Just as his side left, a figure appeared. It was a divine general wearing golden armor and holding a lute in his hand. The heavenly king Devil Liso. Devil Liso came after Du Chen's aura and stood at the immortal execution platform. Strange, before that aura appeared in the royal horse arena. When I rushed over it disappeared. Now it appeared in the immortal execution platform. I came over and surprisingly it disappeared again. Could it be that that guy is intentionally playing tricks on me? But how can he walk around freely in the heavenly court? Devil Liso was very strange. However, he recognized the guards of this immortal execution platform and immediately rushed over to find someone to ask, only to learn that it was actually a temporary worker who came up from the lower realms. Because Du Chun was only helping the lower immortals with some minor tasks, a temporary worker of this level simply couldn't get into the eyes of many of the big immortals. Those lesser immortals would not go to the entire heavenly court to proclaim that they had hired a temporary laborer. So it was only natural that Devil Liso did not know of Du Chen's existence. Originally, after knowing that this was a temporary worker in the mortal world, Mo Liso had already been too lazy to pay attention to it. But he suddenly thought of one thing. 1,000 years ago during the Tang dynasty, when the Western Journey plan organized by the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect was officially launched, he was ordered by the Jade Emperor to go down to the mortal world to protect the Tang monk for a period of time. And then after the Tang monk had subdued the Sun Monkey, he went back to the Heavenly Court, but also in the mortal world to protect the Tang monk's start. The Devil Liso and a mortal woman to have an affair, not only gave birth to a child, but also left his own cultivation techniques. I do not know that this thousands of years past, his wife and children at the time of the cultivation of Hao. If they are cultivated, they should be able to live until today, perhaps have the opportunity to meet. Devil Liso definitely can't go down to the earth, because the immortal world has a seal. He can't go down either, but he can by that temporary worker. Let the temporary worker to help himself to check. Thinking like this, Mo Liso immediately got excited and ran to ask for a way to contact the temp, Du Chen, intending to call him over. And at this time, Du Chen had already arrived at the residence of Clairvoyant and Shun Feng. Although the two were not of high status, the palace they lived in was not worse than the residences of the mortal princes and ministers, and even had a lot more immortal energy. As soon as Du Chen came in, he felt like he was floating in immortal chi. However, when he saw the 1,000 Miles Eye and Shun Feng, who were lying on the bed and were beaten all over, he could not laugh. Clairvoyant and Shun Feng were also staring at him angrily, especially Qianlai. Even more furious, you dare to talk nonsense with the Queen Mother's maid. If not for you, how could I be chastised with 100 canes? I'm damn. Ouch ouch. It hurts me. Qianlai cursed his mother, pulled the wound, and the tears of pain are coming out. Shun Feng also stared viciously at Du Chen. You lie nah. I heard that you do temporary labor not long, got thousands of immortal coins, but also hid the two of us. Really think of yourself as a green onion? Do you not want to cultivate? These words are hard to hear. Temporary workers don't have dignity? Du Chen's face coldens and says to Shun Feng, I know you are a great immortal. Even this job of mine is given by you, and I'm not ungrateful, but there's no need for you guys to humiliate me like this, right? Yo-ho, flipped out? Believe it or not, I can poke you to death with one finger. 1,000 Mile I was annoyed beyond measure. Don't forget, everything you have today is from me. As long as I say one word, you can have nothing. Shun Feng was also high and mighty, even though both of them were already sprawled on the bed, their asses puckering in pain. Du Chen looked at the way the two immortals despised themselves and was angry in his heart. But this temporary laborer status was ultimately given by others, and they were also to blame for him being able to be where he is today. So Du Chen was still grateful inwardly. The two great immortals. I know you despise me, but I'm really not the kind of person who can give up his dignity just because of a temp job. Not to mention the fact that you guys have little to do with me to be able to get where you are today. First of all, you guys are at fault for peeping at the fairy's bath. Secondly, you guys didn't pay me for hiring me to work, and you guys shouldn't take away the fairy coins when people gave them to me. Finally, if you guys want my immortal coins, I can give you some of them, but for you guys to come up and take all of them, I really can't agree to that. Chapter 61, Controlled. Du Chen spoke very seriously. After all, this job was given by others, and these two also gave themselves spells in Qinkuan bags. They were considered his masters. He didn't mind giving these two some immortal coins. Consider it as a disciple's filial piety to his master. Even though these two guys weren't genuinely teaching him, and the things given were insignificant to them, Du Chen's words were justified, both making himself invincible and giving the two men face. No matter who heard these words, they could not refute them. When Clairvoyant Eye and Shun Feng heard Du Chen's words, they glanced at each other but revealed a sneering smile. Du Chen, do you think that your speech is so reasonable that we will be impressed by you? 1,000 Mile Eyes carried a strong sense of contempt. Shun Feng also said in a lofty manner, to tell you the harsh truth, in the heavenly court, it is strength that is looked at, not whether you can reason or not. Understand? Du Chen's face changed. He wanted to be angry, but he could see that he was not the opponent of others. He could only lay down his arms, and said through his teeth, I've already used up all the immortal coins. It's useless for you guys to find me to ask for them. Fart. Shun Feng revealed a hint of a teasing smile. You think I gave you the Qiankuan bag for nothing? You. Du Chen woke up in shock. It turns out that this Qiankuan bag is also the same as the temporary worker token. These two guys can view what they put in it at any time now, only to see clairvoyance and smooth wind ear at the same time a spell. Temporary labor token and Qiankuan bag at the same time uncontrollably fly out, rushed to the two of them. Du Chen panicked. There was everything he had inside there. Once he lost it, he would be left with nothing, especially that flour cake. He had just gotten $100 million as an agent. The stuff could be in there. If he couldn't get the goods out, the Chen family would definitely flip out. Give it back. Du Chen couldn't care less about the disparity in strength and rushed forward to grab the two things. He had practiced Meteor Fist, so he was extremely fast, and with the assistance of the Shangqing skill, he actually really yanked the two things. Clairvoyant eyes in Shun Feng'er revealed a stun look, and then became furious. Asshole, you've actually cultivated to the Jindan stage. Who gave you the technique? Clairvoyant eyes shouted angrily. Give me the Qiankuan bag. You even dared to resist us. It seems there must be something good inside. Shun Feng'er directly snatched it over. When the two guys got the Qiankuan bag and poured out the contents, see that several tons of heavy flour cake are a little stunned. What do you want this for? Shun Feng'er was a bit stunned. Although it looks like flowers and plants from the Imperial Garden, it's not useful for the cultivation path. Soon, the gourd, purple gold pills, hundreds of immortal coins, and immortal blood inside all fell out. Immortal coins. Shun Feng'er's eyes were quick, but clairvoyant eyes saw more, and grabbed a purple gold dan and stuffed it into his mouth. Ha ha ha, the purple gold dan that can cure all external injuries and strengthen the body. Boy, you really did get a lot of good stuff. What? Give me one. Shun Feng'er excitedly snatched one over and ate it as well. Du Chen hadn't cared much about this purple gold pill before because it said it was to recover from external injuries. He hadn't suffered any injuries, and when others were injured, he didn't think he would need an immortal elixir. But today he realized that this elixir was truly amazing. Just now, both Clairvoyant Eye and Shun Feng'er had clearly been beaten to the brink of death just now, and then after taking an elixir, they even came to life. This elixir was absolutely magical. Unfortunately, there were only 10 in total, and 2 were eaten by the two guys, and the rest might not be able to be claimed back. At this time, the two clairvoyant guys recovered and directly divided Du Chen's stuff, looking at him with a cold smile. Now you know that you are not qualified to reason with us? Clairvoyant sneered. I know. I'm sorry, two great immortals. Du Chen obediently conceded. He wasn't that kind of reckless fool. One look at these two guys, Clairvoyant and Shun Feng'er, and he knew that they weren't any good. If he really dared to take the blame again, getting him killed would be a matter of minutes. After all, he is immortal. The other two are immortals. Get him killed, not only no one knows, but also will not have anything. Thousand Miles had thought that Du Chen would slap him to death as long as he talked back, but he didn't expect him to directly concede, and for a while, he was a little unsure of how to find fault. Shun Feng'er, however, was nonchalant. Apologize now? It's too late. The things that don't listen, we can always find another temp at any time. Understand? Saying that, Shun Feng'er directly rushed over, raised his hand and slapped at Du Chen, obviously wanting to kill and exterminate him. Du Chen was horrified, not expecting this guy to make a move when he said he would, and immediately fled desperately outward. But even if he had practiced Meteor Fist, how could he be a match for these two immortals? Just now grabbing things was just taking advantage of people's momentary negligence, and hadn't really gotten his hands on them yet. Now, Du Chen couldn't dodge at all. Die! The top of Shun Feng'er's palm was filled with a stern killing aura, ruthlessly slapping at Du Chen's back. Du Chen despaired. My life is over. Bang! With a muffled sound, a silhouette shot out and fell hard on the ground, spitting out blood. But this person was not Du Chen. Du Chen stood in place, mistakenly stroking his body, and realized that there was no problem at all. Turning back again, he found that Shun Feng'er was lying on the ground, terrified, and Clairvoyant had already plopped down on his knees, shouting furiously, Great Immortal, spare my life. Great Immortal? Could it be me? Du Chen was dismayed, but he heard an icy voice from behind him. You two are quite capable. A hallowed immortal. Bullying mortals? There is someone else. Du Chen turned around in dismay, and found that it was a mighty man wearing armor and holding a lute. It looked a bit familiar, like he had seen it somewhere before. A god holding a lute. It seems like there is only one magic Liso, right? You are the 4 heavenly kings' magic Liso? Du Chen said in shock. You recognize me? Devil Liso frowned at Du Chen. But let's talk about this later. Only to see Devil Liso striding towards Clairvoyant and Shun Feng'er and Du Chen's stunned eyes, snatching the token and Qiankuan bag from their hands, then loading all of Du Chen's belongings into it, followed by a slap of his hand on the bag and token. Ah! These two immortals immediately screamed miserably. This was because they had previously left their divine thoughts on the token and the Qiankuan bag. and at this moment, Mo Liso used his strong power to erase the imprints they had left behind. It was equivalent to someone punching them in the head, so it was naturally painful. Seeing these two guys being cleaned up, envy of Mo Liso's strong power flashed across Du Chen's face. At the same time, he was also a bit puzzled, not understanding why Mo Liso helped himself. Devil Liso stared coldly at the two little immortals in front of him and said grimly, "Oh, the heavenly court is honored by power. No need to be reasonable, right? Then it's only right that I bully you guys now?" Hearing this, Clairvoyant's face turned pale and he panicked, kneeling down and begging for forgiveness. "We didn't know that this brat was one of your people. Please let us go, great immortal." Right. I was wrong. I'm sorry." Shun Feng'er also rushed to apologize. Du Chen saw that these two guys didn't dare to resist at all, and let out a bitter smile. Just now he himself was also this wimpy, right? Chapter 62, Hand over your spells. Devil Liso also sneered. "Wasn't bullying mortals very exciting just now? How come you're admitting defeat now? The Jade Emperor gave you the task of finding a temporary laborer, and this is how you two did it. So this temporary worker is what the Jade Emperor asked to find?" "That's right." Clairvoyant and Shun Feng'er look like immortals at the bottom of the immortal realm. How could they dare to bring people to the immortal realm casually? In fact, even Du Chen, the candidate for the temporary worker, is also the temporary worker token itself to recognize the master decision. So the whole thing has nothing to do with Clairvoyant. If I have to say that there is a relationship, it is that the two of them have enriched themselves and intentionally extorted Du Chen. Du Chen was furious. "Originally I wanted to give you two some benefits. I didn't realize you were using me." 1,000 Miles also regretted. "Had I known that I promised Du Chen to share the benefits, I thought it was quite easy to bully him. Who would have thought that he was a magic Liso person? Now it's good. Not only did he not get the benefits, but he was also taught a hard lesson, and the Devil Liso will definitely report to the Jade Emperor. I guess it is going to be another punishment." Devil Liso didn't talk nonsense with these two people. "You wait for the immortal execution platform. This time it's not a problem that can be solved by 100 canes." The two people were all scared and panicked, begging for mercy. 1,000 Mile I clung onto Du Chen's thighs and cried, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please let me go. I'm willing to use money to buy my life. I am also willing. I'll give you as many immortal coins as you want." Shun Feng'er also cried and begged. Du Chen was speechless, thinking to himself, "You guys are even extorting a temp. How many immortal coins can you have?" However, they were not without any use. After all, they were immortals, and there were always unique spells on them. Although the Supreme Clearing Technique encompasses everything, each deity has their own unique spells, which even the Supreme Lord could not get. Although Du Chen's heart was moved, he didn't say so directly, but instead looked at Devil Liso and respectfully said, "Can I handle the two of them myself?" Devil Liso nodded slightly. He was originally just scaring these two goods. After all, Du Chen was just a temporary worker. If he really reported to the Jade Emperor, he wouldn't get a response. It's not like he was an important person. Now that Du Chen decided to handle it himself, that was even better. Devil Liso went to wait in the distance. Du Chen, on the other hand, immediately looked at Clairvoyant and Shun Feng'er. "Ugh, why do you guys think it's necessary to make things like this? Originally everything was fine." Clairvoyant was a bit embarrassed. "I also didn't expect you to recognize Devil Liso just a few days after you came to the heavenly court." Shun Feng'er was also grieving. "I also know Lord Taishang. Otherwise where did I get that Zijindan?" Du Chen deliberately bragged, but these two guys really believed it. Nothing else, just because even they couldn't get this purple gold pill. So they felt that Du Chen could really know old Lord Taishang. After all, how do they know that even a child of old Lord Taishang can get this kind of good stuff? After thinking that Du Chen might know Lord Taishang, these two guys were even more scared. That was an ancient deity with a super high status in the heavenly court. Du Chen. "Oh no, Du Desian. Our matter is actually a misunderstanding. We just wanted to scare you. We didn't want to do anything," Clairvoyant hurriedly explained. Right. Shun Feng'er nodded his head busily. Du Chen snorted. "Don't say such lies. Ghosts don't believe them. I won't make things difficult for you guys. If you want to solve this matter, just teach me your spells." Clairvoyant Eye and Shun Feng'er revealed hesitation, somewhat reluctant. After all, their unique secret techniques were all cultivated by their own hard work. Even the Jade Emperor didn't know about it. If they let Du Chen get it, wouldn't they have no value of existence? But looking at Du Chen like this, if they didn't give it to him, they would definitely be accused to the Jade Emperor's side. What's more, if Mo Liso started a fire, they couldn't bear it. In desperation, the two could only compromise and teach Du Chen their own respective spells. Clairvoyance cultivates the eyes, which is known as the heaven viewing technique. When this spell is practiced to a high level, one can see millions of miles away, and can also see through walls. Shun Feng'er cultivates the art of hearing the wind, It was also able to hear a wide range of sounds, and of course, it could also lock onto the sound of a certain person or a certain area. But the best thing about this technique is that when practiced to a high level, it can have the effect of mind reading. Du Chen's eyes lit up. Sure enough, these were things that were not found in the Shengqing technique. No wonder these two guys were such weaklings, yet they were able to take on this job of finding extras. After all, they could see the earth and hear the earth. All the other gods and goddesses are sealed in the sky. However, Du Chen thought for a moment that it was not quite right and asked, "Why did you two choose me in the first place?" Thousand Mile Eye's face was a bit odd, and he busily said, "Of course, it's because you're so brave and handsome that you're more worthy of the job." Shun Feng'er was also busy nodding his head. Du Chen wasn't stupid. As soon as he looked at these two people's situation, he knew something was wrong, and immediately pulled down his face. "Tell the truth, or else I'll find Magic Liso." Don't. In fact, it is the temp token itself that chose you. We are looking at you to fool you, so we say that we chose you. The purpose is to make you listen to us. Shun Feng'er hurriedly told the truth. Hearing this, Du Chen was furious and wanted to dislike these two people. But after thinking about it, the people were right. He was indeed tricked by them. If it wasn't for the fact that he met Magic Liso, I'm afraid he would have been screwed over. Anyway, now that what he wanted was in his hands, Du Chen didn't bother to pay attention to these two goods, dropped a sentence to take care of himself and turned around to leave. He vowed to cultivate hard and show all these guys who looked down on him. I couldn't before, just because I didn't have the chance. Du Chen also didn't expect that just because of this one sentence of his, in the future, the entire heavenly court would be turned upside down because of his appearance. Leaving the place of these two immortals, Mo Liso directly led Du Chen to a hidden corner. "Let me ask you, are you living in the mortal world?" Devil Liso asked slightly nervously. "Yes, why?" Du Chen was puzzled. "Good, then I want you to go and do something for me. As long as you can do it, I guarantee you a lot of benefits." Devil Liso was surprisingly excited. Du Chen looked at his appearance and couldn't help but frown. It can't be to do something dangerous, right? I have low strength, and I don't want to break the law. Devil Liso was a bit impatient. "It's not about breaking the law. I'm asking you to help me find a few people. My family members who stayed on Earth 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago? Are you asking me to find people? Or grave robbing? I guess the coffins are corroded and rotten." Du Chen was speechless. "What nonsense! I left my family with cultivation techniques and immortal coins. They would definitely be able to live to this day." Devil Liso coldly rebuked. But there was actually some emptiness in his words, and it was clear that he was also unsure if his family was really alive. Chapter 63, The Purple Breath Comes from the East. Devil Liso really missed his family. He hadn't seen them for thousands of years. Not to mention he didn't know how they were doing. If he could, he really wanted to rush back to that day 1,000 years ago and simply stay on Earth and not come back. Unfortunately, everything can't start over. He can only ask Du Chen to help him find it. "You must help me in this matter. Big deal. In the future, I'll supply you with immortal coins for cultivation, and give you 1,000 every month." Devil Liso surprisingly carried while some please. Du Chen sighed with emotion. "For a great immortal like you to take the initiative to beg me as a temp, it seems that you really miss your family. I also have a family. I also understand the pain of missing them. That's why you don't need to give me immortal coins. I can help you look for them, but I may not be able to find them. After all, there are billions of people in the mortal world, and these high people like to hide in deep mountains and old forests, so it must be extremely difficult to find them, not even easier than cultivation." Hearing Du Chen's words, Mo Liso was silent for a moment, then sighed. "I can also imagine that this matter must be difficult, but I still hope that you can help me, and I definitely won't go back on my word if I promise." "I won't go back on my word either. Saying no means no, because I admire immortals like you who still remember their family after 1,000 years, Du Chen said seriously. "I don't deserve your admiration because I was the one who left them behind for the position of God General in the first place, so maybe in their minds, I'm the kind of person who is heartless and uncaring, right?" Demon Liso smiled bitterly. "No, if it's really that kind of heartless generation, I'm afraid that you have long forgotten about them, and since you are so sure that they can survive until now, you should have left a foolproof plan for them." Du Chen's face was filled with emotion. "More importantly, at that time, you were already a divine general, right? If you were addicted to the mortal world and didn't want to come back, it wouldn't be much different from betraying the heavenly court. You would definitely be hunted down and killed, and instead, you wouldn't be able to protect your family better." Devil Liso was moved to look at Du Chen. In fact, his real situation back then was indeed like what Du Chen had guessed, but during these 1,000 years, every time he told the other immortals about this, he would always be severely mocked. Those immortals either laughed at him for doing such an ungrateful thing as abandoning his family for the position of a god general, or they deliberately showed their deep love, and wanted to set up a house of cards even after they had become a whore. Either that or they were laughing at Mo Liso for being so infatuated with a few mortals. It wasn't worth it. They, the immortals, looked at mortals in the same way that the second generation of rich men looked at gold-digging women. They think it is something that can be obtained and thrown at will. Devil Liso? It was the first time he had encountered one who viewed him in this way, but the other party was actually immortal. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Seriously, you are more sensible than many immortals, even if they have lived for thousands and thousands of years. Du Chen shrugged. It's just a matter of fact. If you want to find someone, I can help you, but the payment will be waived. I admire you. I think you're very qualified to be an immortal. So if you insist on not wanting immortal coins, it's fine. I'll help you lay the foundation to become an immortal. Devil Liso revealed a hint of a smile. Du Chen was puzzled, thinking how are you going to help? However, in the next moment, he only saw the temporary worker token fly back to Du Chen's hand, with an additional task issued by Devil Liso on it. Du Chen was speechless. Your so-called help is to increase my workload? You wouldn't still say that this is to hone me and hope that I continue to work hard, right? Ha 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 ha. Of course not. Look at the task I gave you. Devil Liso hemmed and hawed. Clean up the Immortal Ascension platform? Du Chen read out the mission content and was puzzled. What was the Immortal Ascension platform? Seeing Du Chen's doubt, Mo Liso explained, this Immortal Ascension platform is the place that every immortal who has achieved success in cultivation and ascended to the heavenly court must pass through, and from there, they receive the heavenly auras wash away the power of mortal dust from their bodies. Let's put it this way, it's the same meaning as reincarnating and having to drink mangpa soup, except that the baptism on the ascension stage doesn't make you forget everything, but rather it gives you a godly personality, which in simple terms is the position. Du Chen got excited. You can obtain a position? In other words, I can be converted when I go over there? Devil Liso was a little embarrassed. That's not possible, because you're just going to clean up. You can get benefits, but the benefits are limited. I'll help you find other benefits later. So it turns out, Du Chen calmed down a little bit but was satisfied. Thank you. Magic Liso saw his contented look and appreciated it even more. Not arrogant and not impatient, but a good seedling. Alright, hurry up and go. Du Chen thanked him once again, then went straight to the Immortal Ascension platform. This side and the Immortal Exaltation platform environment is similar. Both are at the end of the sky, but one is in the west and one is in the east. There were two ends of the sky. However, the Immortal Ascension Terrace is obviously more spacious than the Immortal Execution Terrace, and there are only 9 platforms, surrounded by purple chi. This was called Purple Chi East. When a god goes to the heavenly court, there is purple chi coming from the east as a sign of welcome, and it flushes the body of the new god, washing away all the sense of the mortal world. Because this is the heavenly court, the things of the mortal world are too dirty and bad to be brought on. The last time a god immortal ascended was 800 years ago. Ever since the heavenly court and the west planned the plan of traveling to the west, something very bad and big happened, so they were forced to seal the earth, so much so that the earth's aura was scarce, and no one was able to cultivate with success at all. Even if Du Chen cultivated in the mortal world, he could only rely on immortal coins. But don't look at this purple chi as 800 years ago. In fact, it is quite a lot. Du Chen knows that this is his chance, rushed in, began to gulp crazy suck purple chi. Those purple chi entered his body and immediately began to drive away the impurities in his body. In fact, when he first started practicing, Du Chen had already cleaned the dirt in his body. He had thought that it was clean, but he didn't expect that at this moment, when the purple chi entered his body, more foul-smelling and incomparable dirt was expelled. Those disgusting and incomparable impurities made Du Chen frown, but he then let go of his heart and breathed in the purple chi even more. Those purple chi seemed to be a lot, but after being swallowed by his whale a few times, it was surprisingly quickly gone. Du Chen couldn't get enough of it, but when he looked at his body, he realized that it had become very different. Regardless of feeling even lighter than before, his body was filled with infinite power, and he even felt that his physique had changed, and at this time, a layer of faint golden light appeared around his body, as if it was armor protecting him. What is this? Du Chen murmured with some confusion. Body protecting golden light. Devil Liso appeared at an unknown time and looked at Du Chen in slight awe. The purple chi from the Immortal Ascension stage rushes over the body of a new immortal, which allows the immortal to automatically comprehend some marvelous spells. For example, some are strength boosters, some are speed boosters, and some are possessors of a magic treasure. But the number of times the protective golden light appears is very few. I remember the last time it appeared. It seems to be pure Yangzi Lu Dongbin, right? That's one of the 8 immortals, known as the Sword Immortal, Sword Ancestor, and the legendary Emperor Donghua, with a very high status, equal to the Queen Mother. Chapter 64, This is a false accusation. Du Chen couldn't help but be flattered to hear that he was actually treated the same as Emperor Donghua. Is it because I'm talented? Du Chen asked. Devil Liso had a black line on his face. This was the first time he had seen one who loved to show off so much. He had said that after so many years only Du Chen and Emperor Donghua had condensed such a protective golden light. Naturally, the talent is good. Still have to say it? Seeing that Devil Liso didn't say anything, Du Chen also knew that he had said the wrong thing and was a little embarrassed. You hurry to go down to the earth. 1 day in the sky, 1 year on the earth. You've been tossing around for so long here. You don't know how long has passed down there. Devil Liso urged. Du Chen was shocked. Forgot about this. I'll go now. Right. You tell me some of your family's tokens or characteristics. I can also find some. Before I went to heaven they were all very ordinary people, and didn't have any special characteristics, and I left in a hurry and forgot to leave tokens, but they practiced the gong method I left behind, so they possessed pure spiritual power, just like you. Magic Liso said awkwardly. Du Chen said to himself that this is really going to get him into trouble. Although there are fewer people cultivating immortals now, this is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Alas, the eggs hurt. Under the awkward gaze of Devil Liso, Du Chen shook his head and took out his token and descended to earth, appearing in his room. But as soon as Du Chen appeared, he realized that his room was in a mess, as if it had been rummaged through by someone. A burglar has entered? Nope, it should be those police officers. Du Chen still remembered that before he went to heaven, some police officers had called him, suspecting that he was the robber who robbed Zhang Wu. These guys, who came to their house to rummage through things, didn't say that they would give a recovery. A face of displeasure. Du Chen did not bother to clean up his things. A layer of impurities appeared on his body. He needed to go to the bathroom to clean up. Just in time, he got 2 good things. The water turned into clouds from the end of the sky is absolutely extraordinary. It can be used to drink, or used to take a bath. And watering the flowers should also work. And then there was the blood water of the clairvoyant and Shunfeng ear. Of course, this stuff is very diabolical whether you drink it or take a bath. So Du Chen is planning to use it to raise small animals. It seems like a trip to the animal market is in order in a while. Thinking like this, Du Chen pushed open the bathroom door and went in, only to find a white figure with its back to itself. There was actually someone in the bathroom? Who are you? Du Chen snapped. Who are you? Get the hell out of here. A woman's scream of shock and anger came out. At the same time, there was a bottle of shower gel bursting out, heading straight for Du Chen's face. Obviously, the other party was also an expert. However, Du Chen easily caught the shower gel, then took 2 steps forward even more and questioned. You're in my ING house and you dare to ask who I am? Your house? So you are Du Chen? Didn't you abscond? The woman became even angrier and tried to find something to cover herself, but realized that there was nothing here. Du Chen just looked at the woman nonchalantly, realizing that she had a good figure, and her skin was also very white. Little girl, is it because you think I'm not at home that you want to take my house for yourself? Thinking too much you asshole. My mother is a police officer. Turn around. The woman angrily rebuked. Police? Du Chen froze, then became even more contemptuous. A cop can just enter someone's house? And turn my house upside down? And bathe in my house? Me. The woman was a bit lousy and couldn't explain. She could only stomp her foot and say angrily, can't you just go out first? I'm not wearing any clothes. Du Chen shrugged his shoulders. You explain clearly first. The woman was completely anxious, and actually rushed towards Du Chen violently, kicking at him. Du Chen deftly dodged away. The woman quickly rushed outside and went to Du Chen's bedroom. Watch your feet. There's a doorframe. Du Chen kindly reminded. Bam! The woman still tripped and fell, falling with a raw pain, but she couldn't care less about her anger. She climbed up and closed the door, going to look for clothes she could wear. Du Chen shrugged and glanced at the bathroom door, realizing that there really was a uniform sitting over here, and he glanced at the name on it. Ling Yu. This name sounds quite gentle. How come the real person is so fierce? Du Chen sat on the chair and waited quietly. Soon, Ling Yu came out, wearing Du Chen's clothes, which were very loose and drooping, but with a hint of a different kind of sexiness. Seeing the leisurely Du Chen, Ling Yu's gloomy face flashed with anger, gritted her teeth and said, now I'll tell you 2 things. First, forget everything you just saw and don't say anything to the public. Second, go back with me. I can count you as turning yourself in. Du Chen shrugged. I'm not a criminal. What's the point of turning myself in? Ling Yu sneered. What are you running for if you're not a criminal? I didn't run. I just have something I need to be busy with. Du Chen spread his hands. Bull ********. We searched the whole city in the past 2 days and couldn't find you, and there's no sign of you in Taiyan Clinic. Where could you go? Ling Yu angrily rebuked. Heaven. Du Chen told the truth. It's fun to lie to me, isn't it? Ling Yu was obviously not convinced. Du Chen spread his hands. You see? I told the truth and you don't believe me. Ling Yu looked at what was placed next to Du Chen. His own uniform. rushed over with an arrow step, grabbed the gun and handcuffs placed on it, and pointed at Du Chen. I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. Hands on your head. Squat down. Listen to me. Du Chen wanted to explain. Bang! Ling Yu, however, fired directly, the bullet shooting towards Du Chen's chest. Quickly dodge. Ling Yu didn't want to hit Du Chen at all, but she didn't expect her gun to go off, and exclaimed in a blur. Du Chen was startled and didn't defend himself at all, but luckily, the body-protecting golden light was an automatic defense. Ding dang, the bullet hit on top of the golden light, as if it hit on a hard alloy. It couldn't get in at all and fell to the ground. Ling Yu was dumbfounded. What kind of kung fu is this? Damn you! Du Chen raged. You're going to strike indiscriminately? What the proof do you have that I'm a robber? I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry. Well, Ling Yu was a bit vain and embarrassed. But then, she felt unconvinced. Why should she apologize to a criminal? Only to see her coldly take out a letter and said, "This is the evidence of you being a robber." Du Chen frowned and reached out. "Show me. This is evidence. How can I give it to you?" Ling Yu wanted to put it away. But the next moment, a silhouette flashed by and the letter in her hand reached Du Chen. Ling Yu was shocked beyond words and alert at the same time. She didn't expect Du Chen to be so fast. If he wanted to kill himself, he would have absolutely no chance of survival. But when Ling Yu raised her gun and aimed it at Du Chen, she couldn't help but think of his strange body-protecting power, and then she hung her head. Now, it seems that if you want to catch Du Chen, you can only rely on his own conscience to turn himself in. However, after Du Chen saw the content of the letter, not to mention turning himself in, the thought of cursing was there. The content of the letter was very simple. Only one sentence. Du Chen, I've got Zhang Wu's side. Run. This look is planted. After all, now is the era of electronic technology. Who damn also write a letter to inform others to run. This is not waiting to leave evidence of crime it? Send a message. Make a phone call. How simple things are. But this guy is also smart. Did not personally handwritten. A few words on the letter or from the newspaper to find the same words. One by one cut and paste. Obviously to keep people from tracing his handwriting. Du Chen skimmed his lips and said to Ling Yu, "Don't blame me for looking down on you. Do you think if I really wanted to run, I would have left this letter?" Chapter 65, We Guarantee. Ling Yu had actually suspected this matter, but Du Chen's suspicion was just too great, and he had also fled at a critical moment when he was under investigation. Even if she didn't want to arrest someone, the above forced her to bring them back. Otherwise, how could she have stayed at Du Chen's house? All forced by the above to be on guard here. Alas, I actually don't want to make things difficult for you, but you're too much like that robber, whether it's your stance, speed or defense. Ling Yu frowned. Why don't you go back with me and investigate? As long as you're okay with it, I'll let you go immediately. Du Chen wanted to refuse, but figured that if he didn't go back, this woman was probably going to keep pestering him. Anyway, the cleaner the clearer. It's not a big deal to make a trip. Alright, but I can say it in advance. Interrogation is fine. If you guys want to force the charges on me, don't blame me for not being polite. Du Chen was cold. With his ability, Ling Yu and the others couldn't do anything about him at all. Ling Yu also knew that, so she nodded and took out her handcuffs and stepped forward. Just don't cuff me. Let people see it and think I've really committed a crime. Besides, I'm willing to go with you. Du Chen frowned. Alright. Ling Yu was afraid of provoking Du Chen's rebelliousness. She put away the handcuffs and went to change her uniform. Du Chen followed her outward, out the door and into a police car parked outside. Then to the police station. Just arrived at the place. As soon as Du Chen walked into the office hall, he saw several police officers surrounding him. Xiao Yu, is this the robber? Surprisingly, you really caught it? I'll go tell the chief. He'll be very happy. A few policemen were excited, but the words that came out made Du Chen dissatisfied. You guys are planning to convict me without even trying? Du Chen asked in a cold voice. No, they just had a quick mouth. I'll do the questioning, Ling Yu hurriedly explained, then hurriedly led Du Chen to the interrogation room for fear of a long night. The police officers were all a bit dumbfounded when they saw Ling Yu being so polite to Du Chen. Was this still the female Tyrannosaurus Rex that had shaken Jiangdong? Although her legs were long, she had kicked dozens of criminals into the hospital over the years. Now she was so polite to Du Chen. A suspected robber? Du Chen followed Ling Yu to the interrogation room. This time he didn't resist being chained to a chair. After all, this is the normal process, and this side is just such a chair for him to sit on. Ling Yu took out his notebook and asked and recorded carefully. Name, Du Chen. Age, 25. Gender, you see yourself write it. Du Chen was speechless. Why ask such an obvious question? Ling Yu looked up and glanced at Du Chen, wrote down a mail and continued to ask. Home address. Didn't you just come out from there? Don't be poor. Tell me about the night 3 days ago. Where were you? At home. It was Han Meng who sent me back. Du Chen responded easily. Han Meng? Ling Yu looked up in dismay. Black Widow? Du Chen nodded and asked slightly teasingly. Yes, it's her. Do you want to call someone over to testify? Ling Yu's face was slightly unsightly. It was obvious that this Black Widow was not someone who could be messed with casually. She hesitated for a moment and continued to ask. Forget about this matter for now. Did you clash with Zhang Wu when you went to Chen Haijian's banquet that night? Yes. Du Chen nodded his head. Then did you put out harsh words that you would bring him down? Ling Yu's face was grave. That's not true. I said that he's going to have bad luck because I figured out that he's going to meet a robber. I've heard of divination, right? You should always know by reading faces? Du Chen smiled slightly. Ling Yu's identity destined her to be a staunch atheist, and she didn't believe in these metaphysics. After all, if they could really tell everything, then what would they need the police for and what would they need modern technology for? Wouldn't it be better to simply have a fortune teller in every police station? If you're really that capable, then calculate when you'll be released? Ling Yu bristled. Can you give me a few coins? Du Chen was really planning to do some divination. Okay. Ling Yu wanted to see what tricks Du Chen was up to, so she agreed without hesitation. She sent over a few coins. Du Chen casually scattered them on the ground in front of him, glanced at the formation and smiled. 2 minutes. What 2 minutes? You need 2 minutes for divination? Ling Yu was puzzled. No, the trigrams show that after 2 minutes I will submerge the dragon out of the abyss, which means that I will leave this place. Du Chen explained seriously. Ling Yu, however, was full of contempt. Just you? You're still a submerged dragon coming out of the abyss? Aren't you bragging about being a dragon amongst men in disguise? Du Chen shrugged. This is what the trigrams show, not what I said. Come on, I'll give you 2 minutes to see how you'll get out. Could it be that our director will still come over and inform me to release you? You know, you are the one he ordered to arrest, and he is also the one who told me to guard your return and make the first arrest. Ling Yu felt that Du Chen was really able to blow off steam and was also too naive. She simply went back and sat down, turned on the stopwatch function of her cell phone and counted down the time, just to see who could come to Du Chen's rescue. But just as the 2-minute countdown cleared, the door of the interrogation room was really opened. The director hurriedly walked in, stepped forward and grabbed Du Chen's hand to explain. Sorry, because of our work mistakes, we let a good person be wronged. Ling Yu was stunned. Du Chen, on the other hand, smiled and easily came out from the chair where the prisoner was locked and said, It's alright, you guys are also doing this for the stability of the people on one side. Thanks for understanding. The director breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Yu, however, couldn't understand and stood up excitedly. Director, although I also think he's not a robber, but I haven't gone through the normal interrogation process yet. The director looked at Ling Yu with some dissatisfaction. Alright, stop it. Someone vouched for him. Who? Ling Yu was startled. Du Chen was also a bit curious. Han Meng, Chen Haijiang, Chen Yaya, Zhao Xin Cotton, and Lu Mo Air. The director spat out several names. With every name he said, Ling Yu was stunned. When she heard Lu Moer's name, Ling Yu was even more astonished. The Lu family is also meddling in this matter? Du Chen raised an eyebrow. How come this Lu Mori sounds like she has an unusual status? Is she not just a simple medical expert? The director dragged Du Chen to the office hall. At this time, the few people he just mentioned had already come in person and were waiting, and when Ling Yu saw that these few big shots had personally come to bail out Du Chen, she couldn't help but feel suspicious in her heart. What is this guy's origin in the end? When Du Chen saw Chen Haijiang's few people, he also couldn't help but be a little moved. Thanks a few. I didn't expect you guys would risk your lives to come and vouch for me. Ha ha ha, what kind of risk is this? We just didn't think you were the robber. Chen Haijian laughed out loud and his tone was full of trust. Several other women were just as trusting. They either knew Du Chen's ability to make money or his force. None of them believed that he would do such a stupid thing as robbing money. Chapter 66 Selling Medicine. Mr. Du, let's go first. We've already explained the matter of that letter to you. It was a homeless man who was bribed to throw this letter to your house. Han Meng smiled faintly. Thanks a lot. Du Chen nodded his head in greeting. Next to her, Zhao Xinnian also came over and said to Ling Yu and the others, as far as I know, that robber was robbing millions of dollars at a time. And Du Chen just signed a bill of hundreds of millions of dollars with the Chen family. So if he really wanted to rob the rich to help the poor, he could be a rich enough man himself. The director and the others also didn't expect Du Chen to be so young and already be a billionaire. They couldn't help but be even more surprised. Du Chen waved his hand. Alright, no need to say more. I've been busy these past few days, so I didn't have the time to come over. Now since it's over, let's go. Okay, go. Chen Haijiang waved his hand. Find a place to go eat. I'll give Mr. Du a treat. A group of people flanked Du Chen and wanted to leave, but just as they were about to leave, Ling Yu suddenly ran over, grabbed Du Chen's hand and asked in a low voice, Du Chen, can you divine? Just now, Du Chen said that someone would come to his rescue in 2 minutes, and these people really did come in no time at all. No wonder Ling Yu doubted his divination ability. Next to him, several people from Chen Haijiang also changed their faces slightly when they heard that. They also remembered that at the time of the birthday banquet that night, Du Chen had counted on his fingers and said that Zhang Wu would be unlucky, and they didn't expect that guy to really be unlucky. Now that Ling Yu, a police officer, asked Du Chen the same thing, could it be that Du Chen could really count with his fingers? Du Chen nodded casually, yes, but I may not be able to help you, because that night I actually tried to divine the direction of the robbers and couldn't do it. Really? Ling Yu frowned. Yes, I'm very weak, so if I divine, only the first time the effect is powerful, the second time the effect will be halved, and the third time it should be directly ineffective, Du Chen said seriously. This was what the Supreme Clear skill had told him, that he would only be able to divine twice a day. Ling Yu, however, felt that this was Du Chen's way of excusing himself and said with a frown, this is for the sake of the people on one side of the country to accumulate virtues and do good, and it's also good for people like you, right? What does it mean for people like me? Du Chen was offended. Cursing me? I mean a strange person like you. Fortune-telling is a life-saving endeavor, right? Isn't it good for you to help everyone? Ling Yu said seriously. Du Chen, however, was shocked to hear this. He really hadn't been paying much attention to this, but now that he thought about it, fortune-telling was indeed a leak, and there was a real possibility of losing one's life. Du Chen hurriedly contacted Magic Liso through the token in his mind. This was a function that the token had always had, allowing him to contact other immortals, but because of Du Chen's low status before, no one had been willing to pay attention to him. Now he at least had 2 people to contact, Taishang Laojun's child and Magic Liso. The child was the one who couldn't pass the level of zombies last time he played, and looked for Du Chen's help to pass the level, so he established the connection. The connection was established because he couldn't get through the level of zombies and asked Du Chen for help to get through the level. Du Chen contacted Magic Liso and asked, will fortune-telling break your life? Of course, divination is leaking information. Not only does it depreciate your life, but it also tends to make your cultivation realm stagnate. The price you pay is very heavy, so easily don't use it casually. Devil Liso gruffly urged. Du Chen's face crumbled. You didn't say so earlier. No wonder since entering the Jindan stage, his realm hasn't changed much, so it's the fortune-telling that's messing it up. In the future, you can't easily give people fortune-telling. Thinking so, Du Chen looked at Ling Yu seriously and said, you're right, fortune-telling will depreciate my life, and it will also cause me big problems, so I can't just do it. Ling Yu didn't expect that she would instead talk Du Chen into a firmer attitude, and was very angry. Then go away. We're not friends anymore. Du Chen's head was full of question marks. Sister, when did we become friends? Forget it, it's not. I'm not rushing to be friends with this police flower. Du Chen skimmed his lips and left with Chen Haijiang and the others. Ling Yu was so furious that she stormed out and stomped on the tiles on the floor. The surrounding police officers watched with cold sweat on their foreheads, while secretly admiring Du Chen's courage. When they left the police station, a stretch Lincoln was waiting. After Du Chen got on the car, he found that it was just like a luxurious office. He was sitting on the leather sofa, while the next few people were all sitting on the opposite side or next to each other. Lu Amour and Zhao Xinmian were the closest to him. One was claiming to be his girlfriend, while the other understood that if she didn't come over, Du Chen would most likely call her a little maid in public, so she came over honestly. After getting on the bus, everyone but no one said anything. They looked at me and me. All of them looked like they wanted to say something. Du Chen was a little curious about these people's reactions and asked, what's wrong with you guys? Do you have something to say? It's not possible that you guys also suspect that I'm a robber, right? The people hurriedly waved their hands to deny it. Finally, it was Chen Haijiang who couldn't help himself and asked, does Mr. Du really know divination? At these words, everyone looked at Du Chen expectantly. Du Chen revealed a dazed look, so they were dwelling on this. Yes, I know divination, but I can't just tell people's fortunes in the future. This play hurts my body. Du Chen sighed. The other few people all revealed a look of regret, especially Chen Haijiang. He hated that he couldn't slap himself twice. He sincerely apologized. I'm sorry Mr. Du, before you gave Zhang Wu divination, I even doubted your strength. It's so wrong. As a matter of fact, Chen Haijian was blaming himself for why he didn't trust Du Chen at that time. That way Du Chen would have given him a fortune-telling as well. Several other people were also filled with regret. Lu Amour, however, asked undaunted, I'm at least your girlfriend, can't you do a fortune-telling for me too? I'm afraid that if I keep counting, you'll be a widow sooner or later. Du Chen said indifferently. These words made Lu Amour blush and whispered, stinking rascal, I haven't said I must marry you, then it's all the more reason why I can't give it to you and forget about it. Du Chen rationalized. You big master. Lu Mor knew that she had been fooled again, and couldn't help but hate her teeth. Du Chen hemmed and hawed, and Han Mang also actually didn't die, frowning and asking, so what if I'm willing to trade for 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum? Sorry, I don't like that stuff. Du Chen shrugged his shoulders. He possessed divine beast feces. What kind of stuff couldn't be spawned? If he really couldn't, he could eat immortal pills that were more effective than eating Ganoderma. Speaking of that immortal Dan, it seems like there are still 8 left, and he usually doesn't need it. Moreover, he already has a protective golden light, so he probably won't suffer any external injuries in the future. So why don't he just sell these pills for some money and go invest in a business or something? Du Chen thought for a moment and casually took out a purple gold pill and said, I do have a few pills here. They are holy pills for healing injuries. What with the broken limbs? What with the injuries to the bones and sinews? As long as they are eaten, they can all be restored. Do any of you want them? Although this purple gold Dan was precious, there should be more than enough at the child's place, or else he wouldn't have casually given himself 10 of them. Chapter 67, Got a Man? Hearing Du Chen's words, everyone's eyes lit up. They believed in Du Chen, especially Chen Haijian, who was the first to reach out and snatch the elixir. I'll take it, $10 million apiece. Han Mang, however, bristled. If this medicine can really revitalize severed limbs and cure all injuries to bones and tendons in the world, I don't know how many martial artists would rush to buy it. $10 million apiece. And you're really opening your mouth. Chen Haijian was a little embarrassed. Chen Ya, however, was offended. Mr. Du hasn't said anything yet. What are you in a hurry for? How much is the price? Mr. Du should have the final say. Zhao Xinmian was actually moved and asked in a low voice. Then can paralyzed patients be treated as well? As long as the bones or tendons are damaged, it's fine. Du Chen remembered that this purple gold pill was a holy medicine for healing injuries, not a holy medicine for curing diseases. All those internal diseases such as heart underdevelopment and liver ailments were all less effective. What about nerve damage? Zhao Xinmian hurriedly pursued the question. I'm not too sure. Du Chen shrugged his shoulders. Zhao Xinmian was a little disappointed, looking at the pill that Chen Haijian had firmly clutched, not knowing whether to buy it or not. Han Mang, however, had already made a move without hesitation. How many more do you have? I'll take all the rest. One according to $100 million for you. Lu Amor's eyes turned. I'll take it too, but I definitely don't have $100 million, but I can give you a kiss. Alright, $100 million is a deal. Du Chen didn't even look at Lu Amor and directly worked with Han Mang. You scumbag, making a deal with another woman in front of me. Lu Amor was furious. Chen Haijian also had some regrets and said, Mr. Du, I'm also offering 100 million apiece. Can you sell me a few more? Why don't I have one too? 100 million is nothing anyway. Zhao Xinmian said hesitantly. Du Chen heard the heartache. Look at people. Their own 100 million happy ass. People think it's nothing. This was the gap. He now hated that he couldn't raise the price to $1 billion apiece to make you guys think it's nothing. But this thing, think about it. 100 million is very high. More to be a little excessive. Han Mang watched Du Chen hesitate, but she was upset. Mr. Du, it was clearly me who first said I wanted to buy all of them. How can I still share them with others? Me this. Du Chen looked at a few other people with some difficulty. Chen Haijian's face was slightly ugly. Boss Han, you're going a bit overboard. Why do you have to monopolize it? Could it be that you want to turn around and sell it to others at a high price? Humph. I have many masters and brothers. So what can I do if I give it to those masters and brothers? Han Mang's pretty face was chilled. Who knows if you really want to give it? Chen Ye muttered in a small voice. Zhao Xinmian, on the other hand, said to Han Mang, Boss Han, I want this elixir to save a family member. So please be generous and let me have one, okay? Han Mang looked at Zhao Xianmin indifferently. Your words sound good. Okay, I'll let you have one. Seeing that this woman actually let Zhao Xianmin but refused to give it to herself, Chen Haijian's face also became gloomy. Boss Han, could it be that you think I'm weak and bullying because I'm old? It's your own greed that refuses to give money for more. When I bought it, but then you forcefully try to grab it. It's clear that you don't put me in your eyes. Han Mang's voice was cold, and her aura was liberalized. She was an expert, and at this moment, her aura was fully open, directly shocking Chen Haijian, an ordinary old man, who couldn't even lift his head up. Du Chen's face changed slightly and immediately tried to take control. However, he only felt a wild aura sweeping over everyone, seemingly wanting to suppress everyone. Han Mang sneered, there are still experts? Boom! Her aura also completely erupted, and the strength of that martial artist's aura was so strong that it was surprisingly on par with that unfamiliar being. Du Chen sensed carefully and realized that the one fighting against Han Mang's aura was actually the driver who was driving. This should be someone from Chen Haijun's family. At this moment, two powerful martial artists were confronting each other and their auras were in full swing, causing all the ordinary people in the car to be like grass in a gust of wind, falling to their sides as well as being terrified. Even Chen Haijun, which made the fragile old man, had already revealed a painfully uncomfortable color. Seeing this, Du Chen sighed. Stop it, there are still ordinary people in the car. Unfortunately, the two were already entangled in qi, and it was simply impossible for them to retreat in one piece. It could be said that any one of them who retreated now would be immediately injured by the other party uncontrollably. Du Chen could only intervene, and his Jindan stage aura joined the fight like a raging storm, then seemed like a sharp guillotine blade, slicing through the entangled martial arts qi of the two men alive. Phew, as if a breeze had blown by, nothing moved in the car. That pressure also disappeared without a trace, causing several people in the car, their moods and bodies to be relieved. What was the situation just now? Lu Amor was a little shocked. It's a martial artist aura, something that only people who practice martial arts will have. In simple terms, it's a kind of magnetic field reaction condensed by the essence, similar to the idea of confrontation but different. It can be used to sense the presence of the enemy. It can also be used to fight against the enemy, but only the masters have it. Du Chen explained. Lu Amor's face was dismayed. Why does it sound like a martial arts novel? Han Meng spoke up at the right time. Mr. Du is right, but the two of us compared to Mr. Du are really fireflies compared to the light of the sun and moon. Not that big of a gap. Du Chen waved his hand. In fact, in a real fight, he might not be able to defeat the two people joining hands. After all, these two, both of them, were already at the level of martial generals, about the same as the Jindan stage. However, Du Chen was after all an immortal cultivator, so he was inherently a level higher than a martial artist who practiced internal force, which was how he was able to easily separate the two. In fact, there is no need to argue. I have a total of 8 purple gold dan here, and they are specifically used to treat broken limbs or physical trauma. Many people don't see the need to use them. As for those injuries of yours, I can treat them all. Du Chen patiently persuaded. Hearing this, Chen Haijun's face looked better. Indeed, this was trauma medicine, which was what people who practiced kung fu regularly needed more. Alright, then I'll take this one elixir. Chen Haijun decided to give Du Chen and Han Meng some face and took a step back. Han Meng didn't accept the favor and didn't even have a good face for a few other people. She gave Du Chen $600 million and then got her hands on all the remaining violet gold pills. Zhao Xian Cotton watched the two make a deal and revealed a hesitant look. Du Chen, can you really cure everything? Du Chen shrugged. Dead people definitely can't. A few people beside him listened with odd faces. What does this mean? Dead people definitely can't. Which means other diseases are definitely fine. This tone of voice was really not ordinary. Zhao Xian Cotton was obviously a bit distrustful as well. After some thought, she said, I have a friend who was paralyzed in his early years due to some accident. If you can treat it, that would be the best. Du Chen raised his eyebrows. Friend? Male, right? Yes. Zhao Xian Cotton didn't hide it and admitted it graciously. Alas, the little maid is good, pining for spring, knows to look for a man. Du Chen lamented. Chapter 68 Roadside Girl. Zhao Xian Cotton's face stiffened. She was so careful. She even sat next to Du Chen as soon as she got on the bus. What she was afraid of was that he would speak out about it in public. She didn't expect this guy to say it anyway. You asshole. Zhao Xinmian gritted her teeth and stared at Du Chen. Du Chen didn't care. The few people beside him, however, had been dumbfounded. No one had expected that the granddaughter of the famous Zhao Huanlong would be working as a maid for Du Chen. Lu Amor in particular was shocked. You did this to steal a man from me? Zhao Xian Cotton was so angry that she violently stood up to lash out. But she forgot about the low roof of this car and violently hit her head, baring her teeth in pain. Du Chen, if you dare to say one more word, believe it or not I'll throw you off. Zhao Xinmian hated that she couldn't pounce over and bite Du Chen to death. The few people beside him also knew to take Zhao Xinmian's face into consideration and wanted to pretend they didn't hear it. But Du Chen didn't care and said, don't be anxious, there's plenty of chances to bite me. Go back to my house later. You bastard. Seducing your maid in front of me? Lu Amoa was also angry. Seeing these two bullying themselves one after the other, Zhao Xian Cotton grabbed the wineglass placed on the small exhibition table next to her and splashed it towards Du Chen and Lu Amoer. Lu Amoer let out a shriek and hurriedly hid in Du Chen's arms. Du Chen opened his 5 fingers, and a spiritual power spread out from his palm, then wrapped the splashed wine and turned it into a water ball in midair. That water ball kept changing its shape, but it didn't disperse and fall down, it just floated in midair. Seeing this move, the few people beside them all showed their astonishment and admired Du Chen's strength. Even Zhao Xinmian was taken aback, not expecting Du Chen to be so strong. But just in the next moment, Du Chen suddenly changed his face, and the water balloon instantly spilled, making his pants leg wet. A few people beside him thought that he didn't control it well, but then they saw him looking out of the window with a grave expression on his face, only to see a faint divine light jetting out from Du Chen's eyes, instantly passing through the windows of the car plastered with silver reflective film and looking outside. It was the heaven viewing technique of clairvoyance, which had a see-through function. Du Chen frowned and looked out of the car. There was a young girl selling songs on the roadside, wearing a white shirt and jean shorts, showing a pair of white and tender legs. She was holding a guitar and playing and singing to her heart's content. This kind of street singer is usually often seen, so there are not many people who care about it. Usually, Du Chen didn't love to communicate with these people, but today this girl was not quite the same. Her body was radiating spiritual energy. That spiritual energy was constantly flying in all directions as she sang. Many ordinary people were attracted by the spiritual energy in the girl's voice and kept flocking over to listen to her sing. This spiritual energy made the girl's song extremely infectious, and she was singing a song about breaking up. At this time, many passers-by heard her singing, only felt the sadness and pain in their hearts were hooked up, all immersed in the song, and even some people recalled their first love, uncontrollably lost their voices and cried out. The car quickly traveled past. Du Chen's clairvoyance and compliant ears didn't have a very wide range. He hurriedly said to the driver, "Stop the car. I'm going down." Zhao Xin Cotton froze, thinking that Du Chen was fighting with himself, and said in annoyance, "The two of you have joined forces to squeeze me, and I can't get angry, can I? Besides, I didn't splash you. Why don't you want to ride with me? Even if you don't want to sit in the same car, I'll go down." The people next to me thought that Du Chen might have gotten his pants wet and flipped out, so they were all a little embarrassed. Du Chen, however, said seriously, "I'm not angry. I'm just entrusted to help find a few people. The girl who sang on the roadside just now may be the person I'm looking for." "Roadside? Girl?" Chen Haijiang looked at the driver doubtfully. "Is there anyone on the roadside?" I did see a group of people gathering. Could it be that the girl Mr. Du is looking for is inside?" The driver was also polite to Du Chen after what happened just now. Du Chen nodded. "Yes, it's over there." "Okay, I'll turn around from the traffic light intersection in front and go over there. It won't work to park over here. There are traffic police in front. They will check," the driver hurriedly explained. "Alright, as soon as possible," Du Chen urged, only to see the car in acceleration to the traffic light intersection, and then began to turn around and go back. Chen Haijiang in the car asked, "Are you looking for someone? Do you want us to help?" "I can too." Han Meng smiled faintly. "Alas, it's useless." Du Chen smiled bitterly. The other party doesn't even know the characteristics of the person they're looking for. They only know that they're a cultivator like me. Of course, they must be stronger than me. Zhao Xinyan was skeptical. "Are you telling the truth?" "But just now, we were separated from the roadside by at least 7 or 8 meters, and also separated by a layer of cars and several layers of onlookers. And even the road was still noisy with vehicles coming and going. So how could you hear that girl's singing voice and judge that she was the person you were looking for?" Du Chen said indifferently. "By strength." The few people in the car looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Soon, the car came to a stop at the place Du Chen said. He immediately got out of the car, only to find that the crowd had dispersed and the girl from earlier had disappeared. Du Chen was a bit anxious and immediately grabbed a person and asked, "Where is the girl who sang just now?" "Gone." The passerby was a bit bewildered, obviously the aftermath of being affected by the song, and didn't know why he was standing here listening to the song. "Then did you see where she went?" Du Chen pursued. "You're nuts, right? How should I know?" The passerby seemed to have something urgent to go, directly shaking off Du Chen's arm and hurriedly leaving. Du Chen stood in place, raised his eyes and looked around. He felt very strange. Obviously just now the person is still there. Just a car head effort. How people are gone. This speed is too fast. Fast? Du Chen's face changed. It can't be that this girl is the person Ling Yu and the others are looking for, right? No. How can an immortal cultivator go to rob ordinary people? That's how idle they are. Is it not good to have this effort to cultivate immortality? Du Chen shook his head to pacify himself. Chen Haijiang several people just caught up at this moment, looking at Du Chen standing on the side of the road shaking his head and sighing. They were all puzzled. "Where is everyone?" Lu Moer was the first to ask. "Gone. I don't know why. Did he also detect my presence?" Du Chen frowned. "Knowing your existence, why did you run? Do you have a bad reputation in the circle of martial artists?" Chen Yeye was rich in associations and made wild guesses. It was Han Meng who explained. "No, I had never heard of Mr. Du's existence before I met him, so how could I have a bad reputation? I doubt if it's because that girl doesn't want to see the same existence." Du Chen nodded slightly. "It's possible, but the other party can sense my existence. Obviously she's stronger than me, and would really like to discuss and spar with her. There will be opportunities. Let's go eat first, Chen Haijiang said smilingly. Du Chen had no choice but to agree. The group went directly to the hotel, and then it was also considered a big banquet, as if Du Chen was not undergoing a routine interrogation, but a Jianghu big shot who had been in jail for many years and had just been released. This made Du Chen very embarrassed. Chapter 69, Going to the Hospital. The meal didn't last long. The point was that Du Chen wasn't in the mood to eat much either. After the meal, Chen Haijiang paid the bill and wanted to invite Du Chen out to find a place to relax. Du Chen refused and returned to his home. After all, the house was messed up and needed to be cleaned up, but he had just stayed at home for a short while when Zhao Xinmian went and returned. When Zhao Xinmian knocked on the courtyard door, Du Chen was still a bit strange, opened the door to let her in and asked, "In a hurry to serve me?" "That would be no need to be in such a hurry. I wanted to come and ask you if you're free to go and help that friend of mine heal." Zhao Xinjian asked hesitantly. "Not right now. I need to organize my own home." Du Chen shrugged. "I'll find someone to help you. There are plenty of housekeeping companies." Zhao Xinmian took out her cell phone, intending to call someone. Du Chen smiled. "You're worried about that person. Ha, important to you, little lover?" Zhao Xian Cotton was a bit annoyed, just about to say something, but her face moved and she narrowed her eyes at Du Chen. "From just now when I said that Patient is my boyfriend you've been abnormal. You've been deliberately provoking me. Could it be that you're jealous? You are also overthinking it." Du Chen was a little embarrassed. He really wasn't jealous. He was just curious in his heart. How could such a stone woman get so close to a certain man? But he couldn't ask directly. If Zhao Xinmian knew that Du Chen could tell that she was a stone woman, he would probably flip out. But if he blinked like this, Zhao Xinmian misunderstood that she had guessed correctly. For a while, Zhao Xian Cotton couldn't help but feel smug. "I said why you let me be your maid for a while, and then care so much about my boyfriend. So it's because you're secretly in love with me? I didn't expect my charm is even greater than Black Widow and Lu Amour." Du Chen was speechless. "You are too narcissistic. Oh, if you are a man, don't be a wimp. If you have the ability to confess to me, in case I will really accept you." Zhao Xinmian was very excited. She finally found a way to dislike Du Chen. As long as this guy dared to confess, she would immediately turn her face and call him a toad trying to eat swan meat. Let this guy not be able to lift his head. "How dare you make me your maid? Let's see how I get back at you." Du Chen could also see that this girl had bad intentions, and was annoyed in his heart. "I want to cure you, but you want to trap me? If I wasn't in a good mood, I would have disliked you to death." Thinking like this, Du Chen simply said with a black face, Okay, don't guess. I'm not interested in you. Hurry up and cure your little lover." "Yo, look at your sour tone. I just have a little lover, what's wrong with that? The two of us even kissed." Zhao Xinmian deliberately stimulated Du Chen. Du Chen wasn't angry at all and just walked out. Zhao Xian Cotton said triumphantly, "So angry that you can't speak? You're actually not bad, but compared to my little lover, you're still almost there." Yes, you're right, just go, okay?" Du Chen was speechless. "What's with this big face? You think you're money, and everyone likes you?" Zhao Xian Cotton didn't have the same anger as before, and cheerfully got into the car to take Du Chen to the hospital to save him. But she still always couldn't help but flirt with him. Even to tease Du Chen, she intentionally pulled her skirt up, revealing her white jade legs underneath. "Aya, it's so hot. Look, my legs are sweating." Zhao Xinmian deliberately pouted. Du Chen glanced at Zhao Xinmian's legs. They were thin and long, and also white and reflective, so he couldn't help but look at them twice more. Zhao Xinjian was even happier and deliberately asked, "Like to look? Then look twice more. My little lover likes my legs the most. If he knows that I'm being looked at my legs, he'll definitely fight for his life." Du Chen thought that this S-brain might be really in the water. "Why are you talking to me about this?" Seeing Du Chen's speechless appearance, Zhao Xinmian raised the corner of her mouth in a teasing arc, then intentionally unbuttoned her blouse by two, and her white and thin shoulders were exposed. "It's really hot." Du Chen glanced at her, and could see Zhao Xian Cotton's corset through the seam of her shirt. "What are you doing? Stripping naked in a while?" Du Chen couldn't help but squeeze. "Don't worry, it won't. I promised my husband that I would only strip naked in front of him," Zhao Xian Cotton said intentionally. Du Chen sighed. "Are you going to discuss what position you two used with me later?" Although Zhao Xian Cotton wanted to be angry with Du Chen, she wasn't so flirty, and was a bit bashful at being said. She couldn't help but hum. Finally couldn't carry it off? Jealousy erupted? All about to dislike me? What the hell are you thinking in your head? I'm really not interested in you, okay? Du Chen laughed bitterly. Okay, I know. You're not interested in me, but true love, right? Zhao Xian Cotton had smugness written all over her face. "Whatever you think, as long as you're happy." Du Chen was helpless. "You really love me so much that even after being disliked by me, you only care if I'm happy?" Zhao Xinmian was a little surprised. Du Chen was truly surprised that this woman couldn't hear good and bad words. This is clearly mocking you, but it was useless to explain more. Du Chen simply shut up. Zhao Xian Cotton drove the car, and from time to time stole a glance at Du Chen, and secretly said in her heart, in fact, this guy also looks really quite handsome, especially from the side. To have a body with a body, to have a face with a face, and the ability is not too weak. If it is not for my body like this, there is really a possibility to consider this guy. Du Chen, however, was completely unaware of this, and seeing Zhao Xinmian looking at herself one after another, she simply laid down to sleep, letting her see enough. Soon, the two arrived at a hospital. It was a private hospital, and it was said that this side didn't entertain ordinary people, and only those who earn more than $1 million a year were qualified to come over here for medical treatment. Such a high-class place. The medical environment was naturally very good, and the interior of their hospital was decorated as if it was a manor. There was an artificial lake, all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, and even some cute little animals and such. This side of the doctor are the kind of more senior Western doctors. Nurses are all young and beautiful, and even have a foreign girl. Zhao Xian Cotton drove the poison that Chen Yaya gave to Du Chen. Tens of millions of dollars of sports car just entered the hospital was noticed. Many of the young nurses looked at the car with glowing eyes, full of envy. When Du Chen got out of the car, his sunny and handsome face and straight and robust body even made many female nurses' eyes turn into peach hearts. Wow, so handsome. A small nurse with short hair and black-framed glasses exclaimed exaggeratedly, but then her face turned red. She knew Du Chen must have heard it. Du Chen did hear it, but he was already used to it, since he became a temporary worker in the heavenly court and made his body and face handsome. There were too many such voices around himself, but what he didn't expect was that these little nurses didn't just dare to talk about it, they were also a bit stupid. Hey, do you want to go and ask for the phone? If you don't go, I'll go. Humph, why don't you go? I just think I need to dress up. Dress up for what? You have such a sultry body. You can definitely ask for the phone. Humph, dinner together might even be possible. Several little nurses kept on flirting, stimulating that short-haired little nurse to hold back her shyness and go forward to ask Du Chen for the phone. But at this moment, Zhao Xinmian also got off the bus. Chapter 70. Looking down on traditional Chinese medicine. Seeing Zhao Xianmian, a great beauty with an excellent figure and face, the short-haired nurse revealed a look of inferiority and didn't dare to come forward. The other small nurses also wore a look of embarrassment. After all, they were too far away from Zhao Xianmian. It was true that there was never a shortage of beautiful women around rich people. The average girl who wanted to be surrounded by big money was really bad enough. Zhao Xinmian couldn't help but skim her lips when she saw a few female nurses in the distance staring at Du Chen all the time, and even looked at herself with jealous eyes. You really do have fangirls everywhere. Du Chen shrugged. I'm used to it. Let's go. Stinky, but so what if you have more people chasing after you? Sis will always be the piece of treasure you can't get. Zhao Xian Cotton was smug. The two entered the inpatient building together. The interior of this side was also very elegant, and it was decorated exactly as if it was a Western kind of church. The whole thing was a huge temple, high and spacious, and one could even see many people drinking coffee over here. Here is not a hospital. How to look with the playground like. Du Chen was speechless. This is the rich man's hospital. Whatever you want, you can have. Zhao Xinmian shrugged. Du Chen raised his eyebrows. Then what doesn't? Chinese medicine. Zhao Xinjian threw out two words, causing Du Chen to be annoyed. However, he didn't say anything, although it was on his country's territory. But after all, Western medicine had been the mainstay over the years, and it was people's freedom if they liked to use Western medicine. But what made Du Chen a little strange was that after entering this hospital, he saw several doctors in a row, and surprisingly, they were either blondes or black and blue-eyed foreigners. There was no one from his own country. This is very strange. Why aren't there any doctors from our own country over here? Du Chen asked. Because people look down on it. The people who started this hospital and the patients here think that foreign doctors are good. Zhao Xinmian said nonchalantly. Du Chen's face was ugly. What the hell? Isn't this the typical foreign moon being fuller? Our country also has someone who has won the Nobel Prize for medicine. Okay. Zhao Xinmian didn't say anything. Du Chen continued to follow up the stairs, but realized that many of the nurses around were from his own country. How do they look down on our nurses? Du Chen was puzzled. They use female nurses, and all of them are beautiful. Simply put, they are used to serve patients in every sense of the word. Zhao Xinmian's meaning became obvious. Damn, this is the first time I've known that there's this kind of hospital. What's the ing difference between this and an ancient greenhouse? Du Chen couldn't help but curse angrily. They're looking down on people, aren't they? It's useless for you to get angry. This hospital is owned by others. It's their freedom to do what they like. Zhao Xian Cotton bristled. Besides, Doesn't your Thai clinic also have Western doctors? Can that be the same? Du Chen grimaced. We're talking about combining Chinese and Western medicine to better serve our patients. But the hospital here is claptrap. It's looking down on people. Zhao Xinmian actually didn't like this side either. But who let this side be technologically advanced? And that friend of hers had a family that trusted and liked it more. Du Chun angrily followed into the elevator and came to the ward area on the 8th floor, and found that this side was the VIP area. It seems that this patient is also quite rich. Or was it the medical expenses given by Zhao Xinmian? The two came to the door of the ward. Du Chen saw a line of English written on the door and wondered, what does this English mean? Zhao Xinjian glanced at him and faintly said, idle people are exempt from entering. Du Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was written about the sick man of East Asia and almost stormed up to smash the door. But this cant English is really killing him. Simply turn back to learn. Maybe in the future he will meet foreign cultivators to communicate together. There is also a driver's license to learn. Entering the ward, Du Chen found 4 people over here sitting next to a luxurious hospital bed, chatting about something. All of them looked grave. One of them, a middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament, turned around, and when he saw Zhao Xinmian, he immediately got up with a smile. Girl, you're here. Come over here. Look who I've invited here. Zhao Xianmian immediately went forward. Du Chen followed closely behind, only to see the middle-aged man opposite, sitting 3 people, a white-haired foreign old man, and 2 arrogant-looking young men, also all foreign. Having seen many foreigners along the way just now, Du Chen was already used to it. What made him care about these 3 people was that they were all wearing white coats. Doctors? Sure enough, he only saw the middle-aged man introduce. This old gentleman is Professor Tram, a top internal medicine expert in the country of me, specializing in paralyzed patients. These 2 are his students, and the most honored disciples. Zhao Xinmian hastened to politely extend his hand. Hello Professor Tram, I'm Zhao Xinmian. I've heard of you. You're Mr. Zhou Zhang's girlfriend, right? Tram's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Xinmian and exclaimed, what a beautiful girl. Du Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Xinmian staring at the man on the bed, his face a little unnatural. He thought that Zhao Xinjian was deliberately angry with herself before, but it turned out that these 2 were really boyfriend and girlfriend. But Zhao Xinmian's body, just as Du Chen was thinking, the middle-aged man next to him suddenly tapped his shoulder and said with a dignified face, what are you, Xinmian's driver? Get out and wait. Unruly thing. Du Chen was offended and directly disliked him back, let alone the fact that I'm not a driver. Even if I am, you can talk to me like this? You've grown up and you don't know any manners? The middle-aged man was stunned. You dare to scold me? Yo-ho, politeness has no even if. Double standard also play quite slippery. You scolded me justified. I said you don't know how to be polite. It becomes a curse? Du Chen despised. You. The middle-aged man's face quickly reddened. Seeing this, Zhao Xinmian hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. Uncle Zhou, don't be anxious. This isn't my driver. It's the doctor I invited to treat Zhou Zhang, a divine doctor. Hearing this, Tram's face turned ugly. Ms. Zhao Xinmian, you actually invited someone from this country with an extremely backward medical environment to treat you? You should know that I hate this country's medical system the most. Both of Tram's students, too, looked at Du Chen with contempt, obviously looking down on him. Zhao Xinmian laughed bitterly. She also didn't know that Tram was in awe. This was a top international medical expert, an existence that had been nominated for 3 consecutive Nobel Prizes in medicine. This big brother, by the world's medical community to compete. Many tycoons are even rushing to him, so he is very arrogant, cannot be offended. Du Chen, however, was not accustomed to him and directly retorted, you hate us and still come, bitchy? Or is it that people have given you enough money so that you can even give up your dignity for money, let alone simply hating it? Your bull ting. You Chinese medicine practitioners are the ones who cheat people, the ones who are shameless without dignity. I came here because I'm a healer and I'm sure I can cure this patient. Tram's face was blue with anger, but he couldn't retort. His 2 students also blared angrily at Du Chen, and one of them even came over and violently pushed Du Chen in the chest. Yellow-skinned monkey, you dare to scold my master. What kind of place do you think this is? Chapter 71, I'll wait. Du Chen sneered and did not touch this foreigner who took the initiative to strike. Instead, when he was about to touch his chest with force, he violently sidestepped and dodged. The gringo pushed violently and confiscated his strength again, directly lunging forward. Bam! The gringo's head hit the headboard hard, instantly bruising a large area. Wailing in pain, Tram stormed into a rage. You dare to hit my student? Come on people. Security! The other gringo saw that something was wrong and immediately ran out to call someone. Zhao Xinmian was also a bit surprised, not understanding how the situation had turned like this all of a sudden, and hurriedly said, everyone calm down, calm down. The middle-aged man drank with a cold face. Xin Mian, you don't care. This bastard dares to make a move on the VIP I invited in my territory. It's a capital offense. A capital offense? Du Chen snorted. You're about to be cut off from your children and grandchildren. And you're still pretending? You dare to curse me? The middle-aged man was almost ready to kill. Xin Cotton. Don't make contact with this kind of person in the future. Forget it, he won't have the chance to make contact because I'll have someone break his limbs and cut out his tongue. Tram had a face of approval. This is how to deal with such shameless yellow-skinned monkeys. A mouthful of yellow-skinned monkeys. Look at your demeanor. You look like a ghost. No wonder you're all called foreign devils. Du Chen didn't care who was who. He directly disliked back. He had just entered the hospital and was suppressing the fire. Now it was completely released. Not only scolding Trom, he also had to scold this middle-aged man. At least you're a yellow man. People pointing at me and cursing yellow monkeys. Aren't they slapping you in the face? Still fooling around. By the way, you're very concerned about me saying that you're breaking off your children and grandchildren, right? In fact, you yourself know. Your son's condition looks like he won't survive. If this foreign devil, Trom, can save your son today, I will kowtow to him. Also, your body has been emptied by alcohol and color. Don't eat those little blue pills all day long to hold on. Do you think that thing really has no side effects? After saying that, Du Chen directly walked away. He had originally thought of treating Zhou Zhan well, proving his strength, proving the ability of Chinese medicine, but people didn't care about it, so he wouldn't rush it himself. If one wanted to prove Chinese medicine, there were plenty of ways to do so. He left the hospital room and called Li Tian, saying, now immediately advertise for me, and say that Tian Clinic can treat all kinds of difficult and complicated illnesses from today onwards, especially those patients that Golden Sage Castle Hospital can't cure. The Golden Saint Fort Hospital was the same hospital that Du Chen was currently in. Li Tian obviously also had heard of the Golden Sage Castle Inn, but he just didn't understand how Du Chen got on the wrong side of them. But he didn't say much, and immediately asked someone to go and advertise. On the other hand, Du Chen on this side was already stopped by the security guards. Zhao Xinmian and several people from Tram happened to chase out and saw the scene with different faces. The middle-aged man was very happy and immediately droned. Security guards grab him. Tram also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be insulted and get away. But Zhao Xinmian was anxious. Don't make a move. Don't make a move. You'll suffer. The security guards, however, didn't listen to this. They only knew that they had orders from the dean to catch this guy. As for losing out, there were 5 or 6 of them, and they were all armed with electric batons, so how could they possibly suffer losses? Zira. An electric baton was emitting blue light and stabbed at Du Chen's waist, and on that security guard's face, he was wearing disdain. Looking at his familiar movements, it was obvious that he had done this to people more than once, but this time the security guard missed. Before his electric baton had a chance to fall, he was slapped in the face and his whole body flew out. Du Chen moved so quickly that no one even saw it was him who struck. At this moment, he let loose a vicious message to a few security guards. I'm in a bad mood right now. Don't even mess with me, got it? Those few security guards looked at each other. Then at the same time, their faces turned vicious and they directly pounced on him, wanting to bully the few with the many. But the next moment, only 4 or 5 miserable screams sounded at the same time, and these few security guards all flew out as well. This time, the middle-aged man and Trauma few are all dumbfounded. Those people watching in the hallway were also a bit stunned. Zhao Xinmian, however, sighed. I told you guys would suffer. Du Chen snorted and turned back to Zhao Xinmian, waving his hand and saying goodbye. Then he continued to walk out. He didn't care who came to stop him. As long as someone dared to get in the way, he would just slam his fist over. At first, there were also some foreigners who relied on their tall size to come over and stop Du Chen. But Du Chen didn't understand English, so he told them not to speak in bird language. But these guys didn't listen, and simply fought their way through. Soon no one dared to stop him. Wherever Du Chen went, he was followed by horrified eyes all the way. A bunch of foreign fawning fools. Why don't they say that the moon is full in foreign countries at this moment? Du Chen sneered. Those who were drinking coffee and watching the crowd were all a bit embarrassed. The people in the hospital were even more unable to raise their heads. On the contrary, there were some little nurses who looked at Du Chen with stars in their eyes, thinking that he was even more handsome. Du Chen left the hospital in such a big way, came to the opposite side of the hospital's kiosk, got a popsicle and started to eat it. He was waiting to watch the fun. Of course, in order to avoid trouble, he found a personal connection. It was Fatty Gua, the king of Zhongshang. Du Chen called Fatty Gua and asked, I haven't been in touch for the past 2 days. What's up? A few days ago, Du Chen was being picked on and suspected that Fatty Gua's brother-in-law was the one who ordered him to do it, and suspected that the other party was having second thoughts, because this is someone else's family matter. Du Chen didn't have the good sense to inquire about it, and only today did he care about it sideways. Alas, don't mention it. Family scandal. Fatigua sighed. Well, I got into a bit of trouble. Over here in Golden Saint Fort. Du Chen directly picked his meaning. Fatigua was a bit stunned. Golden Sage Castle Hospital? You went to smash the scene? Forget it, don't ask. I'll bring someone over. It's just that these 2 days are suffocating enough. Who dares to move you? I'll kill him, son of a. Obviously, in his eyes, Du Chen's medical skills are too much superior to this side. After all, he also came to this side of the hospital before, but failed to cure the disease, and he is such a big brother of the Jianghu. On the contrary, is the most righteous. Righteousness to people, righteousness to his own country. Therefore, what he hates the most is the stuff that worships foreigners. Naturally, he didn't have a good feeling about Golden Sage Castle. Du Chen didn't say much and sat at the kiosk waiting for someone to come over. Not long after, Fatigua came with at least 30 plus minions, sitting next to the kiosk in a ferocious manner, scaring the kiosk owner. Boss, don't be afraid, we're not punching you. Du Chen smiled and pacified. I said so. I haven't committed any crimes lately. Scared me. The boss breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately served popsicles. After all, the people were called by Du Chen, so he gave the check. Chapter 72 Lessons. Fatigua held a popsicle in his mouth and stared at the luxuriously decorated hospital across the street with a disdainful face, saying, Elder brother Du, what do you think of these foreign things? They're earning our money, but they still don't say good things about us? Why are they so uneducated? That 3-year-old child knows. Take someone's favor should say thank you. You also said, they are typical of the lack of upbringing, thinking that the country is open, advanced society. In fact, it is simply a group of small-minded people. Then our country developed a period of time. It stinks full up. The result? They used hundreds of years of reform and development. We used a few decades to catch up, and I don't know what there is to be proud of. Du Chen sighed and shook his head. Fatigua admiringly looked at Du Chen. Or old brother, you analyze thoroughly. But you say how these guys also do not come to find you trouble? Probably wimped out. I gave them a stinking beating just now. Du Chen shrugged. I say so. Fatigua got up and just wanted to tell his minions to disperse, but he saw a police car coming in the distance. Fatigua's face changed. Bad. These grandsons are playing dirty. They called the police. Du Chen had expected it and said lightly, normal, but there is no need to be afraid. Let's go over and take a look. Maybe it's not coming at us? In fact, this was a comforting statement, because Du Chen had already seen that the tram student who had made a move on Du Chen before had gone to complain. From a long way away, Du Chen saw Tram lifting up his bangs to the police, revealing his bruised forehead, and continued to complain angrily. Du Chen's heart moved and used the wind-hearing technique of Shunfengye to listen to the wind, and listened sideways, only to hear that kid was completely lying. That guy came up and insulted my master, and was also very rude to the patient, even going to take action against the patient's family. I just couldn't stand it anymore, so I wanted to block him. I didn't expect him to push me, causing me to hit my head. You must deal with this matter, or I will go to the International Court of Justice to sue you for malpractice. I must be treated fairly. When he got closer, Fatigua didn't hear the first words, but he heard the last sentence and sneered. How just. You're guilty of turning your head green. That's him. That's him. Tram students saw Du Chen and pointed at him, yelling. A few policemen turned around, looked at Du Chen, and froze. Du Chen also froze as he realized that the police officer leading the way was actually Lingyu. This Nima point back. When Lingyu saw Du Chen, she also couldn't help but raise her willow eyebrows, remembering the scene before when he deliberately perfunctorily refused to divine. She immediately sneered. Have you ever calculated that you will encounter such a thing? What? Are you planning to take personal revenge? Du Chen asked with a raised eyebrow. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not that kind of person. I will handle this matter with absolute justice. Lingyu still had professionalism, and it was also her life motto. Fairness, just, openness. Tram student, on the other hand, looked at Du Chen and Lingyu warily. You guys actually know each other? It's true that your country is all about the society of acquaintances. You guys will definitely go through the back door. I can guarantee that absolutely not. If you have any doubts, you can call someone else to handle this case, but I can guarantee that everyone will treat you with a glance of fairness, provided that you are not lying. Lingyu stared coldly at Tram's student. The moment she saw Du Chen, Lingyu knew that this foreign devil had definitely lied. This was because with Du Chen's strength, if he wanted to take a swing at someone, he would definitely not do it so lightly. Tram's student was a bit flustered by Lingyu's sharp eyes, subconsciously shifted his gaze and said sheepishly, of course it's true. Alright, I've recorded and videotaped it. If you lied, it's a false police report and an attempt to frame another person. A light case of deportation and a heavy case of imprisonment. Lingyu didn't hesitate to put words in her mouth. Du Chen was still a bit surprised to see Ling Yu helping himself. Fatty Gui was also surprised and whispered to Du Chen, "Alright you, the police flower is protecting you? This one is a famous female Tyrannosaurus Rex, and has cleaned up a lot of my brothers. Then why don't you shut up? People have heard it all," Du Chen reminded in a low voice. When Fatty Guo looked up, he saw Ling Yu's icy cold eyes. He was startled and shut up in a hurry. Tram student heard Fatty Guo say that Ling Yu was fierce and became even more abashed, wanting to falsely accuse Du Chen but not knowing what to say. Du Chen looked at him not daring to speak and snorted, "Don't dare to say anything, right? Then let me say it. Do you know why I still dare to stay here and not leave after messing with you guys?" Tram students were also puzzled by this. "Because you have people?" "No, because I'm justified. I'm in possession of reason." Du Chen laughed coldly. "You people all think you're so smart, but don't you see? Just now, it was all of you who struck out at me first, and only then did I strike back. This is called self-defense. Do you understand?" Tram student's face changed drastically, angrily drinking at Du Chen. "You're so sinister. Generally average. Third in the world." Du Chen shrugged his shoulders and said an internet phrase, but Tram student took it seriously and actually asked, "Then who are the world's first and second?" "Ha?" Du Chen froze, but quickly responded, "Of course it's you, Rice and Island." "Ah, a pair of S." Tram student was furious. "You yellow-skinned monkey dares to insult my country? Who are you backward nations to judge us? You're all a bunch of trash, garbage that take sides with each other." Du Chen's face went cold. "Giving you face, huh?" Ling Yu was also angry, but still stopped in front of Du Chen and whispered, "Be careful of falling for it. This kid is deliberately provoking you." That's what Tram students meant, and kept cursing. "Rubbish, you guys are just trash, backward, shameless." When Fatty Gua heard this, he was so angry that he let loose. "Damn it, I'll call 2 of my little brothers to come over and hack this foreign devil to death. How dare you?" Ling Yu coldly glared at Fatty Gua, although she hated it too. Her duty was on her and she had to stop these people from doing it. Du Chen coldly said, "Then let him curse like this?" Ling Yu immediately scolded the foreign devil. "Shut up, I'll arrest you if you dare to insult me again." "Arrest, arrest ah, let the world see how shameless this backward country of yours is, restricting my freedom of speech." Tram students wore smugness on their faces. Du Chen sneered, "Your country's freedom of speech is cursing? Cursing you guys doesn't count as cursing." Tram student also became sharp-tongued. Fatty Gua heard it. This was saying that the few of them were not human. "Damn you, I can't get you killed today. Brothers, come here." Fatty Gua was going to call for someone to hack this guy to death. Ling Yu's face was unsightly, and he immediately drank to Du Chen. "Don't do it. If you do it you'll lose." "I know." Du Chen had a cold face. "Brother Gua, don't make a move. Then let this grandson be arrogant?" Fatty Gua was angry. "He can't be arrogant." Du Chen quietly took off a button from his chest and flexed his fingers. Chapter 73, You're going to get a stomachache. Whoosh! The clasp shot out and hit the foreign devil in the throat. "Ah!" The foreign devil screamed miserably, covering his throat and lying on the ground, rolling around in pain, and continuously coughing out blood. Ling Yu's several policemen's faces changed drastically, immediately rushing over to check the situation. "How are you? Is everything alright?" Ling Yu asked in a deep voice. The foreign devil's face wore an angry and resentful expression. He wanted to speak and curse, but to his horror, he realized that he desperately opened his mouth, but he couldn't make a sound. Seeing this scene, Ling Yu instantly understood that this fellow had become mute. She just didn't know if it was temporary or permanent, and she was not sure how this was caused. Just now he was talking properly. How come he is like this now? Du Chen looked at the terrified foreign devil and sighed. "This is retribution, isn't it? Who let you always curse? Curse rotten tongue, no?" Fatty Gui was also a bit cool looking at the miserable look of the foreign devil, but still felt it wasn't quite enough. "I think we still need to find someone to chop him up." "That's enough you guys." Ling Yu blared fiercely at Du Chen, obviously suspecting him of making a move. Du Chen shrugged. "What are you looking at me for? I was just 8 feet away from him. How could I possibly make a move?" Ling Yu, however, didn't believe it. Is it difficult for a guy who can have a golden light to protect his body to hurt someone across the air? However, she didn't say it explicitly because she also hated this asshole who insulted her country. If it wasn't for this outfit on her body, she might have been the first to strike. Since she couldn't make a move, Ling Yu wouldn't dismantle Du Chen. Not to mention she didn't have any evidence, so she pretended not to know. This foreign devil was quickly sent to the hospital for treatment, but there was no possible cure. Being a doctor doesn't require much in the way of a throat, and Du Chen didn't ruin his medical skills. But, Du Chen didn't sympathize with him, but on purpose, because he wanted this guy to learn the art of medicine well, only to find out in the near future that no matter how much more he studied, he was no match for the Chinese medicine practitioners he despised. That time would be the time to really teach him a lesson. Fatty Guo watched the foreign devils being gotten rid of and whispered, elder brother Du. Where are we going now? Should we go in? No, wait for a while, I guess that Trom is healing, but he'll be damned if he's going to be able to heal. Du Chen was very confident, because that patient he knew just by looking at him. It was nerve damage. This kind of disease inviting an internal medicine expert to treat it is also trying to be blind. Du Chen continued to go back to sit and eat popsicles. Sure enough, that is, 2 or 3 hours later, Tram came out of the Golden Saint Castle Hospital with an embarrassed look on his face. He was followed by that middle-aged man, and Zhao Xinmian, from a long way away. Zhao Xinmian saw Du Chen and hesitantly said something to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man also looked at Du Chen, and at the same time saw Fatigue was sitting next to him with his feet crossed. His eyes were a little stunned, but also a little gloomy. Du Chen knew that it was time for him to come on, and immediately got up and walked over to Tram, who was about to get on the car, and asked, "Didn't you come just now with the promise that you could cure the person, and now it's a cure?" Tram's face showed a look of embarrassment. Just now he looked down on the Chinese medicine practitioner and put a hard word that he would definitely be cured. Now that it wasn't cured, it was really embarrassing. But what was even more embarrassing was being blocked by Du Chen, and also his own student was being beaten up, and he didn't dare to look for trouble. Humph, I just have to go back and confer with my colleagues. It's not that it can't be solved. Tram wanted to retain the last of his dignity. Then what are you going to confer about? Du Chen asked. What does it have to do with you? This is our department's confidentiality. Tram coldly said. That's definitely confidential. An internist studying the medical problems of the neurology department. How could an ordinary person do such a thing? Du Chen sneered. These words made Tram a bit groundless. He looked at the people beside him who were all watching, and even because he couldn't cure himself, the middle-aged man didn't help him, and was instantly annoyed. Simply, he tore his face. It's true that I can't cure it, and that's because in this world, there's just no one who can cure that guy. The middle-aged man's face was ugly. This was clearly cursing his son, but he didn't dare to be offended, because this Tram was indeed a famous doctor. Maybe in the future he would have to let others cure him too. Fatigue was beside him, mocking in a conspiratorial manner. His own son has been talked about like this, and he doesn't even dare to let out a fart. The Zhou family is completely not going to have a face? Fart. Fatigue. If you dare to say one more word, believe it or not, I'll find someone to report the dirty things you've done. The middle-aged man was furious, not daring to lash out at outsiders, instead targeting your own people and letting the foreign devils see the joke. The Zhou family is indeed shameless. Is there anything wrong with that statement? Du Chen stepped forward and pushed Fatigue away, because he knew that Fatigue was a member of society. There must be some unseemly things, so he wasn't willing to let him get shot at. Fatigue also understood, moved to look at Du Chen, but did not retreat in the slightest to go forward. It's okay, Du old brother. This grandson is not clean. Big deal. We all fight each other. The middle-aged man coldly stared at the two Fatigue. Zhao Xinmian saw that he was about to make a scene again, and hurriedly came out to persuade. All right, we are all here for Zhou Zhang's illness. Why should we make a scene like this? Uncle Zhou, Du Chen is really a miracle doctor. Why don't you let him take a look? Tram sneered. Let him see? Then I will never treat the Zhou family in the future. You watch. The middle-aged man hesitated. Du Chen bristled. Come on, don't pretend to be a pussy. You can't even cure your old stomach disease yourself, and you're still claiming to be an expert in internal medicine. Shame on you? As soon as these words came out, several people beside him all looked surprised. Tram, on the other hand, stared at Du Chen with disbelief. You, how do you know? Looked out. Chinese medicine is concerned about the look and smell. Look is the first. Du Chen is very contemptuous. People say know yourself and know your enemy. You do not even understand our medical skills. Say we cannot. Is not the frog in the bottom of the well? Is it shameless? Are you only capable of cursing? Polite thing with no manners. Tram couldn't say anything about Du Chen and gritted his teeth as he attacked him from politeness. No, I can also cure diseases. Du Chen smiled and took out a prescription and handed it over. If there are no accidents, you should be in pain in 10 minutes. It's not too late to go to the nearby Chinese medicine clinic to grab some medicine and take it. If it's after the time. TSK, bear with it. Humph. Falsehood. Tram obviously didn't believe Du Chen. First of all, he did have an old stomach problem, but after so many years, the onset time was never fixed, so even he himself didn't know when it would strike. How could Du Chen know? The second thing was that he didn't believe that those herbal medicines of Chinese medicine could cure the disease after boiling them for a while. And how could Du Chen cure a disease that he himself couldn't cure? But still, Tram took the prescription and sneered. I'll get someone to test the ingredients of all the medicines on this prescription of yours, so that people will know that you Chinese medicine practitioners are only bragging. Chapter 74, Hidden Prescription. Du Chen looked at Tram sympathetically. You still have 8 minutes. In addition, I want to remind you that your stomach attack this time will be unprecedentedly violent, because you came here by plane, week journey, and drank alcohol halfway through the journey, right? Old stomach disease and still drinking. This foreign devil not only doesn't know how to take care of his health, he doesn't even understand medical reasoning anymore. Du Chen dropped this, turned his head and said to Zhao Xinmian, I'll treat you to a popsicle. Let's go. Zhao Xinmian hesitantly looked at the middle-aged man. Uncle Zhou, actually. Alright, wait a few minutes. The middle-aged man suddenly said, as long as Professor Trom really commits an illness in a while, I'll let this kid take a look. This kid? Go check it out? For you, it's a bullseye. Du Chen laughed coldly and said, you'll be begging for me in a while. They did not go, waiting on the side. Trom naturally will not go. He is still waiting to hit Du Chen's face. Just like this, a group of people stood at the entrance of the hospital, waiting for Tram's stomach to react. But as time passed minute by minute, Tram never reacted. Humph, there are precursors to my old stomach problems. This time there is not even a little precursor, and there is still a minute to go until the time you said, Tram's face suddenly changed, revealing an unbearable look of pain. I want to go to the bathroom. Probably ate a bad meal. Tram could feel his entire intestines and stomach twisted together in that kind of pain, but he didn't want to admit his weakness and deliberately said that he was trying to go to the toilet. Du Chen laughed. If you can walk a step, count me out. He was right. Tram couldn't move. Plop. He directly knelt down on the ground, covering his stomach. His face was pale, his forehead was veined with pain, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down. Finally, he couldn't help but howl out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It hurts. God save me. You're also really funny. A doctor, begging God for help. Du Chen mocked nonchalantly. The people next to him, on the other hand, were all already dumbfounded. I didn't expect Du Chen's prediction to be really so accurate. 10 minutes time had just arrived, and this Trom was dying of pain. Did you drug Mr. Trom? The middle-aged man glared angrily. He didn't believe that a brat had such amazing medical skills. The reason why he was able to predict such an accurate time was definitely because he had drugged him and knew the exact time when the medicine would kick in. Zhao Xinmian was just about to explain. Instead, he only saw Tram agonizingly say, this is an old stomach problem I have. Give me stomach medicine. Hurry up. In the car, the middle-aged man's old face turned red. It was like a slap in the face. Tram's driver rushed down with the medicine. Du Chen skimmed his mouth. It doesn't work. And, don't forget you've been drinking. Be careful of the side effects. Right. I can't take medicine. Tram revealed an afterthought look and hurriedly looked at Du Chen for help. Does the prescription you gave me really work? Anyway, it can relieve the pain this time. It definitely doesn't matter in the long run. Du Chen shrugged his shoulders. Go grab the medicine. Grab the medicine. The pain is killing me. Tram was going crazy from the pain, and already couldn't care less about his dignity. He suspected that if he didn't grab the medicine, he was going to die alive from the pain in the past. But the herbalist not only grabbed the medicine, but also boiled it, so this tossing and turning was close to 40 minutes. Tram's stomach pain didn't stop, and even had a tendency to get worse. He fainted twice from the pain, and the Golden Sage Castle Hospital got a doctor to give a diagnosis twice to no avail. The hospital wanted to give a pain-killing injection, but Tram had been drinking, and they didn't know how much the guy had drunk, so they didn't dare to use it for fear that it would cause an adverse reaction, so they could only watch him in pain. Finally, the driver and assistant brought the medicinal soup and gave it to Tram to pour down. Tram was dying of pain, gulped down the slightly smelly Chinese medicine, and surprisingly it really slowed down and calmed down. In less than 3 minutes, the pain was completely relieved. Tram tiredly lay on the bed, but his face did not have the joy of surviving after the pain. Instead it was all despair and disbelief. How could Chinese medicine work so well? Tram felt his beliefs collapse. He had always felt that Chinese medicine was garbage and Western medicine was the top of the heap. The result? The old stomach disease that he and many doctors in the Golden Sage Castle had racked their brains to pacify, was actually cured by Du Chen with a pair of tonics. This makes the face of all Western doctors lost to the grandmother's home. Not right. Is the disgrace lost to the house of Jesus? What is the name of this prescription? Tram couldn't help but ask even though he knew it was humiliating. At the same time, he quietly signaled his assistant with his eyes to hide the prescription so that he could go back and study it, and then find a way to get a special effect medicine to market it, and it would definitely be a big seller. Du Chen faintly said, this is my own research, no name. Anyway, you also plan to take my prescription to research. When you develop the drug, just help me name it. As soon as Tram heard this, his face turned a shade of red and a shade of white, and he was so embarrassed that he couldn't find a crack in the ground. Many Western doctors beside him were also at a loss as to what to say. They looked down on people Chinese medicine. The result of the cure is Chinese medicine, and their own side of the experts to hide people's prescriptions. Go back to study. If this matter spreads out, the face of Western medicine will be disgraced. Fatty Guo also felt very upset, directly cursed, "You shameless things, steal my brother's prescription? Give it to me." Zhao Xinyan also pulled a face and scolded, "If you want to be shameless, hand over the prescription, otherwise I don't mind finding 100 or so reporters to report on you in all directions." Hearing this, Tram knew he couldn't hide anymore and wanted to hand over the prescription. However, Du Chen suddenly teased, "That's fine, if you want the prescription, I can give it to you, but you need to personally admit that you are inferior to me." In fact, Du Chen had wanted to say that he wanted these people to admit that Western medicine was inferior to Chinese medicine, but thinking that these people were not worthy of representing Western medicine either, he changed his words. Hearing Du Chen's words, the first thing that Tram did was to storm into a rage. "You only cured my stomach disease, so who are you to say that you're better than me? Then what do you want?" Du Chen asked rhetorically. "If you can cure Zhou Zhang, I'll admit that you are indeed good. Otherwise you have to admit that Chinese medicine doesn't work and the prescription has to be given to us." Tram said sinisterly. Favorably, the other Western doctors felt justified. Fatty Guo exploded with anger. "Cursed horse, too bullying, looking down on us and taking away our prescriptions? What's more, Zhou Zhang that little paralyzed for 2 years. Who the hell doesn't know that he is dying? How do you let my brother cure?" Next to the middle-aged man's face was furious. "Fatty Guo, pay attention to what you say. Come on. What kind of loving father do you pretend to be? Don't think I don't know how many women you have kept outside these 2 years, and even purchased eggs at a high price. Just want to have another one." Fatty Guo despised beyond measure. Zhao Xian Cotton sniffed and somewhat disgustedly avoided some of the middle-aged man beside her. The middle-aged man was furious, but he couldn't refute it, because what Fatty Guo said was true. Chapter 75. Alright, but while these people were angry, Du Chen was calm. "I know that this bet is a bit unfair, but you white-skinned ghosts have always been shameless. I know that, so why don't we do it like this? If I cure Zhou Zhang, all of you doctors will kneel down and apologize to me, admitting that Golden Sage Castle is nothing compared to my Taiyan clinic. If I fail to cure Zhou Zhang, I will give you the prescription and be at your disposal. How about that?" When Tram heard this, he agreed as if he was afraid that Du Chen would back out. "Fine, fine, if anyone backs out, let God punish him. I don't believe in your God, all I know is that I've videotaped it here. Whoever backs out, then wait for their reputation to be tarnished." Du Chen snorted and raised his cell phone. These words made Tram and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Du Chen to videotape, but they weren't afraid because Zhou Zhang really couldn't be cured. He was completely neurologically severed paralyzed, which simply meant that the nerve response was all gone, and unless God came, it was impossible to cure him. Fatty Guo also didn't understand why Du Chen had to say something so absolute. Could he really cure him? Zhao Xinyan was also frowning, although she was the one who had invited the man here to cure him. To be honest, it was just a dead horse being treated as a living horse, and she didn't hold out much hope. When the middle-aged man saw these people betting with his own son, he even coldly said, "What do you take my son for? Isn't that too much of a license? As I said, your body has been ruined by those aphrodisiacs and little blue pills. It's impossible to have another child, so you can only save this child. Now I'm giving you a chance to choose. Let me cure him, and someone else will inherit your family business." Du Chen was here to save people, not to beg, so he was very tough. The middle-aged man had been disliked ever since he met Du Chen, but he had been unable to refute it, and even now he had to get out of the way to let him go and cure his son. "Healing is fine, but if you can't cure him, I will use all my power to retaliate against you like crazy," the middle-aged man said sinisterly. Du Chen ignored him and went directly to the ward. Zhou Zhang on the hospital bed was resting at this time, although he was already paralyzed, but always lying down was actually very tired, and he was not willing to face the reality, so he relied on sleeping to ease the despair in his heart. In fact, if you look closely, this kid is also a bit of face value, but it's a pity that he has been bedridden for a long period of time, which has caused his mental state to be very poor, and his eye sockets are deeply sunken. Du Chen sat on the edge of the bed, looked at his very thin right hand and gently put it on to take his pulse. In fact, he had already diagnosed almost everything just now, and taking the pulse at this time was just to make himself a bit more accurate. Neurological severance, resulting in paralysis from the neck down. And looking at the situation, it should have been caused by a strong impact. Not becoming a vegetable is even if he is lucky. Du Chen shook his head and said to Zhao Xinyan, "What happened to this guy? Crossing the street and getting hit by a car?" Zhao Xinyan was a little embarrassed. "Is this question about the cure?" "That's not it. Simply curious. Don't want to say it even if you don't want to." Du Chen didn't pursue the question, then took out the silver needle he had brought with him. The silver needle was the most common kind on the market, but in his hands, it became an absolute magical treasure, only to see that Du Chen's right hand did not touch those silver needles, but only gently waved it above, and those silver needles were pulled by the spiritual power and flew out directly, floating above Zhou Zhang's body. The people next to him were dumbfounded. What was this? Is this a Chinese medicine practitioner or a fairy? Even the middle-aged man was stunned. In the end, he was a big boss who had seen the world, and in an instant, he could tell that he had looked away before. With this hand, even if Du Chen was not a famous doctor, he was definitely not to be messed with. He somewhat regretted why he had targeted Du Chen before. Offending such a high-ranking person was not a good thing. It seems like we need to find a way to make up for it. Should I give $1 million or so to show my apology? The middle-aged man thought in his mind. Du Chen, however, had already begun waving his hands in succession and began to lay down needles, and those silver needles instantly linked together as if they were a silver-colored swimming dragon, flying around Zhou Zhang's body, landing on a certain acupoint every now and then. Fengfu point, De Vertebrae point, Tao Dao point, Jade Pillow point. This single silver needle fluttered and wandered like a traveling dragon one moment, and then landed on Zhou Zhang's body like a rainfall the next. The scalp of the people on the side looked numb. Those who knew this was healing. Those who didn't know thought it was murder. Chant. A sound of a dragon's roar suddenly came out, causing the entire ward to be staggered. Not knowing what kind of sound it was, these people were all amateurs to Chinese medicine. If someone who knew Chinese medicine was here, they would have exclaimed, Dragon-E needle. This was a legendary extreme needle technique that could stimulate the body, open up one's Ren and Dudu channels, and even stimulate one's body to regenerate. When this needle came out, it immediately emitted a gurgling sound of a dragon's roar, and the louder the sound of the dragon's roar, the better the patient had recovered. Put him upright, Du Chen suddenly commanded in a deep voice. Tram and the other Western doctors didn't move a muscle and didn't bother. The middle-aged man was a bit hesitant. He was afraid that the silver needle would hurt him. Zhao Xinmian wanted to help, but she was too weak to help him up, and Zhou Zhang was still naked now. In the end, it was Fatty Gua who breathlessly stepped forward and stood Zhou Zhang upright on the bed, holding him up with both hands. At the same time, he muttered, he's not even my son, but he still has to do this. Just go to hell as a father. The middle-aged man was incredibly embarrassed, and lowered his head not knowing what to say, and that silver needle surrounded Zhou Zhang, constantly circling around, falling down from time to time, sticking on acupoints for all-round stimulation. Half an hour later, the sound of the dragon's roar was getting louder and louder. Echoes had formed in the room, and it even traveled out, and many of the people in the wards poked their heads out to see what was going on. Du Chen listened to the movement in the sound, and immediately withdrew the needle, and shouted in a deep voice, Zhou Zhang, wake up! The voice carried spiritual power, and Zhou Zhang immediately woke up, staring at the surrounding crowd with wide-eyed dismay. Hua! Step back, Du Chen commanded again. Zhou Zhang was a paralyzed patient, relying on Fatty Gua to hold him up. If he stepped back, the guy would definitely fall. You have to hold my son, the middle-aged man quickly shouted. Am I your father or his father? Fatty Gua let go and pushed away without saying a word. Zhou Zhang immediately staggered as if he was about to fall. The middle-aged man was furious, pointing at Du Chen and drinking. What are you going to do? Heal the sick and save the people. Du Chen indifferently put away the silver needle. Is this how you cure people? My son is already paralyzed, you know. How are you going to be responsible if something goes wrong with his fall? He's paralyzed. What problems can he fall out of? Besides, isn't he fine? Du Chen bristled. The middle-aged man only reacted furiously when he heard this. Right, why was his son standing there? Shouldn't he have fallen? Chapter 76, give you 300,000 diagnosis fees. After Zhou Zhang experienced the initial dismay, he also realized that he had actually stood up. He unbelievably raised his hand and looked at it, realizing that he could really move, and couldn't help but tremble. Is this a dream? The middle-aged man also revealed a surprised look. Son, you are well. You are really well. Yes, I'm better. Zhou Zhang became ecstatic and began to walk back and forth, feeling the joy of moving freely. The crowd beside him, however, had all been dumbfounded. It was not expected that Du Chen could really cure this paralyzed patient. Tram and the crowd of doctors from the Golden Saint Fortress had all stiffened in place as well, not knowing what to say. How is this possible? But the most crucial thing now was not that the patient was cured, but that they had lost. Did they really have to kowtow and admit defeat? There were doctors from the Golden Saint Castle who were afraid of losing face and secretly fled. When one person took the lead and fled, there would naturally be a second and a third, and in the end, the doctors of the Golden Saint Castle had all pretty much run away. Tram also wanted to run away. Du Chen didn't care and said, just go, I won't pursue this. With that, he directly said to Zhao Xinmian, I'll give you the video in a while, so you can help me publicize it. Good. Zhao Xinyan was actually pressing fire in her heart, so she was naturally willing to help. Fatty Guo even assured, don't worry brother, I'll make these foreign devils lose face. As soon as Tram heard this, he had to stop and was a bit annoyed. Don't forget, I'm a world-renowned doctor. As long as I give the order, medical companies all over the world will blockade your country. Not after this video is circulated. Du Chen shook his cell phone. At that time, you'll be waiting for your reputation to be destroyed, while I'll step on you to get to the top, right? A flash of fear flashed in Tram's eyes. He had to admit that Du Chen was right. Once the video in Du Chen's hands was circulated, the whole world would know that he was inferior to Chinese medicine. And Tram, who had always suppressed Chinese medicine and even looked down on this country, would become the laughingstock of medical circles around the world. Du Chen would take advantage of the situation to rise. How much money do you want to keep this from being publicized? Tram conceded, intending to spend money to buy people off. The doctor's profession in the meter is very lucrative, especially for him. This time the middle-aged man had spent at least tens of millions of dollars to invite him over. Du Chen looked at Tram with contempt. You've also recorded this sentence of yours. You. Tram stormed out, but didn't dare to say more. Just then, the middle-aged man came over and handed over a business card. Hello, my name is Zhou Xiong. Previously, this guy hadn't introduced himself, obviously thinking that Du Chen wasn't qualified enough to recognize him. Now that he knew to take the initiative to hand over his business card, he obviously cared a lot. Du Chen, however, didn't pick it up even when he connected it, and said without lifting his eyelids, I know. Zhou Xiong was a little embarrassed, and at the same time a little annoyed, saying that this guy was also too arrogant, right? But he still held back his anger and said, thanks for curing my son, I can pay you, 200,000. How about it? Hearing this, Zhao Xian Cotton couldn't help but look at Zhou Xiong in shock. Fatty Guo also snorted, 200,000. You're ing generous. Du Chen didn't want to pay any attention to this guy, but when he heard 200,000, he couldn't help but twist his head to look at Zhou Xiong and questioned, could it be that you gave 200,000 to this Tram to invite him from the meter? Zhou Xiong coughed dryly. It's different, Prof. Tram's day-to-day. I naturally have to make up for his loss. I see that you're not too busy, but if you're not satisfied with 200,000, I can add some more to you. How about 300,000? Fatty Guo was furious. Cursed horse, who are you insulting? Mister, do treating me is more than that. There's also Zhao Huanglong who was even spreading his money around. And you're giving 300,000? Your son's life is so cheap? I don't need you to care how I give money. Not to mention that my son may not be cured all the way. I still have to do a lot of tests afterwards. Zhou Xiong laughed coldly. $300,000. Do you want it? Yes. Du Chen unexpectedly agreed. Zhao Xinyan couldn't even look at it. Du Chen, don't be angry first. I'll help persuade. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. No, there is no misunderstanding. I can kind of see. These foreign devils look down on us so much. It's because there are these things that are eating out of their pockets. But it doesn't matter. 300,000. I want it. Give it to me. Du Chen sneered. See, you guys are angry for people, but they are happy to take my 300,000. Zhou Xiong was very pleased. He just despised Du Chen, thinking that he was young and too arrogant, and wanted to knock him around. So when giving the money, Zhou Xiong also said, actually, if you speak politely to me, maybe I can give you more. After all, 1 or 2 million, or even tens of millions of dollars is no big deal to me. Du Chen confirmed that 300,000 had arrived, and said lightly, yes, tens of millions of dollars is not really a big deal to me, and if you are polite to me, you won't run into trouble in the future. I'm a billionaire. What kind of trouble can I have? Zhou Xiong laughed coldly and directly turned back to Zhou Zhang and said, son, let's go. Go home and give your mom a surprise. Make up for it. Zhou Zhang also took a deep look at Zhao Xian Cotton, and said, Cotton, I'll go home first, and turn back to you. As for Du Chen, Zhou Zhang thought about it, walked over and said, since the money is in your hands, don't look for trouble with Prof. Trom. He's here to cure me, not for you to bully. He didn't cure you. I cured you and you came to find trouble with me? Du Chen asked rhetorically. You took the money, so don't act like you're my savior. Now delete the video immediately, Zhou Zhang said in a cold voice. Zhou Xiong, on the other hand, had already walked over and said politely to Professor Tram, I would like to invite you for a meal. After all, you've come all this way, and incidentally, let's discuss the matter of setting up a hospital in the country. With you coming to serve as the honorary president, Tram originally thought that he was finished, and was bound to be screwed. He didn't realize that both the father and son were protecting him, and couldn't help but laugh in triumph. Okay, let's go. Du Chen watched Zhou Xiong take tram away and didn't go after him. He also blocked Fatigua who wanted to call someone, and Zhou Zhang looked at Du Chen. I'll say it one last time. Delete the video or else. Scroll. Du Chen faintly said. What did you say? Do you know that I can take out countless $300,000 in a minute and hire someone to get you killed? Zhou Zhang said incredulously. How about this? If you give me another $300,000, I promise to disappear in front of you immediately, okay? Du Chen revealed a hint of a sinister smile. Zhou Zhang looked contemptuous. In the end, you still want money? Fine. I'll give you 500,000. 300,000 for you to get yourself out. 200,000 to delete the video. Although bedridden for a long time, Zhou Zhang still had money, directly transferring $500,000 to Du Chen. Du Chen got the money and kicked Zhou Zhang out without saying a word. Chapter 77, I am not your friend. Zhou Zhang screamed miserably and rolled out of the hospital room, lying on the ground, looking at Du Chen angrily. You dare to hit me. Oops, this is a disaster. I said I would disappear in front of you immediately, but I didn't expect that you could still see me now. It seems like it's easier for me to poke your eyes out, Du Chen said and was about to walk over. Don't you come over. I will find someone to take revenge on you. Zhou Zhang fled in a panic and went after his dad. Du Chen couldn't help but snicker when he saw that these two masters were of the same virtue. Fatigua, however, was furious. Brother Du, why do you have to put up with them so much? This kick doesn't even relieve your anger. It's not enduring. Sooner or later there will be a time when they beg me. I didn't even remove the root of Zhou Zhang's illness just now. I only let him recover temporarily. He still needs to take medicine if he wants to fully recover. Unfortunately they all left without waiting for me to finish my sentence. Du Chen shrugged his shoulders. Fatigua smiled and laughed. I told you, how are you willing to suffer? When these two gentlemen come to beg you, we can pack them up a bit. Don't worry, there are plenty of opportunities. Du Chen laughed, and at this moment, Zhao Xian Cotton walked over with some embarrassment and said, I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. It's fine, but this Zhou Zhang guy isn't a good thing. Don't come and go in the future. Du Chen said indifferently. Zhao Xinmian wanted to nod her head, but once she thought about it, she felt that it was wrong and couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. You're not hiding your jealousy now? Making me break up with Zhou Zhang in public? Du Chen was speechless. This was at it again. How much do you like to brainstorm? Zhao Xian Cotton looked at Du Chen's speechlessness and became even more pleased. Alright, don't be sour. In fact, he's not my boyfriend. I'm deliberately teasing you. You still have a chance to pursue me. Aren't you happy? Du Chen shook his head and walked directly outside, wanting to use silence to tell this woman, Master is not interested in you. But Zhao Xian Cotton quickly caught up and shouted, don't be shy. If you like it, you have to boldly say it. Fatigua couldn't help but envy these two when he saw them go out one after the other. Whether it was her appearance or ability, Zhao Xinmian could be ranked among the top few women in Jiangdong, and now she was even chasing after Du Chen to make him confess. How many men could only dream of this? But Du Chen didn't seem to like it too much. It's true that people are more angry than men. As for Du Chen, after coming out of the hospital, he looked at those doctors from Golden Sage Castle who still looked like they were looking down on him, and uploaded the video to the internet without saying a word. Zhao Xinmian naturally helped, looking for someone to vigorously publicize it. For a while, the hot search of Jiangdong's major forums, and even the national microblogging hot search, all appeared this video. The dispute between Chinese and Western medicine was originally a topic that had been entangled for many years, but Chinese medicine has always been at a disadvantage, the kind that is looked down upon. But when the news broke that the Golden Sage Castle, which was built on the border of the country, only needed foreign doctors, all the people became angry. Why build a hospital here if you despise your own country's people? And when they saw Du Chen using his medical skills to beat up an internationally renowned expert and professor, and the other party not only didn't recognize his mistake, but also fled, the netizens became even more furious. These foreign devils are so shameless that they dare to pretend they don't dare to admit defeat? Especially infuriating is Zhou Xiong father and son. Obviously Du Chen saved them, but in turn respect foreign devils, bullying Du Chen? In an instant, the Zhou family was fleshed out. All the industrial companies under Zhou Xiong's name were exposed. Their largest operating company, Zhou Mining Group, was a listed company with assets of over $70 billion. After being on the hot seat, the stock price plummeted, and in just an hour, Zhou Xiong's assets shrunk by a third, and it's still continuing to fall down. Zhou Xiong was originally inviting Tram for a drink to discuss cooperation, but when he received a call from the company and learned about this, he almost fainted on the spot. Zhou Zhan was naturally furious as well, believing that he had paid the money and Du Chen was going back on his word, going so far as to seek out his own connections to create fake news to frame Du Chen. Du Chen can expect the Zhou family retaliation will certainly be less, but not afraid. He followed Fatigua to find a restaurant, jerking a skewer in broad daylight. Fatigua sighed as he ate. Brother Du, if I had your kung fu, then I really don't have to be afraid of anything. Now I eat at home every day with caution, for fear that someone will poison me. It's so damn suffocating. Zhao Xian Cotton was very strange. Why? What person in your family wants to harm you? It could be my wife. It could be my brother-in-law. Or it could be my old mother-in-law. Fatigua sighed. Zhao Xinmian was speechless. Look at you mixing up this persona. Du Chen was also very strange. How did you offend someone's family? Raising a mistress? How can this little thing be possible? Fatigua shook his head. Well, raising a mistress is a small matter. Du Chen was skeptical of what the big thing was, but when Fatigua really said that big thing, he was dumbfounded, because what Fatigua raised really wasn't a mistress, but an illegitimate child. It doesn't matter if there is someone outside, but having a child is different. This is to come to share the family property. What makes Du Chen feel embarrassed is that this child's mom, or Gua Fat wife's cousin. This relationship is very peculiar. Du Chen looked at Fatigua speechlessly. People say that rabbits do not refuse the grass on the edge of the nest. You cannot scourge other people's homes. Not right. You cannot scourge anyone. Zhao Xian Cotton almost a chopstick inserted in Du Chen's thigh. See him temporarily change his mouth. This is a cold snort. Take back their small hands. Du Chen was in a cold sweat and almost said the wrong thing. Fatigua smiled bitterly. I don't want to but my wife that cousin looks really national color. And in fact, I've been controlling it quite well. Who wants to? Alas, that was a stormy night. I and that girl. You stop. I do not have time to listen to your affair history. Just want to ask, is not your wife's whole family know this thing? Du Chen asked. Not sure but they may already have suspicions about me, because that kid looks almost exactly like me. Fatigua hesitated. You are also absolute. Du Chen admired to death. This gene is quite powerful. The child is the same as him. Who can't guess who did it? Du Chen sighed. Zhao Xinmian, however, suddenly thought of a very important thing and asked, does that cousin of your wife have a husband? What the hell? Du Chen looked at Fatigua in dismay. You can't be that unethical. Fatigua lowered his head sheepishly. Actually, I'm also a victim. Du Chen and Zhao Xian Cotton rolled their eyes in unison. Not bothering with this guy. He deserved to have today. Seeing the way these two despised himself, Fatigua was still aggrieved. You're all my friends. You have to help me think of a way out. Stop. I'm not your friend. Zhao Xian Cotton was so disdainful that she even directly got up and left. Chapter 78, in distress. Fatigua looked at him as he pulled away from himself and couldn't help but look at Du Chen with a bitter smile. What do you think? Are you going to abandon me too? Du Chen had a chill. Don't say like we have any special relationship. I really don't like you to do this kind of thing, but I also think that your crime is not to death. Poisoning you is definitely not an option. I know Brother Du is sensible. You quickly help me. Give me 100 poison pills or something like that. Fatigua was excited. No, but I can send you a sentence. Du Chen said seriously. What words? Fatigua was full of hope. Go find your wife and apologize. Then guarantee in the most sincere way that you won't wrong her again. Du Chen said nonchalantly. He wasn't going to help Fatigua hide and continue to look for women outside. Although it was common for rich people to find women, there were so many easy to push down gold-digging women in the society. Why did you have to screw someone else's wife? Are you Chow Chow? When Fatigua heard this from Du Chen, he laughed bitterly. Then you're trying to make me die. As if you don't admit your mistake. You have a way to live. Your wife most likely already knows the truth. The reason why she didn't completely fall out is to see how you behave. Du Chen seriously said. This. Fatigua hesitated. He felt that Du Chen's analysis was not without reason, because the way his wife looked at him and the words she said to him in the past 2 days were always mixed with other meanings, as if she was reminding him of something, and as if she wasn't. Was this the last chance? Fatigua was in hesitation. Du Chen was also unwilling to say more to him. Go back quickly. I'm also leaving first. Seeing these two people leaving one after the other, Fatigua couldn't help but shout, Brother Du, you're too ungrateful. At least go home with me. Otherwise I'm afraid of dying without a burial place. Du Chen was speechless and said without looking back, don't you have my cell phone number? Hold the phone in your hand in reserve, and send me a message as soon as something is wrong, and then you can instantly rush to my side? Fatigua was puzzled. No, so I can quickly go over and help you collect your corpse. Du Chen drilled inside the Lamborghini parked on the side of the road and left. Fatigua let out a long sigh. He couldn't rely on anyone at the critical moment. It was better to rely on himself. He took a group of juniors and went home by car. Along the way, Fatigua lying in the back seat with his eyes closed thinking hard, how to solve his wife's anger. But the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. The more he thought about it, the more he had no ideas, so he simply said to the driver, "Old Who, in a while you'll come back to my house with me, or I'll easily let someone get me killed." Old Who did not respond. "Hey, talking to you, you don't want to help me either?" Fatigua sat up and glared and chided, but when he looked up, he realized that something was wrong. Old Who was a sturdy man in his 40s, 5 big and 3 thick, but at this time, the driver's seat is sitting on a slightly thin figure. Fatigua is also considered to have seen a lot of knowledge. The year is even killed. Understand that he has been counted. He reacted very quickly, and since he got on the car his cell phone was clutched in his hand, so at this time immediately pressed the phone, wanting to find Du Chen for help. With Du Chen's strength, he could definitely protect himself. At the same time, Fatigua's other hand immediately opened the hidden box in the back seat, wanting to take the gun, but the driver said, "No need to call. I've blocked the cell phone signal, and I've taken out that gun of yours in advance, so just don't move. Just pay me the money obediently. 5 million. It's just a small amount for you, right?" I don't know if it was the original voice or a deliberate imitation. This robber's voice was very off, but Fatigua already roughly knew who he was, and his face was grave. "You're the robber who's been roaming around Jiandong recently? I didn't realize that I was also targeted by you. As long as you're evil, you'll be targeted by me. Take the money. I want cash. Put it in front of a KFC on Fuman Avenue," the driver said. Good. Fatigua was very clear that he was now isolated, and that this guy was indeed only taking money and not hurting anyone, so he agreed. When this driver saw that Fatigua was cooperating, he also handed over a special cell phone that he had made, which prevented it from being designated as a cell phone signal, and also prevented it from making any official distress calls. Even because the cell phone was set more strictly, Fatigua could only make one call. Usually when people face this kind of situation, they will call their family to send money. No one is willing to fight for their own life just because of $5 million. Fatigua was no exception, but he played it safe. The one he called was Du Chen. Du Chen had money and power, so it was perfect to use to ask for help. "Hello, is this little Du? I'm your boss. Why? Get me 5 million and put it in the KFC store on Fuman Avenue. I'll pick it up later." Du Chen was sitting next to Zhao Xinmian, the voice on the phone. Zhao Xinmian naturally heard it. Zhao Xinmian was full of contempt. This fat man should not want to run. Halfway through her words, Zhao Xinmian was covered by Du Chen's dead hand over her mouth. Zhao Xinmian's eyes widened in horror, and she hurriedly braked and stopped at the side of the road, her hands deadpanning Du Chen's hand, wanting to break free. Du Chen, however, took his cell phone and respectfully said, "Okay, Mr. Hua, but what if someone over there has claimed it? Can I watch there for a while?" As soon as Fatigua heard Du Chen's reply, he knew that he understood, and let out a slight sigh of relief before looking at the driver. "Brother, is it okay?" "No, let him put it down and leave immediately," the driver immediately said. "Don't you stay there, just leave directly. Who knows the bag is money?" Fatigua chided. "Okay, then I'll call someone over." Du Chen politely hung up the phone, then his face was grave. Something happened to Fatigua. "How do you know?" Zhao Xian Cotton thought that Du Chen had hatred out of love, and that he would destroy himself if he couldn't get himself, and was afraid, but he couldn't help but wonder at this time. Du Chen sighed, "Because he had a request for me. It's impossible for him to use such a tone and address to me. It's very likely that he's using another way to remind me that there's a special person next to him who's listening. But what I'm curious about is who is targeting him." Zhao Xinjian bristled. "His family. The East Window is out to get him." Du Chen asked, "If his family really wanted to kill him, why did they let him call a packet of poison and he died quietly? Maybe it's other enemies?" Zhao Xinmian's face also became grave. After all, he was the king of Zhongshang, and he fought and killed back then, so he definitely had a lot of enemies. His enemies should know him even better. They must know that he has money. They shouldn't be able to just want this 5 million. Du Chen frowned. Zhao Xinmian nodded slightly. Then suddenly her face changed as she thought of someone. Du Chen also thought of it. The two of them glanced at each other. Their faces were grave as they slowly said, "It's that robber, isn't it?" Only that robber would have managed to rob Fatigua away with so many people with him, and still be able to leisurely demand $5 million. Chapter 79 The Gang. Du Chen immediately went to prepare the money, but he didn't go to put it there himself as he had to lurk in the shadows looking for suspicious people. Zhao Xinmian couldn't go either. That robber always targeted the rich and powerful. It was inevitable that he knew Zhao Xinmian. After thinking about it, the two of them hired a passerby on the side of the road and put the 2 big bags containing $5 million inside the KFC. Afterwards, Du Chen pretended to be someone who was going to eat and ordered a burger and Coke at the KFC, lowering his head and pretending to play with his cell phone. However, his wind listening technique had actually been quietly opened and was listening to the movements around him. But just as he was listening sideways, he suddenly heard a familiar song. That song sounded like he had heard it somewhere before. That singing girl who also cultivated spirit power. Chen stood up violently and quickly rushed towards the door, chasing after the direction of the sound. Because that girl wasn't quite normal, she was able to cultivate spirit power. So maybe she was a descendant of demon Liso. At the same time, what makes Chen suspicious is, how did this girl appear over here? This can be a long way from the place where she sold her songs last time. Even if she likes to drift around. But how is it so just right that it will appear in this place where the robbers want to pay money? Zhao Xinyan saw Chen running out like a ghost, guessed that he had found someone, and quickly drove to follow him. But when the two came to the place, but found that the girl just good to stand in the crowd singing. This time the girl sang a sweet love song. The crowd of onlookers, as before, intoxicated, and some people sunk in the girl's voice cannot be extricated. Many people even fell in love with the stranger next to them as if they were in love because of this love song. Chen squeezed into the crowd, stood in the front row and looked at the girl who was holding the guitar and singing. She was wearing a long dress. Her hair fell down like a waterfall on her body. Not to mention how beautiful it was. A lot of men, perhaps because of her looks, or because of the song, a lot of people are kneeling on the ground to express their love. Unfortunately, their voices could not affect the song at all. Chen frowned, looking at the spiritual power that was constantly spreading in the girl's cherry mouth, and wanted to interrupt. But at that moment, the cell phone rang. What are you doing? Brother, that robbers are running away. Fatigua's voice came over the cell phone. Chen was shocked and immediately squeezed out of the crowd. And sure enough, he found that Fatigua was standing not far away, with a broken face. Right at this moment, the song became weaker. Bad. Chen's face changed drastically, and he immediately wanted to rush into the crowd regardless. These two were working together inside and outside, but just when Chen wanted to arrest them, he only saw a girl jumping into his arms, hugging him and kissing him wildly. I want to fall in love so much. Let's be together. Please be my boyfriend. Chen looked down and realized that it was Zhao Xinyan. She was also affected by the song and was carrying excitement, wanting to fall in love with someone. Zhao Xinyan, wake up! Chen let out a low gulp and used his spiritual power to wake up Zhao Xinyan. Zhao Xinyan's originally disoriented eyes gradually woke up, and she glanced around with some confusion. Where is this place? Why am I here? Shouldn't I be in the car? Chen sighed. It's me who was too impulsive. I shouldn't have come over directly. This girl is not easy to catch. Her charm ability is too strong. She should have been dead set on that robber. Robber? Right. We're here to catch the robber. Zhao Xinyan finally came to her senses completely, then glanced at Chen's face and couldn't help but look odd. Why do you have so many lipstick marks on your face? Who made it? You hugged me. Who do you think got it? Chen was speechless. If it wasn't for the sister just now, he would have caught up with that woman. Zhao Xinyan was a little alarmed. It can't be me, right? No way. I would never touch you. I can't look at an ordinary person like you. Chen didn't bother to pay attention to this sister. Quickly ran to Fatigua's side and said gruffly, "This is a gang crime." Fatigua was about to ask why Chen didn't help himself when he heard this and was surprised. What? How many of them are there? Not sure. The ones we know so far are 2. Have you called the police? Chen asked. Not yet. Fatigua immediately took out his cell phone to call the police. Chen, however, thought about it and stopped him, then called someone to get Ling Yu's number. Ling Yu was at her house, spouting off to her mom about how arrogant and cocky the recently encountered Chen was. Seeing an unfamiliar phone call, she answered curiously, "Hey, what's up? I might have found the robber. You come to the KFC on this side of Fuman Avenue. I'll draw a portrait for you to take to find someone," Chen said in a deep voice. You're willing to help me divine the robber?" Ling Yu was surprised. "No, it's me who saw it with my own eyes. Come." Chen directly hung up the phone, then asked Fatigua to go to a nearby store to buy paper and pen to come. Fatigua, a king on the river, was assigned by Chen to run around, but he had no complaints. He had always mocked other people before for being robbed because they were too stupid, but this time he had even encountered it himself and was powerless to fight back. So it must have been humiliating to spread the word. So he had to take revenge on that guy, letting everyone know that he wasn't one to be messed with. Soon, Fatigua got paper and pen, but some egg pain, that is not I am stupid, will not buy things. There is no stationery store around. This is from a calligraphy and painting selling stationery store. Only brushes and rice paper. Okay? It's best. Chen was overjoyed. Taoism emphasizes on cultivating one's body and temperament, and the way of calligraphy and painting is the most suitable for cultivating one's body and temperament. What's more, Taoism also has the art of talismanic seals, which requires a higher level of skill in calligraphy and painting. Chen received the brush, ink, paper and inkstone, then said to Zhao Xin Cotton, "Little maid, don't think about spring, Come and study the ink for me. When Zhao Xinmin heard Du Chen's words, she was incomparably ashamed. Where was she pining for spring? She was clearly wondering if she had kissed Du Chen or not. At this moment, Du Chen called out. She could only walk over in annoyance. What kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? As if you really know how to use a brush. Du Chen ignored it and concentrated. Then the brush walked like a dragon and snake, traveling back and forth on the paper. The pitch-black ink leaving a trail on the white paper. Those traces didn't look like drawing, but more like messy lines, as if they were the scribbles of a child's bad taste. What are you drawing? Can you draw? Zhao Xinyan looked at those messy lines and was contemptuous. Brother, aren't you going to draw characters? This person looks too abstract. How come it's all a bunch of lines? Fatty Gui was also somewhat skeptical. Du Chen didn't say anything and just concentrated on his drawing. Soon, those lines were gradually connected, and the shape of a girl's pretty figure began to appear. Zhao Xian Cotton suddenly realized that just now he was carving the lines of the shape, so it looked messy. In fact, he was drawing from the outside in. Fatty Gui looked at the figure and couldn't help but sigh. This girl's figure is quite good. Soon, these two people didn't care to pay attention to how the girl's figure was, because as Du Chen drew more and more, the image of the girl became clearer and clearer, and it even had a lifelike feeling. Chapter 80, complimenting people so much. About 10 or so minutes later, the girl's portrait was almost complete, precisely the same as the girl who had just played and sang. If Fatty Gui and Zhao Xinyan had seen that girl, they would definitely be able to tell. In Du Chen's portrait, from the head to the feet, from the clothes to the figure, only one pair of eyes that were not yet finished were missing, and it could be said that it was exactly the same. Right after Du Chen painted the last pair of eyes, the painting seemed to instantly possess an aura. The girl was lifelike, as if she was about to walk out of the painting the next moment. Watching Zhao Xinyan and Fatty Gui in awe, some people in the surrounding area were attracted over and took a curious look, also instantly revealing a look of amazement. In fact, nowadays with cameras and photos, very few people like to draw. After all, photos can be much faster than paintings, and much clearer, and can even be beautiful. But seeing this painting, the people in the KFC store were moved. Handsome man, how much do you charge for a painting? Help me get one too. Someone shouted. Yes, 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 I want one too, and me too. Can you draw one for me? A group of people asked for it, especially the girls, because they felt that Du Chen's painting was too spiritual, more real than the ones in the beauty camera, yet it made them full of immortality. But Du Chen didn't pay attention to these women's requests and sat there thinking about what else was missing. Just then, an old and a young man walked in at the entrance of KFC. That teenager had dissatisfaction written on his face and muttered in a low voice. You are at least a master of national painting. How do you like to eat fried junk food like KFC? You don't get it. When I was your age, I liked to eat this kind of stuff, but my family was poor at that time, so I couldn't afford it. Now that our living conditions are better, we naturally need to enjoy it more. After all, I still have a few years to live, the old man said with a smile. The young man's face changed, and he quickly said, Grandpa, don't talk nonsense. I think you can live a long life. You brat. Grandpa, I'll be 99 this year. The old man was speechless. Cough, cough, cough. Live a long life of 200 years, 1,000 years old, 10,000 years old. The teenager hurriedly changed his words. 1,000 years old. Long life? 1,000 years old bastard, 10,000 years old turtle. Ah? The old man laughed and joked. The teenager was about to cry. Grandpa, don't scare me. If my mother hears this, she won't pack me to death. Alright, I won't tease you. Look how scared you are. The old man came to the counter and ordered. I want 2 burgers, a pair of chicken legs, and a bag of fries. How much? $3,000. A hoot came. The old man was looking down to get his money. When he heard this, he looked up in confusion. What? 3,000 for this? The cashier quickly waved her hand. No, it's not me. It's their side of the competition to buy paintings. You spent a total of $58. The teenager hurriedly paid the money and received the number plate, then said to his grandfather, let's go find a place to rest for a while, right? I'll take a look over there. The old man walked towards Du Chen's side where the crowd had gathered with interest. What are you going for? This must be the kind of claptrap. Maybe it's the same as that syringe inkjet guy on the internet. It's just a gimmick to become an internet celebrity. The teenager despised. The old man's face also sank a bit. That's right. How could a true master draw in a place like KFC? But because of that, I'm going over there. Last time those bull ***** masters who used syringes to spray ink to become famous, I was very upset. Now there are people who are so in my face? Really think there's no one in our country's painting industry. The teenager watched the old man walk past and couldn't help but cry out in secret. Your hallowed national painting master Luo Hongqian, why do you have to in this kind of small role in general? This is not to find their own anger to suffer it? Really, if the gas out of a good or bad, my father will not beat me to death? The teenager's heart regret. Why must come to this store to buy KFC? Lok Hongqian came over and wanted to squeeze into the crowd to take a look, but this side is all here to compete for Du Chen painting. How can anyone let him go over? A time cannot squeeze into the drop. Hongqian, some anxious, simply shouted, painting this is something. I painted with my feet are better than you. This sentence has called the price of $20,000 to buy a painting of the crowd. Suddenly quiet down, have turned back to look at the fall of Hongqian. There is doubt, there is contempt. When Lok Hongqian saw these people's eyes, he immediately said, if you have the ability to let me in to compare. He decided to prove it for the national painting. You're pulling your punches, just wanting to go in and bid, right? An onlooker said disdainfully, nonsense, I'll buy this trash? Lok Hongweather was blowing his beard and eyes out. The teenager had already walked over at this time and drank with a cold face. My grandfather is the national painting master. Lok Hongqian, he said that thing is garbage, even if the entire national painting world has to admit it. The surrounding crowd's faces changed. Lok Hongqian, this is a well-known master of Chinese painting. The best thing is to draw characters. It is said that the people drawn are lifelike. And even once there was a painting that was sold at auction for a high price of 5 million. And Fall Hongqian is definitely not the kind of online claptrap goods. People can hold the Jiangdong Painting and Calligraphy Association president of the position, or the National Painting and Calligraphy Association of the vice president, but also the elite members of the International Artists Conference. Soon, someone exclaimed, I'm Baidu. He really is the master of the Fall Hongqian. This time, the crowd all backed away, and no one bid. That Lok Hongqian had said that it was something trash, so naturally no one would be willing to grab it again. Du Chen was being harassed by the crowd, said several times not to sell the painting, but these people just as if they do not understand is noisy. At this moment, seeing Lok Hongqian walk in, Du Chen nodded slightly, thanks for helping to clear the air. I'll leave first. Wait, where is that painting? Let me take a look. When Lok Hongqian saw how young Du Chen was, his face became even more unpleasant. He was already certain that Du Chen was the one who was selling his reputation. Seeing that this old man was treating him badly, Du Chen was a bit puzzled and wondered how he had offended him. Next to him, Fatty Gua and Zhao Xinmian both recognized who this old man was and hurriedly stepped forward. Old man, you should recognize me, right? Zhao Xinmian took the initiative to ask. Lok Hongqian glanced at Zhao Xie and Cotton and eased his appearance a bit. Little Zhao, why are you here? Mr. Wei was in a bit of an incident. This is a friend of mine. He's not here to show off, but to draw portraits of criminals. It's a good intention. Zhao Xinmian hurriedly explained. Fatty Gua immediately nodded his head. Even though he was a Jianghu man, he was more polite to this kind of literati, even if he didn't understand it. Master Lok, what a coincidence. My house still has one of your paintings. The lady you painted is so beautiful. Fatty Gua smiled and praised. Du Chen, Zhao Xinmin. The two of them saw such a compliment for the first time. Lok Hongqian's face was also a bit dark. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't make a decision, he really wanted the painting back. But right now, he could only ignore this fatty.